Chapter 1. The Mightiest Beastmaster System. On the water blue star in the Summer Kingdom, Tianhai City. As summer arrived, the annual job transition festival commenced with great fervor. The playground of Tianhai City, number 1 middle school, was thronged with spectators, at the center of which stood a colossal stone platform. This stone platform, seemingly in natural formation, was entirely black, adorned with strange engravings resembling some sort of totem. Surrounding the platform, students and parents alike were filled with excitement, their expressions betraying a palpable tension as they gazed at the stage. Today marked a pivotal moment for the inhabitants of Water Blue Star, the singular awakening ceremony that occurs only once in a lifetime. Students, please quiet down. I shall now conduct the awakening ceremony for everyone. To those who awaken into combat professions, do not let pride overwhelm you, for this path is fraught with challenges. You are destined to fight valiantly on the front lines. Thus you must strive even harder in the future. And to those who do not awaken as combat professionals, do not feel disheartened. You too can contribute your unique strengths. As support professions, you will be indispensable members of your teams. As lifestyle professions, you will still be able to craft various tools to aid the warriors on the front lines. During the awakening, please maintain silence to avoid disturbing others. Now, without further ado, those whose names are called by the broadcast may step forward for their awakening ceremony. Listening to the teacher's speech, Li Xian could not help but marvel at the leader's eloquence, which, although seemingly empty, ignited a fervor within him. Having lived in this world for over a decade, Li Xian had gained a reasonable understanding of it. Centuries ago, mysterious towers suddenly appeared throughout the world, unleashing countless monsters that ravaged Water Blue Star, bringing nations to their knees. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity resorted to even small-scale nuclear weapons to suppress the beasts. Yet as the monsters proliferated, human technological advancements began to falter. At this critical juncture, a group of individuals identifying as professionals emerged. They established mysterious stone platforms across Water Blue Star, leading humanity in a counteroffensive against the monsters. As territories were reclaimed, these initial professionals vanished from public view. One day following the awakening, individuals were forcibly ushered into the infamous hellish 48 hours, their first taste of the perilous dungeons that awaited them. All newly awakened professionals would be sent to these enigmatic towers, randomly entering a catastrophic dungeon. Surviving for a mere 48 hours therein was the reason for the establishment of numerous professional schools. The primary aim was to enhance compatibility with their chosen professions while also granting new awakeners some semblance of self-defense. For the first random dungeon was notoriously dubbed the graveyard for newbies. As the announcements continued, Li Xian's name was soon called. Navigating through the throngs of people, Li Xian approached the stone platform. The slightly balding teacher Wang, observing Li Xian's anxious demeanor, chuckled. "All right, Li Xian, stand on the formation and remain still. Let me know when you're ready." Li Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming his nervous heart. "All right, Teacher Wang, I'm ready to begin." As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, the formation beneath him began to activate, shifting in form until 3 professions materialized: Beastmaster, Swordsman, and Mage. Among them, the Swordsman was the profession Li Xian had been diligently improving his compatibility with. The appearance of this option finally eased the tension that had gripped his heart. For the Swordsman was a profession that required minimal investment, just a sword and a set of cloth armor sufficed, making it perfectly suited for him as an orphan. Just as he prepared to confirm his choice, a mechanical voice resonated in his ear. "Ding! The mightiest Beastmaster system is at your service." Gazing at the unfamiliar, yet achingly familiar interface, Li Xian realized it was the very system he had longed for. His consciousness plunged into the emblem representing the Beastmaster. As for the Swordsman, what a joke! It was common knowledge that the impoverished could not compete with the affluent, and the affluent couldn't match the pay-to-win players, who were often outmatched by cheaters. Now that he had this system, choosing the Swordsman would render it all moot. After Li Xian made his selection of Beastmaster, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd below. "Wow, who's this second-generation kid? He chose Beastmaster? Not sure, but he seems rather low-key, dressed quite modestly. He's just a nobody. Li Xian from our class's family isn't well off. So he dares to choose Beastmaster. Can he even afford the exorbitant prices for high-tier Lord Cubs?" Ignoring the chatter from below, Li Xian bowed in gratitude to Teacher Wang before descending the platform. Struggling to suppress a triumphant grin, he hurried towards the dormitory building. Truth be told, the onlookers were not entirely wrong. Was the Beastmaster powerful? Indeed, but only if one could afford to purchase heightier Lord Cubs. Otherwise, capturing low-tier monsters would merely occupy his limited slots, as a Beastmaster could only have one beast before reaching level 30. Locking the door to his dormitory, Xuan leaned against the door, the radiant crimson glow of the peculiar interface illuminating his vision. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "But hey, I've activated it." The system's interface was straightforward, featuring two options: cultivation and evolution. Cultivation. Utilize various methods to help beasts transcend their racial limits. Evolution. Allow beasts to directly evolve into more powerful species. Xuan envisioned a path leading to divinity, unfurling before him as he ascended to greater heights. The vast horizons are my love. Xuan fished out his ringing phone, chuckling at the label Grandpa Dean, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to share his good news. Regaining his composure, he answered the call. "Hello, old man, what's up? Miss me?" This statement left the other end speechless, instantly diffusing half the frustration that had built up. After a brief silence, the old man began to vent. "You little rascal. Don't joke around. Why did you choose Beastmaster? Don't you know it's a bottomless pit?" Listening to the tirade, Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. Were it not for the dean supporting his education over the years, he might have been lost in the world trying to make ends meet. "Old man, I have my own considerations regarding this. Just wait and see. I will undoubtedly become the mightiest Beastmaster." Xuan boasted into the phone about his future aspirations, showering the other end with grandiose visions. All right, I know your character all too well. Now that you're an adult, it's time to hand over your parents' belongings to you." This statement struck like a thunderbolt, deeply resonating within Xuan's heart. Chapter 2. Purchasing Equipment. The humility of a small fry. In the suburbs of Tianhai City, within a welfare institution. Gazing at the familiar door of the cluttered storage room before him, Xuan wore a puzzled expression as he turned to the elderly man behind him. "Old man, isn't this where they store discarded items?" He thought to himself that the old man wouldn't be playing tricks on him. He had spent countless hours in this very place, and there was nothing of value here. Yet, under the old man's imposing presence, he pushed open the door. Creak! As the door emitted a somewhat grating sound, a chaotic array of boxes greeted his eyes, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the partially shattered window, causing the dust motes to sparkle in the light. Meng Lu delivered a swift reprimand to the dazed Xuan at the door. "Get out of the way, you little brat." After sidestepping Xuan, he began rummaging through the contents, eventually extracting a peculiar crystal. Breathing onto the crystal and wiping away the dust, Meng Lu proclaimed with a hint of pride, "This is what they call the most dangerous place, being the safest. Take note, kid. Now come and catch." He tossed the crystal towards Xuan, who watched it arc beautifully through the air. Holy moly! This action startled Xuan, who stumbled as he hurriedly caught the crystal. Staring at the intact black crystal in his hand, he wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed with a hint of trepidation, "I say, old man, can we refrain from such thrilling games? This is a black crystal." Holding the crystal aloft to the sunlight, he noticed the number 134 shimmering on its surface. Good heavens, 134 black crystal points. This is enough to purchase a complete novice outfit. Meng Lu chuckled at Xuan's greedy expression, shaking his head. "All right, hurry along and buy something useful." On the bus, Xuan waved goodbye to Meng Lu. "Old man, I'm off. Call me if you need anything." "Got it, you little rascal. You're even more talkative than I am now." After ensuring Xuan boarded the bus, Meng Lu turned and walked back into the welfare institution. Xuan gazed upon Meng Lu, once a tall and imposing figure, now slightly hunched under the burdens of life, with the roof of the welfare institution showcasing numerous patches and repairs. As he touched the invaluable black crystal nestled in his pocket, a wave of warmth surged in his eyes. "Just wait, old man. One day I shall become the mightiest Beastmaster. When that day comes, I will ensure you enjoy a life of ease. The Wuhan Square has arrived. Please disembark." Stepping off the bus, a cacophony of hawkers calls assailed Xuan from all directions. Come, take a look. Freshly released capsule toys. "Hey, handsome, will you buy one?" "Handsome, how about some weaponry and gear?" "Handsome, The most comprehensive beginner's dungeon guide in the entire square, just 5 points. You can't go wrong with this purchase. As Li Xian briskly navigated through this throng of unscrupulous merchants, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. These capsule toys are mere trash, and they dare charge 10 points for one? The odds of finding anything worthwhile are so slim, even a dog would shake its head in dismay. And that dungeon guide? By all means, go ahead and buy it. One purchase, and you're left speechless. Before long, Li Xian found himself standing before a resplendent building. The sign hanging at the entrance was adorned with dark crystals, inciting an impulse within him to climb up and pry them off one by one. Cursing the wealthy patrons under his breath, he stepped inside. A sweet-faced young woman approached him briskly, smiling as she inquired, "Is this your first time at our store, sir?" "Ah, class monitor." Li Xian was taken aback to find a familiar face in this place. "Then you must give me a discount. I want that beginner's gift pack. Is there an employee price for you?" Rubbing his hands together, he looked at Qin Mingyao with eager anticipation. Though surprised by Li Xian's unexpected presence, Qin Mingyao's professional demeanor allowed her to maintain her composure. With her lovely eyes appraising Li Xian, she remarked, "I didn't expect you to be quite affluent. You actually can afford the 120-point beginner's gift pack. I do have an employee discount, just wait." Hastily, she made her way to a nearby workstation and began her operations. With the employee discount, it's 95 off. Just place the black crystal here. Qin Mingyao pointed to a large recess in front of the machine. Once Li Xian placed the black crystal inside, the recess began to constrict, snugly fitting around the crystal. Qin Mingyao observed the numbers on the screen. "You have 20 points left. Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" This posed a dilemma for Li Xian, a self-proclaimed pauper, as he genuinely had no idea what good items could be had for around 20 points. "Class monitor, please help me find something useful after all. It can't breed." "Bah! You never speak a serious word." Qin Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling something. Yet she continued her task without pause, seeking suitable items for Li Xian. "How about these options?" She gestured for him to come closer. Displayed on the screen were 3 items: a disposable first aid kit, an energy potion, and a temperature-adjustable sleeping bag. Item: disposable first aid kit, level, Tier 1. Effect: restores 100 health points in a short time and removes 1 negative effect applicable only to bleeding, disability, shock, and infection. Evaluation: am about to fully revive. Item: energy potion, level, Tier 1, effect: increases stamina by 2 points for 10 hours non-stacking. Evaluation: enhances your combat longevity at home. Item: temperature-adjustable sleeping bag effect: switches between 50 degrees and 10 degrees. Evaluation: Mom no longer needs to worry about me catching a chill while sleeping. Staring at these 3 items, Li Xian hesitated. "Class monitor, surely this is worth more than 20 points?" Qin Mingyao shook her head with a smile, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes, as if recalling something. Yet she maintained her cheerful tone. "Consider this my sponsorship for our class top student. Just don't forget me when you strike it rich." A flicker of melancholy crossed Li Xian's gaze after a brief silence. He boasted, "Of course. Once I become the strongest professional, I will buy this entire building and gift it to you." Striking a heroic pose, he leaned back dramatically. Another round of laughter erupted from Qin Mingyao, her first genuine laugh in years of work. Li Xian waved at Qin Mingyao as he stood at the door. "I'll be on my way then. I'll be sure to support your business in the future." With that, he walked away, and as he glanced back at her receding figure, he realized this might be their final encounter in this lifetime. Overwhelmed by emotion, he dashed out, calling after the departing Li Xian, "Li Xian, stay alive." Hearing her words, Li Xian paused, raising his right hand high to give a thumbs up before continuing on his way. Indeed, while professionals are undeniably powerful, how many formidable professionals can emerge from the ranks of ordinary citizens? The majority of civilian professionals remain forever trapped in the first mandatory dungeon. This includes those main combat professions that possess early-stage combat prowess. There are still 13 hours until the first mandatory dungeon. Chapter 3. The Secret Realm. Here I come. For Li Xian, adequate rest was of utmost importance at this moment, and it was evident that the noisy dormitory was not an ideal place for accommodation. As time gradually passed, Li Xian donned his novice gear with haste, clutching the item tightly in his embrace. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the room. leaving only his discarded clothing behind. A powerful wave of dizziness struck him. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian fought against the urge to faint, knowing this was a perilous moment for newcomers. Should he lose consciousness upon arrival, the creatures of the secret realm would surely be grateful for such a fortuitous gift from the heavens. Soon his vision cleared, and the dizziness subsided instantly. Li Xian quickly surveyed his surroundings, darting towards a corner like a timid groundhog, cautiously peering out to gauge the outside world. But he found himself in an abandoned city, with crumbling buildings entangled in vines, and the asphalt roads in a state of disrepair, yet resilient plants thrived upon them. After confirming that he was in a safe zone, he tapped the hovering button that had lingered beside him for some time. And an electronic voice, distinct from the systems, resonated in his mind. Data assimilation in progress. Data assimilation complete. Would you like to open the attribute panel? Yes. Name: Li Xian. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: 1, 0, 100. Strength: 61. Vitality: 71. Agility: 71. Mentality: 161. Health: 180, 180. Vitality x 10. Energy: 270, 270. Free attribute points: 0. Black crystal points: 0. Skills: Beast Tamer Space LV1. Beast Taming Seal LV1. Equipment: Novice Top, Novice Bottom, Novice Shoes, Novice Belt, Novice Set. All attributes 1. Health and Energy 100. Evaluation: you're already a qualified novice. Beast Tamer Space allows captured beasts to rest and train within. Can also release them for 10 energy. Current capacity for beasts: 1-1. Can be upgraded. Costs 1 skill point. Beast Taming Seal creates a unique mark for capturing beasts, consuming 50 points per use. Current capacity for captured beasts: 1-1. Can be upgraded. Costs 2 skill points. Gazing at his rather meager panel, Li Xian resolved to keep a low profile and strive to survive these 48 hours. Alas, fate had other plans. The cold voice continued to echo in his mind. Main quest: survive. Quest objective: survive for 48 hours. Quest failure: no penalty. Quest reward: obtain official player status. Side quest: as a beast tamer, how can you be without a beast? Quest objective: capture a beast. Quest failure: deduct 100 black crystal points. Negative black crystal points will result in annihilation. Quest reward: beast nutritional supplement. Swallowing hard, Li Xian stared at the cursed light screen, lost in thought. What? You want me at this level to capture a beast? Can't I just go out and grind a few low-level monsters to level up? With trepidation, he made his way toward the street. Otherwise, once the 48 hours elapsed without 100 black crystal points, he would meet his demise on the spot, but he tucked an energy potion into the pocket of his top, ready to drink it at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, he encountered no fierce monsters along the way. Even the few he spotted were skillfully avoided. Just as Li Xian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice called out, "Brother, help!" A flamboyantly dressed man was being pursued by a gigantic humanoid monster. Strangely, the man appeared unscathed. Seeing this, Li Xian turned on his heel to flee. What a joke. How could he possibly fight that? The man dashed up to Li Xian's side, greeting him. "Brother, don't run away. I'll give you equipment if you help me take down that monster." With that, he produced a large sword from behind him and handed it to Li Xian. The moment the sword appeared, Li Xian was captivated. He grasped it eagerly. It was none other than the storm sword he had daydreamed about countless times before. Weapon: storm sword. Level: Tier 1. Equipping requirement: none. Equipment attributes: Strength 10. Evaluation: see that? That is the power of numbers. Though Li Xian was filled with countless questions, he knew better than to let a morsel of opportunity slip away. While making his escape, he patted his chest, assuring the man, "Rest assured, brother, I won't let you down. The worth of a hero is beyond measure, right? Isn't this just a gift?" He sprinted toward a nearby collapsed building, quickly climbing through a window. He used all his might to push a dilapidated cabinet in front of the window, blocking it partially. Standing before the window, sword in hand, with a fierce expression, he awaited the monster's arrival. Little did he expect that the safe house he had prepared would actually come in handy. "Hey, are you here to level up too?" With a roar, a monster thrust its head inside, bellowing fiercely. Its body struggled against the confines, crashing against the edges. The putrid stench emanating from the creature's gaping maw made Li Xian feel nauseous. He lunged forward, stabbing the creature directly through its mouth. The monster's health bar immediately depleted. Corrupt blood spilled onto the cabinet, releasing a horrid stench. The creature convulsed a few times before falling silent, a beam of white light emerging from its corpse and entering Li Xian's body. Experience 24. Just as he turned to explain to his benefactor that he was not merely a headhunting dog, the man, eyes tightly shut, spoke with a quivering voice. "Quick, take that thing away. I'm hemophobic." By a campfire, Li Xian found himself amused by the somewhat traumatized Ching-Chi, quipping, "Come on, brother, are you really afraid of blood?" Ching-Chi shot him a glare, exasperation clear in his eyes that, of course, from now on, it's all on you. Here is 100 black crystal points as an advance. With that, he manifested 100 black crystal points and handed them to Li Xian. "Brother, don't be fooled by my status as a beast tamer. I once wielded a watermelon knife. What kind of commotion can I handle?" Li Xian leaned out the window, observing the eerie cityscape at night, punctuated by wails of despair from survivors who had encountered monsters. A small cold snake lay nearby, its abdomen slashed open, next to a humanoid creature, half of which was frozen, shuddering intermittently. The cold snake's vision began to blur. Suddenly, it levitated, a sharp pain radiating from its belly. A warm voice echoed in its ears. "Little one, you're lucky to have encountered me. Otherwise, you might not have survived." Before the cold snake could process the words, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. It must be you. Is this how you treat your savior? Hiss, tiske, ungrateful wretch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ching-Chi, enjoying a snack, observed the standoff between Li Xian and the cold snake. The snake turned away, refusing to look at the scoundrel who had stealthily contracted it. Recognizing its spirit, Li Xian had a sudden idea. He pulled out a small bottle filled with a peculiar liquid from his pocket, twisting the cap open. "Honestly, I was going to give you this nutritional supplement to help with your recovery. But seeing how you're treating me," he waved the beast nutritional supplement in front of the cold snake. Potion, beast nutritional supplement, effect, slightly accelerates the growth cycle of beasts, highly appealing to them. Evaluation: 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles eliminate fatigue. 3 bottles grant immortality. Oh yeah, it tastes divine. Seeing the cold snake's eager expression, Li Xian chuckled, tightly sealing the bottle and hiding it in his embrace. "Oof. With that attitude, you think you can have it? Do you really believe I'm some kind-hearted benefactor?" Finally unable to contain itself, the cold snake rapidly slithered up Li Xian's neck, coiling around him. Though it didn't constrict tightly enough to suffocate him, it certainly erased any semblance of bravado he had. Cough, cough, cough. "Help me, Brother Chung," Li Xian pleaded, reaching out towards Ching-Chi with a pained expression. Seeing Li Xian's plight, Ching-Chi found it too painful to watch and opted to close his eyes. As for saving Li Xian, what a joke. This little rascal had laughed at him for an entire night. After a playful tussle, both parties agreed to a series of terms. Li Xian surrendered the beast nutritional supplement, and the cold snake accepted the name Ao Xuan. It pledged to complete Li Xian's tasks as long as it did not violate its own principles. However, it soon had a change of heart. My Ao Xuan. My Ao Xuan. It repeatedly rubbed its face against Ao Xuan's head. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air above the city. Li Xian touched his strikingly handsome face. Once comparable to the most revered figures, now marred by a long scar. My apologies, I simply can't help it." Ching-Chi chuckled heartily, one hand on his thigh and the other clutching his belly, reveling in the amusement. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The entire room fell silent. Listen to the sharp explosions echoing from outside. "Is it the armored beast?" Li Xian whispered to Ching-Chi, attempting to discern the source of the sound. "It is highly likely. Trouble may be upon us." Ching-Chi's face paled as he fixed his gaze intently outside the window. As the noise grew, increasingly closer, it felt as though it were bearing down on the two of them. Boom! A tremendous crash caused everyone to instinctively cover their ears, and debris from the opposite street shattered into the wardrobe that stood before the window, leaving it riddled with holes, which splinters flew in all directions. A gaping hole was blown into the opposing building, from which emerged a colossal lizard, entirely enveloped in black scales. This lizard, however, was rather oversized, standing a meter at the shoulder and measuring an impressive 6 meters in length. Including its tail, Li Xian gestured to indicate the creature's height. Goodness, it is still in its juvenile stage. It seems to be on the brink of becoming a high-level Tier 1 monster. Tier 1 consists of levels up to 10, with each decade requiring a breakthrough. The armored beast fixated its fiery gaze upon the small morsels before it, oblivious to the fact that these usually skittish snacks were inexplicably remaining still this time. Lacking the capacity for deeper thought, it lowered its body, fixed its limbs to the ground, and gradually moved its head backward. With a whoosh, it lunged toward the two before the campfire. The two savored the roasted meat with great delight. Don't you find it quite disgusting? What if it is fed on humans? Xuan, realizing he couldn't compete for the grilled skewers, resorted to some underhanded tactics that Xuan cast a glance at him with her crimson eyes. Delicately nibbling away, her movements graceful, yet the speed at which she devoured the meat was unmatched. Cheng-Chi, on the other hand, donned a helmet to shield himself from Li Xian's mental onslaught. Over the past few days, Cheng-Chi had discerned that Li Xian was best left unengaged. If you paid him any mind, he would become insufferable. Cursing inwardly at the rascal, he lifted the visor and continued to relish the roasted meat. The armored beast was indeed a rare delicacy. Consuming it not only filled the stomach but also enhanced attributes. Naturally, one would need to eat quite a lot to reap the benefits that Li Xian recognized his mental assault bore no fruit and only hindered his eating speed. He fell silent and joined in on the feast. The three dined. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for their farewells. Farewell, or rather, eternal goodbye. Look at what you've said. Xuan share a fair word. Xuan closed her eyes, choosing to ignore her master, hanging around Li Xian's neck like a serpentine necklace. Mission complete. Yes, Li Xian and the others transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot, leaving only the mangled carcass of the armored beast behind. The small room felt desolate, with nothing but a screen mounted on one wall. The screen continuously played various clips of Li Xian, ultimately rendering an evaluation of a level evaluation. Reward, 1,000 black crystal points, a Tier 1 random equipment chest. Main quest, Survive has been completed. Reward, obtained official player status. Unlocked various player functions. Congratulations on obtaining official player status. Player ID 167349. Next dungeon cooldown, 72 hours. Clear within 30 days post-cooldown, or lose 1,000 black crystal points. No. Li Xian pulled out the random Tier 1 chest from his bag. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he clicked it open. After a dazzling flash of white light subsided, an old pendant appeared in Li Xian's hands. Inside the pendant was a photograph, slightly yellowed with age. The figures within obscured and tear stains marking the small image. Necklace. Unwavering longing. Equipment level, Tier 1 wearing requirement, Spirit 12 or above, equipment effect, when the wearer is attacked. A barrier will automatically activate, with strength double the energy consumed, maxing out at 30 of total energy, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 hours. This function is limited to Tier 1. Evaluation. Time will fade everything, including her visage. Chapter 5. The Reincarnation Space, opening the Beastmaster panel. Name, Xuan. Race, Common Level Cold Snake. Potential, Low Tier 2 level. Mid Tier 1 Strength, 13 Constitution, 15 Agility, 18 Spirit, 19 Health, 150-150. Energy, 190-190. Skills, Frost Breath LV2. Concealment LV2, Frost Breath. The Cold Snake expels a blast of icy air forward, with a chance to freeze the target, dealing current Spirit 3 damage, cooldown 10 seconds, consumes 50 energy, can be upgraded. Concealment. The Cold Snake hides in the shadows, reducing its presence. If undetected, the next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit. Critical hit doubles damage. Consumes 30 points, can be upgraded. A standard mage build. It's a pity you cannot allocate points autonomously. Otherwise, I would opt for a maxed out mage. Observing Xuan's panel, which was a few levels above his own, Li Xian sighed with regret, because beasts have a growth limit. This is why Beastmasters pursue stronger familiars. Aside from common monsters, elite monsters, mini-bosses, and lord-level bosses possess base stats that exceed players by 20, 50, or even 100. Moreover, the latter have corresponding templates for enhancement. Coupled with innate skill synergies, battling humans is as effortless as dealing with children. Of course, this does not include common monsters, which, aside from their initial 10 attribute points, grow like humans. They start evenly matched, but are easily overwhelmed once players gather equipment. He subsequently opened his most powerful Beastmaster system. Clicking on AO Xuan's icon, he began to scrutinize her details. Cultivation, Frost Breath, 10 Frost Grass, 1 Tier 1 Ice Crystal Core can be upgraded after 50 training sessions. Enhanced Concealment, 1 Shadow Flower. 6 Tier 1 Shadow Crystals can be upgraded after 20 training sessions. Potential Enhancement, Frost Breath to level 5, Concealment to level 3, Comprehend level 1 Frost Storm can be upgraded to Elite, increasing level cap by 1 tier. Click to view Frost Storm training method. Evolve to Frost Python, level up to Tier 2. Plus 1 Tier 3 Ice Crystal Core. Li Xian gazed at the luminous screen before him, lost in thought. It all seemed to boil down to one thing: money. He had initially thought that unlocking powers would exempt him from spending. Yet it turned out he would simply be spending less. Not bothering with his mute system, he slung AO Xuan around his neck, and no sooner had he spoken than Li Xian transformed into a beam of white light and gradually vanished from the room. Amidst the cacophony, as Li Xian touched down, he grasped his somewhat dizzy head and surveyed the peculiar architecture surrounding him. The buildings appeared remarkably unique, seemingly crafted from a metallic substance, with a bouncy texture that felt almost alive. Scattered along the streets, intrigued, Li Xian reached out to poke a metallic lion stationed at the entrance of one building, feeling its somewhat eerie texture. The lion, entirely black as though cast from metal, slowly opened its human-sized eyes and regarded Li Xian silently. Li Xian tucked his hands behind his back, whistling nonchalantly as he proceeded into the building. Inside the hall, there was quite a bustle, with a throng of novice players registering their identities under the guidance of staff. This was the headquarters of the Water Blue Star Player Association, primarily established to manage the player community. Notably, upon registration, players received free wages, and those who undertook additional tasks earned extra rewards. Li Xian chose a less crowded window to queue up. A smiling woman handed him a black metal card. Mr. Li, please keep this card safe. Should you advance to Tier 2, remember to come back for an upgrade. Li Xian promptly accepted it and stuffed it into his bag. Rest assured, I could never forget a freebie. He made his way toward the area where the crowd was densest, where a giant screen hung overhead, surrounded by a white bar counter featuring several small operation stations. Here, one could purchase entry tickets for lower-level dungeons, categorized by world annihilation, catastrophe, disaster, calamity, and harm. Before level 20, most players trained in the disaster dungeons, as the disaster lord bosses were level 40. Mini-bosses were level 30, and elite monsters reached level 25 that observing the throng before him. As congested as a peak-hour subway, Li Xian tried several times to push through without success. Just as he pondered whether to resort to some daring maneuver, a diminutive man approached him. Sir, do you need assistance with task acquisition? 10 black crystal points for a chance. Can you guarantee a successful task? Li Xian questioned, noting that the crowd appeared as though they might topple over one another. Of course, sir. Please trust in my expertise. Without further ado, Li Xian materialized 10 black crystal points and handed them over, curious to see how this fellow planned to facilitate his entry. Sir, just walk straight ahead and disregard the crowd. The man clapped his hands, and in an instant several burly men appeared around Li Xian, forming a protective circle as they began to shove their way through the throng. Amidst the cacophony of various expletives hurled at him, Li Xian realized he had learned something new today. Soon, he brought Li Xian to the lower part of the screen. Sir, my name is Malbin. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. The two exchanged IDs and added each other as friends. After a brief wait, the individuals ahead completed their tasks. Placing their hands on the machine, a plethora of task lists appeared that Li Xian silently began to search for information on various materials. Ultimately accepting the tasks. Collect Icefield Wolf Fangs. Unlimited quantity, 15 points each requirement. Must be intact publisher. Integrity Refining Workshop. Collect Shadow Cat Demon Fur. Unlimited quantity, 25 points per piece requirement. Must not be damaged publisher. Shadow Tower. He then used a substantial sum of 690 to purchase 2 disaster-level tickets. Icefield Plains and outskirts of a shadow forest. The former boasted a pleasant environment, perfect for honing his skills in Ice Storm, while the latter was home to shadow flowers, which he could also explore if the opportunity arose. Navigating through a crowd denser than sardines in a can, he arrived at a street vendor to hunt for treasures. Ruation Battle Team recruiting, no entry below Tier 3. Don't miss out, we're having a clearance sale. Hey handsome, Take a look. Various beast-taming potions. Do you need any? Ao Xuan circled above Li Xian's head, stretching her body and scanning the area, as if searching for something. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on a booth teeming with people. Chapter 6. Time to level up. Li Xian tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him. Brother, that guy just stole your equipment. He pointed at a hurried figure. Duh. The man gasped in shock, forgetting to check, and immediately chased after the figure. Stop right there. The person ahead ran even faster, drawing the attention of many bystanders. Watching the two retreating figures, Li Xian flashed a sunny smile, relishing the joy of youth as he weaved through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through before long, Li Xian reached the vendor's booth, which displayed a peculiar assortment of items. Strangely, most of these items were technological products from the main world. He picked up a pair of night vision goggles and inspected them. Boss, how much for this? Flat price of 280. Li Xian promptly set the item down and turned to leave, leaving the previously composed vendor in utter disbelief. The vendor quickly stood up, calling after Li Xian. Hey, we can negotiate. I can give you a discount. Let's talk. Initially, seeing Ao Xuan made the vendor think he could make a hefty profit, assuming someone bold enough to be a beast tamer would lack intelligence. Li Xian paused, turned back, and rested his chin on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Discount? 28 points, right? I'll transfer it to you right now. That he produced a black crystal worth 28 points. The vendor's face turned pale. Realizing he wanted to get rid of the buyer while also considering the cost of the items, that he had hoped for a lucrative sale, but this crowd had only looked without buying. Finally, after some internal struggle, he forced a creepy smile. Lowest is 100 points. I really can't go lower. 80 deal. Li Xian's face fell as he pointed at the assorted junk on the table, indicating he wanted a few items for free, or he wouldn't purchase anything. The vendor, with a beaming smile, handed over several items, gesturing with his fingers. Handsome. Next time you come, I'll give you a 20 discount. All right, I'll definitely come back. Turning away, he could no longer suppress the smile creeping onto his face, wondering why these items intrigued Ao Xuan. To the very least, it indicated that these trinkets were more than mere refuse. He continued to scour the street, acquiring 20 small blue vials for 360 points. Back in his private room, Li Xian examined his haul. Potion, Spirit Potion, level, Tier 1, effect, restores 100 points of energy within 10 seconds. Repeated use diminishes effects, maximum of 10 within 10 hours. Evaluation, Sage's Time? Not a chance. Miscellaneous, Strange Stones, effect, unknown. Evaluation, some peculiar stones, do they conceal secrets? Ao Xuan stretched her neck and carefully picked up one of the unknown stones, treating it like a treasure, and carried it to a corner. Observing her reverence for the stones, Li Xian felt curious. What are these? To his surprise, Ao Xuan shook her head, indicating she was equally in the dark. Noticing her uncertainty, Li Xian chose not to press further. Would you like to consume a ticket to enter the outskirts of the Shadow Forest? Yes, outskirts of the Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest was originally a paradise for all dark attribute monsters. With the birth of a powerful Shadow Cat Demon King, it underwent a dramatic transformation and has now become the territory of the Shadow Cat Demons. Main quest, eradicate evil and establish peace. Quest objective, kill 10 Shadow Cat Demons. Reward, 100 points. Side quest, root out the problem. Quest objective, kill Shadow Cat Demons. Reward, 10 each. Side quest, capture the king first. Quest objective, kill the Shadow Cat Demon King. Reward, 1,000 black crystal points, 1 Tier 1 random item chest, 1 Tier 1 random equipment chest. Li Xian looked at the tasks with no penalties and sighed contentedly, realizing that spending money is indeed worthwhile. In the dim forest, the occasional sound of a child crying filled the air, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere that'll lure the monsters. You look for an opportunity to ambush. Ideally, it should be a one-hit kill, or we'll miss out on a lot of earnings. After communicating with Ao Xuan, he ventured deeper into the forest. Ao Xuan, with her crimson eyes, watched as Li Xian's figure gradually faded from view. Exhaling softly, lost in thought, a gentle breeze passed. Her form vanished from the spot. Not long after entering the forest, rustling sounds emanated from above the trees, and a cat demon with a human face emerged on a branch before Li Xian. Its green eyes glimmered with bloodthirsty desire, and foul drool dripped from its gaping maw. Common Shadow Cat Demon. Level, low Tier 1. Evaluation, just a little kitty that enjoys digging hearts and lungs. Li Xian first raised his middle finger at the cat demon, cheerfully taunting, "Fool! Come chase me." He then turned and fled outside. Although the cat demon could not comprehend human language, it was enraged by Li Xian's antics and let out a piercing shriek. It darted through the trees, closing in on its prey. Suddenly, the prey stumbled as it exited the thicket. Turning, it looked at itself in fear, leaping down, licking its paw, and slowly approaching, just as it intended to torment Li Xian. A hissing sound erupted as a white mist surged towards it. Despite its frantic evasion, much of its body was encased in the frost. Xuan darted around to the cat demon's vulnerable side, delivering a deadly strike, causing the demon's eyes to lose their color and transform into a burst of white light. "That I'm waiting for my teammate." "What are you waiting for?" Experience 9. Fragmented Shadow Cat Demon for 1, seeing the ground devoid of anything. Li Xian spat in the direction where the cat demon had vanished. "Penny pincher." Xuan circled silently, exhaling softly. This cat demon was no significant threat to her, but it was fortunate that Li Xian had drawn its ire so effectively. Before she could ponder Li Xian's human qualities, she felt a large hand patting her little head, accompanied by a teasing tone. "All right, my unparalleled General Xuan. Your safety is all on you from now on. You must do well. Although I won't pay you, I've given you a job. You should be grateful." After some playful banter, they continued using this method to harvest the lives of the cat demons. Although there was an incident where they attracted an extra one, Li Xian managed to eliminate it after paying a small price. Experience 12, Experience 10, Experience 15. Li Xian felt somewhat exhausted on the ground, gazing at the panel with the joy of a farmer during harvest, realizing that this hardship was not in vain. Chapter 7. The Shadow Cat Demon King. Name: Li Xian. Player ID: 167349. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: 215-200. Strength: 611. Vitality: 71. Agility: 71. Mentality: 161. Health: 180-180. Energy: 270-270. Free attribute points: 5. Black crystal points: 55. Skills: NA. Equipment: NA. After allocating his points, a warm sensation spread through his body, alleviating any soreness in his waist and legs, allowing him to run several kilometers without a hint of breathlessness. With a light pat on the vigilant Xuan, he declared, "Let us depart. We have successfully dispatched this scattered assembly of cat demons. Only 2 more remain for the completion of our task, after which we can indulge in some bug exploiting." Xuan transformed into a shadowy figure, climbing up Li Xian's form and perching atop what could be likened to a watchtower, remaining ever watchful for potential dangers lurking nearby. Upon receiving Xuan's mental voice, Li Xian chuckled merrily, "Then hold on tight, for I am about to take off." Suddenly, he sprinted forward, leaving Xuan momentarily exasperated, concerned for Li Xian's mental state. Perhaps due to Li Xian's excessive commotion, a cat demon leapt from the underbrush, but before it could act, Xuan exhaled a chilling mist, triggering a stealthy critical hit. This was the greatest advantage of Li Xian. He could effectively draw aggro, as the cat demons largely ignored Xuan, showcasing their combined technique and ensuring a stable activation of stealth. Before the cat demon could react, it fell victim to the combined assault of man and serpent. Experience 10. Complete Shadow Cat Demon for 1. Observing the abysmal drop rate, Li Xian shed tears of despair. Earning money in low-level realms was more difficult than risking one's life. Out of 9 demons, only 2 complete items had dropped. Following this, Li Xian actively avoided combat, silently circumventing clusters of cat demons, and soon arrived at a monster spawn point. Under their coordination, cat demons transformed into white light, merging into their beings. Experience 12, Experience 10, Experience 16, Experience 15. After several location changes, Li Xian had leveled up to level 3, with the experience requirement now set at 33,300. Continuing his cautious approach to attribute allocation, he prioritized stability. Moreover, through Li Xian's deliberate efforts, a pathway to the Shadow Cat Demon King emerged. Gazing at the slumbering figure of the Shadow Cat Demon King, resembling a giant cat demon, Li Xian cautiously scanned its data. Elite Shadow Cat Demon King. Level: Intermediate 2nd tier. Evaluation: Shouldn't you hurry? Be careful, or you might end up as a spicy snack. Stealthily retreating to a corner, Li Xian explained the forthcoming combat strategy to Xuan perched atop his head. Listening attentively, Xuan nodded its adorable little head. Time passed swiftly as Aoshang began to crawl closer to a flower. Before Li Xian could leap forth to divert the Shadow Cat Demon King's attention, it unexpectedly awoke, emitting a piercing feline cry and lunging toward Aoshang. Aoshang, momentarily flustered, maneuvered with serpent-like agility, but alas, the Shadow Cat Demon King pinned it to the ground. As the gaping crimson maw drew nearer, Aoshang exhaled a blast of icy air, but the speed of the Shadow Cat Demon King was fearsome. In a bizarre twist, it evaded the attack and once more restrained the fleeing Aoshang. Just as Aoshang prepared to await its grim fate, a wailing meow resonated through the forest. Aoshang felt a sudden lightness and looked up to see the Shadow Cat Demon King desperately pursuing Li Xian. Comically, with a large sword lodged in its rear, positioned absurdly, that Li Xian sensed a foul wind approaching from behind. Hastily performing a roll on the ground, that as the countdown neared its end, he raised a middle finger at the slowly approaching Shadow Cat Demon King. Smiling as he said, "Fool," and then vanished from sight, effectively breaking the demon's defenses. Meow. Regrettably, Li Xian remained unaware of the demon's reaction. Had he known, he would have certainly sent it further insults. Main quest, suppress evil completed. Reward, 100 points, side quest. Root out evil completed. Reward, 240 points. Li Xian gazed at the rewards before him, shaking his head helplessly. The primary function of the secret realm was indeed leveling up, as earning money was truly arduous. However, this was merely a consequence of his prolonged efforts to obtain the Shadow Flower. Otherwise, with his and Aoshang's synergy, slaying 50 to 60 demons in 2 days would be no trouble at all. Do you have any first-tier shadow crystals? Indeed, bulk purchases are eligible for discounts. How many do you require? Let us start with 6. What is the price? Please make it cheaper. The market price is 32 each, but I'll give them to you for 190. After a bout of haggling, seeing that the vendor remained obstinate, Li Xian merely scoffed. This person was truly stingy. Nonetheless, after grumbling, he quietly transferred 190, also extorting a batch of food. Although it held little value, he would not miss an opportunity for savings, having experienced days of hunger before. As for whether this person was a scammer, he had heard their reputation more than once at school. You have received a new email. Please check. Extraction. 6 black shards and a plethora of food appeared in Li Xian's room. Miscellaneous. Shadow crystal. Level. First tier. Evaluation. A pitch-black object, it contains a rich concentration of dark attribute energy. Come. Why are you dawdling? Let me upgrade you, he beckoned to the somewhat dejected Aoshang. Placing the upgrade materials alongside Aoshang, Li Xian accessed the system's nurturing interface. Enhanced stealth. 1 shadow flower, 6 first-tier shadow crystals, 0 training sessions needed for enhancement. Would you like to enhance? He clicked yes with fervor. The materials surrounding Aoshang transformed into a swirling black mist, enveloping it entirely. Nurturing successful. Stealth upgraded to LV3. Aoshang emerged, its aura significantly intensified. Beastmaster level upgraded to first-tier advanced, observing Aoshang's panel. Li Xian felt a pang of envy. Its attributes now read. Chapter 8, Brave Serpent Fearless of Hardship. Name, Aoshang. Race, Ordinary Cold Serpent. Potential, Low Intermediate Second Tier. Level, Advanced First Tier. Strength, 17. Constitution, 20. Agility, 24. Spirit, 29. Health, 150. Energy, 290. Skills, Ice Breath LV2. Stealth Modification LV3. Stealth Modification. The cold serpent hides in the shadows, significantly reducing its presence. If undetected, the next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit. It also consumes an equivalent amount of shadow power. Currently at 60 points, can be upgraded. The new nurturing requirements had also changed. Enhanced Stealth Modification, 10 Ghost Grass, 1 second-tier Shadow Core, 100 training sessions needed for enhancement. Li Xian was astonished to discover that Aoshang had not only upgraded its skill, but was also nearing a breakthrough. If it truly advanced to the second tier, it would wreak havoc on first-tier monsters, boasting a 25 increase in damage and damage reduction. This creature was too formidable to let live. Ah, but it's my beast. Then it's fine. Through this experience, Li Xian gained further insight into the system, ultimately attributing the lack of clarity to the absence of a manual. Feeling the surge of energy within, Aoshang was ecstatic. Spiraling around Li Xian's arm, transforming into a serpentine sleeve, exuding style that Li Xian scratched Aoshang's chin, feigning an inscrutable demeanor. Now do you realize how impressive I am? Stick with me, and you're bound to reap the rewards. Aoshang refrained from contradicting Li Xian, instead maintaining its sleeve form, flicking its tongue, and slowly turning to face him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right, once we level up a few more times, we'll loot that foolish cat's gold coins. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ah, that may not be wise. Not every cat is malevolent. You might be a bit biased. Hiss. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. Deep within the jungle, the shadow cat demon king, tremblingly grasping the sword's hilt, gradually pulled it from its sheath, its already unappealing features now twisted in anguish. Meow. Following a painfully grating feline cry, the storm longsword fell to the ground, stained with blood, just as the shadow cat demon king attempted to shatter this wretched sword that had tormented it. The sword mysteriously vanished before its very eyes. Another roar of fury echoed through the skies. Aoshang, do you think that foolish cat will die of rage? Hiss. Children should not harbor grudges. They won't grow tall. Aoshang turned its head, harboring immense disdain for cats. On one hand, it had been genuinely frightened, and on the other, Li Xian's timely rescue meant everything. Having been saved twice by Li Xian from dire situations, it was impossible to claim there were no feelings involved, yet it still felt quite complex that Li Xian, wearing a mischievous grin, remarked, Are you frightened? Just say that Li Xian is the unrivaled, most handsome in the world, and all will be well. Aoshang closed its eyes tightly, opting to feign death. While avoidance might not solve problems, it was indeed effective. Noting Aoshang's indifference to his antics, Li Xian ceased his playful behavior. All right, let us go. It's time for you to practice ice breath. It may be a bit challenging. Hiss. Aoshang raised its head, brimming with confidence. Upon witnessing Xuan's unwavering confidence, Li Xian shrugged his shoulders and resolutely continued on his path of advancement. Ice and snow plains. On the vast expanse of the ice field, various peculiar creatures abound. Although they possess an endearing appearance, it is often the most adorable beings that pose the greatest danger. For the sake of your own safety, please proceed with caution. Main quest, adorable assassin, objective, eliminate any 10 monsters on the ice field. Reward, 100 points, side quest, unexpected guest, objective, a new and unwelcome friend has recently appeared on the ice field. Locate it. Reward, 50 points, side quest, ecological balance, objective, slay 10 ice wolves. Reward, 100 points. By the heavens, as soon as he landed, Li Xian felt considerably younger, frozen to the bone. Trembling in place like a helpless child, the endless white plains stretched before him, with delicate snowflakes cascading from the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. He extricated his thigh from the snow, silently unzipping his variable temperature sleeping bag and wrapping it around himself. It was not that he could not afford winter gear. Rather, the sleeping bag offered superior cost-effectiveness. However, after a brief attempt, he still felt cold, so he fully enveloped himself within the bag, leaving only his face exposed. Xuan, I am relying on you this time. Lead me forth. Let us find a suitable spot to hone our skills. With that, he gestured in a particular direction that Xuan gazed at the nearby worm. Lost in thought, did there truly hope for this individual? Nevertheless, she took hold of him and began to move toward the horizon. Hey, not like that. Don't pull me so hard, Li Xian exclaimed, rolling about like a log and voraciously consuming the snow. Unfazed, Xuan continued forward with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Phew, why have we stopped? Li Xian tilted to the side, spinning halfway around to expel the snow from his mouth, looking quizzically at Xuan, who was scanning the surroundings. Could it be merely your imagination? Hiss, I didn't mean to imply you were at fault, Xuan, feeling exasperated, silently followed him. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the snow in the distance, a pair of adorable large eyes observed the retreating figures of the boy and the serpent. Watching them depart together, a flicker of envy passed through the creature's gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, it decided to follow suit that on the ice field, two figures stood in opposition that a snow fox bared its teeth at Xuan. Attempting to intimidate her, it had no desire to engage in a futile battle. Yet Xuan had other intentions. With a fierce roar, she lunged at the snow fox, a chilling current coalescing in her mouth as she expelled it toward the creature's face. The snow fox leaped to the right, only to find that the frigid stream followed in its wake, letting out a mournful cry as it succumbed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xuan called out excitedly toward a patch of snow, from which a long object suddenly rolled out. Excellent. Truly worthy of my unparalleled general. Unbeatable. Li Xian extended a hand from his sleeping bag, giving her a thumbs up. Hiss, no worries, take your time. Look, you can now control the cold currents freely. Reaching LV5 is merely a matter of time. Hiss, haha, I too await that day, when I shall finally have a mount. The boy and the serpent continued their journey forward. Chapter 9. The Suffering One in the Serene Ice Plains. An unruly tenant made their entrance that Xuan's once ruby-like eyes now radiated a dazzling blue light, and the petite serpent's form was enveloped in a chilling current, swirling incessantly. Hiss accompanied by this cry. A small ice storm surged forth, a violent gale of frigid air sweeping away a multitude of snowflakes into the distance. Hiss. Xuan observed the snow-covered ground, now a disheveled mess, and let out an excited call. After a month of relentless training, she felt utterly exhausted. Finally, her efforts were bearing fruit. From afar, Li Xian, observing Xuan, felt a twinge of confusion as he opened the system panel. Potential enhancement. Level 5 Frost Breath. Level 3 Stealth, understanding of Level 1 Ice Storm. Can be upgraded to Elite. Level cap increased by 1 tier. Click to view Ice Storm training method. The conditions for enhancement were clearly met. So why was there no option for Elite transformation? Or perhaps, only after elevating Frost Breath could it be achieved. But why? Setting aside his myriad of questions, he reached out to Xuan, who was eagerly seeking praise yet too proud to ask for it. Truly, the future champion of the world, possessing such prowess at a young age. What magnificent prospects lie ahead. With that, he adopted a look of sheer astonishment, causing Xuan to become somewhat flustered by the unexpected compliment. Hiss, I'm tired of that junk food too. Let us go, it's time for a bloodbath. Li Xian gently patted Xuan's small head, producing some healing ointment to tend to her wounds. Clang, 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 all done. Xuan climbed atop Li Xian, assuming the role of a lookout. Only 24 hours left. Are you ready, Xuan? Hiss, before Li Xian could decide on their next course of action. A chorus of howls echoed from afar. Growing ever closer. Oh dear. It appears we are in trouble. Do you feel confident? Li Xian asked Xuan, gazing at the approaching pack of towering ice wolves. Hiss. Xuan regarded the wolves with disdain. Excellent. Just as I expected. Go forth, Xuan. I trust in your abilities. Flattered by Li Xian's praise, Xuan transformed into a shadow and charged at the wolf pack, darting sideways to evade an incoming wolf's maw. She unleashed a torrent of terrifying cold that surged forth. The wolf was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. The remaining wolves dwindled in number. Yet curiously, they continued to assault Xuan rather than scattering in retreat. From a distance, Li Xian raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. It seems there is a larger beast lurking behind them. Xuan continued her onslaught. The hidden threat could no longer remain still. A robust, giant wolf emerged from the shadows, its pure white coat starkly contrasting the blue and white ice wolves. It observed Xuan from afar, its thoughts unknown. Emergency quest, cleanser. Objective, eliminate the seat wolf. Reward, increase permissions scanning the creature's data. Li Xian was taken aback by the findings. Ordinary seat wolf. Level. Low Tier 2. Evaluation. Go forth, brave warrior. Vanquish it. What on earth is this creature? Just as Li Xian felt a headache coming on, the seat wolf charged toward him. Oh no. Are you really attacking a Beastmaster? Li Xian turned and fled, muttering a few choice words as he did so. Hiss. The seat wolf unleashed a powerful blast toward Li Xian, its presence growing ever more formidable, a fierce storm raging around it. The wolf struck Li Xian's back with a mighty paw, sending him hurtling through the air, before it could savor its anticipated meal. An alarm rang in its mind, prompting it to dodge to the side. Alas, it was too late. A terrifying tempest ensnared it, the storm slicing through its body like a dull knife through flesh. Wow! A blinding wave of white light shot from the seat wolf's mouth, targeting the eye of the storm. Boom! A tremendous impact erupted on the field, the bloodied seat wolf staggering forward, baring its fangs at Xuan. Its gaze fixed upon her as it emitted low growls. seemingly attempting to intimidate her. Yet Xuan radiated a brilliant blue light, her eyes ablaze with fury. To her, Li Xian had become an indispensable part of her life. And this foolish beast had dared to provoke her. Transforming into a streak of blue light, she charged forward, her mouth brimming with frigid energy, prepared to fight to the death. Already gravely injured by Xuan's stealth and ice storm, the sea wolf could not withstand her desperate assault for long before succumbing. Witnessing the pool of blood beneath it, Xuan was filled with rage and vengeance, launching herself at the fleeing ice wolves. Their anguished cries echoing in the air. Invisible beams of white light surged toward Li Xian's location. Experience 15, Experience 21, Experience 16. Playing dead, Li Xian scratched his head and stealthily observed Xuan's massacre. His mind swirling with questions. Sensing her imminent approach, he hastily buried himself deeper into the snow, frantically shifting the snow around him. At that moment, a furry figure drew closer to Li Xian. The little white tiger gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. As if recalling a memory, slowly, it approached Li Xian, only to suddenly leap into the air, its neck firmly grasped by his hand. The little creature struggled vigorously, its paws flailing. At last, I've caught you, Li Xian grinned at the little white tiger. He had encountered it half a month prior, and after sharing some food, they had grown familiar, with the tiger even assisting him as a lookout. However, whenever Li Xian attempted to approach the little white tiger for a cuddle, it would swiftly scamper away, its reasons unknown. The little white tiger, with its large, round eyes, gazed at the seemingly resurrected figure before it, momentarily struck dumb. The emotions it had harbored for so long were suddenly cast aside. Yet upon witnessing the revival of this individual, the little white tiger felt a surge of joy, for Li Xian was one of the two beings that had shown it kindness, the other being. As this thought crossed its mind, its perked ears drooped, and its big eyes glistened with unshed tears. What's wrong, little one? Are you feeling down? Li Xian gently placed the little white tiger on the ground, crouching down to stroke its fluffy little head. How about I tell you a story? Once upon a time, there was a charming little tiger. Listening to Li Xian's soothing voice, the little white tiger felt an overwhelming sense of safety and warmth. Gradually drifting off to sleep, Li Xian, too, cautiously cradled it in his arms. Xuan, in a fit of indignation, froze the last ice wolf into a sculpture of ice, then, with a flick of her tail, shattered it into pieces. When she raised her head, she was taken aback to find Li Xian standing. Chapter 10. By Ling. Xuan let out an excited exclamation, greeting Li Xian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing the sound from behind, Li Xian suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He glanced at the slumbering little white tiger in his arms and swallowed hard. Xuan tilted her head in confusion, observing Li Xian, who appeared dazed and rooted to the spot, but then recalled his occasional bouts of odd behavior. With a resigned shake of her head, she slowly crawled towards him. Xuan, could you please remain calm for a moment? Xuan paused, perplexed. Hiss. Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. It's just that you might misunderstand something. This only left Xuan more bewildered, her little head seemingly on the verge of overload. Hiss, hiss? Well, as Li Xian struggled to articulate his thoughts. Xuan decided not to press further and continued her approach, that a sharp cry echoed across the tranquil snowfield. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xuan, visibly agitated, questioned Li Xian, her gaze fixed on the little white tiger in his embrace. A hint of frost in her breath. The sound stirred the little white tiger from its slumber, its tiny head adorned with a large question mark, before it could fully comprehend the situation. It heard, hey, 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 calm down, calm down. Peering down, it was horrified to see a terrifying cold serpent coiled at its feet, its mouth emanating a chilling light, that it would never forget how this creature had mercilessly slaughtered the wolf pack, which had been a source of torment for the little white tiger. In a moment of panic, it fainted, youthful innocence allowing it to simply collapse into slumber. Li Xian was at a loss for words. After finally extending kindness, he found himself entangled in a series of mishaps. Though he grumbled internally, he patiently engaged in a bit of motivational talk with Xuan. Firstly, you are my familiar, right? And this little one is someone you know. Having always followed us and eaten our leftovers in half a day, we shall depart. So let it enjoy a peaceful rest. Xuan, for a moment, felt pity for the little creature, recalling her own past. but soon realized something was amiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Look at how small it is. It's utterly useless. Nowhere near your level of strength. Noting Xuan's skeptical posture as she lounged nearby, Li Xian seized the opportunity to amplify his praise. Isn't that right? You are an unparalleled general. Divine dragon destined to soar through the heavens. How can you stoop to the level of such a trivial creature? As Xuan ingested Li Xian's flattery. She couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off, though she couldn't articulate it. Nevertheless, seeing Li Xian revived, she reluctantly agreed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under Li Xian's barrage of compliments, Xuan became overwhelmed with joy. Once it became clear that Xuan harbored no malicious intent towards the little white tiger. He gently placed the pitiful creature into a sleeping bag. After a little pat, both of them lost interest in further training. Upon waking, the little white tiger experienced a few minor incidents but quickly calmed down. Little one, these provisions and this sleeping bag are yours. Farewell, Li Xian said with a smile. Placing the little white tiger atop a pile of food, he intended to pet it, but feeling the chilling wind at his back, he decided against it. Witnessing this scene, Xuan nodded in satisfaction. For her, Li Xian could accept other familiars in the future, but cats and dogs were simply intolerable. She held a bias against these two. Resisting the urge to eliminate them was already a significant concession to Li Xian. With this thought, she couldn't help but exhale a puff of cold air. The little white tiger watched Li Xian bid it farewell. Feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu was that feeling returning. Tears welled in its eyes as it gazed blankly at Li Xian. As if making a decision, it lunged into his embrace. Li Xian instinctively caught the little creature, and the trio vanished from the icy expanse. Main quest, cute killer completed. Reward, 100 points, side quest. Uninvited guest completed. Reward, 50 points, side quest. Ecological balance completed. Reward, 100 points, urgent quest. Cleansing agent completed. Reward, permission increased. Player 167349 has reached level 2 permission. Do you wish to become a cleansing agent, eliminating rogue creatures for bountiful rewards? Li Xian lowered his head, one hand pressed to his forehead, the other hovering over the no button. Although your rewards are quite enticing, I must refuse. At the moment he pressed down, the two buttons inexplicably swapped positions. Congratulations on completing the hidden trial. You have gained the status of cleansing agent, and new challenges await you in the future realms. Li Xian looked at the glowing screen before him, infuriated to the point of laughter. Oh, so this is how you wish to play. Meanwhile, the little white tiger was enduring harassment, trembling in a corner as it furtively eyed Xuan, who was glaring at it from a distance. It genuinely felt as if its fate was sealed, its small body quaking. Suddenly, a voice as sweet as an angel's broke through. All right, Xuan, let's be a bit friendlier to the newcomer. Li Xian scooped up Xuan and placed her in his hands. Seeing Li Xian's stance, Xuan merely cast a cold glance at the little white tiger, refraining from further torment that it seemed to convey to the little creature who truly held authority here. Come here, little one. Let me check your health. Noticing the little white tiger still hesitating, Li Xian decided to scan its panel directly. Elite Blackshot Tiger. Level, first stage low rank. Evaluation, a Snow White Blackshot Tiger. Gazing at this somewhat noble panel, Li Xian felt a surge of delight. Though I know not why you chose to follow me. Now that you have, I hope for your continued support. He approached the little white tiger, crouching down to extend a hand. The little white tiger looked at Li Xian and placed its tiny paw atop his hand. From now on, you shall be called by Ling in my homeland. The white tiger is one of the 4 most powerful spirit beasts. Quite impressive, isn't it? Li Xian grinned as he lifted Bai Ling into his arms. Bai Ling felt a bit intimidated by Xuan, but as it realized the latter bore no ill intentions, it gradually calmed down. That has settled then. After soothing the emotions of the two little ones, Li Xian prepared to process the spoils from the past few days and turn in his quests. Level up successful. First, he leveled up, then continued to allocate his points defensively, focusing on self-preservation. That he opened his inventory to tally the assorted drops, including an item dropped by a seated wolf. Chapter 11. Encountering the wealthy guy again. Generating a windfall of coins. Miscellaneous. Seated wolf leash. Effect. Summons a second stage seated wolf, which will disappear upon its death or after 24 hours. Along with a variety of miscellaneous items on the ground. He decided to sell anything that was useful to him to the merchant. After a spirited negotiation, he managed to obtain 68 points. All right, you crafty merchant. Ao Xuan, are you not coming along for a shopping spree? He looked at her with curiosity. Ao Xuan shook her head, as if preoccupied with something. Hiss. Her thirst for power had escalated to new heights, to the point where she could forego even her favorite pastime of shopping. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was still timid and frightened. Navigating through the bustling streets, they arrived at a rather ominous-looking building that was not particularly tall, only 3 stories high, and the sign hanging out front was crookedly inscribed with the words Shadow Pavilion. At first glance, it resembled a child's haphazard handiwork. Li Xian did not dwell on it and stepped inside the Shadow Pavilion, where he delivered the 8 complete pelts. Before long, an elderly man with a horse-like face approached with a tray bearing a piece of black crystal. This is your reward in the future. Any pelts from Shadow Cat demons can be brought directly here. Upon hearing this, Li Xian looked at the old man, jokingly inquiring, what about the Shadow Cat Demon King? Do you accept those too? The old man, upon hearing this, became somewhat agitated. For them, the cat demon was not particularly difficult to slay. However, the secret realm imposed a level restriction to this level. Only a formidable team possessed the strength to defeat the Cat Demon King, which rendered the creature virtually unreachable. Regarding the fur of the Cat Demon King, the acquisition price was set at 1,000 points along with the friendship of the Shadow Tower. Listening to such a sumptuous reward, Li Xian nodded in agreement. I understand. Although the old man was somewhat skeptical of someone dressed in novice attire, the well-preserved leather furs in the other party's possession certainly could not be obtained by merely hunting a dozen beasts. The thought that Li Xian might be backed by a solitary powerhouse left Su Chong with a sense of being struck by a pie. If he could enlist this individual into the Shadow Tower, he feared the credit for such a feat would be his alone. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, exchanging contact information. Li Xian's figure receded into the distance. A curious man in the building inquired of Su Chong. Uncle, does that person truly possess such capability? Su Chong chose not to explain anything to his foolish nephew, chuckling lightly. Does it matter whether he does or not? In any case, we stand to lose nothing. With his head bowed, Li Xian hurried toward the Integrity Forging Workshop, contemplating the Cat Demon King. How could this creature be so valuable? It deserved to drop gold coins for me. Approaching the closed shop, Li Xian felt a surge of curiosity, but he walked next door and grabbed a staff member, slipping 5 black crystal points into their hand while pointing at the forging workshop. Has the shop next door closed? Initially annoyed at being pulled, the staff member quickly capitulated under Li Xian's monetary persuasion, enthusiastically explaining, Oh, you mean the next door? Ever since the prodigal arrived, the smiths have gone on strike. Now, the shop only has the low-tier equipment made by himself. How many people would even look at those? Look, here comes someone. He gestured toward a direction, and a weary-looking blond man approached from afar. Li Xian stared in astonishment at the individual. Cheng Qi? Inside the forging workshop, Cheng Qi helplessly watched Li Xian prancing about, occasionally picking up and fiddling with items. However, he didn't mind much, as all these were crafted by himself. Let him be, Brother Cheng. This is fate, you know. Fate also requires money. That item costs 500 points. You are far too cold-hearted. Whatever happened to that extravagant rich guy from back then? Li Xian felt a surge of indignation. He had initially believed he could score some gold coins from Cheng Qi today, but the latter's demeanor was as if he were in a state of despair, ruining his plans. Cheng Qi, equally disheartened, collapsed onto a lounge chair, lamenting, The store is on the verge of collapse. What rich guy are you talking about? Do you want the fur of the Cat Demon King? Li Xian continued rummaging through the shop's equipment, searching for lighter items, hoping to snag something for free. This question. Cheng Qi abruptly sat up straight, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Li Xian. You have it. Li Xian shook his head. No. I was merely inquiring. But I will go kill it shortly. Cheng Qi rolled his eyes and turned away, preparing to check his phone for updates on the monumental work, the strongest Beastmaster, silently deriding Li Xian in his heart. He thought, rely on you. It's far more reliable for me to slowly hone my skills. That he was acutely aware of the strengths of Li He and Ao Xuan. What the hell? Ao Xuan is already at the 2nd tier. Cheng Qi stared incredulously at the chilling aura emanating from Ao Xuan and the shattered lounge chair. Li Xian patted him on the shoulder. After 3 days apart, One should regard each other with renewed respect. Cheng-Chi, with a head full of black lines, cursed under his breath. This is not fair. You can't possibly have advanced to Tier 2 in 3 days. Did you cheat? I am going to report you. Although Li Xian and Ao Xuan had been leveling up in the secret realm for nearly 2 months, only a single day had passed in the dungeon. For Cheng-Chi, it felt akin to merely taking a nap, only to find that the neighbor's dog had taken off in a floating airship filled with a horde of alluring beauties. Anyone would struggle to accept such a scene. After all, it took the group several months of leveling to gain merely a tier advancement. And their shared experience was limited. Ao Xuan had initially harbored doubts about its own talent. Even though Li Xian proclaimed it to be a figure of legend daily, it merely chuckled and did not take it seriously. However, upon witnessing Cheng-Chi's astonishment, Ao Xuan couldn't help but wonder if it might truly be an unparalleled prodigy among thousands. However, Cheng-Chi soon composed himself, nervously asking Li Xian, "Can you really do it? Don't joke with me. I genuinely need that item." Li Xian, hands in pockets, lifted his chin. "Absolutely, I am destined to become the strongest Beastmaster. But before that, I need to score some gold coins." Cheng-Chi handed Li Xian a pile of ice attribute materials, muttering, "You better not be pulling my leg. Can it really be done? This is the first time I've heard of a beast-stunted growth." Li Xian looked at the system notifications glowing brightly, resolutely stating, "Of course, why would I deceive you? Ice Breath, 10 Frost Grass, 1 first-tier Ice Crystal Core, after 0 training sessions, can be enhanced, potential enhancement, Ice Breath level 5. Hidden Breath level 3, Comprehension level 1 of Ice Storm, can be upgraded to Elite, level cap increased by 1 tier, click to view Ice Storm training method, can be enhanced, Evolve Ice Python, level reaches Tier 2. Add 1 third-tier Ice Crystal Core, can be enhanced, Chapter 12. Gaining from Misfortune." Li Xian patted Cheng-Chi on the shoulder. "Brother Cheng, it's a surefire win. Wait for me to lead the way." Accompanied by Ao Xuan, he moved toward the forging room. Observing the duo of man and serpent, Cheng-Chi began to feel anxious. Setting aside everything else, just the third-tier Ice Crystal Core had cost him 30,000 points. This was nearly all his remaining savings. Since Li Xian could break through to Tier 2 in 3 days, what harm was there in indulging in this madness? Even if it didn't succeed, he would at least have gained another prodigious ally. Despite Cheng-Chi's thoughts, his hands were already rubbing together in anticipation. What if he became famous at a young age? Wouldn't it be better for him to achieve greatness later in life? Li Xian's smile nearly twitched with joy. He had initially planned to sell everything he owned to gather a first-tier Ice Crystal Core and Frost Grass. Instead, Cheng-Chi had gifted him a complete set of treasures. If it weren't too outrageous for Ao Xuan to consume a second-tier Shadow Core and Ghostly Grass, he would truly consider it as well. That Ao Xuan gazed excitedly at the vast array of treasures before them, eagerly swaying its body. The last time it had merely a small amount of materials, and its strength had surged. Now, with this bounty, wouldn't it be able to ascend to a dragon, soaring through the clouds? Both man and serpent drooled in anticipation. After a while, Li Xian gently stroked Ao Xuan's head. "Are you ready?" Ao Xuan closed its eyes, calming its exhilarated heart, and nudged Li Xian's palm with its head. Hiss. He placed an Ice Crystal Core and 10 Frost Grasses before Ao Xuan. "Shall we begin? Do you wish to enhance Ice Breath?" "Yes." With Li Xian's confirmation, the ground where Ao Xuan coiled began to freeze, rapidly spreading outward, excluding only the direction where Li Xian stood. The cold even crept up the walls toward the ceiling. As the temperature dropped, Li Xian's hair began to freeze into clumps. Had it not been for his cowardly attribute boosting his resistance, he would likely have been frozen solid. Even though he felt like a frozen dog, Li Xian chose not to leave but remained in place, awaiting Ao Xuan's transformation to complete. Should any mishap occur, he would be ready to intervene promptly. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Ao Xuan's eyes slowly opened, and a bone-chilling wind swept outward. Cultivation successful. Ice Breath upgraded to LV6. Beastmaster upgraded to Intermediate Tier 2. Beastmaster Potential enhanced. Beastmaster Aptitude upgraded to Elite. Wow. It's actually a bit chilly, Li Xian muttered, rubbing his hands together to stave off the cold. "It's fine. Once I finish with you, I'll step outside anyway. If I had gone out just now, wouldn't it still be cold upon returning?" Despite shivering from the cold, Li Xian's heart burned with excitement as he watched Ao Shuang rapidly ascend in power and exude an immense aura. Familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, and let me know when you're ready. Hearing Li Xian's words, Ao Shuang understood that he was resolute. Having known each other for less than 2 months, Ao Shuang knew that once Li Xian made up his mind, he would not change it easily, that it could only silently acclimate to the power coursing within. After some time, Chengqi stood outside, frequently glancing inside, anxiously awaiting Li Xian's return. The energy fluctuations had dissipated for quite a while. Why hadn't Li Xian emerged yet? What if something had gone awry? Just as he pondered whether to check, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Li Xian emerged, encased in a thick layer of ice armor, struggling to walk. Seeing this, Chengqi rushed over, rummaging through his backpack to pull out a potion, hastily pouring it into Li Xian's mouth. You mustn't die. What will I do if you die? That's over 30,000 black crystal points. His voice trembled, as though he could visualize a multitude of black crystals sprouting wings and flying away. Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Don't start crying for my funeral. After consuming the potion, Li Xian's previously pale complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Chengqi chose not to engage in a verbal spar with his opponent. Instead, he silently carried Li Xian outside and removed the ice armor from him. Just as he intended to inquire about the quality of his own skills, a sudden exclamation escaped Li Xian's lips as he clutched his head, roaring in agony on the ground. Evolution successful. Ice breath enhanced to LV7. Beast mastery elevated to low tier level 3. Beast species transformation occurred. Li Xian felt the beast seal belonging to Ao Shuang on the verge of shattering. As the consciousness overlaying it could hardly suppress Ao Shuang's instinctual awareness. Suddenly, a massive blue python emerged, its broad head and neck connected to a 2-meter-wide fleshy wing, exuding a chilling aura, marking the completion of Ao Shuang's evolution. Chengqi gazed at the large hole in his shop made by Ao Shuang, feeling an overwhelming desire to collapse in despair. Hiss. Ao Shuang, with a look of urgency, glanced at Li Xian, hesitant to approach for fear that its protective cold aura might harm him. Detected that player 167349, a level 2 authority holder, is facing a life-threatening situation, scanning for causes. Would you like to voluntarily relinquish the contracted beast? Does not affect the contract quota. Gritting his teeth, he selected no and promptly lost consciousness. Initiating emergency repair. As the mechanical voice echoed, Li Xian's complexion gradually softened, yet the black crystal points on his panel were fluctuating wildly. In the bustling refining workshop, a furious roar erupted, drawing the attention of passers-by outside. Damn, you might as well kill me. Li Xian observed the negative black crystal points on his panel, feeling utterly numb. However, he soon discovered something astonishing. Name, Li Xian, player ID, 167349, profession, Beastmaster, level, 412-400, strength, 611, constitution, 131, agility, 191, spirit, 211, health, 240, energy, 320. Black crystal points, minus 334,556, locked. Free attribute points, 0, skills, Beast Space LV3. Beast Seal LV3, equipment. In a Beast Space, allows resting and training of captured beasts, can expend 10 energy to release them. Current capacity, 1-3, can be upgraded 1. Beast Seal, creates a unique mark for recapturing beasts, consuming 50 points per use. Current capacity, 1-3, can be upgraded 2. First, his spirit increased by 5 points, and additionally, all skill levels had risen. He had surged 2 levels in one breath. Originally, he would have gained a single skill point from a tiered mission. Yet now he was bestowed with a total of 6 points. Li Xian suddenly felt that the over 330,000 points didn't seem so unjustifiable after all, that if skill points could indeed be purchased, most would go into a frenzy to acquire them. However, greater surprises awaited him. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly opened Ao Shuang's panel. Chapter 13. 012 The Formidable Ice Python. The Rising Star by Ling. Name, Ao Shuang. Species, Elite Ice Python. Potential, High Tier Level 5. Level, Low Tier Level 3. Strength, 30. Constitution, 42. Agility, 36. Spirit, 66. Health, 1420. Energy, 1660. Elite Template. Increases health and energy by 1000. Skills: Ice Breath, modified LV7. Concealment, modified LV3, Ice Storm LV1. Extreme Cold Physique LV1. Ice Breath, modified. The Ice Python expels a manipulated icy current, freezing the target and inflicting current spirit 6 damage, with a cooldown of 3 seconds and an energy cost of 50. Can be upgraded. Extreme Cold Physique. The Ice Python can continuously accumulate cold energy, unleashing it under specific conditions to temporarily enhance all attributes. Maximum increase of 20, lasting 120 seconds, after which it will enter a fatigue period. Currently upgradable 1. No cooldown. Fatigue period of 48 hours. Can be upgraded. Ice Storm. After a brief charge, the Ice Python unleashes a terrifying ice tornado, with a chance to freeze the target, inflicting current spirit 10 damage per second. Continuing as long as the Eye of the Storm remains intact, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, energy cost of 200, can be upgraded. Concealment, modified. The Ice Python hides in the shadows, reducing its presence. If undetected, the next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit. It also carries shadow power equal to the energy consumed, currently costing 60 points. Can be upgraded. Li Xian felt as if his eyes were about to be dazzled by the resplendent panel. Firstly, the straightforward enhancement of the breath, reduction in cooldown, and increase in damage. Most crucially, it had transformed into a hard control skill that if paired with concealment for a surprise attack, followed by an ice storm. Who could withstand such a combination? Especially since Xuan was already of the elite template, with an overall increase in attributes, and possessed a skill like Extreme Cold Physique. He then opened the system to check the next upgrade conditions, which were as follows. Ice Breath, 10 Frost Flowers, 1 Tier 3 Ice Crystal Core, 100 training sessions required for enhancement. Extreme Cold Physique, 10 Cold Frost Jades, 1 Unmelting Ice Block, 10 releases required for enhancement. Ice Storm, 10 Kiting Grasses. 1 Tier 3 Storm Core, 1 Tier 3 Ice Crystal Core, 87 training sessions required for enhancement. Enhancing Concealment, modified, 10 Soul Grass, 1 Tier 3 Shadow Core, 68 training sessions required for enhancement. Potential enhancement. Ice Breath reaches level 10. Extreme Cold Physique reaches level 3. Ice Storm reaches level 3. Concealment reaches level 6. Comprehend Transformation into Dragon can be upgraded to Commander level. Level cap increased by 3 tiers. Evolution into Cold Dragon. Must reach level 5. Successful transformation required. Although he knew he couldn't upgrade immediately, Li Xian looked at these conditions, yearning to accomplish them right away. Then he could take Xuan to conquer the world. After awakening from his daydream, he patted the serpentine air conditioner beside him. Xuan, are you ready to go fishing? Remember that little kitty? After evolving, Xuan had become much more composed, merely nodding slightly. Even though the previous exhilarating experience had felt akin to a roller coaster ride, it now coiled nearby, exuding a mix of urgency and sorrow. Subsequently, observing Cheng-Chi's exceedingly arrogant demeanor, assuming a smug expression. Cheng, if you ever need anything, just let me know. From now on, Brotherly will look after you. Cheng-Chi rolled his eyes, realizing that this opportunistic fellow was quick to change his tone, previously addressing him as Brother Cheng, and now it was Cheng. My younger brother? He retorted with annoyance. Hurry up and scram, and remember to bring the fur over. I'm counting on it to draw in some customers. A mere little cat. What a triviality, after saying this. Li Xian strode forward with an air of superiority, suddenly pausing at the door, scratching his head, and somewhat bashfully said, Brother Cheng, could you possibly give me another ticket for the secret realm? Amidst Cheng-Chi's disdainful expression, Li Xian successfully acquired a ticket to the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. Enjoying a full-body massage from Li Xian, Bai Ling squinted her eyes, emitting a contented purr, snuggling closer to him. Observing Bai Ling's behavior, Li Xian adopted the tone of a sly uncle enticing a little girl with a goldfish. Bai Ling, do you want to become stronger? Like Xuan, so majestic. Hearing this, Bai Ling paused, quickly poking her little head out from Li Xian's embrace. Nodding vigorously, ow! Li Xian conjured a peculiar mark in his hand, smiling at the little creature in his arms. It might hurt a bit, but Bai Ling, are you all right with that? Bai Ling remained silent, merely closing her eyes and lifting her head, awaiting Li Xian's contract. Li Xian's hand gradually pressed against her forehead. A unique magic circle illuminated, enveloping Bai Ling entirely. The excruciating pain faded. Bai Ling experienced an unprecedented sense of security wrapping around her, letting out a soft whimper before slowly drifting into slumber. That Li Xian opened Bai Ling's attribute panel to check. Name, Bai Ling. Species, Elite Blackshot Tiger. Potential, Low Tier Level 4. Level, Low Tier Level 1. Strength, 12. Constitution, 12. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Health. 11-20-11-20. Energy, 11-20-11-20. Elite Template. Health and energy increase by 1,000. Skills, Tiger Sha LV1. Bloodlust LV1. Exotic species, Tiger Sha. The Black Sha tiger exudes a fearsome aura, continuously enhancing its strength, constitution, and agility. Currently can be enhanced by 5 points. Consuming 10 energy per minute, no cooldown, can be upgraded. Bloodlust Fury, the Black Sha tiger. Upon attacking or being attacked, sacrifices rationality to continuously enhance strength, constitution, and agility. Maximum enhancement of 5 points. Until the battle concludes, consuming 10 energy, no cooldown, can be upgraded. Exotic species, naturally anomalous, if not cut short. Destined to become a lord. You possess the ability to transcend all constraints in battle. Observing the obedient Bai Ling in his hands, Li Xian glanced at the Berserker panel before him. Well, are you toying with me as a second persona? With this thought, Li Xian chuckled and playfully pinched Bai Ling's adorable little face that he opened the system to examine Bai Ling's cultivation direction. Only to furrow his brow. Tiger Demon. Tier 1, Aberrant Aura 10 units. Ghost Cry Flower 1. Requires 100 training sessions for enhancement. Bloodthirsty Fury. Blood Tier Flower 10. Brutal Mushroom 1. Requires 100 training sessions for enhancement. Potential enhancement. Restricted by aberrance. Forced enhancement will result in physical collapse. Evolution. Restricted by aberrance. Forced enhancement will result in physical collapse. Chapter 14. The diaphanous newbie village gazing at the array of restrictions, Li Xian felt an overwhelming urge to scatter the ashes of this wretched system. It was purely a matter of psychological torment, was it not? Yet he could do nothing but gently caress Bai Ling's body, murmuring to himself, "We shall take one step at a time. This little creature is already pitiable enough." Whether this talent is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Had Bai Ling not encountered Li Xian, this talent might have been its means of survival, but upon meeting such an extraordinary individual, its original gift had become rather trivial. Truly, life is unpredictable. Li Xian strode boldly into the eerily tranquil forest under the night sky. He bellowed, "Hey, is anyone else here?" In an instant, the woods seemed to illuminate with green lights, as countless pairs of emerald eyes fixated on this uninvited guest. Deep within the thicket, the cat Demon King, upon hearing that familiar voice, felt every hair on its body stand on end, emitting a piercing cry. Meow. Li Xian, observing the group of feline creatures that were clearly coveting him, yet dared not approach, smiled and raised his middle finger. "Foolish cats, come bite me." The shadowy cat demons, infuriated, bared their teeth and retaliated with meows. Yet they did not dare to cross the line, as if approaching Li Xian would unleash some dreadful calamity. That Li Xian, intending to engage them in a delightful test of will, suddenly felt his body stiffen. Every hair on his body bristling as if locked onto by a murderous intent, that he turned to greet the advancing cat Demon King. "Have your wounds healed from last time? If so, I'm ready for another round." Approaching Li Xian with a cat-like grace, it seemed indifferent to the whereabouts of the small serpent. It would simply flaunt its prowess if confronted. With this thought, a twisted smile appeared on its grotesque visage. Meow. Noticing Li Xian's lack of reaction, the cat Demon King decided to teach him a lesson, quickening its pace, leaving afterimages in its wake, eyes glinting with mockery as it lunged for Li Xian's right foot. Intent on dismembering him slowly, Li Xian, watching the cat Demon King's accelerated approach, sighed with feigned annoyance. Such impatience, how unbecoming. Raising his hand, a transparent magical array materialized before him, accompanied by a chilling aura that spread in all directions. A massive figure shielding Li Xian, Xuan, with a smile that resembled a greeting, gathered a swirling blue-white energy in her mouth, aimed at the advancing foe. Although the icy blast traveled and was released with remarkable speed, the cat Demon King managed to evade just in time, rolling aside. Just as it pondered why the serpent did not follow up with an attack, the cold current suddenly redirected, crashing into it forcefully, transforming it into a stunning ice sculpture. Seeing the cat Demon King rendered powerless against the terrifying Xuan, The shadowy cat demons, no longer willing to spectate, hurriedly fled into the depths of the forest. The immobilized cat demon king watched as Xuan enveloped herself in a terrifying cold current, gathering strength to unleash an ice tornado aimed directly at it, unable to even let out a cry. Merely left to witness the storm consuming it entirely, did Xuan first tore the cat demon king into shreds, controlling the tempest as it swept through the forest, reaping the lives of other cat demons. Experience 243. Complete Shadow Cat Demon King, Fur 1. Acquired equipment. Nightwalker's Veil. Experience 16. Before Li Xian could engage in conversation with Xuan about the little cats, his head felt as though it might split open. Following Xuan's brief display of power, his previously stable beast mastery seal began to wobble precariously to Xuan, disregarding the pursuit of the icy storm against the fleeing cat demons. Dissipated her skill, anxiously checking on Li Xian's condition. Hiss! Li Xian leaned against Xuan, cradling his throbbing head. No worries, it seems Plan A has fallen through. On to Plan B. Xuan, bewildered, questioned what Plan B entailed. But before she could inquire further, Li Xian raised his hand, summoning a magical array, and Bai Ling's petite and adorable form appeared on the grass. Bai Ling intended to be affectionate with Li Xian, but upon noticing the ominous gaze nearby, her limbs turned weak, collapsing to the ground. The serpent, it had grown stronger. All right, Bai Ling is one of us now. We are family from here on out. Let us greet each other. As Li Xian consoled Xuan, he approached the puddle like Bai Ling, swiftly lifting her and presenting her before Xuan. Held high by Li Xian, Bai Ling gazed at the fearsome serpent visage before her, which occasionally flicked its crimson tongue across her face, nearly causing her to faint. However, as their eyes met, Bai Ling gradually relaxed. Raising her paw, she greeted Xuan. Ow. Upon hearing Bai Ling address her as Big Sister, Xuan, now somewhat aloof post-evolution, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Having grown colder towards all beings except Li Xian, she began to disregard even Bai Ling, her fellow beast, recognizing that the two could coexist harmoniously. Li Xian resolved to embark on a leveling journey with the novice Bai Ling despite her current inexperience. Her combat prowess likely surpassed his own, that he envisioned Bai Ling leading the charge in battle, with Xuan swooping in to suppress any formidable foes. However, both Li Xian and Xuan remained oblivious to the fear and turmoil etched on Bai Ling's face as she cautiously surveyed the shadowy forest, feeling as though some terrifying creature was ever watchful. Chapter 15. The timid Bai Ling joins the exaggeration cult. The once quiet forest was unusually lively today, as a cat demon leaped frantically from branch to branch, desperately fleeing forward. Even as exhaustion set in, it dared not pause, as if some monstrous flood were at its heels. Yet in the face of overwhelming strength, all struggles proved futile as a taunting voice echoed in its ears. A massive python emerged ahead, emanating a chilling aura. You can really run, little cat. Li Xian watched with delight, a smirk playing on his lips. Now you know fear, do you? You were the one who insulted me the most just moments ago. This was precisely why he relentlessly pursued it, offending him and then attempting to flee. Did it truly think of him as some benevolent figure? The cat demon trembled, a puddle of unknown liquid forming beneath it, its body collapsing in submission as it emitted a conciliatory mewl. Li Xian, witnessing this scene, cackled with glee and rubbed his hands together, announcing, "If you can defeat it, I shall spare you." With a gesture, he pointed to the bewildered Bai Ling. The cat demon froze, blinking in confusion, confirming with Li Xian. Mew? Li Xian smirked, curving his lips into an audacious grin. I, Li Xian, always keep my word. What? Do you not believe me? Bolstered by newfound confidence, the cat demon cast a glance at the frightened Bai Ling and thought, if I can't handle these two freaks, how could I possibly fail against you? With a triumphant meow, it lunged forward. Bai Ling, alarmed, clutched her head and scurried behind Li Xian, grasping his leg. The cat demon, understanding the situation, refrained from advancing further and sought confirmation from Li Xian. Upon receiving his assurance, it gleefully ventured into the forest, transforming into Li Xian's experience points. Experienced then, observing the ice sculpture with its unblinking gaze, Li Xian sighed. Ah, youth is truly naive, and my sparing you does not equate to your survival. Tell me, did I spare you or not? The formula of sparing yet killing was instantaneous. Lifting the trembling cat demon, he regarded its fearful eyes, choosing not to reprimand Bai Ling instead. He began a speech reminiscent of his initial lessons with A.O. Xuan, brainwashing. A.O. Xuan experienced an uncanny sense of deja vu, but could not pinpoint the source. Choosing to dismiss it, she dutifully moved aside to stand guard, but Li Xin set Bai Ling down and asked, "So, do you wish to become like that tiger overlord, continually breaking the shackles of fate through relentless battle, ultimately becoming a dominant force and a legendary mythical being?" Innocent and naive, Bai Ling had never encountered such a mediocre motivational broth before. Dazed, yet filled with fervor, it let out a spirited roar. Whoa! It believed that if others could ascend to greatness through hard work, then it too could certainly do the same. Bai Ling insisted that Li Xian find it a worthy opponent, one of equal standing, a similarly weak rival, but it proclaimed that this was not cowardice, but rather prudence. Li Xian gazed at Bai Ling, feeling a nagging suspicion that this beast might have picked up some bad habits, who had taught it such timidity. Soon, under A.O. Xuan's imposing presence, a cat demon became their guide, that if they could capture two opponents of comparable skill to Bai Ling, it would be set free. The naive shadow cat demon readily agreed. Declaring its familiarity with the area, that in no time, they located their first victim, and under the same assurances, the opponent consented to face Bai Ling, although Bai Ling had mentally prepared itself, upon seeing the rather fearsome cat demon across from it. A flicker of trepidation arose within. However, the cat demon had no intention of playing house. It began circling Bai Ling, seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Bai Ling, feeling flustered, followed the demon's movements. Lacking any combat experience and feeling somewhat lost, that don't just follow it. Stand your ground. With Li Xian's voice resonating in its ears, Bai Ling began to regain its composure. The cat demon seized the moment and lunged from behind, aiming to bite. Bai Ling, haunted by the fear of injury, found itself paralyzed by its inner demons, unable to continue fighting. Despite hesitations, Bai Ling braced itself against the impending attack. Its eyes suddenly glowed red, and its movements accelerated as if a switch had been flipped. With a powerful swipe, it sent the cat demon flying, pursuing it with blinding speed, and under its fierce paw, the cat demon's head burst like fireworks. Whoa! It let out a youthful yet menacing tiger's roar, then charged towards the guide. Initially taken aback by the guide's assault, it soon realized that, in the face of Bai Ling's overwhelming prowess, the guide's skills were utterly insufficient. And it too met its demise swiftly. Whoa! Bai Ling, eyes aflame, advanced menacingly towards Li Xian, emitting deep growls from its throat that Li Xian swiftly intervened, blocking A.O. Xuan, who intended to seize the opportunity to strike. He approached Bai Ling and affectionately patted its small head. The bewilderment was harmless, and it effectively cleared Bai Ling's gaze of confusion. Tilting its head, Bai Ling questioned, "Whoa." Hearing the inquiry, Li Xian replied with a playful retort. "This is not a punishment, but a gesture of encouragement, a symbol of camaraderie." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ling took this to heart and rushed over to return the favor. Had A.O. Xuan not intervened in time, though Li Xian would not have perished on the spot. He certainly would have faced dire consequences. After a bout of playful scuffles, yet another massacre ensued. Experience 13, Experience 16, Experience 14, level up successful. This time, Li Xian chose to invest all his points in his spirit, as he found the disparity in spirit between himself and A.O. Xuan to be too great. Even a slight engagement from her left him with a headache, let alone contending with Bai Ling. Main quest, to uphold justice completed. Reward, 100 points. Side quest, rooting out evil completed. Reward, 20 points. Side quest, capture the leader first completed. Reward, 1,000 black crystal points. 1 first-grade random item chest, 1 first-grade random equipment chest. In his exclusive chamber, Li Xian surveyed the substantial rewards on the settlement panel, disregarding the negative black crystal points. After all, he thought debts incurred through skill need not be repaid. He rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 identical chests, silently praying to the myriad gods and demons for favorable outcomes. That as 2 beams of white light illuminated the room, distinct items appeared before him. Examining the 3 pieces of equipment, he noted the Faceless One and Veil of the Nightwalker, essentials for any underground operative. However, the object resembling a sword turned out to be a staff. Chapter 16. With a 3rd-grade Beastmaster. I participated in the Baby Cup. Miscellaneous. Faceless One effect. alters facial structure. Evaluation, is the one who dons the mask of fraud, or have they shed their disguise? Equipment, Veil of the Nightwalker, level, 2nd grade, wearing requirement, 15 points of spirit, equipment effect, envelopes the wearer in black mist. Obscuring vision and detection spells, cannot block 2nd grade and above. Evaluation, on a moonless night, it's a time for murder and mayhem. Equipment, Staff of the Spellwalker, level, 1st grade, wearing requirement, 10 points of spirit, equipment effect, every 24 hours. Stores 1 casting of light spell, maximum 2/2. Evaluation, how should a mage allocate points? 1 for light spell, the rest in weapon mastery. These 3 pieces of equipment and items were increasingly disconcerting. Li Xian blinked in bewilderment, staring at the abstract gear, feeling utterly at a loss. What need did a law-abiding citizen have for such lethal contraband? Although he knew Bai Ling and Ao Xuan were quite well behaved, he opted to administer a precautionary measure first. Hiss, a whoa. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Li Xian found himself in the Integrity Forging Workshop, the door firmly shut, a sign hanging that read, "Out for materials. Please do not disturb." In a shadowy corner, a furtive figure, having confirmed Li Xian's complete disappearance, hastened towards a splendid establishment, audaciously named the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Ping scurried towards the man seated at the counter, sipping tea, and ingratiatingly exclaimed, "Master Chung, your foresight is truly remarkable. Someone indeed visited that wild spawn shop today." However, he did not anticipate that the guards behind Chung Su would glare at him, prompting Qin Ping to realize he had misspoken. Quickly slapping his mouth several times, he apologized, "Forgive my clumsy tongue. I meant to say the shop of young Master Qingqi a man. I recorded his appearance. I'll place it on your desk that I shall take my leave now." Chung Su lifted his teacup, coolly responding, "You, always playing these little tricks. Do you think I would not benefit from your services?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a guard behind him manifested 200 black crystals and tossed them to Qin Ping. "Now, tell me, who was that man?" Li Xian reappeared in the inn where he had entered, still puzzled by how the window had opened when suddenly a shriek pierced the air. "A pervert!" A young girl, startled by Li Xian's sudden appearance in her room, hurled a pillow at him. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted outside the door as several voices clamored. "What happened? Shen Ming, are you all right? Is there a situation? Break down the door." This sentiment seemed to resonate with the throng, and with a resounding crash, the door succumbed to their force at a muscular boy, grinning unervingly. "Question Li Xian, do you think I would believe you?" At that moment, a pink-haired girl clad in pajamas emerged, explaining to the crowd, "I'm sorry, he startled me by appearing out of nowhere. He didn't do anything." Subsequently, the group sought the innkeeper to obtain the room records, confirming Li Xian's innocence. Upon realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective affairs, leaving only Shen Ming and Li Xian, the two involved parties, awaiting the innkeeper's compensation. Shen Ming regarded Li Xian with curiosity and inquired, "Did you just emerge from a personal secret realm? How was it? Was it difficult?" Li Xian shook his head. But before he could respond, the boy beside them interjected with a sour tone, "With his novice gear, can he even manage?" Shen Ming glared at Wang Mu, irritated and chided. "Wang Mu, can you not behave like this?" At this, Shen Ming appeared distressed. Every time she spoke to that man, Wang Mu would leap in to interject, as if she were the boy's girlfriend. A frown settled on her delicate features. Seeing Shen Ming speak up, Wang Mu dared not say more, merely casting a challenging look at Li Xian that Li Xian found himself amused. It seemed this fellow had never tasted his iron fist. Did he? He engaged Shen Ming in conversation, eliciting laughter from her, much to Wang Mu's growing annoyance. "So, Li Xian, are you also here to participate in the first-grade professional competition in Tianhai City?" Shen Ming leaned on her chin, her gaze expectant. Though initially uninterested, glancing at the increasingly heated Wang Mu, Li Xian flashed a sunny smile and replied, "Yes, I too hope to improve alongside everyone." Following Shen Ming and her companions, Li Xian arrived at a massive arena, a colossal sphere constructed from numerous peculiar metallic strips, exuding an impressive sense of structure. As Li Xian observed the building, he could have sworn it had moved slightly. "Li Xian, hurry over here, coming." A crowd lined up before a grand entrance, where a shimmering curtain of light hung, green for normal and red for abnormal. Yet as Li Xian approached, the mechanism seemed to jam. Neither flashing red nor green, that a persistent beeping ensued, prompting staff to rush over. "Sir, what is your name?" Shortly after the artificial inspection of Li Xian's rank confirmed no anomalies, he was allowed to proceed. However, the female officer, with a perplexed expression, was scrutinizing the work terminal for any possible occurrences of such situations. Upon glancing at the registered Beastmaster Li Xian, an absurd thought flooded her mind. Why do some individuals insist on being extraordinary in everything they do? Is it an innate desire to attract attention? Wang Mu. Li Xian found himself at a loss for words, utterly baffled by this sycophant. He decided to pull out his phone, report his safety to the dean, and transfer some funds, of course, sourced from the gold coins he had received from Qingqi. Chapter 17. Foreigners causing trouble? In the waiting hall for battles, Li Xian sat alone in a corner, somewhat bored as he observed the large screen displaying various thrilling matchups, novices squabbling. But as for Xinming and her companion, Li Xian had grown weary of that relentless sycophant and chose to leave. Before long, his avatar appeared on the screen alongside another girl's. "Please, contestant 126, Li Xian, proceed to battle platform 1. Please, contestant 27, Su Yingying. Proceed to battle platform 1.L. Li Xian eagerly made his way to the first battle platform, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of engaging in combat with a younger opponent. It had been a while since he had fought in the secret realm, and as for Bai Ling and Ao Xuan, the former was becoming somewhat uncontrollable, while the latter was extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, Li Xian decided to fight for fun. Even without the advantages of talent or professional skills, his current attributes would allow him to dominate the arena. Soon, an adorable girl holding a staff taller than herself stood on the opposite side of the platform. "Li Xian, Beastmaster, I look forward to your guidance." Su Yingying, Elemental Mage, I look forward to your guidance. With both parties having introduced themselves, the battle was set to commence. In Su Yingying's bewildered gaze, Li Xian pulled out a large sword from his backpack and charged forward. "Aren't you a Beastmaster? Did you contract a sword?" Despite his jests, Su Yingying quickly conjured a fireball, which with a flick of her staff, transformed into a blazing red projectile, hurtling directly towards Li Xian. Boom! Upon impact, the fireball erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, engulfing Li Xian in its fiery embrace. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Xian emerged unscathed. As if nothing had happened, Su Yingying felt a shiver run down her spine as she watched her opponent withstand her shaping magic without losing any health, all while sprinting towards her with his sword raised. In a flurry of evasive maneuvers, she found herself cornered at the edge of the platform, reluctantly raising her hand. "I concede. Please, contestant 122, Wang Mu. Proceed to battle platform 2. Please, contestant 138, Zhong Yuanzhuyi. Proceed to battle platform 2. Upon hearing this, Li Xian sensed something interesting was unfolding, that he stowed his phone away and focused on the live broadcast on the big screen. Not long after the two began their duel, a furrow creased his brow. Zhong Yuanzhi did not seem like a newly awakened player at all, that as expected. It took little time before Wang Mu was thoroughly bested. Zhong Yuanzhi, gazing at the obstinate Wang Mu, displayed a cruel smile, taunting him with words. "Warrior, a useless class fits you perfectly, you worthless individual." Upon hearing this, Wang Mu, predictably incensed, shifted to an offensive stance, swinging his 2-meter-long great sword with immense force, cleaving through the air towards Zhong Yuanzhi. Clang! Zhong Yuanzhi was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark green energy, a phantom appearing behind him, advancing rather than retreating, and effortlessly catching Wang Mu's sword with his bare hands. The spectators finally comprehended the nature of his class. He was one of the most popular and distinctive classes from the East. The Oni warrior, damn it, this brat. Not only had he delayed his advancement for a year, but he was also a rare main combat class. Alas, it seemed Tianhai City would face national disgrace this time. True geniuses were busy advancing in the secret realm, striving to level up before the 30-day mark. Who would attend such an entertainment event? What followed was a one-sided beating. Wang Mu struggled to withstand the onslaught even before Zhong Yuanzhui activated his professional skills, let alone afterward. With a foot planted on Wang Mu's back, Zhong Yuanzhui leaned in close, whispering, "Still holding on? Or do you have someone important in the audience? A family member, or perhaps a woman?" At the mention of the latter, he licked his lips, embodying a grotesquely perverse demeanor. Wang Mu exploded in anger. "My mother is watching. You wretch! I should slam you against the wall. Another brutal beating ensued. And finally, the referee could no longer bear to watch, declaring Wang Mu the loser. Shortly thereafter, several players from the East appeared, each seasoned practitioners with 1 to 2 years of experience, coming to bully a group of newly appointed individuals. It was unclear who posted this online, but the heat surged, and a wave of online abuse swept over Tianhai City's Player Association. In no time, the comment sections across major internet platforms were flooded. First hero of Lufeng Island. I'm curious. How did this happen? Are you all just a bunch of loafers? 999 likes Polite Boy. FUUF, 999 likes Enchanting Master. So, you still don't have a proper solution, do you? 999 likes Warrior. If you don't provide us with a reasonable explanation, this won't end. Accompanied by a photo of the Player Association's entrance, 999 likes in the conference room of Tianhai City's Player Association. A group of individuals surrounded a rectangular metal table, none willing to take the lead. Zhang Kongping, the association president, glared at the silent heads of various departments and, in a fit of rage, slammed his hands on the metal table, shouting, "Can anyone tell me why this happened? And why, after it occurred, there wasn't a single emergency plan in place? Who can provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Seeing the continued silence, his anger flared anew. "You choose not to speak. Fine. Since you can't solve the problem, go apologize to the public. The requests for a parade are piling up in the mayor's drawer. Do you even realize that?" Bang! A series of knocks echoed at the door, and the assembled individuals looked towards it as if they had seen a savior. Zhang Kongping adjusted his demeanor and said in a low voice, "Come in." A female officer entered, reporting to Zhang Kongping, "President Zhang, we have a solution." Li Xian had just defeated his final opponent of the day, brushing off the dust from his hands and preparing to leave when a somewhat anxious voice called from behind. "Li Xian, please hold on." Turning in confusion, Li Xian saw the female officer who had assisted him with his registration earlier, hurrying towards him. Curious, he inquired, "What is it? Is there something wrong?" Chapter 18. No need for such formalities. You can all come at once breathlessly. Jiang Xiangshu stopped before Li Xian, bent over with her hands resting on her thighs, and after catching her breath, asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "Mr. Li, you're a Beastmaster, correct?" Jiang Xiangshu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, looking at Li Xian as if he were a lifeline. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Xiangshu felt a weight lift from her heart and eagerly asked, "Then, Mr. Li, is your beast exceptionally strong? Is it much more powerful than you?" Li Xian was taken aback, wondering how she knew this, yet maintained an air of nonchalance, jokingly responding, "How could that be? I'm just an ordinary Beastmaster." He considered summoning Bai Ling to dispel her doubts, but Jiang Xiangshu's next words silenced him. "Mr. Li, I understand this may be placing undue pressure on you, even bordering on moral coercion, but please pay attention to some online discussions. Don't you have any feelings for the city of Tianhai?" With that, she raised her phone towards Li Xian, who watched as the comments transitioned from initial criticism of the authorities to a barrage of widespread condemnation. Observing the conflicted expression on Li Xian's face, Jiang Xiangshu had dropped a bombshell. "Mr. Li, if you can convincingly defeat the Eastern players, Tianhai City will grant you a series of privileges, including access to special secret realms where you can obtain high-tier Lord Offspring." Fully aware that the promise of high-tier Lord Offspring was merely a carrot dangled before him, Li Xian still felt tempted. He patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, I will present everyone with a perfect answer tomorrow." This was his forte. He was confident he would leave everyone astounded. Before long, the next day's competition commenced as scheduled, and Tianhai City's Player Association continued to operate under pressure, albeit with a hint of anticipation. As Li Xian refused to reveal the nature of his beast, leaving them unable to announce that a solution had been found. Thus, they remained in the conference room, staring at the large screen on the wall, awaiting the day's events. Meanwhile, in the professional arena, Li Xian stood up and made his way towards the battle platform. "Please, contestant 126, Li Xian, proceed to battle platform 1. Please, contestant number 136, Ichiro Kagawa, proceed to battle platform number 1 and await your opponent." Moments after Li Xian's arrival, Ichiro Kagawa entered the arena through another entrance. Observing Li Xian's calm demeanor, seemingly dismissive of his presence, ignited a flame of indignation within Ichiro Kagawa, who sneered, "I hope you remain so unruffled." Li Xian, holding a handkerchief, meticulously polished his great sword. Ignoring his adversary, as if Ichiro were merely a jester from a circus, the referee pulled the trigger. The sound of a gunshot signaled the commencement of the fierce battle. Strangely, neither combatant made a move. Li Xian continued to wipe his sword, occasionally exhaling softly. Meanwhile, Ichiro Kagawa struggled to discern his opponent's strategy. After all, Tianhai City remained under the dominion of the Xian nation. The fact that his opponent was allowed to face such a challenge in the opening match indicated that he was well prepared. This thought deepened Ichiro's seriousness. Nevertheless, recalling his mission, his gaze hardened with determination. And a gentle breeze began to swirl around him, etching fine scratches into the metallic arena as he brandished a katana and charged forward. Witnessing Ichiro activate his signature technique, Ronin, Li Xian's right hand formed a fist, conjuring a transparent magic array beneath his feet, causing a chilling current to sweep through the arena, leaving the spectators shivering in the cold. Xin Ming and Wang Mu, seated further back, gazed at Li Xian in astonishment, questioning the formidable power of his beast companion. The sheer aura emanating from him was terrifying. They held their breath, captivated that a colossal blue python, adorned with fleshy wings, materialized in the arena, unleashing a deafening roar towards the terrified Ichiro, who instinctively recoiled. Within its gaping maw, a terrifyingly frigid energy coalesced, transforming the arena into a sphere of azure light. Without a second thought, Ichiro raised his hands and shouted, "Stop! I surrender." This declaration prompted a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Wow, incredible! Is this what a Beastmaster is capable of? Yet some murmured, "But I've never heard of this beast, the ice python. Why concern yourself with that? Why not take his place?" The crowd eagerly anticipated Li Xian's path of destruction. After speaking, they glanced at a nearby camera, as if making eye contact with the competitors in the waiting room. Those who had previously harbored disdain for one another now found themselves united. Silently wishing for Li Xian's well-being, a fearsome-looking man stood, wielding a massive cross, striding toward the exit while cursing, "What brand of trash bag is that? How can it contain so much? I can't take it anymore. Who's coming with me?" Soon, someone recognized him. "That it's Mad Queen Geely. Wow, there are strong players too. So many big shots, and I'm just a novice." A throng of people advanced towards battle platform number 1, colliding with Zhong Yuanzhua and his companions in the passageway. Zhong Yuanzhua, glancing at Geely and her entourage, inquired with a flicker of intrigue, "What? Are you all also here to confront that person?" Geely, uninterested in subtleties, replied, "Yes, if you're going, then let us go together that we can settle our scores later." Thus, propelled by Li Xian's efforts, the group resolved to eliminate him first before determining their fates. The live broadcast erupted with excitement as viewers reacted to Li Xian's audacious claims. "Incredible! Who is this guy's subordinate? 6. He's so boastful. He'll suffer greatly later." They were unaware that team dynamics could significantly amplify a player's combat prowess. "Just sit back and enjoy the show. I want to see rivers of blood." Meanwhile, in the Tianhai City Player Association, Zhang Kangping was still reveling in the excitement when Li Xian abruptly unleashed a powerful counterattack. The celebratory atmosphere in the conference room came to an abrupt halt, plunging into an eerie silence. That moment, Zhang Kangping's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Jiang Xiangshue's voice. "Uncle Zhang, Li Xian claims he is guaranteed to win and requests your approval to utilize the multiplayer arena." Chapter 19019. "Have you witnessed my full power?" Jiang Xiangxue, looking quite flustered while on the phone, glanced at Li Xian, who was eavesdropping nearby, feeling a headache coming on. After a prolonged silence, a deep male voice responded from the other end. "Fine, as long as he can win, I'll issue the notification." Before Jiang Xiangxue could respond, Li Xian burst into laughter. With Ao Shang's strength already revealed, he figured it wise to orchestrate a grand display for maximum gain. Moreover, he could bask in the grandeur of it all, relishing the experience of overwhelming weaker opponents. Jiang Xiangxue observed Li Xian's gleeful expression, feeling her head throb, her attractive face contorting into a grimace. Tentatively, she asked, "Are you really sure there won't be any issues?" Li Xian shook his head, exuding an air of lofty indifference as he gazed at the ceiling, reflecting, "Life is as lonely as snow. How solitary it is to be invincible." With that, he strode toward the multiplayer arena. Jiang Xiangxue, realizing she had no choice, stomped her foot and hurried after him. The multiplayer arena was vast, equivalent to 3 football fields combined. Designed for professional teams to conduct exhibition matches, equipped with protective measures such as shields that would activate in dire situations, along with a series of rescue protocols. This was to allow professionals to fight without constraints, unleashing their full destructive potential. Geely and her companion stood on the field, gazing toward the distant exit, as 2 figures soon entered, one after the other. Dozens of individuals surged toward the central point, their momentum formidable at the entrance. Jiang Xiangxue observed the approaching crowd with unease, asking Li Xian, "Are you truly confident?" Li Xian cryptically replied, "Have you witnessed my full power?" This left Jiang Xiangxue momentarily stunned, causing her to shake her head. "Then you shall see it soon." With that, he charged toward the allied coalition, a magic array appearing beside him, as a flash of white light enveloped the area. Aoshang manifested on the field, causing the temperature to plummet by over 10 degrees, as if an enormous air conditioner had been activated. Upon Aoshang's arrival, both factions felt a wave of unease wash over them, their expressions reflecting a flicker of hesitation. The atmosphere they had observed on screen was nothing compared to the palpable pressure they now experienced. Geely, eyeing Li Xian, bellowed, "Brothers, let us charge at this foreign foe." Leading the charge, she raised her cross high, radiating a pristine light that granted all present a substantial boost in attributes. Source of justice, release a holy light, bestowing blessings upon yourself and your allies. Enhancing all attributes by 0.2 times, and increasing health and energy limits by 100. Elemental manipulation. Utilize the power of various elemental attributes to cast spells. Requires personal study of spells. Warriors and rogues surge forward alongside Geely, emanating unique energy fluctuations. Heaven lies to the left, warriors to the right. Increases health by 200, bolsters physical and magical defense, and allows allies to share damage through connection. Rogue's Heart. Increases critical hit chance by 20 and enhances strength and agility by 5 points when unarmed. The players from the east also joined the fray, acutely aware of Aoshang's terrifying prowess, likely at a high second tier. Unique fluctuations erupted around them. Ghost Shadow Technique. By embodying a ghostly spirit. Enhance all attributes by 10 points. Prolonged use may inflict significant bodily harm. Ronin. Sword energy envelopes the body, capable of negating damage not exceeding 100. While the sword energy persists, critical hit chance increases by 30 and boosts strength and agility by 5 points. Li Xian watched as elemental projectiles soared toward him. Ice arrows, fireballs, and sludge bombs, his lips curling into an exaggerated smirk. "Is this truly your full strength? How weak you all are." Aoshang, seemingly having learned something, refrained from using her icy breath to counter the spells. Instead, she coiled around Li Xian, enveloped in a blue, icy current that absorbed the incoming assaults. Once the energy waves dissipated, Aoshang remained unscathed, her piercing, icy gaze fixed on the stunned crowd. Soon, the second wave of attacks arrived, as a throng of melee combatants unleashed a frenzy of strikes against Aoshang's protective frost that in the face of overwhelming power. All efforts proved futile, and Li Xian grew weary of the charade. "Have you had enough? Is it my turn now?" "Aoshang!" Extreme cold storm. With the final 4 words uttered, Aoshang's icy aura surged as if invigorated. The frigid winds swirling violently, and the ice began to spin rapidly. With a hiss, Geely and her comrades witnessed an unforgettable scene. A colossal blue tornado, encased in solid ice, barreled toward them, before they could react. A tremendous force drew them upward, and in an instant, the front line was obliterated. The mages, seeing the approaching tornado, cursed their fate for not having been born with additional legs, scrambling to flee. Yet, how could the fragile mages outrun the tempest? In no time at all, they were utterly annihilated. Li Xian's complexion was slightly pale as he stood atop Ao Xuan, gazing at the referee on the high platform, signaling that it was time for the results to be announced. The audience was left in stunned silence, their jaws agape, as they stared blankly at the retreating figures of the man and the serpent. After a considerable moment, someone exclaimed, "Honey, don't sleep. Look at the divine." So, was that a third tier? Damn. A true prodigy, an absolute genius. In an instant, the entire audience directed their fervent gazes towards Li Xian's silhouette, as if they had just witnessed the emergence of a new star on the horizon. Wang Mu, whose face had been shrouded in darkness, now blushed deeply, resembling a boiled lobster, as he reflected on how he had mocked Li Xian, feeling utterly humiliated and wishing to vanish into the earth. Beside him, Xinmeng gazed at Li Xian's figure for a long time, unable to regain her composure. In the conference room, Zhang Kongping ended his call, finally breaking into a smile, repeating to those present, "He won." After a brief silence, the room erupted into thunderous cheers. As the video gained traction online and the television broadcast circulated among major media outlets, Li Xian acquired a resounding title, the new star of Beast Tamers. The Dominator Wang Li Xian. Various clips showcasing his impressive feats began to spread wildly, though he remained blissfully unaware of it all. In the Treasures Pavilion, a group of individuals looked on with palpable anxiety at the person seated at the tea table. In a somewhat dilapidated room, Qin Mingyao joyfully answered a phone call. "Thank you for the promotion." After the caller expressed their concern, she hung up, clutching her phone, her heart still racing. She murmured, "Li Xian, thanks to you, I've actually been promoted." Yet a bittersweet feeling enveloped her, realizing that the distance between them was growing ever wider. Chapter 20. The Life of Li Xian After Fame Outside a Somewhat Rundown Welfare Institute. An elderly man and a young one busied themselves repairing the crumbling exterior walls. The dashing young man snatched the brush from the old man's hands, looking at him with exasperation. "I say, can't you take a break? Just let me handle it." Li Xian's tone was laden with frustration, having been the target of the old man's teasing for days. Meng Lu chuckled, a smile that nearly made Li Xian's heart skip a beat. "That won't do. You are the rising star of the beast-taming world." Li Xian regretted allowing Meng Lu to pressure him into watching his clips, feeling as if he were undergoing public execution. He lamented his impulsiveness in seeking the spotlight. Glancing around the empty surroundings, he paused in his work. "Old man, no one has come by in years. Isn't it time for you to retire?" "Retire? I'm still in good health." Meng Lu brushed from top to bottom, nodding contentedly at the wall, then spoke melancholically. "A new place has opened in the city. It's bustling with people." Understanding Meng Lu's intent, Li Xian dropped the brush and hurried to call Jiang Xiangxue. "Hello. Here's the situation." After a brief conversation, he hung up, his impressive physique allowing him to pedal his bicycle with remarkable speed. Swiftly reaching the boundary of the safe zone. After completing the safety inspection and registration, he abandoned the bike and stood atop A.O. Xuan, heading towards the perilous zone. "Woohoo! A.O. Xuan, pick up the pace," Li Xian urged, feeling the fierce wind whip against him. With a fierce roar, A.O. Xuan surged forward. Above them, a pair of eyes tracked Li Xian's movements in a hidden underground cavern within the danger zone. A dimly lit narrow passageway was illuminated by lights resembling finger bones, flickering with an eerie green glow. A figure hurriedly advanced, stopping before a stone door. The figure gently knocked on the door, speaking in a voice tinged with trepidation. "Priest, Li Xian has exited the safe zone." From within, a chilling sound of bones scraping echoed, accompanied by a voice that sent shivers down the spine. "You have one more chance. Bring that person to me, and it will aid you." After speaking, the door slowly creaked open, and a skeletal hand emerged, presenting a bell-like object to Zhong Yuan. He dared not look the figure in the eye, recalling how his companions had met their demise. Trembling at the thought, he glanced at the specimens of his fallen comrades that adorned the passageway before hastily retreating towards Li Xian on the grassy plain. A white figure darted among the skeletons, exuding a black, malevolent aura. Each strike resulted in the sound of bones shattering. Watching Bai Ling's vigorous demeanor, Li Xian reflected that the clips he had endured were not without merit. At the very least, Bai Ling was envious of A.O. Xuan's dazzling performances, incessantly clamoring to level up by battling monsters. Bai Ling sank its teeth into the last small skeleton. Li Xian rolled his eyes. Pondering how long it would take to level up, he beckoned Bai Ling over, who bounded eagerly to his side, tilting its fuzzy head in confusion. "Let's go. I'm taking you to a good place." Producing the map from Jiang Xiangxue, he checked the time and sped off towards the wilderness instance on his A.O. Xuan vehicle. A red-haired, blue-eyed young man remarked to his companions, "Look, our superstar has arrived." Hearing such sardonic words, a stunning girl with a voluptuous figure and exquisite makeup burst into laughter, disregarding the displeasure on the boy's face as she teased, "Zheng Fan, is it just me, or is your perspective a bit?" Her thumb and forefinger formed a diminutive gesture, The leader, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and shot a glance at Xuan, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Lu Mulan. You may stop talking now. Upon hearing the leader's command, the two fell silent, waiting patiently for Li Xian's arrival. Why are you all here so early? Li Xian leaped down from Xuan, landing gracefully before the group. Well, everyone is here, so let us begin. The leader retrieved a spherical object from his pocket and released it into the air, where it soared towards the canyon above that a blue light swept across them, revealing some information. Special instance, Blood Red Canyon. In the tranquil valley, a peculiar horde of creatures has suddenly appeared. Protect your blood, lest you wish to become a desiccated corpse. Challenge level, 2nd tier. Recommended number of participants, 4 to 8. Instance reward, 1,000 experience. Do you wish to form a party to enter? Yes, with confirmation. The group was promptly transported to the interior of the valley. True to the instance's name, the Blood Red Canyon was filled with steep cliffs adorned with bizarre red flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Below, the valley floor was overrun with dense plant roots, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yi Hua, maintaining his indifferent tone, inquired, Aren't you joining us? Li Xian, primarily there to train Bai Ling, politely declined. No, I prefer to go solo. It wouldn't be easy to coordinate. Yi Hua nodded, not wishing to team up with Li Xian either, as it would diminish the training experience, and he led his two companions away. Once they were out of sight, Li Xian released Bai Ling from the beast's space, observing the little creature darting about with exuberance. Since Bai Ling had grown accustomed to dominating weak foes, it seemed as if some peculiar switch had been flipped, causing it to become uncontrollable. Noticing the blood-red plant roots, Bai Ling eagerly pawed at them. Strangely, the root, resembling a vein, moved slightly, evading Bai Ling's playful strike, just as Bai Ling was about to continue its antics. Li Xian called out, Bai Ling, let us go. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Ling sprinted over, ignoring the peculiar plant roots. Once the canyon was devoid of any other presence, the roots that clung to the ground began to writhe like tentacles. Chapter 21. Bai Ling's impatience on a level area within the valley. Bai Ling looked around, seemingly in search of something. To your left. Hearing Li Xian's direction, Bai Ling unleashed its malevolent aura and lunged at the empty space to the left. Biting down to Bai Ling's astonishment, a vast pool of blood materialized from thin air, accompanied by a pained wail. A massive lizard, with a blunt horn and bulging eyes, appeared before them, and Bai Ling clamped its jaws around its neck, refusing to loosen its grip despite the creature's desperate thrashing. Instead, Bai Ling's hold only tightened. With the activation of its bloodlust, Bai Ling's eyes turned a vibrant crimson, its teeth pressing down relentlessly until... Moments later, the chameleon lay lifeless on the ground. Standing atop the creature's corpse, Bai Ling let out a fierce roar, as if declaring its dominion. Experience 26, Li Xian glanced at the notifications on his panel, satisfied as he stroked his chin. At this rate, he would soon level up again. Shifting his gaze toward Bai Ling in the distance, he mused that the little one was likely on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate 1st tier. Bai Ling, unlike Xuan, is not blessed with abundant resources. Coupled with Li Xian's current overwhelming debts, the rewards from the Player Association are still in the process of being distributed, making it unlikely for them to be relied upon in the immediate future. This has resulted in Bai Ling's slow cultivation, relying solely on her talent for exotic species. The most pressing issue is that Li Xian cannot afford a ticket to the solo secret realm. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Contemplating this, Li Xian felt a pang of guilt, as if he were hindering Bai Ling's progress. That he called out to her in the distance. Come here. Prepare to head to the next location. Bai Ling hurried over. Li Xian took out his phone to check the map of the secret realm. This information was also provided by the Player Association. Although the Blood Red Canyon is sparsely populated with monsters, the rewards for clearing all the creatures are still quite generous. After confirming the direction of their journey, Li Xian scrutinized Bai Ling, whose body was smeared with blood, and firmly grasped the nape of her neck, adopting a serious demeanor. Do you understand what mistake you made? Bai Ling blinked innocently, attempting to feign cuteness. However, Li Xian was not swayed. His attitude grew more resolute as he looked at her with frustration. How many times must I tell you? Do not resort to this reckless strategy of trading injuries for injuries. Do you think you are invincible? Confronted with Li Xian's admonition, Bai Ling felt somewhat at a loss. her ears drooping in disappointment as she let out a soft whine. Witnessing this, Li Xian's heart softened, yet he continued to educate her. I understand your desire to grow, but you must also protect yourself. Do you comprehend? Bai Ling nodded her small head, responding with a soft ow. Setting Bai Ling down gently, Li Xian affectionately ruffled her head. Listening to her purring, he couldn't help but feel a bit vexed. In contrast to A.O. Xuan's reliability, Bai Ling truly made Li Xian experience the trials of caring for a child. However, this was not entirely her fault. Bai Ling had only recently come into existence and had met Li Xian, while A.O. Xuan had survived independently for over a decade, making their experiences incomparable. As Li Xian absent-mindedly stroked Bai Ling, he pondered her future training methods. While a blank slate has its advantages, allowing him to express freely upon it, the process is somewhat tedious. Suddenly, Li Xian sensed a malevolent gaze scrutinizing him. Before he could locate its source, the ground began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The earth swiftly cracked open, and thick tree roots erupted from the ground, charging towards Li Xian. In an instant, the reddish-brown roots morphed into a colossal cage, ensnaring both Li Xian and Bai Ling. Relentlessly constricting like a maw intent on closing, Li Xian was taken aback. This phenomenon was not mentioned in the Secret Realm Guide. Yet, judging by its demeanor, it seemed intent on devouring him with a swift motion. He summoned A.O. Xuan, who materialized on the spot. Her massive form burst through the cage, freezing the surrounding roots into exquisite ice sculptures. In that moment, the reddish-brown roots scattered in fear, retreating deep into the earth. Li Xian rubbed his throbbing temples, inwardly lamenting, "What on earth is this? While it may be weak, it certainly runs fast." He lifted Bai Ling and leaped onto A.O. Xuan's head, preparing to set off for the next destination. Suddenly, a grim realization struck him. What about Yi Hua and the others? Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He was not merely here to level up. He had also collected a protection fee of 1,000 black crystals from each person. If something were to happen to them after taking their money, he would be utterly humiliated. He promptly pulled out his phone and contacted Lu Mulan, inquiring about their exact location before hastening in that direction. At the base of a steep rock face, a massive cave entrance loomed, icy winds swirling from its depths. Once abandoned, the cave now welcomed 3 uninvited guests. Zheng Fan glanced at Lu Mulan, who was engrossed in her phone with a dreamy expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Had this madwoman truly become a little fan of the other party? Before long, Lu Mulan set her phone down and approached the two. Addressing Yi Hua with a hint of reverence, "Boss Yi, Li Xian mentioned there is an anomaly in this instance and instructed us to wait here." Yi Hua frowned, unease washing over him. The blood-red canyon opens once a month. What danger could possibly arise? He waved his sleeve and strode into the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Fan whispered the earlier conversation to Lu Mulan using lip movements, causing her to tremble with indignation. The two followed Yi Hua closely, unaware that peril was quietly encroaching upon them. Xuan soared with Li Xian towards the location Lu Mulan had described. They soon arrived beneath the cave entrance. Li Xian scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the others. Just as he was about to call to inquire about their location, a thunderous noise erupted from above. Looking up, Li Xian saw the cave within the rock face glowing ominously red. Why do these wealthy individuals have such a penchant for courting danger? Li Xian felt exasperated, primarily because that cave was not marked on the map, indicating that it had yet to be explored. The first adventure there might gain immense rewards, but they could also perish from seafood allergies. Chapter 22. Flower Demon. Inside the cave, Yi Hua held a hefty tome, surveying the dimly lit interior, which was eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by a rustling sound. Lu Mulan and Zheng Fan fell silent as well, each retrieving their gear and assuming defensive postures. Zheng Fan donned a gleaming white standard armor adorned with intricate patterns, wielding a single-sided hammer with a pointed back, cautiously advancing at the front of the group. Lu Mulan produced 2 pitch-black crescent blades, positioning herself beside Yi Hua, as the trio formed a rudimentary formation. As the rustling grew louder, several mounds appeared on the ground, encircling the 3. Zheng Fan let out a roar, radiating a brilliant light, his presence intensifying. Holy light can bestow a holy light upon oneself or allies, increasing all attributes by 8 points. Attacks infused with divine light deal an additional 30 true damage, and double damage to negative energy carriers. Must maintain a pure heart, or this skill will be sealed. With his now shimmering hammer, he struck the protruding ground, silencing the mounds that Hua spread the pages of the unusual book, which emanated a peculiar glow. As he flipped the pages, spells materialized from thin air, hurling towards the roots. With a resounding boom, various elemental energies exploded in the air, shattering most of the roots. Yet some stubbornly persisted, lashing out toward Zheng Fan, but he staggered backward from the assault, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression grim as he swung his war hammer to fend off the onslaught. Lu Mulan, for the love of God, do something. I'm going to be killed. Before he could finish, a figure emerged from a shadow, wielding dual blades that traced lethal arcs. With a single strike, all the roots were severed, falling to the ground with a sizzling sound of corrosion. Child of the Night, blessed by darkness, can briefly enter the shadow realm. Next attack deals double shadow damage upon emergence. Lu Mulan toyed with her blades and turned to ask, "Need me to call for help?" While speaking, her peripheral vision remained vigilant. Noticing the brewing tension between the two, Hua cleared his throat forcefully, prompting them to cease their bickering. After a thorough reconnaissance, the group continued their exploration along the path that as the roots multiplied, they proceeded to test each one, ultimately discovering that they were merely ordinary roots, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Zheng Fan scoffed, "Is this all there is? Shouldn't we deal with it casually?" Lu Mulan wasted no time in retorting, "Are you asking for me to save you? Or are you just about to die?" Just then, Hua, utilizing his insight technique, beheld an astonishing sight, his expression shifting drastically as he retreated toward the others, urgently pulling them to flee, before they could inquire about the reason. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, a massive fissure opening ahead. Elite Blood-Red Flower Demon, level, Advanced Tier 2, evaluation. Is it truly correct to evolve at the cost of distortion? Hua hurriedly flipped through the pages of his book, attempting to cast a powerful spell, but to his dismay, trivial spells flew toward the creature, failing to even scratch its surface. Lu Mulan gritted her teeth, transforming into a shadow that vanished from sight, reappearing before the roots in a flash, unleashing a flurry of dazzling strikes. Alas, it was a futile effort. She was swiftly flung away, crashing into the rock wall, leaving a human-shaped dent in its surface. That moment, the monster extended another tendril, aiming to crush the mosquito that had merely grazed its skin. Lu Mulan, witnessing the approaching reddish-brown tendril, felt a surge of fear as a figure suddenly appeared before her, taking the brunt of the terrifying stab intended for her. Lu Mulan gazed upon Zheng Fan, who was pierced through, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though she comprehended something profound. Memories of the past suddenly surged before her eyes, compelling her to sob uncontrollably. Zheng Fan's expression was somewhat dazed as he reached out his right hand towards Lu Mulan's face, his lips parting as if to utter something. Yet just then, the flower demon raised its arm high and yanked him backward with a fierce motion, sending Zheng Fan soaring into the air, suspended momentarily. Ultimately, he knelt on the ground, helplessly watching as the flower demon wielded him like a weapon, hurling him towards Lu Mulan. Despair etched across his face. An unending tide of regret flooded his heart. If only he had not insisted on entering this place, perhaps such a calamity would not have befallen them. As the others closed their eyes, awaiting their fate, a more colossal figure emerged behind the flower demon. A serpent of grotesque beauty, its massive head and neck adorned with an oval-shaped fleshy wing, enveloped in scales that shimmered like blue crystal. "Uncle, I can't stand to see a woman cry," Xuan commanded. "Let me handle this." Like a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, Li Xian and Xuan unleashed a long-prepared, icy breath, cascading over the flower demon's back like a torrent, stunning the creature. With a casual flick of his roots, he hurled Zheng Fan, who was clinging to them, as a projectile, followed closely by another root, presenting Li Xian with a choice. Either take the blow to save him, or strike the creature down. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, pondering the creature's insidiousness. Why couldn't it confront him openly? Yet, he was determined to confront both the monster and the foe. Xuan, unleash your frigid might. Xuan's protective icy flow began to retract into her body, her aura surging, causing the temperature around her to plummet. Frost slowly formed on the ground as she charged at the flower demon, embodying the stance of a melee mage. The flower demon, undeterred, intensified its assault, as if aiming to deliver a punishing blow that would leave the serpent disoriented. Having never encountered a worthy opponent since its evolution, Xuan caught Xuan and carried him to the passage, administering a potion before disregarding him, his gaze fixed on the fierce battle ahead. Xuan, leveraging her size advantage, pressed down on the flower demon, her tail striking relentlessly while a torrent of icy energy gathered in her mouth, erupting into a brilliant blue light aimed at the flower demon's unyielding bud. Despite the flower demon's desperate struggles, it was powerless under the overwhelming force. With that icy beam piercing through its crown, it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Experience 211. Item acquired. Strange Seed, Chapter 23. Encounter with Zhong Yuanjuyi for Li Xian. Xuan had become a trump card, while he still relied on Bai Ling as a tactical supplement, which is why he had been lavishing praise upon her. But he felt quite satisfied with Bai Ling's progress. Though she could not match Xuan's prowess, who had nearly perfected her skills, Bai Ling had transformed her icy breath into a tracking missile and developed the protective icy light, a high-tech skill. Even experimenting with the use of Ice Storm in the Beast Mastery space, that if Bai Ling represented the underdog rising to power, then Xuan epitomized the prodigious talent stream. Reflecting on this, Li Xian realized that his beasts were all uniquely gifted. First, he rescued Lu Mulan, trapped against the wall, and Yihua, who had overexerted herself in casting spells, tossing them both into the passage beside Xuan. While he spoke, he kept a watchful eye on the unconscious Xuan, deeply concerned for his condition. "What are you saying about heavy gratitude?" Li Xian chuckled like a greedy miser, rubbing his hands together. After a brief recovery from their injuries, the group quickly navigated through the instance. Calculating. Congratulations, player 167349. You have slain the hidden area boss. Reward. 1 special secret realm ticket. Instance completion reward. 1,000 experience. Level up successful. Level up successful upon reaching level 7. Li Xian experienced a significant enhancement in his mental attributes. Name. Li Xian. Player ID. 167349. Class. Beastmaster. Level. 7, 29700. Strength. 611 Vitality. 131 Agility. 191 Mental. 361 Health. 240 240. Energy. 470 470. Black Crystal Points. -3340436. Locked. Free Attribute Points. 0. Skills. NA Equipment. NA, however. The sight of the negative black crystal points was somewhat disheartening for Li Xian. After much hesitation, Xuan approached Li Xian, bowed deeply, and spoke with his head lowered. "Thank you for this time. I also ask for your forgiveness regarding the previous matter." As he finished speaking, a red fruit appeared in his hand, translucent and alluring. Item, Zhugu Effect, increases level upon use, evaluation. So it's true that eating can make one stronger. Li Xian quickly extended his hand, feigning modesty as he said, "Oh, I can't possibly accept this." He promptly stuffed the zhuguo into his backpack, fearing a change of heart from Xuan. Smiling and nodding, he internally scoffed, "So you think a mere verbal thank you suffices?" However, considering his status as a rising star in Tianhai City, he refrained from extortion, instead making a mental note of Xuan's name. As the group prepared to part ways, a voice resounded from above. "Leaving. None of you shall escape today." A massive shadow swooped down, revealing a gigantic black eagle with a man of Eastern descent perched atop. Li Xian scrutinized him, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. The man regarded Li Xian with a cold smirk. "Didn't he expect to see you again, did you?" Li Xian searched his memory, but could not recall. Perplexedly asking, "Are you a fan of mine?" Zhong Yuanjuyi, hearing this, nearly exploded with rage. He could not fathom that the architect of his misfortunes was oblivious to his identity. With mounting frustration, he declared, "Open your eyes and see. I am Zhong Yuanjuyi." His voice grew louder as he pointed to his sullen face. "So, you came here for an autograph," Li Xian replied, pulling out a pen. Continuing, "Where would you like me to sign?" He had grown accustomed to such fervent fans, which had become a source of annoyance. Beside him, Lu Mulan could no longer contain herself, explaining, "He is the ghost warrior from the youth professional competition. He must be here to cause you trouble." Realization dawned upon Li Xian. This little brat was looking for a showdown. Amused, he observed, "What is this? You didn't learn your lesson last time, and want me to teach you again?" Summoning Xuan from the beast mastery space. Despite her current exhaustion, she was no mere first-tier practitioner to be trifled with. With a hiss, Xuan unleashed her icy breath towards the foe, prioritizing an underhanded approach. Yet the eagle's speed was remarkable. It ascended swiftly, dodging Xuan's prideful tracking breath. Noticing this, Li Xian's expression darkened. The newcomer was not here with good intentions. "Kill him," Zhong Yuanzhui urged his eagle urgently. The eagle's eyes glimmered with a muted light as it spoke in a cool, feminine voice. "I don't recall agreeing to such matters." With that, the eagle swooped down, skimming over Li Xian and his companions before flipping, causing Zhong Yuanzhui to tumble from its back. With a resounding cry, the eagle flapped its wings and ascended, circling high above. Zhong Yuanzhui glared at the eagle, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. "Why, this wretched creature want to assist me?" He glanced at the astonished faces of the others, contemplating whether he truly needed to resort to that cursed object. Li Xian was baffled. Was the eagle merely delivering a message? If so, he would not hold back from Zhong Yuanzhui's tone. It was clear that his visit was not a simple challenge, and Li Xian would not hesitate to retaliate. Xuan. As Li Xian's voice rang out, Xuan charged at Zhong Yuanzhui, her tail gathering energy. With a sudden halt and a swift turn, she lashed out, her tail ripping through the air towards him. "Why do you force my hand?" Zhong Yuanzhui produced a small bell-like object, clasping it in prayer. As he knelt toward the west, Li Xian watched the bizarre scene unfold, his heart sinking as Xuan's tail hovered near Zhong Yuanzhui, akin to a spider caught in its own web. Rendered immobile. Chapter 24. Li Xian disappears. Zhong Yuanzhui knelt, murmuring incantations as his body gradually withered, transforming into a mere husk, his skin clinging to his skeletal frame. Slowly rising, he gazed at Xuan with his now gray, lifeless eyes, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he struck her away with a single palm. The massive serpent was sent flying several dozen meters away by a mere wave of a hand. An unprecedented sense of oppression weighing heavily upon all present. Detected the aura of emergency mission. Eliminate anomalous player. Reward: 100,000 black crystal points. Li Xian gazed at the cursed task before him, pondering how he could possibly defeat an opponent possessing such evidently unscientific power. Merely surviving this encounter felt like a stroke of fortune. Turning to the injured comrades behind him, he urged, "Go summon reinforcements." "I will hold them off." Zheng Fan and the others wished to protest, but were silenced by Li Xian's fierce glare. "Get moving." Despite his injuries, Zheng Fan forcibly cast a beam of holy light at Li Xian, only to collapse unconscious from the effort that Yi Hua supported Zheng Fan. Looking at Li Xian with respect, "Take care." With that, the trio departed. That moment, Zhong Yuanzhui also unexpectedly pursued them, exclaiming, "I never said I would let you go." His venomous gaze swept across the group. Clearly, he believed he would not survive, so he sought to drag more talents down with him. Li Xian brandished his sword, positioning himself in Zhong Yuanzhui's path, taking the brunt of an attack that sent him crashing into the woods, his fate uncertain. This act stirred a sense of unrest within the beast-taming space, as Bai Ling surged forth in a flash of white light, breaking free from her constraints to shield Li Xian from Zhong Yuanzhui. "Tio, think you possess a beast companion?" Zhong Yuanzhui sneered, "But the more talented you are, the more delight I find in this." With a face resembling tree bark, he displayed a disconcerting grin. Like a flash, he launched a kick at Li Xian and Bai Ling, only for a massive, blue glowing maw to suddenly appear above Zhong Yuanzhui's head. Ice breath cascaded down like a waterfall, yet it was all warded off by the strange aura surrounding Zhong Yuanzhui. Seizing this moment, Bai Ling dragged Li Xian away at a frantic pace. "You are quite bothersome." With a forceful kick, Zhong Yuanzhui sent Xuan tumbling to the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Yet the serpent's eyes revealed no hint of sorrow. It merely stared vacantly in the direction where Bai Ling and Li Xian had fled. Observing Xuan's tenacity, Zhong Yuanzhui licked his parched lips with a withered tongue. "It seems I must eliminate you first. Otherwise, dealing with him will prove troublesome." With that thought, he descended upon Xuan. A familiar eagle cry echoed once more, striking Zhong Yuanzhui and sending him reeling. It was the black eagle that had been circling overhead for quite some time. Dazed and furious, Zhong Yuanzhui demanded, "What do you intend to do?" The eagle's eyes glimmered with a gray light as a voice resonated. "When have I needed to explain my actions to you?" Transforming into a bolt of black lightning. The eagle's wings cleaved Zhong Yuanzhui in two. Then, casting a glance at the fallen Ao Xuan, it soared in the direction of Li Xian. Meanwhile, Bai Ling hastily pulled the unconscious Li Xian away. Her heart heavy upon hearing the distant explosion. Was that the sound of Ao Xuan falling? Reminiscing about her past avoidance of conflict, Bai Ling felt a wave of regret wash over her. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, her pace did not falter, that a shadow swept overhead and landed not far ahead. Bai Ling, though terrified by the monstrous eagle, steeled herself and approached, emitting low growls as if to intimidate the creature. The eagle casually waved its wing, obliterating a massive rock hundreds of meters away, and spoke in human tongue, "Calm yourself, little one, that I am allied with your master." However, this declaration only intensified Bai Ling's resistance. At the foot of a cliff, Yihua utilized his insight to witness the scene of Ao Xuan being carried away, his heart sinking. Is Li Xian truly? Lu Mulan tugged at Yihua's robe, urgently inquiring, "What is happening, Yi Laoda? Speak to me." Yihua, gazing at her with sorrowful eyes, closed them and shook his head. Lu Mulan collapsed to the ground, feeling as if her spine had been wrenched away. It seemed she could never repay her debt. Meanwhile, Ao Xuan regained consciousness in midair, looking up to find herself in the clutches of the eagle. Why was it saving her? The eagle spoke, "Do not move. Your master is in the beak of Little Wing. Behave if you wish for his safety." That Ao Xuan, her eyes slightly glazed, weighed the creature's words and dared not act rashly, enduring the flight for what felt like half a day. They arrived at a desolate mountain range devoid of greenery, with only a nearly dried-up river meandering through the lifeless expanse. As the eagle descended, peculiar structures emerged beneath them, appearing somewhat dilapidated and reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic scene. The eagle released its grip, allowing Ao Xuan to land, alongside the sticky forms of Li Xian, and Bai Ling shook herself to rid her body of the gooey substance, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Xian. Glaring fiercely at the eagle, seemingly indifferent, ambled away in a comical manner akin to a clumsy chicken. Bai Ling blinked, struggling to comprehend the situation, and noticed Ao Xuan approaching, eager to see how Li Xian fared. "Do not cause a ruckus. Let me handle this." A young woman with a fair complexion and graceful figure approached, accompanied by two children carrying wooden boxes. Their tattered clothing suggested they had seen better days. Chapter 25. Li Xian. "Oh no, I have become an alien." In a somewhat run-down room, a figure swayed like a mummy awakened. Li Xian blinked, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, his body feeling heavy and unresponsive. Just as he questioned where he was, a youthful face suddenly loomed before him, startling him into alertness. That a malnourished little girl stood at his bedside, gazing intently at him. Upon seeing Li Xian awaken, she smiled brightly. "You are finally awake. I shall inform Princess Fia immediately." With that, she prepared to sprint off with her tiny legs. That Li Xian quickly called out, "Wait, little sister. You haven't told me where this is." Despair washed over him. What on earth was happening? What about Ao Xuan and Bai Ling? He felt a soft, furry presence near his head, and turning slightly, he saw a fluffy creature, causing the tension within him to ease. In the dim chamber, a woman sat at a table with a pained expression, arguing with an ancient bronze mirror that emitted strange sounds. "Fia, what on earth do you intend to do?" The voice was filled with fury and dissatisfaction. Fia retorted sharply, "But you have not been truthful with me either. That person is not just a Beastmaster, but a genius among them, capable of cross-realm contracts and binding multiple beasts while under the tower's constraints. Clearly, he's a compatriot of my beast spirit clan. I believe your mind has been addled. Darkest Star was long ago destroyed by that accursed tower. That individual possesses strength far beyond his level. He is undoubtedly an emissary of the tower, and I demand you turn him over to me. I have no desire to argue about this." Fia scoffed at him. "Why, cooperation with you is merely to ensure a better life for our kin. I see no further need for discussion." The voice seemed to be laughing in anger, responding, "Very well, Princess Fia. I wish you luck in ensuring your people thrive without the support of the Tower Destruction Committee." With that, the connection was severed. Fia's expression darkened at the final words, her heart gripped by a sense of foreboding. Closing her eyes, she opened them again, now filled with determination that the princess of the Beast Spirit clan. It was her duty to protect her people. Regardless of the hardships ahead, she began to devise a plan to sustain her kin when a series of knocks echoed at the door. After composing herself, Fia smiled and called out, coming that a small girl rushed in, standing at Fia's feet, tugging at her hem. "Princess Fia, that person has awakened. Shall we go visit him?" Fia lifted the little girl into her arms. Placing her on her lap, and playfully pinched her cheek, pretending to scold, "Did I not tell you to call me sister?" The little girl blinked innocently, but the elders said. Fia interrupted, covering the girl's mouth with her hand. Chuckling, "What I say goes. Now, let us go meet our lost compatriot." Hand in hand, they made their way toward Li Xian's quarters. As Li Xian listened to Bai Ling recount the events, his mind was in a whirl. Was he truly an alien? Was this planet not his home? Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Sensing the pressure of scrutiny, he abruptly changed his tone. Li Xian turned to see Fia, a striking blonde beauty with an exquisite face adorned with a warm smile. Before Li Xian could utter a word, Fia, with a smile, remarked, "In just a few days, you will be able to get out of bed. For now, refrain from moving. I shall ask you where to treat you once more." She lightly raised her delicate hand, and a peculiar magical array materialized. From it emerged a small rabbit holding a jade pestle, which gently touched Li Xian, enveloping him in a verdant glow that a profound sense of security overwhelmed him. Yet he was utterly astonished. This rabbit could heal. This contradicted everything he had learned in school, where the majority of contract beasts were combat-oriented, with only a handful serving functional purposes, and healing was certainly not among them. The essence of healing lay in the manipulation of life energy, attainable only by a select few professions, bound by the laws of their craft. How could this creature possess such abilities? Li Xian was filled with exhilaration. If he could wield this power, his journey beyond the 7th tier would pose no challenges. Progressing past the 7th tier required an understanding of the laws, a necessity for further advancement. The more comprehensive one's grasp of these laws, the swifter the progression and the greater the combat prowess. His eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a bright bulb, fixed upon the jade rabbit, which felt somewhat intimidated by his gaze. The jade rabbit, sensing Li Xian's fervent stare, grew anxious, clutching its jade pestle more tightly. As the treatment concluded, the jade rabbit sprang away from Li Xian's bedside, seeking refuge in Fia's arms, trembling with trepidation. Fia comforted the jade rabbit and turned to Li Xian, saying, "In a few days, when your wounds heal, if you find it uncomfortable to stay here, you may leave." Her tone grew somber, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Li Xian, with unwavering determination, replied, "Princess Fia, you jest. I would brave fire and water for the Imperial Spirit Kingdom. I shall not waver." His mind was consumed with thoughts of understanding the laws beyond the 7th tier. How could he possibly consider leaving? What a ludicrous notion. Having brought him here, he intended to remain. Does one not understand the adage that inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is a challenge? He then assured Fia, should any difficulties arise within the tribe, feel free to confide in me. We are all family. Fia, not taking his words to heart, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Li Xian before departing, leaving him alone with a small girl named Melu, listening to her footsteps fading away. He turned to the somewhat naive Melu. This was indeed his best opportunity to integrate into the spirit clan. Manifesting some food from his backpack with a mere thought, he placed it on the bed and, in a devilish whisper, tempted her, "Come, tell your brother what troubles the clan is facing." Chapter 26. Revitalizing the spirit clan, I am duty-bound. Ultimately, Melu, swayed by the allure of food, divulged everything about her sister Fia. Led by Fia, the conservative faction aimed at preserving the spirit clan's lineage faced insurmountable challenges that as a young girl, Fia had persevered against all odds, bringing her guard and some common folk to settle in this place. Afraid to step into the city due to their lack of identity, accepting only the most unequal second-hand commissions and exorbitant supplies. Consequently, more individuals, unable to endure, defected to the radical faction, including even her former guards. Leaving Fia to care for the elderly and weak, that it was only a few years ago that she established contact with the Tower Destruction Society, which had slightly improved their situation, imagining the burden of survival pressing upon one so young. Li Xian could not help but feel admiration. Observing the white spirit darting about his bedside, he reflected on his own unscrupulous motives. It was precisely through this turmoil that he could seize the chance to inherit the legacy of the spirit royal family. The white spirit paused, tilting its head, somewhat puzzled by Li Xian's musings that on the desolate land, Xuan gazed skyward, as if wary of something, that a resounding eagle's cry echoed above, that a bolt of black lightning surged towards Xuan, who summoned a radiant shield of icy mist to protect herself, unleashing a blast of frigid air towards her adversary. The foe deftly evaded the icy breath and, as if teleporting, crossed several hundred meters to confront Xuan. Kicking her to the ground, Xuan attempted to continue her training with the black-winged creature. Li Xian interrupted with a chuckle. "You are not like the white spirit. It possesses innate gifts that allow it to grow stronger through adversity. Your path should focus on acquiring skills to become a stationary artillery of spells." Since her evolution, Xuan had favored overwhelming her foes with sheer force, delivering point-blank icy breaths, while effective against opponents of equal rank or weaker ones. This strategy faltered against those of superior realms, often leading to her downfall. This was precisely why Li Xian permitted Xuan to engage in combat with the black-winged creature to help her recognize her shortcomings. Xuan, unlike the white spirit, had considerable combat experience, often making her own decisions, and Li Xian consulted her on matters rather than imposing his will. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Xuan nodded thoughtfully. She recognized her limitations, that if only she had hands, she could directly restrain her opponents and execute her skills with precision. Just as Li Xian prepared to continue his instruction, a figure approached, breathlessly announcing, "Li Xian, Sister Fia is calling for you." Mello panted that Li Xian, taken aback, inquired, "What is the matter?" After all, Fia was an exceedingly busy individual. Although the food Li Xian provided was a boon, it remained insufficient, as she tirelessly sought work for her people. Melu huffed. "Those old men are back. One of them is forcing Sister Fia to marry him." Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of urgency. The legacy tied to Fia was his assurance for advancement beyond the 7th tier. If she were to marry off, he would surely awaken from his dreams to slap himself. Swiftly, he mounted the black-winged creature and hurried to their residence, that in a somewhat dilapidated conference hall. Several figures were seated on either side. However, one side appeared significantly weaker, with only one individual sitting alone. Opei regarded the somewhat silent Fia, a smirk creeping onto his face as he pressed her. "Princess Fia, I have made myself abundantly clear. Should you wed Aoxing, all your troubles will vanish." That he then placed a black crystal card upon the table. This declaration elicited a repulsive grin from Aoxing, who sat beside him, causing Fia to feel nauseous. The elders nearby joined in, attempting to persuade Fia. An elderly woman was the first to speak out. "Surely, you do not believe that by refusing, other factions will spare you?" Elder Lanchi chimed in. "Indeed. Fia, you cannot continue down this path." Another added, "How can you lack such foresight?" Fia gazed helplessly at the elders, bewildered by their transformation. From a distance, she could hear a pack of old dogs barking incessantly. Just who were these individuals? A dashing young man swaggered through the conference hall's entrance, exuding confidence. Fia, puzzled by his identity, recognized the white spirit behind him and began to comprehend that Li Xian, having disguised himself, launched into a scathing mockery. He pointed at Aoxing, exclaiming, "You, with your pig-like face, dare to stand before me. You think yourself worthy." Before Aoxing could react, Li Xian turned his ire upon the elders, berating them, "And you lot, with your feeble minds, engaging in such unscrupulous dealings, do you not fear that one day your ashes shall be scattered?" Li Xian, unperturbed by any potential confrontation, found humor in the situation, ever since he discovered that Fia possessed a 9th-tier ancestral contract beast. He realized he could navigate this world with ease. Even if that 9th-tier beast were in poor condition, no one wished to test its might. Elder Lanchi, infuriated by Li Xian's taunts, trembled as he pointed at him, attempting to articulate a retort. Yet, Li Xian interjected, "What are you pointing at? Do you feel there is insufficient scorn directed at you? Or do you shamelessly wish for me to berate you further?" Opei threatened, "You fool. Are you unaware that trouble often arises from one's words? Li Xian, disdainful, retorted, "Open your eyes wide and see who I am." He faced Opei directly, leaving him utterly stunned. Opei, in disbelief, gasped, "Young master Bai Si, I am blind to your greatness. I shall take my leave at once." Opei, horrified by Li Xian's handsome visage, felt a chill run down his spine. This was the scion of the Bai family, the most powerful clan of Water Blue Star. Though not the heir, facing him would be as effortless as squashing a mosquito. His recent divination confirmed that Li Xian was not employing a transformation technique. Compounded by Li Xian's first-tier power, his body began to tremble. While the others might not recognize Li Xian, Opei's reaction made it abundantly clear that he was a figure of immense consequence. Chapter 27. Identity Theft and Deception. Leaning closer, Li Xian whispered, "What? You think you can come and go as you please? Do you regard me so lightly?" His voice grew increasingly loud as he slapped Opei across the face. A dramatic scene unfolded as Opei, a fourth-tier elemental mage, found himself utterly humiliated, unable to retaliate. Witnessing Opei's fear of being harmed by his own equipment, Li Xian felt a surge of emotion, laughing heartily as he struck harder. Such was the nature of Bai Si. He felt quite helpless in the matter. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked aside by Opei standing next to him. As he was being reprimanded, Opei hastily declared, "I have been remiss in my duties, allowing young master Bai Si to witness this, that I willingly offer a donation of 100,000 black crystal points as a token of our first meeting to Miss Fia." This declaration left Fia beside him in a state of ecstatic joy. She had never encountered such a sum since arriving on Water Blue Star, with her annual income barely surpassing 10,000, most of which was spent on medicine for her ancestor. She had barely any money to spare. However, her experiences over the years had cultivated a certain poise within her, and she refrained from displaying her excitement, instead casting a deferential glance towards Li Xian. Contemplating this, Li Xian halted his actions and scoffed, 100,000. Do you think I have never seen money before? 1,000,000. Not a single less. His tone astonished the elders present, who exchanged glances as if communicating silently. They respectfully handed over a card that Li Xian, with a look of disdain, waved his hand, indicating that Opei should place it on the table. Recognizing the shared temperament among them, Opei abandoned any further attempts at probing, bowed to Li Xian, and hurriedly departed. To Li Xian observed the retreating figures, sneering, "Old fox, still attempting to gauge me." During his academic years, Li Xian had once joined a gaming studio as a bouncer, entertaining wealthy tycoons, among whom Bai Si left the most profound impression on him. Not only for his lavish spending, but also for his appalling breadth, that in his youthful arrogance, Li Xian had believed himself superior as a transmigrator, and had engaged in a verbal spar with Bai Si. Surprisingly, Bai Si had not taken offense, but instead regarded him as a worthy companion, leading to a camaraderie akin to dung beetles drawn to a dung ball, both reveling in their mutual disdain. However, after Li Xian entered a vocational high school for professionals, he ceased his part-time work at the studio and lost contact, that he was not concerned about Bai Si being consulted for confirmation, as Opei would not dare to inquire directly. Once the crowd had truly departed, Fia hurried over, grasping the card on the table with reluctance before presenting it to Li Xian. "This is your money. Please keep it safe." Ignoring Fia's pitiful gaze, Li Xian extracted the card from her tightly clenched hands. After toying with it for a moment, he returned it to her, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "This is but a token of my goodwill. I implore you, princess, to accept it. It is my unyielding duty to restore the glory of the Imperial Spirit Empire." Upon hearing this, and upon receiving the card containing the 100,000 black crystal points, Fia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She accepted the card and smiled at Li Xian. "All right, let us strive together henceforth." In stark contrast to the camaraderie between Li Xian and Fia, the atmosphere around Opei was fraught with tension. In an open area, Opei glared at the elders of the spirit clan before him, his expression decidedly unkind. How could they not have discerned the circumstances? The elders of the spirit clan, however, were lost in their own thoughts. Each party harbored ulterior motives, and the atmosphere grew increasingly strained. Opei recalled how he had been persuaded by these elders to seek a union between Fia and his foolish son, resulting in a loss of 1,000,000 black crystals, his life savings. Of course, Lan Shu was not one to mince words, delivering a scathing retort. This is merely a result of your own incompetence. Not that of fate. The DOU expect us, the Spirit Clan, to heed your external opinions. Indeed, Elder Lon, she speaks the truth. A.O. Pei, increasingly agitated, replied, fine, fine, yet glancing at the Spirit Clan elders, all of whom were at least rank 4 in power. He refrained from issuing any harsh words and stormed off. Lan Shi watched A.O. Pei's departing figure, remarking, let us proceed to the next opportunity, with Princess Fia receiving assistance from that individual and the ancestor by her side. Even if we fail, the Spirit Clan shall not perish. At that moment, one elder hesitantly spoke up, Elder, isn't this treatment of Princess Fia rather cruel? Lan Shi turned to face him, stating, as royalty, these are her obligations. Who among us does not yearn for the restoration of our nation? Step forward now, if you wish to leave. Scanning the faces of the gathered, he scoffed, when has the Spirit Clan ever cowered in fear? I expect to hear no more of this foolish benevolence. Internally, he lamented, hoping Fia would not harbor resentment towards him for this, wishing instead for her to remain safely in the background while they, the old and weary, handled the burden. Originally, they had planned to utilize a false engagement to exploit A.O. Pei's family thoroughly, tarnishing Fia's reputation to avoid future scrutiny. As for A.O. Xing, should Fia consent in the afternoon, he would meet his demise by nightfall. This was to be their final act of assistance to Fia, but with Li Xian's unexpected intervention, plans had altered. Nevertheless, 1,000,000 black crystal points would suffice. In Fia's chamber, Li Xian, feeling somewhat sheepish, remarked, Fia, is this truly necessary? Such a gesture could harm your reputation. Taking a deep breath, as if resolved to a momentous decision, Fia replied, no, this is limited to today. You shall not have this opportunity again. With that, she closed the door behind her. Li Xian swallowed hard, gazing at Fia with an enamored expression, his hands clutching the book. Although elated, he felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving Fia, shaking his head. He was indeed too kind-hearted. Becoming somewhat entranced by the contents within, he was awestruck to discover that the cultivation of beast tamers could be approached in such a manner. Chapter 28. Re-entering the secret realm, the book detailed numerous methods of beast taming that were starkly different from those on Water Blue Star. The primary distinction between Darkest Star and Water Blue Star lay in the fact that they possessed almost exclusively the profession of beast tamer, leading to the development of various secret techniques for beast taming. Their methods had been refined to perfection. Not only could they grow stronger alongside their beasts, but they could also momentarily draw upon their beast power, provided they had specific types of beasts. For instance, weapon-type or elemental-type beasts, which ordinarily could not be classified as beasts, could undergo transformation through nurturing techniques, gaining sentience. Thus, they dubbed themselves the Spirit Clan, believing that all things in the world could be mastered. Li Xian felt as if he had struck gold. For days he remained sequestered in his chamber, diligently practicing the techniques of beast taming, sensing a sense of fulfillment in his beast space. First, his bond with Bai Ling and A.O. Xuan strengthened, followed by an influx of mysterious power within him, continually augmenting his strength. Although his attribute panel showed no changes, his power had undeniably increased significantly. Clenching his fists, Li Xian felt capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. Maximum delay period reached. Do you wish to enter the random secret realm? You may spend 1,000 black crystal points to refuse. Li Xian rolled his eyes. How could he refuse when in the negatives? Leaving a letter on the bed, he transformed into a beam of white light and departed. Main quest, Elemental Uprising. Quest objective, investigate the cause of the elemental creature uprising. Quest penalty, level reduction by 1. Side quest, Elemental Hunter. Quest objective, eliminate various types of rampaging elemental creatures. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, 20 each. Maximum limit 50. Side quest, The Hidden Tower. Quest objective, explore the tower. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unlock based on exploration. Maximum 10,000 black crystal points. Player 167349 detected as a scavenger. Initiating special quest. Special quest, Core of Dark Energy. Quest objective, defeat the King of Fire Elemental Giants. Reward, increase permissions. Li Xian gazed at the unusually generous special quest rewards, feeling a twinge of unease. This task might be exceedingly perilous. After all, the King of Fire Elemental Giants. The mere name hinted at formidable danger. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and surveyed his surroundings. Discovering himself in a realm akin to an elemental demiplane, that a demiplane refers to a minuscule world existing as an offshoot of the main world. The surrounding land radiated a faint crimson glow, resembling solidified magma beneath the surface, devoid of any signs of life. A desolate expanse with only the faint silhouette of a distant tower visible. Li Xian furrowed his brow, recognizing that this environment was highly disadvantageous for Xuan. If the temperature in this realm remained so elevated, Xuan's combat power would diminish by at least 20%. Although she could easily overpower those 2 ranks below her, achieving the desired outcome would be unlikely unless they could eliminate the Lord. Relying on his beast-taming techniques, Li Xian communicated with Xuan and Bai Ling in his beast space, urging them to prepare in advance before summoning them forth. Hiss roar, with their respective roars. The 2 appeared before him. Li Xian hastily embraced the skittering Bai Ling, leaping onto Xuan's back to take his designated seat. "Let us proceed towards that tower," he instructed, pointing towards the distant structure. Hissed at Xuan acknowledged with a low response, accelerating towards the tower. However, the commotion caused by Li Xian and the others was too great. They had not traveled far when a towering, humanoid creature composed entirely of lava emerged from behind. Its form radiated flames, exuding an aura of dominance as it roared, conjuring a searing fireball in its hand and hurling it towards Xuan. In a swift counter, Xuan unleashed a breath of icy frost, obliterating the fireball in an instant. Experience 30, First Order Fragmented Fire Element Core. Li Xian gazed curiously at the ice sculpture that seemed unable to close its eyes in death. Was it truly unafraid of demise? A First-Order entity daring to confront a Third-Order one. He promptly initiated a scan of his opponent's data. Common Rampaging Fire Element Giant. Level: Intermediate First Order. Evaluation: A fool blinded by rage rampaging. Blinded by anger. As Li Xian contemplated the information displayed on the panel, he decided to prioritize his side quest and secure the requisite 10,000 points first at Xuan. Let us proceed, with Xuan speeding ahead. They swiftly dealt with a few short-sighted fire elements that charged at them, soon arriving at the base of a towering structure. This tower was a quintessential pagoda, comprising 5 distinct levels, its surface intricately adorned with countless runes that glimmered intermittently, enveloped by a faint black shield. Not far from the base, 2 individuals resembling each other were engaged in a heated argument. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, they paused, casting wary glances at Xuan and Li Xian atop her. Li Xian paid them no mind and walked directly towards the tower, only to be halted by the shield, preventing his entry. While he surveyed the tower, the 2 men approached him. "Are you Li Xian, the Beast Tamer Rookie King from Tianhai City?" Li Xian turned with interest to regard the 2 men behind him, noting one appeared quite anxious. The man spoke in a low tone, explaining, "This tower opens once every 3 days, containing a series of challenges. Each individual may enter only once. That I hope to exchange all the information I possess for a promise from you." "What sort of promise?" Li Xian inquired. "That I in exchange for all the information you possess." The man insisted. Upon hearing such an advantageous proposition, Li Xian readily agreed, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. He could avoid unnecessary exploration, while the man would gain assurance. 3 days swiftly passed, and the luminous shield of the tower began to dissipate, causing Li Xian's figure to vanish from the land. Sudu observed the slowly illuminating first level, a smile gracing his face. "Once this individual emerges, we shall be able to enter, for that monster is quite formidable." Gazing at the towering structure before him ignited a fervor within him. This tower was soon to be his. As Li Xian traversed the passageway, he entered the tower's interior, marveling at the technological splendor surrounding him, unable to suppress a sound of wonder. The interior was strikingly minimalist, with walls of pure white metal, devoid of any adornment save for a central light pillar. From this pillar emerged a humanoid entity composed of blue light, its form constantly flickering with arcs of electricity, its body alternating between brightness and dimness. Chapter 29. Showboating? I shall make you soar. The humanoid monster transformed its hands into a blue lightsaber and dashed towards Li Xian like a bolt of lightning. Li Xian raised his hand slightly, and a magical array quickly formed, summoning Xuan to the forefront. Hiss! A beam of cold light was unleashed almost instantaneously upon landing. The audacious monster did not attempt to evade, crashing forward, resulting in a shocking spectacle. The creature surged forth from Xuan's icy breath as if rendered immaterial, entirely disregarding her attack. With a few rapid flashes, it appeared before Li Xian, leaping high as it swung its blade down fiercely. Li Xian, seemingly stunned into inaction, did not dodge. Just as the blade neared his nose, a protective cold light similar to Xuan's enveloped him, and with remarkable speed, he countered with a swift slap, sending the creature flying. The ever-watchful Xuan executed a powerful tail strike, bringing an end to the monster's existence. That Li Xian observed the vanishing blue light with disdain. Showboating? I shall make you sore. This creature possessed average strength. It could only inflict damage when it initiated an attack, categorizing it as a mechanism-based monster, easily rendered trivial for someone like Li Xian, who was well prepared, thanks to Su Da's strategy. Li Xian navigated the first 2 levels with ease, swiftly reaching the 3rd level. Unlike the previous 2 levels' minimalist design, the 3rd level transformed into a vast coliseum, with imposing iron doors lining its periphery. Upon Li Xian and Xuan's arrival, one of the iron doors began to rise slowly, that a peculiar monster emerged from within, boasting 3 distinct heads. A lion's head and a goat's head were positioned at the front. While its tail had morphed into a serpent, its body resembling that of a gigantic sheep, inducing a visceral discomfort merely by observation. Common fusion monster. Level. Advanced first order. Evaluation. Will the 3 heads quarrel during mealtime? The creature let out a furious roar directed at Li Xian and charged forward. Li Xian restrained Xuan, who intended to confront the beast. This time, remain by my side, conserving your strength. There shall be more than just this one on this level. Summoning Bai Ling, Li Xian grasped his long-neglected great sword and advanced alongside Bai Ling the fusion monster. Noticing Li Xian's bold approach, was incensed. The lion's head unleashed a tremendous roar, producing waves of invisible sound that enveloped Li Xian and Bai Ling. This triggered Bai Ling's bloodthirst, as she braved the sound waves, enveloped in a dark red blood mist that vibrated under the assault. Absorbing the creature's attack, as the distance closed, Bai Ling leapt into action, her tiger paw striking forward, manifesting a massive blood-red paw that descended upon the monster. The creature swung its tail, and the serpent head opened its gaping maw, transforming into a colossal suction cup, relentlessly siphoning Bai Ling's blood aura. The goat head lowered slightly, its robust horns darkening ominously as they charged towards Bai Ling. Meanwhile, Li Xian stealthily maneuvered behind the fusion monster, exploiting its blind spot, and thrust his sword towards the serpent head. That a tremendous roar echoed throughout the Colosseum. Bai Ling seized this prime opportunity. The tiger paw that had been suspended in midair, unable to exert force, crashed down heavily. It transformed into a blood-red spiral as it violently struck the lion's head, tearing it apart and scattering red and white brain matter across the ground. Experience 32. Before the 2 could catch their breath, the sound of iron doors rising echoed once more, this time revealing 2 fusion monsters that Li Xian regarded the 2 peculiar creatures before him, along with the 3 remaining unopened doors, and could not help but exclaim, "What a hellish scenario! How am I to contend with this?" As he was about to command Xuan to thin out these nightmarish creatures, a thought struck him. Will they bicker over food? Observing the discordant creatures before him, he swiftly recalled Xuan and Bai Ling. Darting beneath one of the fusion monsters, the enormous lion head lunged at him in a furious bite. The other fusion beast, with its goat hooves scraping the ground, charged at the lion head, while the serpent head lashed out at Li Xian. Remaining unfazed, Li Xian executed a sliding maneuver beneath the belly of one fusion beast, then provoked the serpent head of the other, ensuring their entanglement. The 2 fusion beasts found themselves in an absurd position, fiercely biting at one another. That Li Xian, watching from the sidelines, could not contain his glee. In broad daylight. How scandalous! Once the 2 beasts had sufficiently exhausted themselves, Li Xian summoned Bai Ling to dispatch the 2 multi-headed imbeciles. Employing the same tactic, he swiftly navigated past the remaining 3. As Bai Ling obliterated the last fusion monster's head, her aura began to rise. Beast Tamer elevated to intermediate first-order roar. Bai Ling, feeling the surge of energy within her and her body expanding, let out an ecstatic roar. She bounded towards Li Xian, her body smeared with blood, and, despite Li Xian's evident reluctance, leaped into his arms. After rolling around, she found herself grasped by the nape, watching in dismay as Li Xian's pristine attire became stained with blood. "How about you handle the laundry from now on?" Li Xian declared, lifting Bai Ling while ignoring her innocent gaze. Or trying to act cute would not suffice. "I see you haven't been disciplined in 3 days." After a playful scuffle, Li Xian, with Bai Ling's rear end still stinging from the playful reprimand, approached the central portal in the 4th level. Li Xian surveyed the pitch-black environment before him and discreetly donned his long-stored night vision goggles. The moment he put them on, he was taken aback by the surrounding scene. There was good news. Numerous monsters to slay for experience, but bad news. Fighting them would be a challenge. Countless large bats, the size of full-grown cattle, hung upside down from the ceiling. At the center of this unsettling congregation was a bat king, towering a full story high. Li Xian trembled as he examined the data of this formidable foe. Common shadow bat. Level: Intermediate 2nd order. Evaluation: The most terrifying hunters of the night. Elite Night Shadow Bat King. Level: Low 3rd order. Evaluation: Is the Black Bat King among you? Chapter 30. Everyone align with me. I have an announcement to make. Li Xian swallowed hard, realizing he had unwittingly walked into a perilous situation. And no wonder the task's reward was so substantial. Contemplating the gravity of his predicament, he found himself contemplating retreat. Suddenly, with a swish, the portal vanished. "What on earth?" Li Xian exclaimed, staring at the spot where the ethereal door had just stood, his mind buzzing with confusion. He was not the only one affected. The nocturnal bats, awakened by the sudden disappearance, were equally startled in an instant. Their crimson eyes flickered to life, all fixated on Li Xian. One by one, the bats unfurled their expansive wings and directed their gaze toward him. Their wings flapping furiously, stirring a chilling wind that stung like daggers against Li Xian's skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, conjuring a magical array, and summoned Xuan's figure to manifest beside him. Although he had already briefed her on the situation outside, the sight of the multitude of bats sent a wave of tension through Xuan. After all, there was a foe among them who was potentially stronger than herself. As she glanced at the colossal shadow looming from the center of the ceiling, even its stillness sent a shiver down her spine. "Just mere flying pests," Li Xian remarked nonchalantly, at his words. A glimmer of determination sparked in Xuan's eyes. Indeed, they were just flying pests. With a surge of icy energy, she unleashed a powerful blast of blue light, illuminating the entire hall as it surged toward the swarm of nocturnal bats. Li Xian felt slightly disoriented by the brilliance, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The bats, too, were momentarily stunned, with several struck down and crashing to the ground. Their furious shrieks echoed, accompanied by bone-chilling sound waves that rippled through the air. Hurtling toward Li Xian Xuan, "Unleash your most potent icy tempest," he urged, but alas, it was too late. A formidable ice tornado spiraled within the bat swarm, transforming into a relentless grinder of ice and blood, mercilessly claiming the lives of the creatures. Just as Li Xian prepared to eradicate the remaining bats, the Shadow Bat King, like a streak of lightning, cleaved through the storm, shattering the eye of the tempest. Flapping its menacing wings, its blood-red eyes glinted with mockery, as if deriding Xuan's futile efforts. With a mouth resembling that of a rodent, it emitted a sound wave more powerful than the collective cries of its kin. Xuan instinctively positioned herself in front of Li Xian, her icy armor fracturing under the force, compelling her to cease her icy form and succumb to exhaustion. The Bat King lunged toward her. She braced herself for a desperate final stand, ready to tear off a piece of its flesh before her demise. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. "Xuan, close your eyes," trusting Li Xian implicitly. She complied without hesitation. The next moment, Li Xian's eerie voice echoed in her ears. "Align your gaze upon me. I command light to manifest." Even through her closed eyelids, she felt an overwhelming brilliance erupt before her. The bat's hoarse cries reverberated all around. Li Xian, wielding a peculiar sword radiating intense light, forced his eyes open to locate the Bat King, transmitting the scene to Xuan as he bellowed internally. "Icy tempest." Now, tears streamed from his eyes, blurring his vision. Without a second thought, Xuan unleashed her long-prepared icy breath, summoning the tempest with ferocity, crashing the ice tornado into the Bat King's visage. Stunned, the Shadow Bat King attempted to rely on sound waves for positioning. But the anguished wails of its comrades rendered it incapable. Initially immobilized by the icy breath, it plummeted to the ground, subjected to the brutal onslaught of the tempest, emitting a mournful cry. Meanwhile, Li Xian, alongside Bai Ling, continued to reap the lives of the bats, each strike of his blood-red claws claiming a head. Just as the Bat King began to recover, Li Xian, ever considerate, cast a blinding light directly into its face. Another piercing wail echoed as it descended into unending darkness. Thus, the Shadow Bat King was ultimately blinded and frozen to death, releasing one last mournful cry before departing this world. Li Xian beamed at the notifications popping up before him, unable to suppress his joy. The Shadow Bat King truly is my benefactor. Unable to resist, he playfully ruffled Bai Ling's small face, who wore an expression of exasperation, morphing under his touch from a distance. Xuan observed their playful banter, a hint of color warming her previously icy gaze. All right, let us take a moment to recuperate before we ascend to discover what lies within this tower. Outside the tower, Xuan gazed intently in one direction, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. As the anticipated figure failed to appear, a hint of panic crept into his demeanor. Could it be that Li Xian has triumphed over the Shadow Bat King? Su De chuckled derisively, mocking his own foolishness that a mid-tier Shadow Bat King accompanied by a swarm of secondary bats. What could he possibly do? Yet, even he felt a twinge of doubt. Could his opponent be stuck on the third level? Just as Su De pondered this, Su Wang suddenly shouted, "Brother, don't just stand there. They've completed the challenge." Su De gasped, his heart racing as he looked to the illuminated peak of the tower, overwhelmed by an impulse to slap himself. "Quick, inform the overseer. This is beyond our control now." Su Wang hastily produced a peculiar phone, contacting his superior. The call connected swiftly, and a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the other end, followed by a disturbingly twisted voice. "What is it, my dear subordinates?" Chapter 31. Unable to take anything, then what a waste of my time. The fifth level of the tower appeared considerably more confined compared to the previous layers. Screens of varying sizes adorned the walls, continuously displaying various data, while at the center stood a sophisticated instrument. This device resembled a massive square metal block, intricately patterned, occasionally flashing with white light, with a flickering red screen hovering above it. Li Xian scanned his surroundings, detecting no immediate threats, and gradually lowered his guard. Approaching the instrument, he examined the rows of text displayed. "Congratulations on completing the trial. You have gained the right to utilize the Plain Mage Tower. Please set the administrator password." Li Xian was taken aback. Was he truly the fortunate recipient of a Plain Mage Tower? In a flurry, he input a seemingly coherent six-digit sequence, 334556, and eagerly began his research. As the name suggests, the Mage Tower serves as a bastion for mages, enabling them to craft formidable spells. Provided the tower possesses sufficient energy, it can unleash an unending barrage of spells as if they were free. This makes it an invaluable tool for mages, which is why mages and beast tamers share the top spots on the money-burning profession list. Some powerful mages even banish entire landmasses into the void, creating artificial semiplanes. This approach offers two advantages. First, it prevents others from obstructing their water sources. If they can't win, they can simply open a portal and escape, but the Mage Tower cannot be fled. Second, it facilitates better energy extraction, replenishing the elemental pool's energy. Thus, this tower is an object of desire for countless mages, akin to the allure a high-tier lord's offspring holds for beast tamers. For this reason, Li Xian gazed at the prompt before him with indignation, his face contorted in a furious snarl. "What the hell? Are you toying with me? I should be able to pour energy in without issue. Please inject normal magical power as identification proof. Energy input error. Unable to inject." Li Xian felt as though this cooked duck was swiftly flying away at supersonic speeds. If he truly lost the Mage Tower, he would surely awaken in the dead of night, weeping in despair. Nearby, Bai Ling, bouncing about, noticed Li Xian's distress and hurried over, jumping onto the instrument to comfort him. She tugged at his clothing with her tiny paws, urging him not to be disheartened. Li Xian gazed at Bai Ling. A bold idea struck him. What if he transformed her into a beast tamer? With this thought, he scooped her up, exclaiming with uncontainable joy, "Bai Ling, you are my little lucky star. You were worth every bit of affection." Then, like a callous rogue, he dropped her to the ground and began searching for the Mage Tower schematic on the instrument. After entering the administrator password, the blueprints for the Mage Tower materialized on the projection above. The tower was divided into 7 levels, 5 above ground and 2 below, apart from the operation room on the 5th floor. All areas above ground can be switched to various scenes. Previously, Li Xian had only encountered relatively easy challenges. If the true Mage Tower defense mode were to be activated, the portals would summon foes far beyond the trivial 2 or 3-tiered creatures. Observing the mightiest adversary above, a mid-level 7-tier fire elemental giant king, Li Xian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment that is this the depth of a true mage's prowess. Yet now, it belongs to me, he mused, feeling a surge of delight as he continued to explore further. The 2 underground levels were comparatively simpler. The first underground level housed monster enclosures and the mage's laboratory, a space frequently frequented by the previous master of the Mage Tower. The lowest level contained the elemental pool and the core of the Mage Tower. The former served as the power source, while the latter housed a series of security protocols crucial for Li Xian's cultivation of spirit beasts. The spirit beasts nurtured by the spirit cultivation technique inherently possessed maximum affinity, making contracts largely irrelevant for Li Xian, who could command them regardless. Now, Li Xian had become a competent Beastmaster, or master of slaves, and felt confident in managing a spirit beast just recently born. Bai Ling gazed at her master with a mix of confusion and apprehension, her expressions oscillating between a frown and bursts of laughter. Memories flooded her mind at the time when Li Xian had manually rebooted her brain while she was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. And her gaze hardened with determination. It was time for her to return the favor. She eagerly contemplated how to deliver a swift kick to facilitate a quick restart, with a determined cry. She aimed a playful paw at Li Xian's head. Suddenly, an icy chill raced down Li Xian's spine, followed by a low growl from Bai Ling, and then darkness engulfed him, pain radiating from his head. Regaining his senses, Li Xian lifted Bai Ling off the ground, listening to her explanations with a bemused smile. After giving her a good scolding, he decided to let her off the hook, standing on the teleportation platform inside the Mage Tower. Li Xian selected the lowest level. With no sensation of turbulence, he arrived at the bottom. His eyes scanned the surroundings, where the lowest level was divided into 3 concentric circles by transparent crystal walls. The innermost circle held a large floating cube, while the middle layer was lined with supercomputers, most of which displayed error codes. The outermost layer, where Li Xian found himself, featured a bare teleportation platform. Beneath his feet, a golden glowing energy pool appeared to be nearly depleted, with only a thin layer of energy remaining. As he approached the impenetrable crystal wall, a beam of light scanned him, followed by a soft beep. A smooth opening gradually appeared in the wall, which began to self-repair. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian stepped inside and approached the supercomputer. After entering his management password, the previously obstructing wall descended, gazing at the core resembling a cube. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "My little treasure, let us get you something good." As he spoke, a silver-white orb of light materialized in his hand, which he gently tossed towards the core. The orb slowly merged into it. Under Li Xian's eager gaze, a brilliant white light erupted, causing the entire tower to tremble, and the once malfunctioning supercomputers returned to normal, accompanied by a pained roar. The water level of the elemental pool began to rise. This damn tower. Why has it started functioning again? A deafening voice resounded above Li Xian, infused with apparent agony. As the white light faded, a somewhat juvenile consciousness attempted to communicate with Li Xian, expressing a budding affection. This emanated from the Mage Tower core, which had just gained sentience and could only convey simple emotions. Li Xian reached out to stroke the core, eliciting a joyful response from the little tower. After interacting with it for a while, he examined the tower's detailed status panel. Lord Mage Tower. Level. Tier 1 low. Evaluation. Once the little tower granted full permissions. Li Xian observed the computer screen as the tower emitted a series of texts, murmuring, "So, is that person in the first underground level?" A murderous intent flickered in Li Xian's eyes. That person had a death wish. Main quest completed. He promptly stepped onto the teleportation platform and arrived at the first underground level. This area was a long corridor lined with cages, leading to a giant seated on a massive metallic chair. Entwined in chains adorned with peculiar runes, with the chain ends embedded in the giant's body. Towering and robust, the giant was at least 3 stories tall even while seated. Radiating golden flames, its fierce gaze bore down on Li Xian. "Damn pest, release the mighty Xuan at once. I shall crush you underfoot." Li Xian, perplexed, inquired, "You intend to crush me, yet why would I release you?" However, upon seeing the giant's feeble state, he couldn't help but reflect on how mages had previously utilized elemental giants as energy sources. Ignoring the giant, he proceeded towards the laboratory, considering that releasing it was not feasible, especially with the mage tower's energy issues. That Xuan's demeanor shifted immediately upon hearing Li Xian. "If you release the great Xuan, I shall overlook these matters." Li Xian rolled his eyes. This fool was not worth the trouble. Dismissing Xuan's pleas, he continued toward the laboratory. What was termed a laboratory resembled more of an operating theater. Li Xian's gaze fell upon the walls adorned with various torturous instruments, and in the center stood a cross that could be flattened. Observing the grim surroundings, Li Xian's eye twitched. This mage did not seem to be a good person. Yet, he was not one either. Following the little tower's guidance, he approached a peculiar machine on the experimental table, resembling an enlarged head, with a crystal resting atop. Li Xian pointed to the crystal and asked, "Is this where the magical energy is injected?" An electronic voice replied, "Indeed." Without hesitation, he directed energy into it, causing the skin of the head to gradually peel away, revealing a true human head that cackled maniacally at Li Xian. "Finally, someone has arrived. Wait, what is this energy?" Soon realizing something was amiss, the head's expression turned to one of despair as it glared at Li Xian, rolling its eyes as if lifeless, gradually petrifying. Unfazed, Li Xian continued to channel energy into it, grinning as he noted the absence of system prompts. "You think you can play dead? Let us see if you can truly die." As the head witnessed Li Xian's relentless energy infusion, it could no longer feign unconsciousness. Shouting, "Spare me! I will submit to you!" A beam of white light emanated from its forehead, flying towards Li Xian, that he caught the escaping soul and paused his actions, squeezing it in his hand before crushing it completely. Experience 36. The little tower was unclear about how it had come to this place, and the previous tower master was shrouded in mystery. The little tower had scant memories of him, only recalling the issuing of exceedingly perverse tower master quests, asserting that the trash did not deserve his legacy. However, as time passed, the tower's artificial intelligence gradually developed sentience, yearning to escape its confines. Yet instinctively locked itself within in its desperation to escape, it had depleted its energy supply, causing elemental creatures to run rampant. Li Xian glanced at the lifeless head, explaining, "Who told you that your functions overlapped with the little tower? I have no desire to monitor you constantly. The primary concern was that the artificial intelligence possessed considerable authority, second only to Li Xian himself, that in such circumstances, Li Xian dared not keep it around. Fearing it could vanish at any moment, that as for the so-called Tower Master identity and mage legacy, Li Xian had no need for them, leaving such matters to the little tower. Outside the mage tower, several figures stood, 2 of whom appeared quite servile, lavishing praise upon a flamboyant man at the center. Xuan dared not meet his gaze, fearful of attracting his attention, lest they become targets of his wrath. The flamboyant man donned a floral short skirt, his legs encased in purple fishnet stockings, and his face heavily powdered, exuding an imposing presence merely by standing there. He chuckled delicately. "Look at how frightened you are. Without magical energy injected, the mage tower cannot be taken." As he spoke, his eyes appraised Su and Wang, noting their shivering forms with satisfaction. Before he could act upon Su and Wang, the tower in the distance began to tremble, emitting a thunderous roar that startled the group. The flamboyant man, as previously soft-toned, turned coarse. "What the hell is this? You two, come with me at once," with a flick of his wrist. He produced a peculiar black crystal and hurled it at the mage tower's shield. In an instant, a vast chasm opened above, and several individuals rushed towards it in a flurry of anxiety. Suda, visibly shaken, queried his companion, "Xuan, shall we simply enter like this? What if there is something within the tower?" Xuan promptly interrupted, "It's uncertain whom the king of fire elementals will assist. We must hurry. We cannot allow them to gain complete control of this mage tower, or our organization will not spare us." Upon hearing this, Suda couldn't help but mentally berate Xuan's family for his reckless behavior. Only now did he realize the urgency of the situation. Inside the tower, an alert sounded. Intrusion detected. Should we activate the defense system? Li Xian, intrigued, wondered who had the audacity to invade a mage tower. Had they never encountered the Black Hand before? He activated the surveillance, only to be met with the shocking sight of an androgynous figure proclaiming self-love. That Li Xian fell into a long silence. Activate level 1 defenses and strike fiercely. This individual clearly had no awareness of the might of the King of Horses. Chapter 33. Dark Stars Rasi surveyed the desolate first floor with unease. This was not what the contact had described. Nevertheless, bolstered by his confidence in his fourth-tier strength, he maintained his composure. Observing Suda and his brother, who resembled startled birds, he remarked sharply, "Look at your pitiful state. Do you truly believe he can seize complete control of this tower? Let us not forget that we have allies within. The advantage lies with us. With such inept subordinates, Dark Star is doomed." He then turned his gaze to a corner of the ceiling and called out, "Li Xian, come forth, and let me show you some affection." No sooner had he spoken than numerous magical formations emerged on the first floor. High-tier spells rapidly charged, their brilliant light illuminating the area like a harbinger of death for the group. Xuan and his companions were utterly bewildered. How could a Beastmaster have hijacked the Mage Tower under the betrayal of artificial intelligence? They shouted in unison, "Misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding!" At that moment, Li Xian's languid voice echoed from the ceiling. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Why the sudden claims of misunderstanding? As the words fell, the spells activated, hurtling towards the group with ferocity. Xuan produced a black stone, crushing it as he shouted, "Lord Moing, please lend us your aid." In an instant, a dense black mist enveloped them, while the spells rained down from above, sinking without a trace into the abyss. The black mist expanded and rose, nearly touching the ceiling. Watching the monitor, Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Little tower. Activate the spatial formation. Prevent him from descending. With the spatial formation now operational, the stability of the space was secured, momentarily halting the elemental giant's arrival. Li Xian anxiously regarded the black mist. Was yet another elemental giant coming to rescue that fool? He sighed in exasperation. The previous Tower Master's mess was truly extensive. If all else failed, he would have to resolve it himself, but the thought of abandoning the little tower made his heart ache. "Release my bindings, and I shall aid you in dealing with that traitor." Just then, a powerful voice laced with anger resonated in Li Xian's mind, causing a sharp pain in his head. He lowered his gaze slightly. A traitor? Was this fool merely pretending to be naive? It seemed the adversary's infiltration of the cage was alarmingly effective, managing to observe the battlefield of the first floor and converse with him through layers of special material. Noticing signs of overload in the spatial formation, he reluctantly stated, "Little tower, transport me to the underground level." With a flash of white light, Li Xian arrived at the underground level, gazing up at Xuan, whose eyes glinted with fierce intent as he fixated on the ceiling above. "So, have you made your decision? Will you release me, or shall we perish together here?" Xuan lowered his head, pointing at the chains that bound him. Frustrated, he demanded, "Speak. What are your terms? Our adversary is approaching, and if you wish to preserve this dilapidated tower, very well. Perform 3 tasks for me, and pledge eternal vengeance against me and all associated with me." Swearing it upon your elemental core, Li Xian replied. Xuan roared, "Impossible. The Golden Flame will not accept such humiliation. Then you shall accompany the little tower to your doom." "I shall take my leave," Li Xian declared. Advancing toward the mark, Xuan was taken aback. Was this fellow truly so resolute? "No. The Golden Flame agrees." Under Li Xian's self-destructive strategy, Xuan reluctantly acquiesced to the humiliating terms. Transported to the battlefield, Li Xian sighed in relief. Had Xuan refused, he would have cast them both out. He contemplated whether he could escape with the little tower. For Li Xian, neither Xuan nor the impending elemental giant posed a solution. Had he not been so attached to the little tower, he would have fled long ago dead on the battlefield. Xuan observed the crumbling spatial formation and couldn't help but laugh. Barking at the ceiling, "Li Xian, do you see this? This is the power of Dark Star operatives." As he spoke, the black mist began to dissipate, revealing a colossal black giant. akin to a black hole, absorbing all light and spells without a trace. The giant boomed. You have one last chance. Swear fealty to Dark Star. And I shall spare your life. I offer you an opportunity as well. Run now. Li Xian's tone was laced with amusement that a golden flame began to spread across the ground, encircling the group in its embrace. While a miniature sun appeared on the ceiling, M.O.ing. You treacherous scoundrel. How dare you show your face before me? Amidst the flames, Xuan's form coalesced, glaring menacingly at his adversary, as he attempted to speak. The miniature sun erupted with blinding radiance, his form flickering, as a golden spear of flame coalesced in his hand, striking like a bolt of lightning towards his F.O. It seems those years of imprisonment have sharpened your wits. M.O.ing manifested a pitch-black curved blade, striking first with their overwhelming forces colliding, sending shockwaves that obliterated Xuan and his companions. With a sudden disappearance, M.O.ing emerged from the shadows, lunging at Xuan's unguarded back with a blade like a flash of lightning. Observing Xuan's fallen form, he added, but it seems you have only become slightly more astute. Curious, was I the only one who assisted in your capture all those years ago? These words incited a furious blaze in Xuan's eyes. Molten gold streaming forth, I shall slay you first. Then I will settle accounts with each of them. He charged at his adversary, Li Xian furrowed his brow as he monitored the scene. How could Xuan, a mid-tier lord level of the 7th rank, be suppressed by M.O.ing, a mid-tier commander level of the 7th rank? Watching the monitor, Xuan was thoroughly humiliated, and while Li Xian felt urgent, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. He had thought this fellow was a master. Indeed, a master, but merely a puppet. Little Tower, do you possess any hidden trump cards? Perhaps something like Void Exile or Time Prison, high-tier temporal spells? After a moment's search, the Little Tower presented a high-tier temporal spell to Li Xian. Exasperated, muttered, Time Solidification? What use is this? Am I to solidify something to crush that fool? Time Solidification was a temporal spell designed to prevent a half-plane from being torn asunder by the void. But it merely reinforced objects without offensive capability. This explained why 2 7th-tier beings could battle within the tower without causing significant damage to its interior. Little Tower abandoned the solidification of the half-plane and unleash something fierce for our friend. Chapter 34. Return. Meanwhile, M.O.ing observed the waning strength of Xuan with a mocking grin, deriding him. What is this? Our king of elemental giants. Have you grown so feeble? A thick black mist enveloped his form, steadily eroding Xuan's body. Just then, M.O.ing sensed the surrounding space becoming increasingly rigid, as if invisible shackles were binding him. Ridiculous. If that is the case, I shall dismantle you first. With a thunderous roar, he expanded in size, seizing Xuan and hurling him against the wall in an instant. He reappeared before Xuan, using him as a cushion to slam into the tower's wall. Suddenly, a peculiar sword materialized from the ceiling, transforming the tower wall into crystalline structures that a brilliant light illuminated the room, casting it into a realm of shadows. His prideful shadow binding weakened significantly, allowing Xuan to seize the opportunity and throw M.O.ing backward with force. Creating a portal on the tower wall, overwhelming suction drew M.O.ing into the void, as he beheld the fragmented half-plane beneath him and the distant mage tower. An understanding dawned upon him. He roared, "Damn you, insects!" Observing the increasing number of spatial rifts around him. He dared not linger, exerting all his strength to resist the pull of the rifts while opening a passage to the elemental plane. Yet he found the space around him remarkably stable. At that moment, a shocking sight unfolded. The mage tower began to move. He hurled himself towards him with great force, accompanied by Xuan's golden spear, which locked him in place, rendering him immobile. He was violently thrust into the fissure ahead, instantly engulfed within it. Li Xian gazed at the vanishing M.O.ing and the rapidly deteriorating half-plane, desperately shouting, "Little Tower, reinforce the plane, don't let it shatter." His heart bled, for this was the foundation of his future. With the Little Tower present, he could always draw energy from it, using spirit cultivation as a medium to transport himself here. Thanks to the Little Tower's rescue, the half-plane gradually stabilized, albeit reduced to less than 1/10 of its original size. Li Xian appeared beside Xuan, observing the golden blood scattered across the ground, feeling a pang of sympathy. That was a fortune. How splendid it would have been had it pooled in the elemental pool. However, considering the potential instability of the victim's emotions, he refrained from pursuing that thought. Li Xian's expression turned serious, adopting a demeanor of long-standing admiration. Great golden flame. What are your plans for the future? Xuan, with a face marred by wounds, revealed a ghastly smile, filled with mischief. What? Do you wish to recruit me? Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? I did save your life, after all. How about this? If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay? Many fire elements have been birthed in the outside half-plane. Li Xian decided to play the emotional card, first appealing to the life-saving dead, and then forging a bond of kinship. To be precise, the fire elements outside were indeed birthed from Xuan's blood, establishing a bloodline connection. The golden flame was unlikely to acquiesce to such a proposition. Xuan spoke in a low voice, his expression somewhat grim. Li Xian anticipated this response, despite Xuan's apparent weakness. He was still a mid-level lord of the 7th tier. His weakness stemmed merely from the constant draining by the mage tower. Just as Li Xian intended to sweeten his words to bridge the gap, he heard Xuan's stubborn retort. Xuan, visibly uncomfortable, declared, "However, I am gravely injured now and can only recuperate here for a while. Little tower, I shall take my leave for now. When you have energy again, come find me for some fun." He then teleported outside the tower, watching Xuan and several fire elements frolicking about, and cleared his throat. Xuan, caught off guard by Li Xian's sudden appearance, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As a 7th-tier powerhouse, he was indeed playing house with children, caught in the act. He nearly kicked the villa in frustration. "Get lost," Li Xian taunted him, and as Xuan seethed with indignation, he transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing from the spot. SSS evaluation. Reward, Potential Stone X1. Main quest, Elemental Uprising completed. Side quest, Elemental Assassin completed. Quest reward, 100 black crystal points. Side quest, The Hidden Tower completed. Quest reward, 10,000 black crystal points. Next dungeon cooldown, 72H. Complete within 30 days after cooldown, or lose 1,000 black crystal points. Detected that the player has reached the 1st tier limit. Next dungeon will transition to an advanced dungeon. Seeing the words Potential Stone, Li Xian's hands trembled uncontrollably. What the hell? Item, Potential Stone. Effect. After completing an advancement, consume this item to unlock a special talent. Evaluation. A chance to defy fate is at hand. This item was worth a fortune, leaving Li Xian somewhat dazed. Most occupational talents were rather mundane. While some individuals awakened powerful talents, the talents awakened by the Potential Stone were generally superior to those so-called powerful talents. If a common talent is rated as 1, then a powerful talent would be 5, whereas the minimum for talents awakened by the Potential Stone would be 20. Suppressing his joy, he opened his backpack to tally his gains, starting with a variety of monster materials, which he promptly sold to a merchant, earning 100. Equipment, Shadow Bat Wings. Level, Tier 3 equipment requirement, over 20 agility. Effect, consume stamina to fly silently during flight. Evaluation. Behold the flying rat. Upon landing, Li Xian observed the throngs of people bustling in the shop, rubbing his eyes. What on earth? Just a short while ago, there wasn't a soul around, and now business is booming. At the counter, Cheng-Chi beamed at the busy staff, suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding as a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Little Cheng, business is thriving, isn't it? Cheng-Chi's eyelids twitched. This fellow was becoming increasingly outrageous that he had no idea what Li Xian would call him next time. After speaking, he warily regarded Li Xian. Li Xian felt a surge of indignation. Did he truly appear that way in Cheng-Chi's eyes? He rapped on the counter. Is that how you see me? I have serious business to discuss. Do you need any high-tier materials? Cheng-Chi turned his head, feigning nonchalance. Of course. How much do you have? Then he witnessed Li Xian produce an enormous quantity of 4th-tier materials from his bag. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Who did you rob? As a friend, I advise you to turn yourself in. He picked up his phone as if to report a crime. Li Xian snatched the phone from him. Look at that face of yours. These belong to my friend. I'm merely helping him out. These were indeed Feia's belongings, which were previously collected by smuggling caravans at rock-bottom prices. Now, due to Li Xian's influence, he was able to sell these materials directly. Feia generously offered Li Xian a 10% commission, which he attempted to refuse, but alas, Fei was simply too kind-hearted to decline. After some playful banter, Li Xian walked away with 26,000 black crystal points. After some disguises, he approached an underground merchant, purchasing high-energy food worth 10,000 black crystal points and 16,000 worth of medicinal supplies. The former was meant as sustenance for both humans and beasts, while the latter was for the mysterious elder of the spirit clan. However, not long after Li Xian left, the merchant pulled out a notebook, meticulously recording all of Li Xian's characteristics, noting more than just one individual. Ah, what a nefarious organization. It seems I am destined to take credit, Jiang Lei mused, observing Li Xian's departing figure, his heart swelling with glee. Ever since he assumed the role of an underground merchant, he occasionally managed to catch a few big fish. When Li Xian specified his desired items, Jiang Lei's eyes sparkled with greed, nearly unable to resist capturing him. However, he opted to play the long game, merely tampering with the goods. This caution stemmed from the last big fish that slipped through his fingers, causing him to become exceedingly wary. Reminiscing about the organization's previous actions, he clenched his fist, striking the wall in frustration. Dark Star, one day, I shall raid your headquarters. Chapter 35. Undercurrents flowing in a perilous zone. Within the Dark Star's Tianhai City branch, a group of individuals knelt before an eerie statue. The statue's head was a black sphere riddled with fine cracks, shrouded in an unshakable black mist that continuously billowed upwards like steam. The kneeling worshippers, led by one clad in a distinct ensemble, a black robe adorned with purple gold patterns. The words Dark Star crookedly inscribed on the back, held a pitch-black scepter, topped with a miniature black sphere. The Xuan team has caused our revered messenger to go missing, in light of their sacrifice for our master, who is merciful. Let their families be pardoned and reunited. Upon saying this, several pallid-faced individuals were forcefully brought forward, pinned to the statue's feet, and met their demise as if they were mere chickens. Their throats slit and blood draining onto the ground. The blood pooled, glowing crimson, enveloping the corpses before they were swallowed into the shadows. Subsequently, the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers, as if this were the pinnacle of honor. The leading bishop retreated to a secluded corner, observing the jubilant throng in the distance. Holding a confidential letter that Xuan had sent before his death, he ignited the paper with a black flame, reducing it to ashes. Li Xian, another wretch from Tianhai City. His tone was low and filled with rage. The memory of the player association's ambush against him resurfaced. Now, even a rising star dared to provoke the Dark Star. Clearly, a show of power was necessary. He struck the ground forcefully with his scepter, summoning a pitch-black figure that appeared before him, respectfully kneeling on one knee, head bowed lower than its own knees. Good evening, Hefa, esteemed bishop. Hefa regarded the figure, informed the fog envoy that preparations for early action are underway. Your will shall be conveyed. The figure then melted into the shadows, akin to a fish slipping into water. Hefa watched the vanishing silhouette, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I hope Tianhai City will serve as a splendid altar. Within the spirit clan, Fei gazed at the warehouse brimming with supplies, her mouth agape in astonishment. Suppressing the urge to embrace Li Xian in joyous celebration, the delight in her eyes and the tears at their corners betrayed her emotions. She bowed graciously to Li Xian. Thank you, Li Xian. As she bent down, a glimpse of purity was revealed. It is well known that gratitude should be expressed with dignity. No need for such formality, Your Highness. We are all on the same side, Li Xian replied, embodying a paragon of virtue, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the revealed purity. Fei quickly noticed Li Xian's burning stare, letting out a startled yelp, covering her flushed face as she dashed away. Li Xian stood still, clicking his tongue in surprise at the unexpected depth of Fei's character. After sealing the inner chamber securely, he ventured outside, subjected to the incessant scrutiny and gossip of numerous aunties along the way. Is this the new arrival? What new arrival? I heard this is Princess Fei's boyfriend. What do you mean by boyfriend? Fool. He is the future prince. As the absurdity of the aunties' remarks escalated, Li Xian felt an overwhelming urge to escape their clutches. And he dashed away in fright. No way, no way. He hurried to Fei's room, still burdened by unfinished business from earlier, only to find her having fled. That he had come all this way for nothing. Knock, knock, knock. Fei buried her head in the covers, resembling an ostrich, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could Li Xian act this way? Remembering how he had helped her avert danger on several occasions, he suddenly didn't seem so detestable after all. Just then, a sound at the door broke her reverie. She patted her cheeks to compose herself and called out, "Come in." "Hey, why did you follow me in here?" Fia was taken aback upon seeing Li Xian enter, nearly turning into a flustered steam engine, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Through their conversation, misunderstandings were swiftly cleared. Fia looked at Li Xian with a hint of confusion. "Are you leaving?" She felt a pang of reluctance, sensing that Li Xian was just like the others, who had promised to build the spirit empire together, but had inexplicably departed one by one. "Why? What's the matter?" Li Xian observed that Fia's emotions seemed slightly off. Feeling a bit self-satisfied, he thought, "My charm is truly remarkable. I am indeed a sinner." In a playful mood, he decided to tease her. "So, Princess Fia does not agree. If you don't, I can always stay." Although Fia felt some reluctance, she respected others' choices. Upon hearing his words, Li Xian realized he had been utterly silenced. After speaking, he turned to leave, feeling as though his dwindling conscience was being thoroughly battered. After a moment, Fia began to piece things together. "So he was just teasing me." Meanwhile, Li Xian had intended to ask Fia to borrow the Black Wing, but ended up feeling emotionally overwhelmed and fled. Thus, he had no choice but to call upon Xuan, and the serpent steed was once again summoned. However, Xuan had other thoughts. It had not been out for a breath of fresh air in quite some time. Suddenly, it halted, nearly throwing Li Xian off its back. "What's wrong?" Li Xian quickly scanned the surroundings. Noticing no signs of disturbance, he observed Xuan gazing off to the side, as if something unusual was happening there. Following Xuan's gaze, Li Xian saw nothing out of the ordinary, just the vast plain stretching before him. "Hiss." Xuan spoke with a serious tone. Li Xian, taken aback, asked, "Are you sure?" Xuan nodded gravely. "Hiss." Li Xian's expression turned somber. "Then it seems we must go." Hearing Xuan mention sensing a presence akin to that of Zhong Yunjue, and not just one, but several, albeit weaker, Li Xian squinted into the distance. It appeared that today was a day for a bloody reckoning. Recalling his previous misfortunes, he sent a message through a golden flame in his mind. With the wind at his back, he smiled widely, hoping they wouldn't let him down. On the plain, dozens of individuals clad in black robes and adorned with animal masks surrounded a middle-aged man on a red steed, along with several knightly attendants. The man was dressed in a suit of blood-red knightly armor, gripping a knight's spear and vigilantly guarding against his surroundings. "Who are you?" His aura rivaled that of a third-tier warrior. Strangely, the eyes of these masked figures were dull and lifeless, akin to corpses. Chapter 36. "You are the cult." The man, observing the encroaching masked figures, wore a grave expression as he confronted them with a final ultimatum that if that is the case, do not blame Xian for being merciless. Form ranks. With Xian Lai's command, beams of various colors emanated from his attendants, linking them to him, resembling a warrior's life bond. This was indeed the knight's core skill. Devotion. You can mark a warrior, designating them as a knightly attendant, granting you various attribute enhancements. Using this will inflict some damage upon yourself. With the enhancement from his attendants, the once bright red armor of Xian Lai transformed into a brilliant spectacle, radiating waves of intense heat like a piece of iron heated to a fiery glow. Xian Lai leapt from his steed, positioning his attendants behind him, as his spear morphed into a crimson light, swirling around him, sending visible shockwaves to counter the masked assailants. The crimson shockwaves sliced through the bodies of the invaders with the ease of a hot knife through butter. However, the number of enemies increased, surrounding him and forming a sphere that encapsulated Xian Lai. Crimson light streamed from the fissures of the sphere, accompanied by muffled thuds from within. With a deafening explosion resonating inside, the masked figures were hurled away like rag dolls. Some of those near the inner circle shattered by the powerful blast, yet they emitted no cries, falling to the ground in a state of numbness. The attendants behind Xian Lai, relieved, began to boast. "Lord Xian Lai, you truly are a formidable warrior from the Scarlet Flame Knight Brigade." Third-tier cultists, unable to withstand even 3 strikes from Lord Xian Lai, while the attendants reveled in their optimism. Xian Lai's mood was anything but cheerful. Suspended in midair, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the shattered figures, each revealing ghastly, desiccated faces resembling mummified corpses. Damn it, could they be the rebels from the Tower Destruction Society? How dare they intercept me and attack? He knew something formidable awaited him. With a darkened expression, he watched as the half-bodied corpses continued their advance toward him. Despite his confusion, the current situation left no room for hesitation. Xuan Lai descended toward his steed, tightening the reins, thrusting his spear forward as he bellowed, "Kill!" At his command, his steed's eyes turned blood-red, its mane resembling flames as it charged forth, joining Xuan Lai in a frenzy of slaughter. The knightly attendants, though puzzled by Xuan Lai's urgency, rallied behind him for the charge. With a thunderous pounding of hooves, the masked figures fell like leaves before a storm. A distance away, the attendants boasted among themselves. Cultists, before Lord Xuan Lai, they are but mere chickens and dogs. One day, we shall storm their stronghold. Indeed, let those scoundrels pay the price. Xuan Lai surveyed the scene, perplexed. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? He turned back toward his attendants, jesting. What is this? Are you all so bold? I suppose I will have to rely on you lot from now on. With Xuan Lai's arrival, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Yet, none noticed as the gentle breeze stirred, the fallen corpses slowly converging to form an unusual symbol. After some light chatter, the group regained their strength, preparing to mount and continue their journey, that a voice, grating to the teeth, echoed around them. Now that you are here, why rush to leave? Xuan Lai raised his spear, scanning the area with a fierce glare, shouting, Who is that sneaky rat? He swung his spear toward a shadowy figure, sending sparks flying as he struck the ground, creating a deep crater from which debris cascaded. Out of that area emerged a figure cloaked in black, hovering above the ground, the gentle breeze revealing a chin devoid of flesh. Xuan Lai, astonished, exclaimed, Skeleton, I thought you were dead. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the spear, feeling a surge of tension. After all, this was a notorious villain, a top name on the cult's wanted list, the 5-tier skeleton bishop from the Tower Destruction Society. The skeleton let out a series of chilling giggles. Dead. You underestimate me too much, skeleton. In an instant, it appeared before Xuan Lai, sending the stunned knight flying into his attendants, causing a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. With a swift turn, the red steed raised its powerful hind legs and kicked at the skeleton, the force of the blow resounding as it struck home, confused by the sudden softness beneath its feet. It turned to see its master, eyes wide with anguish, and felt a surge of dread that a tremendous force surged from its hind legs, tearing through its body. The world turned blood-red as it fell heavily to the ground. Witnessing its master rushing toward it, raising its head to let out a final cry, Xuan Lai, filled with rage and despair, heard his beloved steed's last sound. Leave? How can I leave? With crimson light enveloping him. He stretched his arm back and hurled the spear forward. Die for me. The spear flew like a falling star, blazing with brilliant fire, hurtling towards the skeleton. The skeletal figure gazed at the gun, raising its bony, jagged arm, emanating an unsettling gray light that surged toward Xuan Lai and his companions. Enough of this game. It's time to end you. Beneath that ominous gray light, Xuan's spear disintegrated into a pile of ashes, swiftly hurtling toward him. Just as Xuan Lai prepared to close his eyes and await his demise, he suddenly sensed a tremorous force materializing before him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal giant, wreathed in golden flames that radiated warmth akin to the sun. Abruptly, a brazen voice boomed from above, Are you truly a cultist? Chapter 37. Rending the skeleton, Li Xian stood atop Xuan's shoulder, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded the shadowy figure clad in black below. Turning to flatter Xuan, he declared, Great golden flame, please assist me in thoroughly ravaging him. He then leaped from Xuan's shoulder, landing gracefully beside Xuan Lai to expedite their journey. He had lavished praise upon Xuan, persuading him to shed some blood as a power source for their teleportation. However, they had arrived too late. Li Xian surveyed the scene before him, a hellish tableau of death and despair that he helped the disheartened Xuan Lai to his feet, offering words of comfort. One must learn to look forward. They would not wish for you to wallow in despondency. Wait and see. My beast shall avenge you. As he spoke the words, my beast, Li Xian lowered his voice, wary of Xuan overhearing. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, the skeletal figure trembled, staring blankly at the towering giant not far off. Internally, a multitude of expletives ran rampant within him. Who could possibly explain why a seventh-tier powerhouse had manifested in the mortal realm? Wasn't he supposed to be in the void contemplating the laws? Moreover, he was an elemental giant. What business did he have outside the elemental planes? Transforming into a wisp of black mist, he fled into the distance, leaving a trail of darkness across the wasteland. Li Xian sighed in exasperation. How could this fool be so pretentious? Had he known better, he wouldn't have regaled this idiot with tales of the Emperor of humanity, despite his disdain for the other's intellect. He continued to flatter Xuan. Great Xuan, please act swiftly. Do not allow him to escape. Xuan nodded, manifesting his golden spear and casting it into the sky, where it vanished into the horizon, watching the spear ascend directly into the clouds. Li Xian was momentarily perplexed. What are you doing? Can you not aim straight? Xuan seemed to be explaining. Let the spear fly for a moment. And no sooner had he spoken than Xuan scooped both individuals up and leapt into the air, landing before the skeleton, blocking its escape route. Just as the skeletal figure contemplated changing direction to flee, beams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, piercing through it like steel blades that Li Xian observed the poignant scene unfolding before him. Unable to suppress his astonishment. Wow, he truly knows how to put on a show. At that moment, the previously dazed Xianlai suddenly knelt before Li Xian, his head bowing to the ground as he cried out in a trembling voice. Thank you, Senior. However, I have an ungracious request. I hope you will allow me to personally slay my foe. I beseech you. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Luckily, his awkwardness was short-lived as Xuan spoke. Go ahead. Xuania's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Senior. And he charged toward the skeletal figure. Li Xian watched as Xianlai physically tore apart the skeleton, feeling a twinge of pity. Instead, he turned his curiosity toward Xuan. What's this in a good mood today? Given Xuan's temperament, he typically wouldn't easily relinquish his prey. It was peculiar for him to act contrary to form today. Xuan snorted disdainfully, the gust of air nearly knocking Li Xian off his feet. He regarded Xianlai with a gaze reminiscent of his own helplessness from years past. Grateful for the intervention, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a dull ache began to blossom within Xuan's heart. A sense of frustration. Li Xian shrugged, choosing not to dwell on Xuan's peculiar behavior, and moved to grasp Xuania's hand, which sought to continue desecrating the corpse. Enough! The dead cannot return to life. Xianlai, like a wilted plant, sat dazed before the utterly lifeless skeleton, extracting a black token emblazoned with the character for Xian from his robe. He reverently offered it to Li Xian that I must return to Tianhai City to report a matter of great importance. I shall take my leave now. With that, he unsteadily rose to his feet. The exertion from 2 core techniques and his previous injuries had brought his body to the brink that he had managed to endure until now solely on the strength of his resentment. But with vengeance finally fulfilled, all the negative effects surged forth, causing him to faint instantly. Li Xian observed the collapsed figure with bemusement. Well, at least it's conveniently on my way. Otherwise, I would have to babysit you. Ao Xuan, let us depart. As he spoke, he summoned Ao Xuan and Bai Ling. The former served as a mode of transport, while the latter provided amusement along the journey. Aside from the occasional minor monsters that granted experience points, they encountered no further incidents. Soon, the safety zone's perimeter loomed ahead, lifting Li Xian's spirits as he emitted a peculiar cry, drawing the attention of numerous adventurers queued ahead. Among them were several youthful individuals, their faces tinged with a hint of innocence. One notably tall and attractive girl hesitantly inquired, Chen, is that Li Xian? She glanced at a boy clad in somewhat tattered knightly armor, wielding a sword as wide as a door. Upon hearing her, Chen turned her gaze toward Li Xian, nodding with a smile. It is indeed him. I would recognize him even in ashes. Just then, a somewhat acidulous voice interjected. So close, are we? Yet I don't see him inviting you to join in the fun. You must be imagining things. A blond youth, donned in an expensive robe, sneered at Chen, his eyes fixed on Li Xian with a jealous glare, as if vinegar had been spilled all over him. Memories of Li Xian's speeches at school and his visage on the campus recruitment posters plagued him. He found it difficult to rest easy, having once been the brightest star in the crowd himself. Suze, enough. We are a team. A fair-skinned girl rebuked Suze, her tone devoid of warmth. That Su Zhe disdainfully curled his lip, but chose not to retort. What? Have we gone years without a word? The group turned toward the source of the voice, astonished to find Li Xian standing beside them. Chunxi immediately rushed forward for a bare HUG that Li Xian quickly dodged, exclaiming, Hey, no bromance, keep your distance. The group playfully bantered as they passed through the safety zone, and Li Xian completed his queue-jumping act. As for Xianlai, he was handed over to the border guards. Li Xian had no intention of involving himself in such grand affairs. After all, wasn't he there a tall figure to shoulder the burden? In a hidden trench, the dim depths were piled high with bones. Trembling slightly, that a pale arm emerged from the heap with a loud thud. As a skeleton burst forth, emitting a hoarse roar, Tisk, so this is the leader of the Tower of Oblivion? Doesn't he seem all that impressive? Who? The blue flames within the skull flickered violently, disbelief coursing through it. How could anyone locate his resurrection point? Chapter 38. Who said I am merely a Beastmaster? The skeleton lifted its gaze, spotting a figure cloaked in black above, adorned with a pitch-black crescent moon on the robe. The individual continually spun a dagger in their hand, tossing it into the air before catching it. Why so tense? I want to eat you. Suddenly, the figure materialized behind the skeleton, leaning close to its side. The skeleton's emotions swirled tumultuously as it coalesced gray light in its hand, striking toward the mysterious figure's head. Yet, it felt as if it had struck nothing but air. The figure's head dissipated like mist. Once the gray light passed through, it quickly reformed. Darkstar mist. The skeleton was taken aback by this sight, involuntarily calling out the figure's name. How could this person be here? The blue flames in its eye sockets flickered incessantly. TSK. Have I been recognized so easily? Upon hearing the skeleton, the figure known as Miss grew somewhat sullen. Initially, it had intended to take advantage of the situation to teach the ghastly being a lesson. But now that its identity had been revealed, that plan was thwarted. The skeleton displayed a cautious demeanor. Addressing Mist, I do not know, Lord Mist, what business do you have with me? I wish for the Tower of Oblivion to assist us in offering Tianhai City to the great Dark Star. Mist chuckled lightly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. The skeleton felt a shiver run down its spine, suddenly realizing that the Tower of Oblivion was but a minor player compared to the Dark Star, which loomed like a benevolent giant. Politely, it declined, Our influence in Tianhai City is nearly non-existent. I fear we cannot be of assistance. Mist regarded the skeleton, causing it to feel uneasy, before it could voice its thoughts. Mist interjected, No, I isn't either still you, the esteemed Bishop of Bones. The skeleton finally comprehended Mist's gaze, recognizing it as the same predatory look it had previously cast upon its prey. A dense fog enveloped the entire trench. A cacophony of noise erupted, only to fall silent shortly after. A chilling voice resonated from the trench's depths, that I bow before you, Lord Mist. Hongya Grand Restaurant, renowned as the most prestigious dining establishment in Tianhai City, boasts a plaque at its entrance that glistens like obsidian under the sun. That a group of young men and women stands in line before the restaurant. That Li Xian glances up at the plaque, muttering under his breath, Do wealthy fools really fancy such pretentiousness? One day, I shall show him the meaning of the dark hand. Li Xian, are we dining here? Chunxi swallows hard, feeling as though his throat is constricted. His eyes filled with envy and astonishment. That Li Xian smiles at his companion. Well, why not? Yet inwardly he curses himself. I have no money. How could I come here to freeload? How could I treat anyone? Do they really think I want to wash dishes with them? The Hongya Grand Restaurant conveniently belongs to Lu Mulan's family. Surely, a lavish meal in gratitude for saving a life is not too much to ask. The trio beside him is somewhat astonished. While they are aware that Li Xian has risen in status, this leap is quite remarkable. He dares to frequent a place that charges 200 points. Huang Mao hesitates, torn between the desire to leave and the reluctance to miss the opportunity to expand his horizons. Soon, it is Li Xian's turn to enter, but they are stopped at the entrance. The doorman explains to Li Xian, who leads the group, I apologize, but we operate on a reservation basis, and your name is not on our list. Presenting a guest book to Li Xian for his review, he adds, Please take a look at O. Is that so? Li Xian blinks, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing that this lavish meal might not materialize. This situation quickly draws the attention of other patrons, who watch with keen interest at Li Xian's companions. Feeling awkward, pretend not to know him, busily making phone calls. Just as Li Xian considers finding a crack to hide in, a melodious voice calls out, "Wow, Li Xian, you re-alive." Dressed in red, Lu Mulan rushes out from the restaurant, followed closely by a beautiful girl with straight black hair. Lu Mulan feigns familiarity with Li Xian, her small eyes sparkling as if lit by starlight. The girl behind her, however, looks furious, her chest heaving, creating a striking scene. Seeing this, Li Xian feels apprehensive and whispers, "Let us keep it to business, no need to involve me." Turning her back to the fuming girl, Lu Mulan drops the pretense and whispers, "Do me a favor. I'm not interested in women right now. Help me deal with her." Li Xian is taken aback. "How am I supposed to handle that?" "I can't do it." 10,000 points. Li Xian straightens his collar, grasping Lu Mulan's right hand with a serious demeanor, declaring, "You've come to the right person. I am known as the romantic saint of Tianhai." "Just kidding. That's a staggering 10,000 points. One cannot sacrifice wealth for the sake of pride." Chen Shi and the others look at Li Xian, somewhat impressed. Has he truly managed to win the affections of a wealthy beauty? This bold move infuriates the girl behind them, who scolds Li Xian. "What are you doing? Let go of Sister Mulan." She steps forward and swiftly breaks their clasped hands. The girl glares at Li Xian. "You must be that beast-taming genius everyone is talking about in the city, right? Do you dare to challenge me? Whoever wins gets to continue dating Sister Mulan." The crowd gasps in surprise, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Lu Mulan's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she protests, "Yi Qingqing, know your limits." At that moment, Li Xian chuckles. "Is this a stroke of good fortune? Someone has come to me for a beating. Very well. I accept." Lu Mulan looks exasperated at the two, pondering, "No one cares about my opinion as the involved party, do they?" Thus, Li Xian and the others proceed to the underground performance area of the restaurant. Yi Qingqing crosses her arms, exuding pride. "Here's the deal. We each set a rule to avoid disputes later." After saying this, she provocatively gazes at Li Xian, as if daring him to play along. Li Xian, amused, thinks, "Unless you want to be beaten, you have no idea how formidable I am." "No need for that, as long as it's not too outrageous." "I agree." In the face of absolute power, all else becomes mere talk. "All right, best of three. Each beast can enter once." Yi Qingqing grins like a mischievous fox that has caught a chicken, feeling triumphant that Li Xian realizes, "Wow, this girl has a bit of wit." "But who told her I only have one beast?" Yi Qingqing taunts Li Xian. "No one is scared, right?" "Surely not." Li Xian feigns anger, glaring at her fiercely. "Fine, I accept." This prompts Lu Mulan to lose her composure. "Li Xian, are you acting?" Meanwhile, Chen Shi and the others munch on snacks, musing, "Is life in the upper echelons really this exhilarating?" Chapter 39. "I'll report you're cheating." Yi Qingqing squints her eyes into slits. Feeling smug, believing she can easily outsmart Li Xian. Tilting her smooth chin, she declares, "Let us begin." Li Xian watches Yi Qingqing's gleeful expression, secretly chuckling. "Enjoy your last moments of joy. Soon, you'll be regretting it." With a flick of his wrist, a magical formation appears, radiating a bright, white light, that a chilling wave emanates from the light, causing Yi Qingqing to shiver involuntarily. After Xuan makes her entrance, Yi Qingqing immediately surrenders. "Fine. You win this round. Let us continue." Without embarrassment, she pulls out a spear taller than herself, clad in an extravagant outfit that resembles a backless red evening gown, making her appear more mature. With a fierce look, she glares at Li Xian. "Come on, let me show you some love." Charging at Li Xian with her spear aimed at his feet, she intends to toy with him, hoping to humiliate him, so he won't dare compete for Lu Mulan. The fiery spear glimmers with a cold light as it slices through the air, producing a whistling sound that Li Xian, amused, raises his hand again, conjuring another magical formation that glows with white light. Yi Qingqing, startled, quickly shifts her stance and jumps aside, scolding Li Xian. "What's this? Can't handle it, huh? Fine, I concede this round." Although she claims defeat, her demeanor is nonchalant that Li Xian raises his hands in mock innocence. "Am I not allowed to summon my beast?" Before Yi Qingqing can respond, gasps erupt from the audience. Lu Mulan stares at Bai Ling, speechless. "What the heck? What on earth is that?" Chen Shi's eyes widen, his mouth agape enough to fit several eggs, realizing Li Xian has reached the third tier. No wonder his beast can reach the third tier. It's because Li Xian himself has already ascended. Huang Mao Suze, gazing at the radiant Li Xian on stage, feels both shocked and frustrated, grasping his fists tightly. Realizing how vast the gap between them truly is, that Yi Qingqing quickly turns her attention to the figure. Noticing it, Iao Xuan. She glances at Bai Ling and then at Li Xian, her expression crumbling in disbelief. Yet, seeing that Bai Ling is only a high-ranked first-tier beast, her confidence swells again. An unfamiliar beast cannot be a lord-level creature. How powerful can its skills be? The advantage lies with me. Thinking this, Yi Qingqing chuckles awkwardly. I was merely joking with you. Prepare to face my wrath. Mid-sentence, she charges at Bai Ling. The spear in her hand resembles a red serpent flicking its tongue, vibrating the air with a hissing sound as it lunges toward Bai Ling, aiming for a lethal strike. Bai Ling dodges and then signals to her companion. Following Li Xian's command, Bai Ling is enveloped in a layer of black energy, resembling armor that tightly encases her. She swiftly darts to the right, crashing forcefully into the ground. The previously dark energy now threads with strands of red. Her tiger-like eyes radiate a fierce, killing intent. This combination of moves, the first taught by Ao Xuan, and the second developed by Li Xian as a hit-and-run tactic, prevents them from being unable to land a hit or facing an opponent too powerful to withstand a blow. With the activation of her bloodlust, Bai Ling's speed surges, her limbs propelling her forward, leaving 4 plum blossom footprints on the metallic arena as she rockets toward Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing lets out a cold huff, her aura suddenly escalating, as countless runes appear on her body, her once black and white eyes turning pitch black. Rather than retreating, she charges toward Bai Ling. Her spear swings wildly, each slash leaving a trail of red threads in the air, weaving an impenetrable barrier. With a thunderous crash, the two collide, sending a shockwave through the area. As a fierce wind swirls around them, Yi Qingqing, gritting her teeth, is astonished by Bai Ling's resilience. Why is this so difficult? However, she is no ordinary player. The gown-like armor radiates a dazzling light, enhancing her attributes. With a sudden burst of strength, she sends Bai Ling hurtling through the air, the armor shattering upon impact. Bai Ling gazes at Yi Qingqing's smug expression, her eyes slowly dimming. Am I really not as good as the gang leader? How could I possibly be this weak? Li Xian is just deceiving naive children. Bai Ling, rise and believe in yourself. Yi Qingqing chuckles with arrogance. Don't waste your efforts. Are you just waiting to be beaten by me? The corner of her eye furtively glanced at Bai Ling, a hint of concern flickering within her. Was she inadvertently harming the little kitten? Yet, her lips remained sharp, mercilessly mocking Li Xian, in a state of exasperation. Li Xian prepared to draw his great sword, intending to enlighten her on the artistry of beast-taming swordsmen. Roar! That thunderous cry echoed like a shattering stone, rousing the hidden tiger cubs in the woods. The howling tempest heralded the rebirth of Bai Ling. Yi Qingqing stared at the distant little tiger, her expression dazed, as if she yearned to devour a golden nugget. Swelling with fervor, the aura around her surged higher and higher. Second tier low, second tier mid, second tier high, third tier low. Ultimately, as the roar subsided, Bai Ling ascended to the third tier mid. Yi Qingqing gazed at the imposing white tiger before her, struggling to reconcile it with the earlier, slightly larger than a cat cub. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled like resplendent stars, radiating a dazzling golden light. As the wind roared around her, her pure white fur billowing wildly in the air. Advancing with heavy strides towards Yi Qingqing, she opened her immense maw, unleashing a furious roar. Yi Qingqing was so startled that she stumbled backward, her expression crumbling as she lost her balance and fell to the ground. In disbelief, she called out to Li Xian, "Are you serious? I'm going to report you." Gritting his teeth, Li Xian endured the pain from the Beastmaster's seal on Bai Ling, while a colossal surge of power erupted within him, fervently enhancing his physique. But he taunted Yi Qingqing, "If you're that bad, just practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play." Yi Qingqing snorted coldly, leaping off the stage and striding away into the distance. Meanwhile, the crowd below was left in a stupor. Exchanging bewildered glances, observing their dazed expressions, he jested, "What is the matter? Have you all never seen anything before?" Chapter 40. Though I am not at the gathering, all are here for me. Lu Mulan was left utterly astonished, regarding Li Xian as if he were a monster. She interrupted his intentions to gloat, saying, "All right, you can be quiet now. Also, take these 2 pieces of equipment. I'd rather not have to collect your corpse later. She handed Li Xian the 2 pieces of gear, along with a block of black crystal. Although he initially intended to refuse, Li Xian swiftly changed his demeanor, quickly stuffing them into his backpack. No, I can't accept these, he protested, even as he shoved them in. Li Xian, eyeing his former classmates, remarked playfully, though I am quite dashing, must you all gaze at me so intently? It's making me shy, upon hearing this. Chun-Shi playfully punched him, chiding, you're still as arrogant as ever. Then, under Lu Mulan's lead, the group enjoyed a lavish meal worth hundreds of points. Standing at the door, Li Xian waved to the crowd inside the private room, saying, continue eating. I have some matters to attend to that. I'll take my leave now, and we can reconnect another time. Chun-Shi, munching on a piece of roasted beef, mumbled indistinctly, go ahead, self-destruct at a girl nearby, who had been taking pictures. Smiled and said, goodbye, big star. Huang Mao forced a grimace, more painful than tears. Got it? Be careful on your way. Li Xian noticed the silent girl, Ji Ling, and feigned annoyance. Ji Ling, aren't you going to say goodbye? Ji Ling set down the large shrimp in her hand, giving him a sidelong glance. Oh, goodbye. Satisfied, Li Xian left, oblivious to Ji Ling's gaze lingering on the spot he had just occupied. The girl beside her patted Ji Ling's shoulder, saying, we aren't on the same path as him, right? The girl felt a pang of nostalgia. It hadn't been long since graduation, and one of their classmates had emerged as such a prodigy. Yet, how could someone like that ever associate with the ordinary? It was merely a chance encounter. Watching Ji Ling's forlorn expression, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What a tangled fate. Shortly after Li Xian's departure, Lu Mulan entered with a middle-aged man. She scanned the room and asked, puzzled, where's Li Xian? Chun-Shi and the others exchanged glances, baffled. Chun-Shi set down her beef leg. He just left. The middle-aged man quickly inquired, do you know where the senior went? I am the vice commander of the Blackwater Guard, and I have urgent matters to discuss with him. He produced his identification, showing it to the group. This revelation. Not only were the others bewildered, but Lu Mulan also appeared taken aback. With a nervous laugh, she asked, Uncle Lai, why do you refer to Li Xian as a senior? She was perplexed. While Li Xian was indeed extraordinary, he was still merely a newcomer. How could he possibly be a senior to Xian Lai, who had once been a member of the Crimson Flame Knights? Within the Crimson Flame Knights, even the most ordinary members possessed 5th-tier strength. The Blackwater Guard was the elite team of Tianshui Province, filled with formidable individuals, with rumors of the strongest boasting 6th-tier prowess. Yet Li Xian was only at 1st tier, at most possessing 2 3rd-tier strengths, which paled in comparison to Xian Lai. The others were even more dumbfounded upon seeing Xian Lai's credentials. The vice commander of the Blackwater Guard. One must be above 4th tier to hold such a position, and Li Xian was his senior. Ignoring his foolish niece's comments, Xian Lai explained to the group, Tianhai City is facing a grave crisis. We must locate Senior Li Xian, or we may be in dire peril. His demeanor was grave. The thought of a waning moon-level envoy from Dark Star descending upon this realm sent shivers down his spine. He had come to Tianhai City seeking the Law King Yu Tianqi, yet that individual had vanished as well. This was a 6th-tier earthly sovereign who had inexplicably gone missing. Furthermore, the other 3 top-tier powers in Tianshui Province were also unaccounted for, leaving only Li Xian as their last hope. He possessed a king-level beast, rendering all schemes and plots mere child's play in the face of such power. With this realization, Xian Lai felt a weight lift from his heart. Noticing the surrounding crowd's ignorance of Li Xian's whereabouts, Ji Ling shyly spoke up, I know. Xian Lai was overjoyed, while Chun-Shi and the others exchanged curious glances. Li Xian had never disclosed his residence to anyone. How did she come to know? On the bus, Li Xian, donning a mask and sunglasses, examined the 2 pieces of equipment Lu Mulan had given him. Item: Shadow Amulet, level 3rd tier. Effect: can actively activate to block one attack of no more than 4th tier. Will be destroyed upon use. Evaluation: saves my life. Item: Random Teleportation Scroll, level 3rd tier. Effect: can be activated by inputting any energy, randomly transporting up to 10 kilometers away. Evaluation: to this day, we still don't know why he got stuck in the wall. After reviewing the effects of both items, Li Xian was taken aback. It seemed Lu Mulan had developed a psychological aversion. Both were life-saving tools, and they could even complement each other. He scoffed at her overly cautious nature before opening Bai Ling's new panel. Name: Bai Ling. Species: Elite Black-Shot Tiger. Potential: 4-tier low. Level: 3rd tier mid. Strength: 60. Constitution: 58. Agility: 65. Spirit: 27. Health: 1580. Energy: 1270. Elite template. Health and energy increased by 1000. Skills: Tiger Sha, LV3. Bloodthirst, LV2. Aberration, LV1. Wind from Tiger, LV1. Wind from Tiger. The Black-Shot Tiger is enveloped by a tempest, increasing speed, currently enhancing speed by 20. Cannot be further enhanced. Tiger Sha. The Black-Shot Tiger is surrounded by a fearsome aura, continuously enhancing its strength, constitution, and agility. Currently can enhance by 10 points, consuming 10 energy per minute. No cooldown, can be enhanced. Bloodthirsty Fury. When the Black-Shot Tiger attacks or is attacked, it will sacrifice its sanity to continuously enhance its strength, constitution, and agility. Currently can enhance by up to 7 points until the battle concludes, consuming 10 energy. No cooldown, can be enhanced. Aberration. Born of a different nature, if not extinguished, destined to become a lord. You can break through all constraints during battle. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of simplistic, mindless warrior template was this? Was there truly no thought involved? Yet Bai Ling's new skill was rather formidable, directly increasing speed by 20, though the inability to further enhance it was somewhat vexing. Opening the long-sealed system panel, Li Xian was taken aback, thinking, wow, is the system this impressive? Suddenly, he felt a bit guilty for having previously berated the system as useless. Wind from Tiger. 1 Wind Source Stone, can enhance. Tiger Sha. 10 units of 3rd tier aberrant aura. 1 Wailing Soul Grass, can enhance after 200 training sessions. Bloodthirsty Fury. 50 units of 3rd tier Bloodstone. 10 Rage Flower, can enhance after 200 training sessions. Potential enhancement. Limited by aberration. Forced enhancement will lead to bodily collapse. Evolution. Limited by aberration. Forced enhancement will lead to bodily collapse. To think even skills deemed unenhanceable could be upgraded. Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. This was essentially a mechanism for guaranteed advancement. It was well known that skills inherently had a limit, and the more powerful the skill, the lower the upper limit for enhancement. The cultivation of the system remains unaffected. Chapter 41. Has the Dean disappeared? As Li Xian daydreamed about the stance he should adopt to seize the title of Beastmaster, he arrived at the Morning Star Welfare Institute. Passengers, please disembark. The bus doors creaked open, and Li Xian stealthily slipped off the vehicle. Feeling a twinge of relief that he had not been recognized, he recalled the terrifying scene earlier when the elderly passengers on the bus had introduced their granddaughters to him. A shiver ran down his spine. Chuckling quietly to himself, Li Xian gazed into the distance at the imposing Welfare Institute, where a majestic clock tower stood tall, its spire piercing the azure sky. Atop it was a colossal, round, smiling face, its vibrant colors shimmering in the sunlight, as if showcasing boundless warmth and joy to every visitor. Li Xian was momentarily dazzled by the reflection from the smiley face. Squinting his eyes to avoid looking directly at it, a sense of confusion washed over him. Why had he never encountered such a thing during his studies? However, although he sensed something amiss, he chose not to dwell on it and ambled closer. After all, would they need to report to him regarding renovations? A man in uniform stood before Li Xian with a vigilant expression. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he exclaimed, drawing the attention of passers-by. Li Xian felt a bit awkward and whispered to the man, "Dude, I'm Li Xian here to find someone." The man chuckled derisively. "Li Xian? Why don't you say you're Xuan comping instead?" He scrutinized Li Xian from head to toe, curling his lip in disdain. Li Xian had no choice but to silently pull the man towards the security booth. Hey, don't get too hands-on," the man said, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice as he brandished a baton. Li Xian pressed down on the baton in the man's hand, pulling him into the booth and yanking off his mask to reveal his handsome face. "Now do you believe me?" The man, pinned against the wall, trembled in fear, gazing up at Li Xian. "Did Li go?" "I'm not into that," he stammered, forcing an awkward laugh before hastily fleeing the scene of his embarrassment. His face pale, he grabbed a walkie-talkie. "Attention all units, Li Xian has arrived. Don't let him notice any flaws. And move that old man out of here." Crackles of acknowledgement followed. They were clearly about to complete the mental reprogramming of that meddlesome old fool. "May the great Dark Star punish this sinner." Li Xian sprinted away, kicking up a cloud of dust that caused the residents of the Welfare Institute to cough incessantly. Yet curiously, everyone wore an odd smile. Preoccupied with his escape, Li Xian did not notice this peculiar phenomenon that he halted beside a flower bed, observing that the area was finally devoid of people, and plopped down onto a bench. Phew, I nearly ruined my reputation. His body instinctively reclined backward, his head nearly folding against his neck as he stared at the flower bed that he felt utterly ashamed to face anyone now. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the bushes of the flower bed. Li Xian looked perplexedly at the quivering greenery when suddenly, a human face sprang forth, nearly touching his own. Startled, Li Xian almost jumped up, focusing intently to discover it was merely a dirty little child. The child had a sharp, short haircut, and his clothes were tattered from the plants in the bushes with traces of blood on him. His filthy little face bore eyes that sparkled as they gazed at Li Xian, radiating a sense of desperate hope, as if he were seeing a lifeline. "Big brother, are you the Li Xian from the television?" the child asked anxiously. Li Xian felt a surge of pride. This little rascal was a fan of his. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he replied, "Yes, but you mustn't tell anyone, okay?" Upon hearing this, the child burst into tears, though his sobs were remarkably restrained. Wiping his nose and tears with his small hand, he pleaded, "Please save Grandpa Dean. He has been captured by those bad people. It's all my fault." Boohoo! Li Xian's heart plummeted at these words, and he fought to suppress his rage, gritting his teeth as he forced a smile. He patted the boy's head, encouraging him. "What happened? Can you tell your brother what's going on?" The boy's expression turned tense as he recounted. "A few days ago, I had a dispute with Jiechi. Feeling remorseful, I snuck into her dormitory late at night when I found the door ajar. But when I entered, I saw that everyone was gone. I heard footsteps in the hallway and was so scared that I hid under the bed and stayed silent. 2 bad security guards came in, and just when they were about to check under the bed, Grandpa Dean appeared and scolded them for trying to kidnap us, but they seized him instead." Upon hearing this, Li Xian finally grasped the situation. That security guard had not been afraid of anything, but had panicked at the sight of him. In that instant, a surge of fury ignited within him. "Don't worry, Big Brother will make those scoundrels disappear, but you must stay hidden here," Li Xian said with a smile, though his eyes glinted with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. It seemed that today his mighty sword would witness bloodshed. Otherwise, it appeared some people thought they could trample upon him. However, not knowing Meng Lu's whereabouts, Li Xian refrained from acting out, lest he call upon Xuan to incinerate them all. He gave the boy some food and attempted to calm himself, massaging his facial muscles to relax. After a while, he slowly approached the reception desk in the main building. Along the way, he noticed countless pairs of eyes watching him, both overtly and covertly, something he had previously overlooked. Initially, he had believed it was due to his striking appearance. Now he realized that the Welfare Institute had been infiltrated and turned into a sieve. He shuddered at the thought. Where had those orphans, who were barely taken away, been sent? Gazing at the smiling reception staff, Li Xian gradually removed his mask. Feigning shyness, he inquired, "Hello, may I ask where Dean Meng Lu is?" The receptionist feigned disbelief. "Is it really you, Li Xian? The dean left yesterday. Otherwise, he would be thrilled to see you. Would you like me to call him?" Observing the receptionist's exaggerated reaction, Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the entrance, leaving the receptionist in a daze. The security guard watched Li Xian's retreating figure, reporting into his walkie-talkie, all clear, as if tranquility had returned. Chapter 42. The most terrifying hunter in the night. As night fell, the Welfare Institute was engulfed in darkness, with only a few dimly lit street lamps resisting the encroaching night that a shadow flitted across the sky dead on the ground. 2 individuals carried a black sack toward a distant building. The person in front suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings for any signs of life. Turning to the one behind him, he asked, "Xuan, don't you think tonight feels strange? I have this eerie feeling that someone is watching me." Xuan chuckled, teasing, "Su Cheng, I believe you've been scared out of your wits by Li Xian during the day. There's no one around here. Don't forget, everyone nearby belongs to us." He smirked mysteriously. "Humph, I can't be scared of a mere kid," Su Cheng retorted, turning back to continue walking. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, cursing under his breath. "Xuan, are you trying to mess with me again?" Feeling disgruntled, he glanced back only to find no one behind him, sending a shiver down his spine that he swallowed hard, forcing a laugh. "Where the hell are you? Xuan, come out." Just then, the bushes nearby rustled. Causing Su Cheng's anxious mood to settle, he dropped the sack onto the ground and, cursing, approached the noise, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to unleash his wrath. "You like to play these games?" "Ah." He tore aside the bushes, only to be astounded by the sight before him. A figure sprawled on the ground, crawling backward in a desperate attempt to flee as he attempted to rise and escape. A shadow pounced, pinning him down. The figure was cloaked in a long, dark robe, and a hood obscured its face with swirling mists, while a set of menacing wings slowly folded behind Li stood atop Su Cheng's back, dragging him toward the bushes as the man emitted cries for help, wielding a long sword that glimmered with cold light. Blood splattered as he coldly counted 18, with a flick of his sword to shake off the blood. Li Xian soared toward the building. The dense thicket bore witness to a gruesome sight, littered with dismembered bodies, each mangled corpse seemingly recounting the horrors that had transpired. Li Xian landed in a corner not far from the building, donning a mask to alter his appearance into that of a male caregiver. This maneuver quickly caught the attention of two guards chatting at the entrance. Both drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings cautiously. One of the guards, a middle-aged man, approached the disheveled Li Xian and helped him up at Su Jun. "What happened?" Li Xian, pale-faced, pointed skyward. "A monster has been abducting people. Wu Wen, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go to the security room and call for help." The middle-aged man noticed Wu Wen's ashen countenance. Disbelief etched on his face as he turned to look behind him. Just as he turned to glance behind, a searing pain surged through his abdomen, and he met Li Xian's gaze filled with lethal intent. "You are not Su Jun." Li Xian lunged forward, the blade piercing through his opponent with lethal precision, retorting, "When did I ever claim to be? Not far away." Wu Wen, witnessing the scene, was so frightened that he turned to flee. Li Xian cast a cold smirk at Wu Wen's retreating figure. "Run. Do you think you can escape?" A white magical array rose at Li Xian's feet, and the ethereal form of Bai Ling emerged, darting towards the fleeing Wu Wen. With a resounding thwack, Wu Wen was reduced to a pulp that Li Xian summoned Ao Xuan, commanding, "This is your domain now. Leave no survivors." Ao Xuan nodded and concealed herself in the shadows. Gazing at the buildings before him, Li Xian felt an oppressive weight in his heart. This was the last stronghold, if he still found nothing. Under the dim light, a group of men played cards, intermittently quenching their thirst with beer. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the iron door. One of the players, having lost several hands, cursed angrily. "Who is it? Damn it, at this hour." Upon opening the door, he was met by a mysterious figure clad in black robes, holding the severed head of an acquaintance that an enemy attacked. Before he could vocalize his alarm, a long sword plunged into his mouth, piercing through his skull. Crimson and white fluids splattered everywhere. The remaining guards hastily armed themselves and charged at Li Xian, bellowing as if to bolster their courage. "Damn it! Kill him!" Alas, their efforts were in vain. With each flicker of Li Xian's sword, one fell after another. In no time, the walls of the room were stained with deep crimson splatters, littered with lifeless bodies. Li Xian turned to the depths of the corridor, taunting, "Aren't you coming out yet, insect?" Thud, thud, thud. At a heavy tread resonated, and a towering figure over 2 meters tall appeared at the corridor's end, his neck encircled with steel spikes as if to prevent his head from falling. He wielded a machete larger than Li Xian himself, his eyes brimming with vigilance and fury, exuding a third-tier aura. "What do you intend to do, sir? Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Have you finished speaking? If so, it's time to depart." Li Xian raised his hand, and Bai Ling materialized beside him. Roar! Bai Ling surged forth like a white tempest, charging at the opponent. The brute hastily raised his bloodied machete to meet her, a glint of savage joy in his eyes as he shouted, "Die!" Yet Bai Ling deftly evaded, leaping off the wall to spin behind him. Her enormous paw, entwined with 3 distinct energies, struck him against the wall. With a resounding crash, a massive dent formed, debris flying everywhere. Strangely, the brute's figure vanished without a trace. Bai Ling's eyes glowed crimson as she let out a low growl, transforming into a wrecking crew. Crashing through the wall in pursuit of the giant, Li Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. This was Bai Ling's flaw, Once engaged in battle, she became uncontrollable, that it was easier when she was weaker. But now that she was stronger, it was a different story. Suddenly, Bai Ling's enraged roar echoed ahead, tinged with pain. Chapter 43, Mind Control. An ominous feeling washed over Li Xian, and he quickly contacted Xuan to come in. He rushed towards Bai Ling's direction, his current strength akin to that of a newly promoted second-tier combatant, sufficient for self-preservation. Upon entering the room, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. The room was vast, lined with numerous beds occupied by people of various shapes and sizes. Each head adorned with a lampshade-like apparatus. At the far end stood a peculiar device connected to those lampshades. The pale faces of the individuals were contorted in agony, occasionally groaning. Not far away, Bai Ling was encircled by several lampshades, fiercely attacking them, that a tempest of mixed attributes surged around her, and a hint of suffering flashed in her eyes. Roar! Meanwhile, the brute lay on the ground, grinning at Li Xian. Soon, your beast will be greeting you. Blood trickled from his lips, a clear indication of his desire to personally eliminate the brute. That Li Xian pointed at the brute, declaring his intent. The brute, filled with disdain, mocked, "Ha! You truly underestimate the power of Lord Wu Yi's mind control lamp." Before he could finish, Bai Ling slowly turned, locking her blood-red gaze onto him. The earlier arrogance faded, replaced with disbelief as he stammered, "How is this possible?" Clearly, before he could finish, Bai Ling lunged forward, enveloped in dark red light, like a runaway bulldozer, sending him to hell. Roar! Bai Ling unleashed a triumphant roar as she barreled towards the device, realizing that this straightforward method was exceedingly effective. Under Bai Ling's relentless assault, the apparatus was reduced to scrap metal amidst a series of explosive sounds, the lamps shattering like firecrackers. That Li Xian observed Bai Ling mercilessly battering the remnants of the device. Seemingly avenging the torment she had endured, he chuckled softly. Bai Ling certainly held grudges. Subsequently, he began scanning the beds for Meng Lu's figure. Quickly spotting him, and Li Xian hurried over, reaching Meng Lu's bedside, whispering, "Old man, are you all right?" Seeing Meng Lu's pallid face, Li Xian's heart sank. Could something have gone awry? Just as Li Xian was lost in thought, Meng Lu suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to Li Xian's head. His tone weak yet irritated. "Can you keep it down at this hour? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle at Meng Lu's stubbornness. Soon, others from the beds awakened and gathered around. They had roused during the battle between Bai Ling and the brute, but were immobilized by the mind control lamp. "Thank you, young brother, for your assistance. Indeed, this lad is not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. Does he happen to lack a wife? My granddaughter would be a fine match." "Old son, isn't your granddaughter just starting elementary school?" "Nonsense, my granddaughter will be 18 next year." A high achiever, no less. A cacophony of voices surrounded Li Xian. Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up, "Big brother, are you that Li Xian from television?" A little girl gazed at him with admiration. Seeing this as a glimmer of hope, Li Xian eagerly responded, intending to whisk her away from this increasingly absurd situation. However, the little girl turned out to be a fan of Xuan, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Can I see Xuan? I absolutely adore her and want to take a picture." Li Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed he wasn't her fan after all. How could such a little brat not know that beasts are nurtured by beastmasters? Suddenly, it struck him. Where was Xuan? His pupils constricted. Could something have happened to her? Weaving through the crowd, he mounted Bai Ling and rushed outside, reminding everyone as he left. While sensing Xuan's location, he directed Bai Ling that in no time. They reached Xuan's vicinity. Li Xian glanced into a shadowy corner, unease creeping over him. What has happened? A large serpentine head emerged slowly, its eyes reflecting a struggle. Hiss! Li Xian stared in bewilderment at Xuan, who usually clung to him but now seemed to push him away. Not overthinking, he jestingly approached. "What's wrong, my unparalleled general? Are you in a mood today?" Xuan abruptly lifted her head, baring her fangs as she hissed at Li Xian. Pain etched across her face. Hiss! Li Xian quickly halted. "All right, I'll let you be quiet for a moment, but can you tell me what transpired?" Hearing Xuan's response, Li Xian's expression darkened. She rarely threw tantrums, and this odd behavior indicated something was amiss. Before Xuan could explain, a voice dripping with malice echoed from above. "It's simple." Soon, She will be my beast. Bai Ling stood protectively in front of Li Xian. Growling at the source of the voice, Li Xian looked up sharply, spotting a figure cloaked in black on the rooftop, leaning against the railing. Behind him stood a familiar face, the very skeleton that had been slain. Wu Yi chuckled smugly at Li Xian's shocked expression, surprised. Are you? Your beast is being snatched away? I've heard you are a genius, but never thought you'd possess 2 beasts at the first tier. How about this? Join us at Dark Star, and your beast will remain yours. What do you say? Li Xian, incensed, retorted. How about this? You become my dog, and I'll consider sparing your pathetic Dark Star. Today, Li Xian was thoroughly disgusted by this so-called Dark Star. Though the opponent was powerful, the fact that he could linger on Water Blue Star indicated he was at most 6th tier. Could he possibly defeat his elder brother? Immediately, Xuan was contacted. After all, Xuan was severely affected by the Dark Star pit. Upon learning that the opponent was from the Dark Star, Li Xian had no time to utter kind words before the other party agreed to descend. With a mocking tone, he said, "Good. I like those with backbone. Let your beast escort you on your journey." As these words fell, Xuan's body twisted frantically, concentrating to resist the erosion of the opponent's will. Truly touching. I am quite curious. How long can you hold on? Wu Yi looked down with a smug expression, as if watching a splendid drama, clicking his tongue in amazement that Li Xian, filled with anxiety, watched Xuan, feeling the incessant urging from the other side to leave, constantly pressing Xuan to hurry, lest he truly needed a collection of his own remains. A thought echoed in his mind. Just a few more minutes. I will complete the descent soon. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of reassurance, suppressing his anger as he devised a strategy that he first explained the situation to Bai Ling and Xuan, instructing the 2 beasts to stage a mock battle to buy some time. Hearing this, Xuan was somewhat bewildered, wondering why that little kitten would fight her. What right did it have? Turning around, she then noticed Bai Ling was like a cat on steroids, having swiftly transformed into a mid-level tier 3. In an instant, her headache seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of discomfort. Bai Ling was also eager to try, believing that a true warrior should not remain in the shadow of another. She had long thought it was time for a change in the leadership role. This was the perfect opportunity to deliver a thorough beating to the previously intimidating Xuan, the notoriously vengeful Silver Tabby. Xuan, observing Bai Ling's eager eyes, felt a surge of displeasure. How dare this foolish cat challenge her status? You've crossed the line. Thus, this mock battle transformed into the Great Beastmaster Championship under Li Xian's reign. Bai Ling wasted no time with pleasantries, directly triggering her skills to unleash a whirlwind of wind, malevolence, and vitality, entwining them into a suit of armor as she lunged fiercely at Xuan. Under one roof, she was all too familiar with Xuan's fighting style, denying her any opportunity to catch her breath. Engaging in close combat instead, Xuan cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ling. Thinking the opponent underestimated her, a chilling current surged through her, and a wave of icy mist spread outward, obscuring Bai Ling's vision and causing her to miss her target. Suddenly appearing behind Bai Ling, Xuan gathered a dazzling sphere of blue light in her open mouth and unleashed it towards Bai Ling. Feeling a chill from behind, Bai Ling hurriedly executed a sharp turn, swaying left and right as she launched another assault against Xuan. Li Xian watched in bewilderment, unable to shake the feeling that they were not merely acting. Then, he heard Wu Yi's mocking voice echo once more, "Isn't it painful? The great Dark Star is merciful. I shall grant you another chance to pledge your loyalty." Li Xian gazed at the pompous Wu Yi, feeling an overwhelming urge to dismantle him limb by limb. "I am ready on my end. You may commence the summoning now." Xuan's voice rang in Li Xian's mind. Hearing this, Li Xian smirked and raised his middle finger. "Now, I shall give you another opportunity. Serve me as a dog, and I shall spare your life." As Li Xian continued to refuse, Wu Yi lost patience, deciding it was time to let the skeletal minions deal with Li Xian. Suddenly, he noticed the temperature around him beginning to rise, warmth enveloping him, and in the next moment dawn broke. A massive fireball appeared in the sky, resembling an asteroid colliding with Earth, descending with a blaze of glory. Wu Yi, feeling the intensity of this power, lost his previously nonchalant demeanor. His pupils contracted, and his body trembled. Internally, he roared, "Where did this king-level powerhouse come from? Does he not need to comprehend the laws in the void? Is he still concerned about trivial matters in reality? Attempting to flee, he found himself locked in place by a formidable force. Unable to move, he looked helplessly at the giant engulfed in flames, resembling a wronged spouse, forcing a smile as he said, "Let us talk things over. There is no need for hostility." Cursing inwardly, he thought, if you had such a powerful ally, why not mention it earlier? Would I dare provoke you if I had known? Li Xian chuckled. What is this? Not barking like a dog anymore. Turning to the colossal figure beside him, he declared, "The magnificent golden flames are now in your hands." Xuan reached out, grasping Wu Yi tightly. The flames on his hand searing the latter. "Dark Star Insect, speak, where is your lair?" Wu Yi snorted coldly. "Do you really think being a Tier 7 king level makes you formidable before the Dark Star? You are merely a slightly larger insect." Xuan, infuriated by Wu Yi's obstinacy, growled, "I hope your mouth remains this tough." He tightened his fist, nearly crushing Wu Yi to pieces. Wu Yi, feeling the tremors in his bones, mocked Xuan. "Are you a survivor from an extinguished star? I hope fate favors you a few more times. Soon, this star will meet its end. Let them accompany me in death." A strange energy exploded within him, and Xuan realized he could not suppress it. Watching Wu, he suddenly turned to ash. An intense burning sensation coursed through his palm, and the peculiar energy spread across his hand. Li Xian approached the two beasts engaged in combat, now certain they were genuinely fighting. However, he did not intervene, curious to see who was stronger between Bai Ling and Ao Xuan. Faced with Bai Ling's relentless advance, Ao Xuan was provoked, just as she prepared to unleash her ultimate icy form to fiercely retaliate against the foolish cat. She suddenly felt as if her head might split open. Emitting painful cries, her body curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Ling, bewildered, looked at her, innocently vocalizing her confusion, glancing at Li Xian in the distance for an explanation. Ow! After all, she had hardly laid a finger on Ao Xuan. How could she act like this? So devious. Li Xian also sensed something was amiss, watching as blood flowed from Ao Xuan's 5 orifices. And the entire Welfare Institute echoed with cries of anguish. Damn, this dog wouldn't settle even in death. Beside him, Xuan's golden flames flared up fiercely. Under the illumination of this golden blaze, Ao Xuan's wails gradually faded, her expression calming as she slowly drifted into slumber. Li Xian, witnessing this, was overjoyed. Wow, incredible Xuan. He turned to Xuan, who was eyeing him with an expression as if facing a formidable foe. Once I handle this matter, I will be departing. Hearing this, Li Xian was puzzled. What is going on? Although Xuan always claimed he wouldn't help, he almost always came when called to. Li Xian felt a sense of reluctance to lose this mechanical deity's presence, finding it odd that Xuan had suddenly become so peculiar. After all, he had just been enjoying himself at the small tower. Chapter 45. The Mark of the Dark Star. Observing Xuan's silence, Li Xian refrained from pressing further. If he was unwilling to speak, Li Xian would not force the issue. Very well, I shall call for assistance, that I may be a bit busy. How long can you remain? Li Xian took out his phone, summoning the ever-reliable Jiang Xiangxue. If Li Xian had to search for help alone, Xuan might have already been driven away by the force of the laws. After all, though king-level beings could descend on a planet without cost, they could not stay indefinitely, which is why Tier 6 was referred to as the Earthly Sovereign. Xuan assessed the repulsion of the law's power. 2 hours. It's best to hurry. Hello? Why are you calling in the middle of the night? Li Xian interrupted her complaints. Quickly gather people. There are Dark Star agents at the Morningstar Welfare Institute that I have dealt with them, but there are some injured civilians. You must come help. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Just a moment. It must be said that even in the dead of night, the Player Association's response was remarkably swift. Within minutes of the call, a group of fully armed players rushed in from all directions. Sha Guangwei stared at the towering figure of flames, momentarily entranced, and asked his companion, Wang Feng, why is a king-level Beastmaster here in our Tianhai city? A man clad in a black battle helmet scrutinized Xuan. You should be thankful he is here. Otherwise, we would have been in for a world of trouble. All right, quiet down. The president has arrived. The crowd quickly hushed, turning their attention to a central figure. Li Xian listened as Zhang Kongping extolled the myriad benefits, feeling somewhat dazed by the influx of wealth. Among these was the coveted secret realm dungeon he had long wished to enter, the legendary Sword Tomb. Imagining contracting a sword-shaped beast, he knew his own strength would multiply. However, Li Xian maintained his facade, patting his chest. This is all part of my duty. He then discussed a plethora of materials, particularly emphasizing the wind source stones, which were essential for Bai Ling and A.O. Shuang's upgrades. While they deliberated, other professionals began leading the brainwashed individuals to Xuan, where they received healing from the golden flames. Zhang Kongping waved at Li Xian. We shall take our leave now. Make sure to attend the award ceremony in a few days. Understood. I won't forget. Li Xian watched as the crowd departed, glancing at Xuan. Yet he could not resist asking that lingering question, is it truly impossible to speak further? Xuan watched as the elemental rift he had opened gradually closed. Letting out a sigh. Some knowledge is best left undiscovered, yet you have been drawn into this as well. Do you understand why they are referred to as the Dark Stars? Listening to the inquiry, Li Xian shook his head. Does it hold any special significance? Xuan gazed up at the stars in the sky. All celestial bodies emit light. What do you think an extinguished planet would resemble? So, their purpose is to annihilate the world. Li Xian was somewhat speechless. Indeed, such a sinister organization exists. Truly, in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds that know they merely prepared delicacies for their master. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. For their master? Preparing sustenance. Li Xian, with a dry throat, asked, Are you implying a literal consumption of planets? Yes, after eradicating all life on a planet. They mark it, awaiting their master's arrival to consume the marked world. As Xuan spoke, his spirit seemed to waver, as if recalling a long ago he thought of the enormous maw that overshadowed entire constellations. At that moment, a voice countered vehemently. How could the Dark Stars possess such power? They are merely a bunch of sewer rats. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, realizing he had forgotten someone. Xuan extended his hand toward a certain direction, channeling energy to bring that person into his grasp. It was none other than the Bone Bishop from the Obliteration Tower. The Bone Bishop was now feeling numb, cursing his own loose tongue. Now, his careless words had led him into this predicament. Originally, he had appeared as if he was indifferent to life or death, but upon hearing Li Xian's words, he was left in shock that if he were to survive, all the contingencies he had set would become irrelevant, and that would be his doom. The blue flames in his eye sockets flickered incessantly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. I implore you. But you must release me. Naturally, I, Li Xian, am a man of my word. When I say I will let you go, I shall. Li Xian assured him with confidence. Shadow Cat Demon, are you sincere? We first encountered the Dark Stars a few years ago. They seem to appear out of thin air, operating globally. Initially, we faced them in several encounters, and their strongest member was merely of the 6th tier. Meanwhile, our esteemed Pope of the Obliteration Tower stands at the 8th tier. At this point, the Bone Bishop regarded the Dark Stars with disdain, as if he himself were that 8th tier Pope. This disdain stemmed from the fact that he had been captured by Misty and lost a bit of face. Now, he could hardly contain his eagerness to belittle the Dark Stars. The Bone Bishop looked at Li Xian with hopeful anticipation. Can I be released now? Of course, I will let you go. Li Xian smiled as he spoke and began to walk away. Witnessing this, the Bone Bishop realized he had been tricked. Just as he was about to curse Li Xian, a tremendous sense of danger enveloped him. Looking up, a colossal rift in space-time appeared before him. His body twisted in panic, cursing under his breath. Damn it, Li Xian, you are utterly untrustworthy. In the distance, Li Xian chuckled softly. Did I not grant you your freedom? I merely had my elder brother assist you in taking a shortcut. Before he could utter another word, he was thrown into the rift by Xuan, who also stepped inside, pausing only to look back at Li Xian. Take care. Li Xian waved his hand. Take care. One day we shall meet again, and by then, I shall be extraordinary. Xuan grinned. Good, I await that day. Their figures vanished, and the rift slowly began to mend. Meanwhile, Li Xian pondered the dark mark he had seen on Xuan's hand, murmuring softly, So, you two have been marked? Chapter 46. The calm after the storm? One can only imagine the prowess of the Mark's master. Perhaps this is the true reason for Xuan's sudden departure. Although the small tower is adrift in the void with a half-plane, it cannot evade Xuan's continuous signal transmission. Reflecting on this, Li Xian felt somewhat helpless. If even Xuan could not resolve the issue, how could he? In a chamber of the Dark Star Division, Hafa stood before an altar, nervously bowing his head. Atop the altar rested a small statue of the Dark Star, while below lay various star-shaped monuments, one of which had shattered in the fourth row. Gazing at the ground littered with fragments of the life monument, Hefa's eyes threatened to ignite with fury. "Damn you, Li Xian, it's you again." He never anticipated that Li Xian would become involved with the fire elemental giant king, leading to the demise of Misty, a strategic figure. Misty was not merely a ruler among men. He was also the precursor to extinguishing stars. With these thoughts, Hefa felt a tumult of rage. This foolish envoy. He had sought to revel in chaos. Now, his demise would bring forth punishment at that moment. The head of the statue radiated a dark light, enveloping the surroundings. Terrified, Hefa immediately knelt, nearly burying his head between his legs. "Did I humbly greet the Pope?" The inky light intertwined, forming a silhouette that appeared before him. Scrutinizing the kneeling Hefa. "Hefa, how shall I deal with you? Shall I send you to the realm of the Dark Star Lord according to the Church's doctrine?" Or, Hefa fervently bowed, creating a significant dent in the ground. His forehead stained with blood and flesh, creating a most grotesque sight. "Did I beg of you, Great Pope, grant me another chance?" The Dark Star Pope levitated Hefa into the air. "Considering you were among the first to accompany me to the water blue star, I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Proceed as planned and offer Tianhai City to our Lord." Upon hearing this, Hefa was rendered speechless. "I, a fifth-tier bishop, must extinguish a city with seventh-tier combat capability?" His eyes glazed over as he thought of his family, resigned to answer with a heart heavy with despair. "Very well. Thank you, Great Pope." Observing Hefa's reaction, the Pope could discern his thoughts and let out a cold chuckle. "As for that fire elemental giant, you need not worry. He would not dare to show himself on the mortal plane again." That a sphere entwined with dark energy materialized in his hand and was given to Hefa. "Keep this safe. Do not disappoint me this time." After speaking, he slowly faded from the air, and the surrounding scenery began to restore itself. "That I bid farewell to the Great Pope." Hefa gazed at the dark sphere in his hand, a fierce glint in his eyes. The award ceremony. Li Xian pushed away the microphone that was almost poking into his mouth, facing the enthusiastic reporters before him. "That MY achievements today are the result of relentless practice and an indomitable spirit." Just as Li Xian intended to continue speaking, he suddenly noticed Jiang Xiangshu anxiously waiting in the distance. It dawned on him that he needed to head to Tianhai City's treasury to claim his reward. "I apologize. I must attend to the association to collect my rewards." This interview concludes here. With that, he disregarded the reporter's pleas, summoned his white spirit, and hastily fled with Jiang Xiangshu. "Hey, Li Tuong, don't leave. What am I to do now?" The director scolded me to death. Indeed, how could he suddenly run off, leaving a group of reporters staring blankly at one another, unsure of how to write tonight's exclusive story, given that Li Xian was notoriously easy to interview and loved to show off. Without any exclusive information, they were at a loss for words that moment. A female reporter fervently scribbling in her notebook captured everyone's attention. That a reporter familiar with her approached without hesitation. "Hey, Muling, what are you writing? Let me take a look." Upon seeing what was written in her notebook, she covered her mouth in shock. "Isn't this pure fabrication?" Muling smirked. "How can this be considered slander?" "Look, isn't leaving with Officer Jiang. Does it matter where they are going? It cannot be written as the story of the domineering king and the young policewoman." This remark seemed to awaken the other reporters, and they each began to brainstorm. They changed the headlines from Genius Beastmaster Young Beastmaster King, the youngest Beastmaster King in history, to Young Genius and Police Flower, the other half of the Beastmaster King Li Xian. The importance of choosing the right partner. Thus, Li Xian's already scarce reputation was about to face persecution. A white figure darted through the high rises, hurrying into the distance. Jiang Xiangshu clung tightly to the back of the white spirit. Her limbs locked in place, scolding Li Xian in a frightened tone. "This is unethical. There are regulations against large beasts operating on city roads." Li Xian turned to look at Jiang Xiangshu, who was nearly melding into the white spirit's body. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Officer Jiang, first of all, the white spirit is not on the road, and secondly, we have arrived. You may open your eyes now. Oh, my apologies." Jiang Xiangshu felt a bit puzzled. She sensed that the white spirit was still moving beneath her, but trusting Li Xian, She gradually opened her eyes to her astonishment. She found herself suspended in midair, gazing at the bustling streets below. Feeling weak all over, and she slipped down. Ah! Turning to see Jiang Xiangxue plummeting downwards, Li Xian was stunned, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I am truly doomed." Bai Ling lightly tapped on the glass of the office building. Diving towards the river like snow cascading downwards at the fleeting moment of their encounter, her tail coiled around her counterpart. Yet unable to halt her momentum, she crashed into the towering structure. Bang! A young girl adorned in lavish attire dropped the cookie she held in shock, her cherry lips parting slightly in disbelief. Can a dump truck really fly up to the 20th floor? Soon, a cloud of dust settled, revealing a massive white tiger shaking its head, its tail entwined with an unconscious woman. While a man's head suddenly emerged from atop the white beast. My apologies, but for compensation matters, you may consult the Player Association. I am Li Xian, and I shall not detain you further. Bai Ling. We must depart. The girl approached the enormous gash in the wall, gazing at the receding white silhouette, murmuring, "Bai Ling?" At that moment, a loud crash echoed as several men in black rushed in, led by an individual clad in butler attire. The butler, upon seeing the unharmed girl, breathed a sigh of relief but still anxiously inquired, "Miss Bai Ling, are you quite all right?" Chapter 47. The Bai Ling cast a glance at the trembling butler. A devilish smile gracing her face. "I am unscathed, but the safety measures of your esteemed company seem rather inadequate, do they not?" The butler turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "However, considering this is our first collaboration, do retrieve all the information on that individual for me." The butler, elated by her words, promptly responded, "Of course, we shall arrange that for you at once. Please, follow me to another room to rest." Meanwhile, Li Xian had no further mischief in mind and reached the location of the Player Association without incident. Such wealth, he marveled at the Player Association, resembling a city within a city, occupying over 100,000 square meters in the precious real estate of the city center. After adjusting her somewhat disheveled makeup, Jiang Xiangxue, still in a state of shock, said, "Mr. Li, please refrain from such jests in the future. Come with me. The president is awaiting your arrival." After registering, she led Li Xian towards a designated area. As they traversed the buildings, the crowd thinned, and more hidden sentinels appeared. Li Xian noticed that nearly every few steps, he encountered 2 or 3 concealed guards. This was merely what he observed. Soon, he spotted Zhang Kongping and an unfamiliar man standing before a distinctive structure. Upon seeing Li Xian approach, they hurried over. Zhang Kongping grasped Li Xian's hand, exclaiming, "Our little hero has arrived." He then gestured towards the individual behind him. "This is Chun Zhao, the president of the Player Association of Yunhai City." While introducing the two, his tone carried a hint of displeasure. Chun Zhao swiftly approached Li Xian, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Undoubtedly, a young hero such as yourself, having just awakened, can already turn the tide. Would you be interested in visiting our Yunhai City for a while?" Zhang Kongping, visibly irritated, interjected, "If you continue with these nonsensical propositions, handle the matter regarding that special dungeon on your own." Hearing this, Li Xian's interest piqued. He sensed the allure of wealth. "President Chun, is there something you require? What special dungeon are you referring to?" Chun Zhao's expression shifted to seriousness. "Indeed, we have a special dungeon that requires the assistance of our young hero. Consider this a token of gratitude." But he produced a stone riddled with numerous small holes. The Wind Source Stone. The moment the Wind Source Stone appeared, Li Xian's eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. Chun Zhao chuckled, directly handing the Wind Source Stone to Li Xian. "This shall be entrusted to our little hero." Item: Wind Source Stone. Level 6. Evaluation. The untamed wind is trapped within this stone. Li Xian eagerly stashed the Wind Source Stone into his backpack. "Rest assured, President Chun, I shall ensure the task is completed." Zhang Kongping, observing Chun Zhao's opportunistic demeanor, irritably separated the two and handed Li Xian a small token. "Take this. It contains 200,000 contribution points. Feel free to utilize it as you see fit. At this juncture, Zhang Kongping felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that Chun Zhao's offering was a 6th-tier material imbued with the essence of law. Although not as valuable as an equivalent elemental core, it was worth several million black crystal points. Meanwhile, his own contribution of 200,000 points for assisting Li Xian seemed minuscule in comparison, equivalent to around 600,000 black crystal points. Even though Yunhai City's GDP was 6 times that of Tianhai City, this disparity left him feeling somewhat diminished. Very well, I shall proceed inside. Thank you for your assistance. President Zhang Li Xian's words broke the awkward silence as he made his way towards the entrance. Despite the lesser reward compared to Qin Zhao's, the sum was still substantial, 600,000 black crystal points. For a third-tier professional, earning such an amount could take a lifetime. Furthermore, he did not believe the appearance of the wind source stone was mere coincidence. Just days prior, he had mentioned it to Qin Zhao. And now someone sought his assistance in relation to it. Within Tianshui province, it was unlikely to find another first-tier individual possessing the strength of a third-tier Beastmaster. Yet there were certainly many third-tier professionals available. As he watched Li Xian's figure fade, Qin Zhao remarked with a hint of envy, "It seems, old Zhang, you have found yourself a remarkable talent. His aptitude and disposition are unparalleled. Indeed, or else would I have humiliated myself to request that wind source stone from you." Zhang Kongping replied with a hint of pride that he turned to the somewhat reserved Jiang Xiangxue. "Little Jiang, please wait outside for Li Xian. We shall take our leave now." With that, the two departed towards a conference room and took their seats. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhao stated, "I believe we should add his name to the list." Zhang Kongping, taken aback, noted that his old friend had never been this decisive. "That I didn't expect you to hold him in such high regard." Qin Zhao shook his head, somewhat helpless that IT is not without reason. Tianshui has not produced a saint for over a century. Beep, beep, a notification sound emanated from the projection link. The equipment nearby signaled the arrival of participants. Figures began to materialize in the vacant chairs, and the person at the head of the table regarded Qin Zhao with curiosity. "Now that everyone is present, President Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Zhao surveyed the room. "I wish to propose adding another individual to the..." His words sparked interest among the attendees. What remarkable talent has emerged this time? Indeed, President Qin, please enlighten us. That is it Xuan from Qishui City or Wu Yu from Bingshui City? Qin Zhao shook his head. Neither. It is Li Xian from Tianhai City. The name was unfamiliar to them. The person at the head of the table seemed to recognize it. Is he the first-tier individual with a king-level Beastmaster? Precisely. The leader chuckled lightly. The measure's potential. It seeks those capable of ascending to the Saint Realm, not merely assessing combat prowess. Zhang Kongping interjected slowly, but what if he has already contracted 2 third-tier Beastmasters at first tier? One of which was nurtured from the very beginning? What? The leader gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. The others too were taken aback. The ability to command 2 third-tier Beastmasters at first tier was a testament to extraordinary talent and initial mental fortitude. The leader regained composure. That if that is indeed the case, we shall add his name to the by the way. Inquire if he would be interested in furthering his studies at Luoshui University. That if the inclusion of Li Xian in the surprised the attendees. The subsequent proposition left them utterly astounded. This individual? He is considering taking on apprentices. He is a pillar of Tianshui province, one of the few formidable forces in Water Blue Star. Chapter 48. I most enjoy sparring. In the treasury, Li Xian was dazzled by the array of materials displayed on the shelves. Were it not for the protective barrier enveloping these items, he would have considered plundering the place. Suppressing his urge to indulge in purchasing, he began searching for materials suitable for Bai Ling and A.O. Xuan. Starting in the third-tier elemental core section, he acquired 2 ice crystal cores, 1 shadow core, and 1 storm core, spending a total of 40,000 contribution points. After grumbling, he purchased a non-melting ice for 30,000 contribution points. The combined cost of the remaining evolution materials for the 2 beasts amounted to approximately 95,000 points. Leaving him with 35,000 contribution points, that Li Xian then began to browse for equipment, that AS for saving. His philosophy was that money couldn't bear offspring. Significantly enhancing his strength was the true path. After a lengthy selection process, he found 2 pieces of equipment that caught his fancy. Equipment: Telekinetic Master S Headscarf, Level 3. Wearing requirement: 35 points of mental strength. Equipment effect: 12 mental strength. Evaluation: a mere cloth atop 1's head. Equipment: Handkerchief of Resentment, Level 2. Wearing requirement: 15 points of constitution. Equipment effect: increases mental strength by 10 upon wearing, with a continuous drain on stamina. Evaluation: why not come find me? He opted for 2 items that enhanced mental strength, alleviating his recurrent issues of being a 3-second man. After enhancing his mental strength, A.O. Xuan could manage, but following by Ling's explosive growth. He found himself lacking once more. Regarding the matter of the two beasts upgrading their skills, he plans to wait until after reaching the second tier to discuss it further at that time. He will consume the Zhu Gua, and everything should be fine. After equipping the two items, Li Xian's mental strength astonishingly soared to an impressive 69 points. Initially, his mind felt somewhat taut, but now it was as if he had been pampered by a dragon, leaving him in a state of euphoric bliss. With a lingering glance, he turned away and departed. Before the treasury, observing Chen Zhao's troubled expression as he finished a phone call, Zhang Kongping looked at him with suspicion. Who was that? You agreed to such a thing? An illegitimate daughter? Chen Zhao managed a bitter smile. That one is quite the formidable ancestor. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped Li Xian as he gradually appeared at the entrance. Zhang Kongping, feeling indifferent, was nonetheless confident in Li Xian's abilities that he waved Li Xian over. Come, quickly thank President Xuan. He secured you a spot in the Qianlong program. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The Qianlong program? If awakening a powerful profession is akin to the ancestral grave emitting green smoke, then joining the Qianlong program is at the very least like having your ancestral grave struck by lightning and ignited. It must burn, and the flames should reach several stories high. Observing Li Xian's excitement, Zhang Kongping chuckled. There's still a little test awaiting you. You should inquire with President Xuan for the specifics. Li Xian hurriedly turned to Chen Zhao, playfully saying, President Xuan, just say the word, whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a cauldron of oil. I'm ready for anything, but that's unnecessary. It's merely that some individuals are unconvinced due to your relatively low profile. Chen Zhao replied somewhat awkwardly. After all, he had agreed to this matter, though he did not believe Li Xian would falter. Li Xian's smile faltered at these words. What is the opponent's strength? Will my recent awakening be a disadvantage? Internally cursing that damned young master who interrupted his plans, he thought, look at you, the opponent awakened in the same year as you. Don't embarrass me. Zhang Kongping laughed and scolded. Li Xian perked up at this. He relished the thought of besting a younger opponent. With this in mind, a slight smile graced his lips. Such trivial matters are nothing. I revel in mutual progress. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared to deliver a thrashing to that unknown young master. In the arena for professionals in Yunhai City, gazing at the two individuals before him, Li Xian felt a sense of déjà vu with the young girl. Though he couldn't pinpoint where he had seen her before, a hint of confusion on his face, but haven't we met somewhere? The man equipped himself with his robe and produced a cylindrical staff. Topped with a slender, pale purple gemstone, that as he gazed at the staff, which was clearly unfit for approval, Li Xian fell into contemplation. Isn't that just a larger version of an XX stick? What news is there? Aren't those journalist friends of mine always praising me? The moment Bai Ling exited the arena, her companion, Kangwu, adopted a piercing gaze, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself that in no time. 5 runes of constantly shifting shapes appeared around him, orbiting like miniature satellites that on the opposite side of the arena, a transparent magic array emerged before Li Xian, a flash of white light heralding the descent of a colossal figure, causing the arena to tremble. Hiss. Ao Xuan emitted a thunderous hiss at the sight of the man before her, her eyes narrowing malevolently. This must be the troublemaker Li Xian mentioned. Li Xian patted Ao Xuan, saying, don't go too hard. Leave him with a breath that a first-tier rune mage like him was hardly a challenge, right? Ao Xuan nodded, a surge of cold energy coalescing in her mouth as a beam of blue light shot toward the adversary. Kangwu, initially tense, was nearly driven to internal injury by Li Xian's words and charged forward with a cold snort. Forming a hand seal with one hand, he bellowed, Wind! The runes around him transformed into a vibrant green, and his figure accelerated several times over. He left behind an afterimage, evading Ao Xuan's icy breath. That Ao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The opponent had vanished from her view. Just then, a voice thundered from the side, Fire! A barrage of crimson fireballs rained down upon them, prompting Ao Xuan to leap protectively in front of Li Xian, bracing herself against the incoming projectiles that a thick mist enveloped them, obscuring their figures. Seeing this, Kangwa's face broke into a triumphant grin. Clearly, the opponent was merely a paper tiger, and the young lady had overreacted. Gripping his staff tightly, it was as if it were the source of his power. I say, have you had enough of this nonsense? Li Xian's voice emerged from the mist, with cold winds converging, the howling intensifying as the mist was swiftly dispersed at Xuan, icy storm, within the deep blue vortex. Countless shards of ice surged toward Kangwu, the powerful suction drawing him into its center. Li Xian glanced at Bai Ling below. Do you have a grudge against him? Why hasn't the result been announced? Bai Ling shot him a glare, turning away in annoyance. Just as he prepared to command Xuan to cease the icy storm, a voice emerged from within the tempest. That eye in your eyes. Is this skill deemed invincible? Today, I shall show you what a mage's nemesis truly is. A figure strode forth from the storm, radiating with a purple glow, as if clad in armor of crystal, firmly protecting him. Kangwu raised his staff high above his head, the gemstone shimmering with a violet light akin to a brilliant star, and shouted, "Scatter!" With that furious shout, the icy storm instantaneously disintegrated, dissipating into the air. Kangwu coldly regarded Li Xian, lecturing, "Li Xian, today I shall bestow upon you the gift of defeat. I hope you learn to temper your arrogance. Wind, fire." With these two commands, a series of blazing wind blades formed around him, exuding waves of scorching heat. With a flick of his staff, they transformed into streaks of crimson light hurtling toward Li Xian. Even additional energy surged toward him, yet all were repelled by the purple glow encompassing Kangwu. Kangwu stood calmly, exuding an air of superiority. "Give up. The Staff of Magic Immunity is no mere empty title." Infuriated, Xuan charged forward, engaging in close combat, but was thwarted as Kangwu used wind runes to evade, opting instead for a strategy of irritation and verbal jabs. That all you've got. If you catch me, I'll let you have your way, Li Xian. You're not impressing me. Kangwu sneered, entirely devoid of any sense of shame for being pursued. Are you planning to surrender? Kangwu looked at Li Xian with disdain, showing no embarrassment of being chased. I hope you can still act tough after this. Bai Ling, furious, commanded, "Get this turtle's son dealt with." Li Xian was on the verge of exploding with anger. Today, he would make this fool pay for his insolence. However, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions of the other two participants as Bai Ling appeared on the arena. Unleashing a thunderous roar, Bai Ling scrutinized the opponent with its crimson tiger eyes, harboring a hint of admiration. This opponent had managed to make Xuan falter, something it had never accomplished, for the sake of the leading sister's position. It had previously exerted all its strength, yet Xuan's magical attacks were exceedingly tricky, especially that icy breath. Once caught, one would endure a full set of skills. Despite its greater strength, it had been overwhelmed. Contemplating this, Bai Ling felt a pang of bitterness. This insufferable mechanism. Li Xian was puzzled. Bai Ling usually fought fiercely against opponents, so why was it suddenly so subdued? Bai Ling, take him down. Show no mercy. Roar! Hearing Li Xian's command, Bai Ling could no longer afford to let the opponent off lightly, darting forward like an arrow slicing through the clouds. Its massive paw struck forward, enveloped in a deadly aura, clearly holding back. Unfortunately, Kangwu was far from friendly, attempting to toy with Bai Ling as he had with Xuan. He dodged Bai Ling's assault with wind runes, tauntingly beckoning. "Come on, little kitty, if you catch me. I'll buy you a big fish." Bai Ling blinked in confusion. How dare he roar? The tiger's paw slammed into Kangwu, unleashing a surge of crimson light, the fur on its body tinged with a hint of red as the winds began to swirl around it. Oh, has the little kitty gotten angry? Though Kangwu was perplexed by Bai Ling's actions, he continued his verbal assault until he suddenly saw Bai Ling vanish from sight. That a colossal tiger paw loomed larger in his vision. Damn! With a resounding crash, Kangwu fell heavily from the arena. Bai Ling, still unsatisfied, nearly leaped down to continue the onslaught, held back only by Li Xian's grip. Observing the battered Kangwu, Li Xian hastily added, "Why aren't you running now? Can't you move?" Not far away, Bai Ling silently recorded Li Xian's beast-taming information, a glimmer in its eyes, lost in thought. "All right, enough of the commotion. Let's move on and not forget the main task." With that, Bai Ling turned toward the arena's exit, knowing that even in this suitable moment, it still needed to assess Li Xian's temperament. For now, he had shown restraint even against the scoundrel Kangwu, so his temperament seemed acceptable. However, thinking of her older brother's incessant chatter made her head throb. Why couldn't he just be mute? Before the ghost cavern, chilling gusts of wind sent shivers down one's spine, while eerie laughter echoed from within. stirring an insatiable curiosity to delve deeper. Goodness, is that a female ghost? Kangwu rolled up his sleeves, exuding an aura of determination to charge ahead. Li Xian patted Kangwu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. You can't handle it. Let me take the lead. Observing the playful banter between the two, Bai Ling sighed, her thoughts shifting as a peculiar polyhedral cube materialized in her palm, which she promptly crushed, enveloping everyone in a radiant white light. Special instance, Ghost Cavern. In the dim cavern, the siren song of the female ghost bewilders the heart, tempting you to succumb. Yet for the sake of your life, it is best not to indulge too deeply. Challenge level. Tier 1 recommended number of participants. 4. Instance reward. 500 experience. Shall we enter as a team? The trio suddenly found themselves within the cavern, where grotesque rocks jutted out amidst a haze of gray mist that obscured their vision. The space, however, was not cramped, boasting a height akin to that of a single story. Yet, it could not accommodate A.O. Xuan, prompting Li Xian to summon Bai Ling upon her arrival. Bai Ling did not exhibit her usual playful demeanor towards Li Xian, but instead fixed her gaze intently on Kangwu. This unsettling stare sent chills down Kangwu's spine, and he forced a smile. It was all a misunderstanding before. Now we are comrades. Li Xian, ever the instigator, chimed in with mischief. You weren't like this before. Recalling prior events, Bai Ling emitted a series of low, ominous growls. Enough of the antics. We have a situation, Bai Ling warned, her eyes scanning the surroundings, sensing something lurking in the shadows that her words. Li Xian and the others quickly regained their composure. With his exceptional mental acuity, Li Xian soon discerned a clue. Bai Ling, boost that little cutie's strength. Pointing in a direction, Bai Ling swiftly plunged into the mist, accompanied by a fierce tiger's roar. She emerged dragging something into view. Chapter 50. The unsettling cavern. Bai Ling let out a low growl and forcefully hurled a translucent figure to the ground. The apparition's visage was obscured by mist, with pale fingers elongated and sharp as daggers, and a curvaceous form that betrayed its true nature. Goodness, it truly is a female ghost. Li Xian, should you go first, or shall I? Kangwu nudged Li Xian with his elbow, sporting a teasing smile. Brother, I see you're quite hungry. Observing the ghostly figure, Li Xian gave Kangwu a thumbs up, exclaiming, what a splendid sight. Bai Ling approached to examine the ghost's features, her brow furrowing. Common misty siren. Level. Low Tier 2. Evaluation. A siren transformed through a series of mutations. Though the instance was categorized as Tier 1, the monsters were already Tier 2, which was highly abnormal. Alas, I wish to remain inconspicuous, but my strength denies me that luxury. Li Xian feigned a lament, embodying a high and mighty demeanor. Upon receiving Li Xian's consent, Bai Ling crushed the siren beneath her foot. Experience. 32. Strange liquid 1. Li Xian raised an eyebrow at the high drop rate. A drop of solidified liquid appeared in his palm, its brownish-red hue peculiar. Miscellaneous. Strange liquid. Level. Evaluation. Is this the source of evolution or mutation? As Li Xian pondered the system's evaluation, he felt a sense of familiarity, rummaging through his personal bag to produce a strange seed. Miscellaneous. Strange seed. Level. Tier 2. Li Xian glanced at the assessment on the panel, muttering a curse at the enigma. Li Xian is leaving. Let's clear this instance quickly, and I'll take you to a splendid place. With that thought, Li Xian felt invigorated, stuffing the two oddities into his cloak for later examination. He hurried after Kangwu, excitement evident in his voice. Song brother, is it truly the case? Unbeknownst to him, the seed consumed the liquid, its surface glimmering with a red light as if broadcasting a signal. In the village, where corpses lay scattered, shadowy figures busily piled the bodies into a mound. After a flurry of activity, a man clad in a white robe approached, his face adorned with a warm smile, creating a stark contrast to the gruesome scene. The figures hurriedly bowed, reporting their progress. Special envoy, we have completed the task. They tossed an object resembling an elemental core atop the mound of corpses, leading to a chilling spectacle. The blood from the bodies surged upward into the core, which pulsed with red light as the blood continued to flow. As the blood dried, the corpses disintegrated into dust, scattered by the wind, leaving only traces of battle on the village's ruins. A testament to the horrific events that transpired. A nearby warrior trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably as he bowed his head to avoid detection. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of white boots adorned with golden edges before him, causing him to collapse in terror. Pressing his forehead to the ground, he stammered, "Special envoy." He struggled to voice his pleas, knowing that with the envoy's temperament, begging for mercy would only hasten his demise. "I am not a monster. Why do you fear me so?" The envoy lifted the trembling warrior, brushing off the dust from his robe. The warrior, relieved that the envoy had not noticed his earlier slip, felt a momentary sense of ease. Yet, before he could celebrate his narrow escape, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. Puffed! Blood erupted from the warrior's mouth as he looked at the envoy in disbelief, his body growing heavier and collapsing to the ground. The envoy, witnessing his pristine robe stained crimson, wore a grim expression as he scanned the remaining figures. Those remaining seemed to grasp the situation and began to flee in a frenzy. After a massacre, the envoy's robe was thoroughly soaked in blood, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. Ding, the envoy, displeased, produced a peculiar stone, placing it on the ground as a virtual light curtain materialized. The scene was shrouded in darkness, the opposing figure akin to an unseen light. "Chia, have you killed the lower-tier faction members again?" Chia retorted, "Is there a problem with eliminating lowly creatures? By the way, there are significant churches in that area. Avoid conflict with them, that I have no desire to clean up your mess daily." With that, the communication ended abruptly, leaving Qian no chance to retaliate. As Qian murmured to himself, "Tianshui province? I hope you prove to be entertaining." Within the cavern, a man in a robe fled swiftly, pursued by a swarm of transparent, clawing sirens. Kangwu glanced back, astonished that they could pass through walls. While running, he cried out for help. "Help! Help! Save me!" Taking cover behind a rock, he peeked out to taunt. The sirens, infuriated, prepared to tear him apart when suddenly a foul wind swept through. Roar! A massive white tiger descended from the heavens, crashing into the swarm of sirens like a bulldozer, decimating them in an instant. Attempting to flee, two figures closed in, one wielding a sword. Li Xian's expression darkened. "Do they think I'm an easy target?" His sword danced in the air, slicing through the assailants with lethal precision. Kangwu, witnessing the chaos, hastily drew his staff to cast spells, though his efforts proved futile. Li Xian dispatched the last siren, casting a bemused glance at his companions that a mage focused solely on agility and a healer devoid of support skills. "How delightful," Kangwu added, and a Beastmaster wielding a sword. Chapter 51. The Siren Queen. As the group ventured deeper, the surrounding gray mist thickened, reducing visibility from several meters to mere inches, making it difficult to even see those beside them. What in the world is this siren smoking? "The entire cavern is shrouded in gloom," Kangwu exclaimed, covering his nose in disdain. After a prolonged silence, without Li Xian's usual retorts, Kangwu grew suspicious, halting in his tracks as the figure ahead mirrored his actions. "Li Xian, I need to use the restroom. Perhaps you should go on ahead, fool. Do you think you can deceive me? Go eat feces." Kangwu's body glimmered with faint green runes as he dashed toward a direction, only to encounter several figures seemingly waiting for him. "Bai Jie, Li Xian, I must tell you, it was exhilarating. I circled that foolish boss." Kangwu gazed at the smiling Bai Ling and Li Xian, unable to suppress his urge to mock the previous encounter with the boss. "All right, let us proceed." I'll lead the way to Li Xian and Bai Ling, standing behind Song Wu, wore enigmatic expressions, their gazes hollow, resembling mere shells of humanity. I was utterly speechless. In the blink of an eye, these two had vanished. As Li Xian surveyed the dense fog that obscured all sense of direction, a headache began to throb. Frustrated by the bothersome mist, Bai Ling silently jotted down the name of the female demon queen in her notebook, planning to unleash her wrath upon her later. Yet, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke, Li Xian soon spotted two figures moving ahead. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed the two who had mysteriously disappeared. Seeing Song Wu, who wore a smile yet said nothing, Li Xian instinctively swung a punch. "Stop pretending to be a sunny boy." The blow dispersed half of Song Wu's form, startled by the sight. Li Xian exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this a ghost?" Bai Ling, witnessing this, darted towards Bai Ling, unsurprisingly realizing that the latter was also composed of mist. Even Li Xian, typically slow on the uptake, recognized that this was the result of the Demon Queen's abilities. With a thunderous crash echoing from afar, The entire cave trembled slightly as Xuan squinted towards the source of the sound. It seemed he need not search for the enemy, as the Demon Queen's true intentions were laid bare. Within the fog, Bai Ling shimmered with various colors, resembling a rogue artillery unit, launching a relentless barrage around her. Disconcerting sobbing filled the air, causing Bai Ling to clench her teeth, her expression taut with tension. Bracing for the imminent arrival of the Demon Queen, a figure, crawling on all fours, rushed towards Bai Ling's direction. "Do you truly think you can take me lightly?" Bai Ling exclaimed, exasperated, as she pulled out an array of tools to hurl at her adversary. The sheer output of her assault rivaled that of several third-tier mages launching their spells simultaneously. After sustaining several hits, the Demon Queen dissipated into a wisp of smoke, only to reappear as an identical doppelganger. Despair crept into Bai Ling's heart. This marked the Demon Queen's fifth resurrection. Her frantic onslaught was a means of self-preservation and a strategy to attract Li Xian's attention, for he was the true linchpin to breaking the deadlock. Gazing longingly into the distance, she thought, "Li Xian, you must hurry, or I will truly be unable to endure much longer." That moment, a figure swept across the battlefield like a gust of wind, and Bai Ling felt her heart gradually settle. Li Xian seemed reliable after all, and this task appeared to be one she could entrust to him. Unfortunately, the next moment, a curse escaped Song Wu's lips, prompting Bai Ling to feel a pang of despair. "What on earth is this?" Song Wu beheld the Demon Queen, her abdomen exposed, limbs contorted in a grotesque manner as she crawled towards him. Pale with fright, he turned to flee, only to notice Bai Ling amidst the fog. "Sister Bai, save me." Song Wu sheltered behind Bai Ling, unashamedly urging her to confront the Demon Queen, to show her the might of a premium player. As Bai Ling once more shattered the Demon Queen's form, identical figures of her emerged from all directions. Witnessing this, Song Wu had an epiphany. "Sister Bai, this is an illusion, just like the one I encountered earlier." He charged towards one of the Demon Queens, raising his staff to strike her head. Bai Ling gasped, nearly losing her breath. "You fool," she thought, hastily activating a defensive item that enveloped Song Wu in a transparent shield. Observing this, Song Wu initially intended to mock Bai Ling's overreactions, but the next moment, he was sent soaring, having been swatted away by the Demon Queen. His shield was on the verge of shattering, riddled with cracks, leaving him momentarily dazed, forcing out a nervous chuckle as he continued to deny culpability. "That was just bad luck. I happened to hit her true form." Bai Ling shot him a skeptical look, exasperatedly retorting, "Then why didn't you use magic? Why charge and recklessly?" Meanwhile, the Demon Queen, advancing towards the pair with a synchronized gait, exuded an oppressive aura, far more formidable than before. Wind, fire, as Song Wu cast his spell. Blades of wind ignited with flames radiated outward from him. The crimson blades struck the Demon Queen, but rather than dissipating, they barely registered, akin to a mosquito bite. Watching the advancing Demon Queen, Bai Ling inwardly cursed her own folly for having trusted this buffoon. Just as she prepared to deploy a high-tier item to rectify the situation, a cheeky voice emerged from the mist. "Bai Ling too, have you missed me?" A ferocious tiger, shrouded in dark red mist, burst forth from the fog. A handsome youth perched atop its back. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's presence sent the wind swirling, dispersing the surrounding fog. The myriad forms of the Demon Queen vanished along with the mist, revealing a solitary silhouette retreating deeper into the haze. "You think you can escape without a word? Clearly, you hold me in contempt." Chapter 52. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Upon hearing this, the Demon Queen hastened her flight, yet she stood no chance against Bai Ling's agility. With a few leaps, Bai Ling blocked her path, while Li Xian scrutinized the terrified Demon Queen. Elite Miss Demon Queen, level, low 3rd tier, evaluation. Indeed, the common folk rely on mutations. The Demon Queen's true form was nothing like her earlier ghastly visage. Instead, she resembled a human, her pallid skin akin to jade, marred only by traces of blood, as if bound by some unseen force that Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. He had not anticipated the Demon Queen to possess such allure. But alas, he was no necromancer and had no desire to engage in any tragic romance. "Why have you stopped running?" The Demon Queen, initially intent on fleeing, found herself immobilized by a potent temptation as Li Xian approached, leaving her dazed. This sensation mirrored her first transformation, yet was even more intense. Overwhelming desire eclipsed her fear. Her eyes reddened, fixating on Li Xian, as tendrils of mist began to waft around her. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was she infatuated with him? Her demeanor suggested a desire to consume him whole. Dismounting from Bai Ling, he declared, "Let us make this quick. Time is of the essence, or we might miss dinner." Before he could finish, Bai Ling surged forward, appearing beside the Demon Queen, her massive paw descending towards her crown. The Demon Queen made no attempt to evade, instead standing still and sobbing. "Woe is me!" Ignoring her lamentations, Bai Ling's paw struck down with tremendous force, shattering the Demon Queen's form into a cloud of smoke. Yet before Bai Ling could ponder the Demon Queen's apparent fragility, the smoke enveloped her as if it possessed a will of its own. Arg! A pained roar erupted from Bai Ling, prompting Li Xian to shout a warning. "Blend your malevolence into the wind, just as A.O. Xuan instructed you." This phrase not only alerted Bai Ling, but also caught the Demon Queen's attention as the blood-tinged mist began to drift towards Li Xian. "Bai Ling, be cautious. I'll summon A.O. Xuan to assist you. Evade any harm." With that, a transparent magic circle materialized, and A.O. Xuan's massive form appeared within the cave, startling the Demon Queen, who recoiled as the mist retreated. However, A.O. Xuan soon found herself stuck, and after a moment's relief, she intensified her efforts against the trapped Bai Ling suddenly. The temperature plummeted, the walls began to freeze, and a powerful suction erupted before them, culminating in an ice tornado that wreaked havoc throughout the cave. A.O. Xuan manipulated the icy tempest. She used her tail to steady Li Xian against the swirling winds, clinging to A.O. Xuan's tail. Li Xian peered into the vortex's center, where Bai Ling stood motionless like a statue, seemingly in deep concentration. Roar! With a ferocious cry, Bai Ling surged with energy, the wind she conjured dispersing the mist that enveloped her and tearing apart A.O. Xuan's icy storm. Bai Ling's white fur was stained crimson, yet her spirit soared, the winds coiling around her like a living scarf, directing towards the Demon Queen, who had just regained her form. The winds enveloped the Demon Queen, drawing her into their embrace, rendering her once proud mist form powerless. Overwhelmed by the specter of death, the Demon Queen snapped back to reality, pleading with Li Xian, "Spare my life, and I shall reveal an astonishing secret." Li Xian, taken aback, regarded her like a rare animal. "That I never thought you could speak," he replied. "But if I don't kill you, where would my quest rewards come from?" Sensing a glimmer of hope, the Demon Queen quickly explained, "I can create an independent doppelganger. If you slay it, you will still receive your rewards." That Li Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This creature could spawn boss monsters. It was like striking gold. However, he then noticed the Demon Queen's desperate demeanor and inwardly cursed, realizing that Bai Ling was becoming increasingly vengeful. "Bai Ling, stop making a fuss. Let her continue." Bai Ling glared at the seemingly lifeless Demon Queen with displeasure, contemplating how she would torment her once Li Xian finished his inquiries. Gradually, she loosened the bindings around the Demon Queen, her gaping maw opening wide in an intimidating display. The Demon Queen, feigning blindness, dared not meet Bai Ling's gaze, focusing instead on mending her broken form while explaining to Li Xian that "I did not evolve by mere chance. Rather, I was transformed by the followers of the god of evolution. This granted me the ability to manipulate mist and to transform into it." Observing Li Xian's nonchalant demeanor, she continued with a shocking revelation. "They aim to modify all monsters and initiate a grand sacrificial ritual that would turn this world into a paradise of evolution, allowing all beings to continuously evolve until they become subservient to the god of evolution." Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. With the Dark Star already looming ahead, now the god of evolution cult emerged. He couldn't shake the feeling that Water Blue Star was in dire straits. The prevalence of such evil cults was alarming. That in light of this information, he understood that reporting it was imperative. The Demon Queen's prolonged lack of intervention suggested that the authorities were either unaware of such occurrences or ignorant of how the god of evolution cult operated. That if that were the case, silencing her was the only option. Otherwise, who knew what chaos the cult might unleash if they learned of her survival? As Li Xian plotted how to eliminate her, he maintained a cordial demeanor, coaxing the Demon Queen for more information. "How did you come to know this? Such secrets should not be disclosed to you." Upon hearing this, the Demon Queen fidgeted with her fingers, remaining silent. since he refused to speak. I believe cooperation is unnecessary, that I shall send you on your way. Bai Ling's ears perked up at this, her claws enveloped in a swift wind, eager to pounce on the Demon Queen at Li Xian's command. The Demon Queen, feeling the weight of Bai Ling's predatory gaze, gritted her teeth in frustration. Despite having revealed everything, the threat of violence still loomed over her. Alas, her fate was in their hands, and she had no choice but to capitulate. I can attach my soul fragment to an object. I overheard this unintentionally. After uttering this confession, the Demon Queen appeared withdrawn, having disclosed all she could if Li Xian persisted in his threats. All she could do was curse his shamelessness. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian felt invigorated. He had been contemplating how to convince others of his claims, and now an opportunity presented itself, with the Demon Queen as both witness and evidence. This belief would be untenable. With this in mind, he cast an understanding glance at her and produced a seed from his possession that is it acceptable to attach it to this. He glared at her menacingly, feigning a ferocious demeanor as if poised to eliminate her at the slightest dissent. To his surprise, the Demon Queen gazed longingly at the seed, as if she wished to swallow it whole. Do you recognize this? Li Xian withdrew the seed, his expression one of curiosity. The Demon Queen, reluctantly gazing at the spot where the seed had vanished, explained with sultry eyes, that is the seed of evolution. Capable of facilitating transformation and evolution for its user, it is also the most crucial asset of the god of evolution cult. Seeing that Li Xian still seemed puzzled, she elaborated further. The seed of evolution is formed from the blood of aberration, which has absorbed vast amounts of energy. For us, it is a premium supplement. Aberrant blood? Li Xian mused, pulling out a large mass of strange liquid from his backpack. The substance felt reminiscent of a gigantic jelly. Resilient enough that even after several squeezes, it did not burst. He lifted it toward the Demon Queen, inquiring, "Is this the substance in question?" The Demon Queen, astonished by the substantial mass of aberrant blood, could scarcely articulate her surprise that it seemed she had an epiphany, cautiously asking, "This is indeed aberrant blood. Have you killed all the demonesses?" At this, her body trembled involuntarily, as if the world had collapsed around her. "Is there a problem?" Li Xian pressed. "Then what are you waiting for? Attach yourself to me and let me out." The Demon Queen hesitated, wrestling with her decision, before resolutely stating to Li Xian, "Follow me. I will accompany you." With that, she glided toward a specific location that Li Xian was taken aback, wondering what she meant by escaping the dungeon through another means. However, time was of the essence, and he hastily mounted Bai Ling, following her lead. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the cave, where the ground was strewn with skeletal remains. Pale human bones littered everywhere, occasionally illuminated by flickering green, ghostly flames. The Demon Queen rummaged through the area and soon unearthed the skull. Cradling it tightly as she approached Li Xian, a sorrowful expression on her face. "This is my place of parasitism. As long as you carry it, I will be able to leave with you." At this moment, the Demon Queen felt a twinge of embarrassment, for she had initially intended to deceive Li Xian. Even if he were to slay her, she would sustain only minor injuries, as the separation of her essence was merely a preemptive measure to escape. The true death would befall her original form, but she would not suffer significant harm. As for the future, she could always evade him by playing hide and seek, as long as she did not reveal herself. No one else would ever find her. This was the reason for the failures of previous challengers. However, upon discovering that Li Xian had exterminated all the creatures in the dungeon, she felt a wave of panic. If the followers of the god of evolution were to come, would she even have a chance at survival? They would likely grind her bones to dust for calcium supplements. Li Xian accepted the item she presented with evident displeasure, realizing that she had attempted to ensnare him. Had he not cleared the area of monsters, he might have fallen for her trickery. If not for the gravity of the situation, he would have been tempted to make her pay dearly. With a swift strike, he ended the Demon Queen's life after the separation of her essence, feeling a slight alleviation of his anger. Calculating. Dungeon completion reward. 500 experience. Level has reached its limit. Please complete the advancement task promptly. Brotherly, may our paths cross again. Should you find yourself in Luoshui City, I shall treat you and we can savor the exotic culture. Songwu called out to the departing Li Xian. Until next time, Li Xian replied somewhat perfunctorily, prompting Song Wu to scoff at the insincerity of his words. It seemed he was a master of empty promises. Turning to Bai Ling, Song Wu observed her troubled expression. "What is it? Do you still have doubts?" Li Xian's dominance in the beginner dungeon was unparalleled. Bai Ling exhaled deeply and began dialing a number. "Brother, I found someone suitable that I in the desolate Gobi, where sandstorms raged." Several figures tread cautiously, their eyes wide with trepidation as they scanned their surroundings. Leading the group was a scruffy middle-aged man wielding a massive sword, whispering to the team, "We might not be so fortunate." His expression darkened as he mentioned the Hulang Wang, a formidable third-tier entity. For teams like theirs, comprised mostly of first- and second-tier professionals, survival in the wild was no easy feat. Most teams in the wilderness consisted of lower-tier practitioners. Those at the third tier typically sought more stable employment, earning money to buy equipment and enhance their skills, or purchasing tickets for secret realms to level up quickly. They could not afford the risks of fighting for survival in the wild, where experience gains were minimal and resources scarce. With no means to buy tickets for secret realms, they were left to chance encounters with lower difficulty wild dungeons. Aside from a few special dungeons with fixed locations, most dungeons appeared randomly, which is why they were dubbed wild gamblers. That Wu Laoda, we can't possibly be that unlucky, can we? One of the members, a blonde-haired young man clad in a fine robe, remarked. None other than Su Zhe, Li Xian's former classmate. Due to Li Xian's situation, he felt awkward teaming up with Chun Shi and others, opting instead to join a wild team. The captain happened to be a friend of his father, a level 19 second-tier warrior. Suddenly, Wu Peng, at the forefront of the group, raised his left hand, signaling everyone to halt. He climbed a nearby rock to peer outside. In an instant, the group stood alert, bracing themselves for the imminent confrontation. To their surprise, Wu Peng's voice trembled with excitement. That we are about to strike it rich. Though the others expressed a measure of surprise, their experience tempered their enthusiasm, and they did not inquire further. Su Zhe, however, was different. Curiosity gnawed at him, and he whispered to Wu Peng, "What did you find, Wu Laoda? Is it a dungeon?" At this, Su Zhe could hardly contain his excitement and attempted to climb up for a closer look. Wu Peng chided him with a laugh. "You have quite the audacity. It's a herd of devil goats." Gazing at the distant devil goats, whose pitch-black forms towered 8 feet tall, their horns resembling sharp scythes glinting in the sunlight. It was clear that their most valuable assets lay in their horns. Prime materials for crafting superior equipment, classified as high-grade first-tier materials. That Wu Peng rolled off the stone wall and landed firmly on the ground. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, he began to assign tasks. First, he turned his gaze to a swordsman in the team. Lin Qi, as a knight, you shall be responsible for dividing the flock of sheep. Then, Lu Sun and Su Ziyuan, you will harvest from a distance. Lu Min, ensure to provide timely healing for my status. Once you have formed a surrounding circle, send me a message, and I shall commence driving the sheep. With that, he departed, accompanied by a woman clad in a nun's attire. Lin Qi nodded toward Su Zhe and set off to his ambush point. Watching his teammates leave one by one, Su Zhe felt an overwhelming excitement. This was his first time participating in a large-scale hunt, but he reminisced about the minor skirmishes with his classmates and could hardly wait to unleash carnage, eager to flaunt his spoils to Chun Shi and others. Turning to the man beside him, who was polishing his bow, he asked Lu Ge, "When do we set off?" Lu Sun, applying maintenance oil to his cherished bow, rubbed it gently without lifting his head. "What's the rush? Once the captain makes his move, I'll take you to a good vantage point." After saying this, he slung the bow on his back and looked sternly at Su Zhe. "That I know you come from a prestigious high school and aspire to enroll in an academy or join a major faction after reaching the second tier. However, remember that only by staying alive do you hold value. Similarly, only by surviving can you deal damage. As a range profession, we don't hold much advantage in arena battles, but out in the wild, it's a different story." Lu Sun spoke with a hint of pride, recounting tales of the monsters he had single-handedly defeated. Just then, Su Zhe's phone chimed, and Lu Sun pulled him towards a nearby slope. Spotting the flock of sheep in the distance, he sent a message indicating their readiness. Shortly after the message was dispatched, Wu Peng charged towards the flock with his great sword, emitting various bizarre roars as if to drive them away. At that moment, from the magical sheep herd, emerged a king sheep that was significantly larger than its kin. The king sheep snorted loudly, lowered its head, and pawed the ground before charging at Wu Peng. As it approached, the king sheep lifted its head slightly, its horns aimed directly upwards. "Come at me," Wu Peng thought, standing his ground, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, and swinging the blade downwards towards the king's sheep's head. The collision sent the king's sheep flying, retreating in a somewhat disordered manner. This action terrified the other magical sheep, causing them to scatter in fear. Bah! Wu Peng, witnessing the fleeing sheep, sheathed his great sword and called out towards the nearby bushes. "Give me an additional movement speed buff. I'm going to assist them." Feeling a surge of irritation at the delay, he added, "This is not the time for childish tantrums. Hurry up," when silence persisted. A wave of anxiety washed over Wu Peng. Could something have happened? Approaching the bushes, he found no trace of his wife, Lu Min, only a pool of blood remaining. Staring blankly at the bloodstain, he felt heavy breaths surrounding him. As pairs of green wolf eyes glimmered from the bushes, a desolate smile crept across Wu Peng's face as he drew his great sword. He charged into the underbrush, shouting, "Damn you beasts, I'll fight you all." Meanwhile, Lin Qi maneuvered deftly, occasionally glancing in the direction of Wu Peng and his companion, that he remained focused, continually adjusting the sheep's path to guide them into the attack range of Su Zhe and Lu Sun. Once he felt the flock was adequately positioned, Lin Qi leaped to a nearby clearing and pulled out his phone to call Wu Peng, intending to tease him about being reprimanded by his wife. Frowning, he noticed that his call met with a busy signal, not just for Wu Peng, but also for Lu Min. Realizing something was amiss, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily dialed Lu Sun's number. "Hello, Brother Lin, what is the matter? You all need to relocate immediately. Something has gone wrong. Wu Laoda is unreachable." "What happened to Wu Laoda?" Lin Qi, sensing Lu Sun's nonchalance, felt his anger flare. "Stop asking questions. Just tell Lu Sun to move the position." "All right, I'm on my way." Lin Qi abruptly ended the call, making his way towards their respective locations. Deep, resonant growls echoed around him, sending dread through Lin Qi's heart. He observed the sandy figures drawing closer. On the hill, Su Zhe, exhausted from casting spells, gazed enviously at Lu Sun, who was consistently dealing damage. "Lu Gu, Brother Lin told us to relocate. He said Wu Laoda is unreachable." Lu Sun scoffed, visibly annoyed. "Those two quibble often. I'll manage the relocation myself." "Ditto, very well." Su Zhe, hearing Lu Sun's response, dismissed the matter, recalling how Wu Peng had been subjected to his wife's discipline during his visit. It was a humorous thought that made him smile. Just then, his phone rang again. Seeing Lin Qi's number, he felt a tinge of suspicion. Hadn't he just received a call? "Hello, Brother Lin. What is up?" Instead of a reprimand, he was met with terrifying sounds of gnashing teeth and heavy panting. Su Zhe dropped his phone, which fell to the ground, intermittent wolf howls echoing from Lu Gu. "Something's wrong. Monsters are targeting us." Chapter 55, A Man-Made Disaster. Lu Sun turned to the shaken Su Zhe and hurriedly picked up the phone. "Let us go," he urged, pulling Su Zhe towards a nearby wilderness shelter, a gathering place for the wildlings. Normally, material processing took place here, providing food and rest, as it was an officially established outpost. The safety here was robust. Encountering danger meant simply entering the shelter for safety. Inside the Yellow Earth Refuge, an officer spoke seriously on the phone, reporting the situation. After ending the call, he gratefully shook hands with Li Xian. "Thank you, Little King Li, for the intel. Truly, you are the most promising Beastmaster in the history of Tianshui Province." Observing Li Xian's feigned modesty, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern. Despite his questionable private life, Li Xian was undeniably responsible, a formidable figure among the youth of Tianshui Province. "You flatter me. It's merely everyone's praise that I can't claim the title of Little King." Li Xian beamed, clearly relishing the compliment. At that moment, a soldier entered the tent, lifting the flap. "Captain Wang, there are two individuals outside claiming to have discovered the tracks of the jackals. What are we waiting for? Quickly, let them in." Wang Feng stood, reprimanding the soldier. The jackal pack had been a nuisance for him, causing chaos among the wildlings and severely reducing material supplies to Yunhai City. The dwindling resources were one concern. But the wildlings' fear of hunting had led to a sharp increase in wild monster populations, which could threaten the outpost in the future. The soldier, sensing the urgency, hurried outside to fetch the two individuals who had reported the situation. Upon arrival, Li Xian, recognizing the gravity of the matter, resolved not to intrude further. The two individuals, barely escaping with their lives, were Su Zhe and Lu Xuan, Lu Sun. Noticing Su Zhe's astonished gaze fixed on Li Xian, discreetly tugged at his sleeve, scolding him internally for his lack of decorum. That don't you realize these people are all fourth-tier elites? Su Zhe exclaimed. Li Xian? Yes, it's me. How did you end up in Yunhai City? Li Xian asked, covering his nose in distaste as he assessed Su Zhe. Su Zhe suddenly knelt, pleading, Li Xian, I know you're capable. I beg you to help me deal with those beasts. That I apologize for what happened before. He began banging his head against the stone floor, and after a few strikes, his forehead became bloodied, streaming down his cheeks. As he began to feel faint, a hand steadied him. Lifting him up, that Su Zhe gazed at Li Xian, who wore a disdainful expression. Please. With that, he lost consciousness, utterly drained from the exhausting journey, like a tightly wound violin string that had finally snapped. Li Xian smiled at Lu Sun. Could you elaborate on this situation for me? A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. That Su Zhe's jealousy and stubbornness were merely a source of amusement for Li Xian, who regarded him as nothing more than a mere child. After all, what adult would engage in a petty squabble with a child? Thus, provoking him from time to time was merely a lesson for the unruly youth. Now that the young rascal had been dealt with, it was time to both mock him and help him regain his composure. A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Sun as he realized that Su Zhe had connections with such a powerful figure. He hurriedly recounted the entire situation to Li Xian. Outside the earthen refuge, Li Xian surveyed the group of waiting soldiers and waved his hand in refusal. Captain Wang, there is no need. That I prefer to act independently. With a swift motion, a massive ice serpent manifested beside him. Grabbing Lu Sun, he leaped aboard, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand as they departed into the distance. Thanks to Xuan's speed, they reached the hunting grounds where they had previously pursued the magical antelope in just half a day. That Li Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This was not what he had been led to believe. Hadn't it been said that influential figures were generous, casually bestowing high-tier equipment upon others? Instead, he feigned an air of aloofness, ignoring all hints of entreaty for favors. What a joke! He was in dire straits himself. How could they expect him to shower them with gold? Observing the conflicted expression on Lu Sun's face, he promptly issued an eviction notice. Well, I understand. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Lu Sun was left in a state of disbelief, resigned to merely strengthening his own resolve, comforted by the thought of potential rewards from the military. Once Lu Sun departed, Li Xian dropped his pretense, grasping a skull and shaking it slightly, causing a thick mist to emanate from within. The tool-using succubus queen had arrived. Go and seek out the whereabouts of those little hounds. Return and inform me once you have found them. Li Xian summoned Bai Ling as well, assigning her the role of overseer. Should the succubus queen dare to slack off, she would face a severe reprimand. This was precisely why Li Xian had chosen to keep Bai Ling around. After all, a quality tool was indeed hard to come by. Bai Ling stared intently at the succubus queen, calculating that if the latter failed to locate the quarry within half a day, she could use that as an excuse to give her a sound thrashing. That a sinister grin crept across her face at the thought that Li Xian reclined comfortably atop Xuan, relishing the benefits of free air conditioning. The succubus queen, though seething with indignation at being exploited, could only endure silently like a subservient wife. That in a patch of grass, the succubus queen noticed a tuft of fur on the ground. Its roots stained crimson, leaving only the top third a dull yellow. Soon, she discovered many similar tufts nearby, and a sudden hypothesis took shape. If this were indeed the case, it would not be a mere coincidence. Ignoring Bai Ling's provocative gaze, she floated over to the massive serpent. That Xuan flicked its tongue, eyeing the succubus queen with suspicion as it inquired, Hiss? I am here to report matters. Please awaken Lord Li Xian. In Chapter 56, The Mysterious Base, the succubus queen waved the wolf fur before Xuan's eyes. That Xuan nodded and shifted its coiled body, revealing Li Xian at the center. That Li Xian felt a wave of heat and realized his source of cooling had departed. Raising his head, he saw the succubus queen standing before him. Well done. You found its location. Lead the way. Misunderstanding his intent, the succubus queen hurriedly clarified, I have found other leads. Look at this wolf fur. Li Xian took the fur, scrutinizing it for a long while without identifying anything amiss. With a perplexed expression, he regarded the succubus queen, suspecting she might be trying to deceive him. Are you planning to pull another trick? Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, while Bai Ling, ever eager for drama, could not resist interjecting, urging a confrontation. The succubus queen silently scoffed, realizing that the combined wits of the human and beast were no match for her strength. Although she felt considerable dissatisfaction, her powerful instinct for survival compelled her to adopt a sweet tone. "How could I dare?" This response sent chills down Li Xian's spine, prompting him to interrupt her incantation. "Act normally. Don't put on this display." The succubus queen straightened her expression and pointed to the base of the wolf fur, stating, "This may be a result of aberrant blood, that if they possess aberrant blood, locating them will be quite straightforward." Upon hearing the term aberrant blood, Li Xian felt a headache coming on. How could this be connected to that insidious evolution cult again? Elaborate. The initial energy requirement for aberrant blood is immense. They will constantly seek sustenance, that we merely need to wait in an area abundant with monsters for them to deliver themselves to us. That on the Gobi Desert, the ground trembled violently as the distant sound of hooves echoed, stirring up clouds of dust, that a herd of pale green wind-chasing horses galloped, albeit with a disconcerting deviation in their direction. Occasionally, a few stumbled beneath their companions' feet, that a chorus of howls erupted from all directions, sending the horse herd into a state of panic, causing them to gradually come to a halt. Before they could assess their surroundings, a pack of hyenas, each the size of a sedan, charged forth, encircling the horses while snatching a few unfortunate ones from the periphery. Just as the wind-chasing horses attempted to break free from the encirclement, a colossal wolf, its body cloaked in blood-red fur, lunged into their midst, reaping the lives of the fleeing horses. This action prompted the other hyenas to follow suit, and soon, the Gobi resounded with anguished cries from his vantage point in the grass. Li Xian marveled at the massive wolf, noting its new appearance. Calculating the time, he surmised that Xuan and the succubus queen must be near, turning to Bai Ling beside him, that it's time to get to work. "Bai Ling, we are ready to make our entrance." Bai Ling crouched low, allowing Li Xian to mount her, her gaze fixed ahead in anticipation of the signal from Xuan and the succubus queen. Moments later, a thick fog enveloped the battlefield, trapping the wolf pack within. The Wolf King, suppressing its hunger, raised its head to survey the gray mist, when suddenly a mournful cry pierced the it was as if a signal had been fired. Within the fog, flashes of blue light danced, accompanied by a deep tiger's roar. "Are you here to disturb the peace? What's with all the barking?" A boisterous male voice echoed towards the Wolf King, who quickly turned to snarl in the direction of the sound. At a brilliant blue beam, tinged with a hint of chill, hurtled towards the Wolf King. Observing its rapid trajectory, the Wolf King dared not underestimate it and swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, the beam seemed to track him, executing a sharp 90-degree turn and striking him directly. In an instant, he was encased in a solid layer of ice. Rendered immobile, as misfortune would have it, a ferocious white tiger burst forth from the mist, charging straight at him. The Wolf King could only watch in horror as the powerful feline lunged forward with a roar that echoed painfully in his ears. However, it seemed the tiger had made an error, shattering the ice and sending him flying. Elated, the Wolf King scrambled to his feet and bolted in a random direction. Unbeknownst to him, there was a voice echoing through the fog. "Can it really track?" "Of course. This is my specialty." Seeing Li Xian's expression of disbelief, the succubus queen felt a surge of irritation. This insufferable human would one day pay for his insolence. Watching the Wolf King vanish from sight, Li Xian interrupted her daydream. "All right, it's time for you to put your talents to use." Li Xian gazed intently into the distance, curious whether the Wolf King's lair would indeed be linked to the evolution cult. Before departing the earthen refuge, Li Xian had thoroughly investigated the Wolf King's background. He had appeared suddenly in this Gobi, swiftly amassing a pack of dozens of hyenas, leaving only a small portion for hunting while the rest remained hidden away. Li Xian decided to extend a helping hand, ensuring that the entire family could find peace in the afterlife. Under the guidance of the succubus queen, the group swiftly arrived at a rocky wall. Li Xian knocked on the rock face, and upon hearing the solid sound and feeling its firmness, his expression darkened as he looked at the succubus queen. "Are you not going to explain this to me?" The succubus queen felt a sense of dread wash over her, recalling her promise to Li Xian, and she swallowed nervously. "Should I sneak in to take a look?" Li Xian rolled his eyes and replied impatiently, "What good would that do? Do you expect a hyena to sneak in?" At this, Li Xian paused, contemplating the idea of sneaking in. The succubus queen watched him, bewildered, feeling an overwhelming fear of what might follow if he decided to interrogate her. Xuan remained vigilant, sensing a faint danger, but unable to pinpoint its exact source that Li Xian restrained Bai Ling, who was eager to take action against the succubus queen, and turned to her. Go beneath the surface. I suspect there is more than meets the eye underground. Beneath the surface, the succubus queen found his suggestion perplexing. Who would build their home underground? However, Li Xian's authority left her no choice but to comply, fearing he might use her as a mere plaything. Thus, she obediently descended into the depths. Soon, she emerged, astonished, and exclaimed, "There is indeed something down here." Chapter 57. The mysterious blood pool. Li Xian observed the curious gazes of the beasts around him, his expression peculiar and his eyes flickering uncertainly, that he waved his hand dismissively. What is there to discuss? Let's hasten to dig a passage out. Bai Ling, in a fit of urgency, pressed her large head against Li Xian's abdomen, incessantly spinning it, causing him to retreat uncontrollably. She relentlessly pressed him. Ow! Xuan, silently coiled in place, remained unmoved, flicking her tongue with curiosity. Based on her understanding of Li Xian, she was certain he was concealing something. Otherwise, he would have been boasting long ago. The female demon king was shrouded in mist, her curiosity piqued. Yet as a captive, she dared not move recklessly, fearing that Li Xian, harboring a grudge, might turn her into a meal for Bai Ling. Meanwhile, she quietly scooped sand, her ears perked up like a signal receiver. Seeing the beast's unwavering determination, Li Xian rolled his eyes and gradually revealed his dark past. Before long, Bai Ling was rolling on the ground, clutching her stomach with laughter, while the aloof Xuan also bore a hint of mirth in her eyes. The female demon king, however, appeared as if she might suffer internal injuries from holding back her laughter. Li Xian smirked. All right, laugh if you must." Upon hearing this, the female demon king burst into uncontrollable laughter, doubled over, pointing weakly at Li Xian. "You actually dug a dog hole beneath a dog hole, and got stuck in it." Yet, she failed to notice Li Xian's face darkening to a shade of iron. Bai Ling immediately regained her composure, leaving only the female demon king still laughing. Suddenly, she sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Glancing up to see Bai Ling's gloating eyes, and then at Li Xian's face, which was as grim as thunderclouds. "Oh no," she thought, instinctively covering her head and crouching down, bracing for a rain of fists that descended upon her, each strike accompanied by anguished cries. Watching the female demon king writhing on the ground, clutching her head in despair, Li Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "All right, stop your wailing, or Bai Ling will really give you a beating." The female demon king immediately sprang to her feet, putting on a compliant demeanor. Even though Li Xian's physical prowess was comparable to that of a second-tier being, his blows felt like mere scratches against the third-tier demon king. So she was quite cooperative that if she failed to recognize the situation, the one who would be striking her next would not be Li Xian, but rather Bai Ling, who was cheering her on from the sidelines. With the combined efforts of the 3 beasts and 1 human, a large pit was soon excavated. At the bottom of the pit lay a flat black stone, glowing under the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Xuan struck it fiercely with her tail, creating a cloud of dust that only left a few dents. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ling let out a triumphant cry, "Ow!" signaling Xuan to come witness her performance. Xuan, feeling quite exasperated, chose not to engage with the dramatic little cat, silently climbing up to sit beside Li Xian. Bai Ling leaped into the air, hovering momentarily as a fierce wind whipped around her, kicking up swirling yellow sand, while a white aura coalesced into armor around her. She plunged headfirst into the pit. With a resounding crash, a massive tiger-shaped den appeared on the stone that a frantic tiger roar echoed from the pit's depths. "Ow!" As Bai Ling urged him on, Li Xian stowed Xuan away and leaped down, landing with a thud that sent dust flying into the air. Covering his mouth and nose, he donned his night vision goggles to survey his surroundings. Discovering himself within a corridor, the walls, infused with bronze, were adorned with carvings of a strange creature with a dragon's head, a tiger's body, and wolf's paws, which appeared quite out of place. Aside from that, there were small patterns depicting monster skulls, all gazing reverently at the peculiar creature in the center. Just as Li Xian pondered whether this entity might be some sort of god of evolution, He felt a human-shaped footpad beneath him, let out a pitiful cry. Ugh! Could you please lift your foot? Li Xian glanced down at the utterly drained female demon king beneath him, and, with a heavy heart, lamented, "You can't even endure this much hardship. What great achievements can you hope for in the future?" Shaking his head with a sigh, he leaped off her, vowing he was not intentionally retaliating against her mockery. He was known for his magnanimity. How could he possibly seek revenge? After a fruitless search, the group proceeded deeper into the corridor. Before long, they heard urgent wolf howls ahead, tinged with a sense of panic and confusion. The female demon king, utterly bewildered, wished she could become invisible, lamenting how Li Xian seemed to be targeting her. She cast a pitiful glance at him, forcing a smile. "All right, if we encounter the Wolf King, I kindly ask you, dear Li Xian, to spare a helping hand for this poor lady," Li Xian replied with feigned righteousness. "All right, go ahead. Do you truly think I would harm you?" He maintained an air of moral superiority. Assuring her he would not seek vengeance, she glided forward slowly. She cursed inwardly. How could Li Xian be so insufferable? Was it really such a crime to laugh a few times? Realizing the Wolf King was a whole tier above her, she cast fearful glances around, ever ready to flee. Life may be plentiful, but death was still painful. As she floated along the dim passageway, she arrived at a grand door adorned with intricate patterns, at the center of which protruded a dragon's head, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light, staring menacingly ahead. After probing the door for some time, she discovered it was not alive, and thus she slowly floated past, transforming into a plume of smoke as she slipped through the eerie entrance. The sight before her left her in shock. A queue of hyenas, their bodies covered in red fur, were jumping into a blood pool one after another, without causing a single ripple, sinking straight to the bottom. Only when nearly submerged did their eyes clear momentarily, letting out a pained wail before vanishing entirely as the hyenas continued to plunge into the pool. The water grew thicker, resembling congealed blood, emanating a nauseating stench in the distance. A colossal wolf king trembled, fear evident in his gaze as he stared at the blood pool, struggling against its enticing pull. Upon seeing the female demon king enter, his anxiety heightened, and he whimpered pathetically, pleading for mercy. The female demon king, observing this scene, smirked. "If you can't move, then I shall make my move." Her claws clashed together, igniting sparks as she glided toward the terrified wolf king. In an instant, she appeared behind him, her face twisted in a snarl. "You little wolf cub, die." She intended to vent all the frustration she had endured at Li Xian's hands onto the Wolf King. Suddenly, she found herself immobilized, her claws hovering above the Wolf King's head. The female demon king's face turned ashen, shock washing over her. A gentle voice resonated. "My dear lady, this little dog still holds great value to me." Chapter 58. Barbecue blocked from returning to the city. Recalling how this individual had, in a fit of rage, annihilated all his followers in the past, she understood that the very ground where she concealed her belongings was his doing. Back then, right after her transformation, had it not been for her data needing to be fully collected, she too might have met a tragic end. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in white priestly robes, a warm smile gracing his face as he gazed at the female demon king, who trembled like a sieve, the corners of his mouth curving upward. His tone softened as he consoled her. "Beautiful lady, please do not be alarmed. I merely wish to save this innocent life." However, the more amiable he appeared, the more fear gripped both the Wolf King and the female demon king. As the man placed his hand atop the Wolf King's head, the latter's teeth began to clatter uncontrollably, a puddle of yellow liquid pooling beneath him, emitting a foul odor. The female demon king, desperate to survive, forced a teary smile. "You are quite the gentleman, but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she transformed into a wisp of vapor and fled into the distance, darting through the grand door. Yet the man remained stationary, as if he had not moved at all, grinning at her that moment. The female demon king could no longer maintain her vaporous form, revealing her true self, her demeanor exceedingly cautious. Bowing deeply, she addressed him, "Lord Zia, how may I assist you?" Cursing under her breath, she blamed Li Xian for leading her to encounter such a calamity, though she felt a glimmer of relief that he was not present. Otherwise, she would truly be in peril. It was a stroke of misfortune turned fortune. She reassured herself, awaiting the inevitable doom. Xia pinched his smooth chin, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his serene eyes, all while maintaining his hypocritical smile. That I no need to be tense. I merely wish to inquire why you emerged from the instance. Did you encounter any nefarious individuals? As his voice deepened, it took on a weighty tone, akin to a long-dormant volcano poised to erupt. The female demon king, realizing she could not bamboozle him, shut her eyes, adopting a posture of resignation, prepared for whatever fate awaited her. After all, without Li Xian around, killing her would serve no purpose. She could easily resurrect herself in her storage, choosing to give up entirely. She thought if she couldn't win, she wouldn't fight, refusing to indulge his twisted desires. She remembered well how those followers had grown increasingly terrified, only for Xia to revel in their fear. Xia paused, unfazed, gazing at the female demon king with amusement. Are you certain he is truly safe at this moment? Upon hearing this, the female demon king jumped in fright, scrutinizing him closely, and suddenly realized he was not holding the tome of spells. This meant that the figure before her was merely a projection. She rushed toward him, hoping to end this quickly and allow Li Xian to escape. However, the disparity in strength between the two parties was simply too great, resulting in Xia effortlessly suppressing them. All that could be done was to anxiously gaze at the imposing gate behind. That Li Xian, you must not perish, for if you do, I shall truly be finished. Li Xian lay sprawled on Bai Ling's back, idly tugging at her white fur, much to Bai Ling's displeasure, who jostled him up and down. I am merely assisting you in removing the mixed-color hairs. See, he declared, waving a strand of fur before Bai Ling's eyes. Bai Ling stared at the pure white hair, her large eyes filled with tiny question marks. Isn't this white? She protested with a fierce cry, asserting that she was no longer the naive little tiger she once was, and such tricks would not deceive her. Li Xian chuckled lightly, continuing to tease Bai Ling. There are many shades of white. This strand in my hand is cream white, while your fur is pure white. You wouldn't want Xuan to discover that you possess such hair, would you? He spun an elaborate tale to the gullible Bai Ling, causing her head to buzz with confusion. She hurriedly urged Li Xian to hasten his pace, imploring him not to let Xuan find out, lest she lose her chance to compete for the position of the eldest sister. Seeing that Bai Ling had fallen for his ruse, Li Xian pressed on. So, how will you thank me? No way. You were already supposed to carry me. Why not just agree to my request? Bai Ling replied, her face a mask of indecision. After much hesitation, she finally nodded heavily, acquiescing to Li Xian's audacious demand, and Li Xian beamed with delight. He had long desired for Bai Ling to cooperate with Xuan to form a central air conditioning unit. But Bai Ling had always refused. Now, with a little coaxing, she had surprisingly agreed. Reflecting on his past hesitance, he chastised himself for not having persuaded her sooner, as he could have been enjoying the benefits by now. Just as Li Xian intended to summon Xuan and experience the synergy of their Beastmaster combination, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. That Li Xian instinctively tensed, and Bai Ling resumed her fierce demeanor. Her amber eyes widened as she observed the direction of the sound. Sir, no need to be alarmed. I bear no ill intentions. With a light-hearted tone, Xia emerged holding a hefty tome, its cover depicting a contorted human face. Xia regarded the pair with a vigilant expression, placing her right hand over her heart and nodding slightly in a greeting. That I am Xia, a missionary of the evolution sect. I kindly ask that you return the item to me. Li Xian's heart raced with alarm. He was uncertain of the prowess of a missionary from the evolution sect, but he was all too familiar with the name Xia, known for frequently making headlines. He forced a stiff smile, his expression rigid, and replied, I thought it was something significant. How trivial to trouble you for such a matter. Would you like to enter the random secret realm? Upon seeing this prompt, Li Xian nearly clicked it in a frenzy. With his selection, he vanished in an instant. Xia shook her head gently, sighing, such a mischievous one, as she retrieved a chair from her backpack, seated herself, and slowly flipped through the pages of her book. Her face alight with fervor as she murmured, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness your expression of despair. That a sickly blush crept across Xia's face. Her demeanor profoundly twisted. Chapter 59. I am but an ordinary hero. Entered special advancement instance. Main quest, purify the filth. Quest objective, eliminate the cultists in Cape City. Quest penalty, level reduction. Quest reward, successful advancement. Side quest, the Midnight Whale. Quest objective: eliminate the uninvited guests at midnight. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: random class equipment. Side quest: the rats in the sewers. Quest objective: exterminate the underworld races in Cape City sewers. Quest penalty: minimum of 50 must be eliminated. 10 points deducted for each shortfall. Quest reward: 5 points for Tier 1, 50 points for Tier 2, 1,000 points for Tier 3. Detected player 167349 as a scavenger. Initiating special quest. Special quest: the trace of the evil god. Quest objective: locate and eliminate the evil goddess mark. Reward: increased authority. As this stream of information flooded into Li Xian's mind, he found himself in a city reminiscent of the medieval era, with the briny sea breeze greeting him. Wow, why are there so many people? I don't know. It's my first time in an advancement instance too. Is there a veteran to guide this newbie? Wow, it's so terrifying. Is there a kind brother to help me? This task looks really difficult. Hey, can you stop crowding me? I'm about to be sick. The cacophony assaulted Li Xian's ears. And observing the assorted appearances of the other players, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the throngs of people that as he stealthily attempted to slip away, he was obstructed by a transparent barrier. Hey there, brother. It seems this is your first time in an advancement instance. Li Xian turned to see a man garbed in a robe, winking at him. Curiosity piqued. He retorted, "You can tell that. I'm Chun Ping. How should I address you, brother?" The man spoke with a straight face, spinning tales, for in the world of adventure, one must wear a disguise. The robed man waved his hand, a smirk tugging at his lips as he feigned humility. "We all come from being newcomers. It's understandable that I am Yu Jing, an elemental mage." With that, he brandished a staff, pretentiously polishing the magical crystal atop it, exuding an air of superiority. Hearing this name, Li Xian nearly burst into laughter. "Yu Jing?" His face flushed red with suppressed mirth as he replied, "Brother Yu, you truly possess remarkable insight. I am but a humble hero, raised in a modest household." With that, he produced a battle-worn sword. Sheepishly scratching his head, Yu Jing's expression soured as he regarded the storm sword in Li Xian's hand, as if he had just swallowed a fly. "You call this a modest household? What does that make me?" Before Li Xian could offer any consolation, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. "Everyone, please quiet down. Listen to me." A beautiful young man with green hair, clad in white robes, stood at the center of the crowd. Flanked by two muscular women, one on each side, that Li Xian was taken aback, marveling at the scene. Was this a clash of youth and wild beasts? Yu Jing, well-versed in the ways of the world, exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my! It's the scion of the Gongliang family. Gongliang Yu, brother Chun Ping. We are destined to succeed." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke, having been stuck at Tier 1 for so long. Finally encountering a formidable ally, Li Xian gasped in astonishment. "What? He is actually Gongliang Yu." The crowd fell silent, and Li Xian's exclamation drowned out Gongliang Yu's voice, capturing everyone's attention. Yu Jing hurriedly distanced himself from Li Xian, internally apologizing, "I truly cannot afford to be associated with you." Suddenly, he noticed that the crowd was still staring at him, perplexed, and turned to see Li Xian had already slipped away to the side. Joining the throng, he began to admonish Li Xian. Seeing the apologetic look in Li Xian's eyes, Yu Jing cursed under his breath. "Damn, it's so loud." After a moment's pause, Gongliang Yu spoke again. "Well, this friend merely acted without intent." "Yes, I am Gongliang Yu. As we all know, the advancement instance is fraught with challenges. It is nearly impossible to conquer without forming a team, that if we are to form a team, we must elect a leader. I, in my modesty, wish to vie for this position," that he said, a confident smile gracing his face as he surveyed the crowd, "that I agree. Wow, Gongliang Yu is truly handsome. I want to be Gongliang Yu's pet. Goodness, you are truly remarkable. With Gongliang Yu leading us, our success is assured." Yu Jing could not help but cheer, turning to share his excitement with Li Xian, only to find that he had vanished once again. The atmosphere was so lively that he opted not to concern himself with Li Xian's absence. Just as he thought this, a group of soldiers clad in blue and white helmets marched through the street. Advancing towards the cluster of players, that Li Xian observed the panicked expressions of the crowd and couldn't he help but muse. The youth are still too novice, and a melodious laugh rang out behind him. "So, does that mean you are no longer young?" Li Xian blinked, realizing he had made a mistake in not just observing. Sensing a chill behind him, he He quickly raised both hands and performed a salute reminiscent of a certain nation's military. Beautiful lady, let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence. Making flirty remarks won't let you off the hook. You claim to know of someone's appearance without having met them. A frosty voice carried a hint of shyness. Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly awake, disregarding all caution as he turned around, nearly startling the lady into dropping her knight's lance, which could have punctured him with transparent holes that he gazed at her. Utterly entranced, indeed, seeing is believing. You are truly the famed beauty of Cape City. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Speak such words again, and beware of your tongue. Clad in full armor, Ona stood mortified, her embarrassment palpable. Were it not for the visor of her helmet obscuring her face, she might have resorted to violence. Sensing her master's mood, a faint glow emanated from her armor. She could not help but wonder how the other party knew her nickname. Chapter 60. You still dare to call yourself a prince? In the interrogation room of the lower district, Ona shot a glare at the grinning Li Xian across the table, slamming her palm down with force. Her chest heaving with indignation. Be serious. You are currently a suspect. Can you not comprehend your own position? Li Xian regarded her righteous indignation, estimating her to be at least in your rank. Noticing Ona's growing impatience, he adjusted his collar, looking down at her from his elevated position. Soldier, tell me, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? Though Ona was perplexed, she resolutely declared, as a knight, I shall forever serve the royal family. Her expression was solemn, as if she were engaged in a matter of utmost sanctity. That Li Xian placed his bound hands on the table, and with a surge of silvery energy, he shattered the shackles, rubbing his sore wrists with a proud gaze. Now tell me, what gives you the audacity to attack me? In his hand, Li Xian conjured a sphere of energy, radiant as moonlight, his silhouette towering. Ona was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher his intent. Raising her hand, a transparent magic array enveloped her, instantly donning her in a blue and white suit of armor, a glowing knight's lance at her side, that a benevolent smile graced her face. I see you're simply itching for a fight. If you do not speak properly, this shall be your fate. With a powerful aura erupting from her, she drew the lance from the ground and hurled it sideways, its tip piercing through with precision. Li Xian was taken aback. It was unexpected that she possessed third-tier strength. According to Fei's descriptions, knights from this border town were rarely third-tier, as even fifth-tier individuals could serve as city lords. Clearly, her talents were exceptional. This was indeed Fei's hometown, the long-destroyed Darkestar. Upon seeing the shop signs on the street, Li Xian recognized the familiar script. This was precisely why he had refrained from joining the main forces. The martial prowess here was no trifling matter, with even the average individual being at least first tier. He was curious as to why he had stumbled into such a high-level instance, especially when this place should have been a desolate wasteland. Observing Li Xian's dazed expression, Ona mistakenly believed she had intimidated him, and a smug smile crept on her face. Now speak. What cult do you belong to, and why are you causing trouble in Cape City? Ona's face flushed with anger, as if she had been reminded of a painful memory, glaring at Li Xian with gritted teeth. Impersonating royalty, insulting knights, you have some audacity. Li Xian quickly dodged, his mind racing, conjuring a transparent magic array that summoned Bai Ling, whose presence dominated the room. Roar! Bai Ling emitted a tiger-like roar, fixating its gaze on Ona, the air around it swirling with dust. Ona was taken aback by Bai Ling's sudden appearance and the overwhelming aura it radiated. Marveling at Li Xian's extraordinary talent in forming a contract with a beast of a higher tier. Pushing her lance forward, she lightly tapped the wall, leveraging the force to flip backward, uncertainly gazing at Li Xian. With such prowess, how could you remain unnoticed? Who exactly are you? What do you think? Li Xian retorted, somewhat exasperated, once more condensing the sphere of energy. This could only be obtained through the royal family's secret arts. It was unfortunate that she was illiterate and could not recognize it. A flicker of doubt crossed Ona's face, but she swiftly extinguished it, for in the entire Spirit Beast Empire, there was but one princess. Where could a prince possibly come from? This had always been a matter of great public interest among the citizens, as the queen had passed away and the king had yet to remarry. Given this situation, Darkestar was poised to welcome its first empress. With a serious expression, Ona warned again, I have only heard of Princess Fei, but never of any prince, since you refused to speak for yourself. I shall take it upon myself to extract the truth from you. Bending her knees slightly, she sprang forth like a flash, bringing the knight's lance crashing down upon Li Xian. Seeing him motionless, she felt a rush of triumph, believing him to be merely ordinary. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as a white figure appeared behind her. Li Xian smiled at Ona. Ambushing is not a commendable act. You know, Ona was struck against the wall by Bai Ling, her armor dimming, blood trickling down her helmet in crimson droplets. Her gaze became vacant, a sorrowful smile emerging. I never imagined I would stumble in my own stronghold. Li Xian rolled his eyes, uninterested in her plight. He intended to seek out someone knowledgeable. He had come here with her merely to establish his identity, so she would work for him. Only to encounter such an illiterate. Pray tell, where do you intend to go? A tall man clad in a dark red robe, exuding an air of authority, blocked the doorway, coldly scrutinizing Li Xian and Bai Ling behind him. Before Li Xian could respond, Ona eagerly reported to the man, Captain Liuan. This individual not only attempted to escape, but also impersonated royalty. Truly a heinous crime. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Li Xian. Unable to forgive his insult of her illiteracy, Li Xian sighed in resignation, once again revealing the silvery radiance. Upon witnessing this, a hint of color returned to Ona's pallid face, inwardly mocking Li Xian. Captain Liuan had once broken through to the 4th tier after undergoing rigorous training in the royal capital, and had even advised Princess Fea. The audacity of this man to attempt to deceive him was amusing. She eagerly anticipated the sight of Li Xian being thoroughly beaten. The previously composed Captain Liuan stood frozen, disbelief washing over his features as he gazed at the silvery light. Impossible, he murmured. Captain Liuan manifested a long lance. Stepping forward to scrutinize Li Xian, lost in contemplation. Bai Ling, unable to contain herself, attempted to intervene, but Li Xian held her back. That a flicker of fear gripped Ona. Could this man truly be a prince? Yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Such a thing could not possibly be true. A prince appearing in a desolate place like Cape City. Captain Liuan knelt on one leg, his lance driven into the ground. Bowing his head solemnly before Li Xian. Good day, Your Highness, that I humbly apologize for my transgressions and hope for your mercy, though I do not yet know how to address you. Li Xian stepped forward to assist him, softly assuring, there is no need for concern. Captain Lao, as for my name, you may call me Allens. Upon hearing this, all doubt vanished from Captain Liuan's eyes, for the name aligned perfectly with those found in the sacred texts. Chapter 61. Shouldn't you thank the prince? Li Xian regarded the somewhat dazed Captain Liuan, stifling a chuckle. Not only was he well-versed in the naming conventions of royalty, but he was also familiar with the intimate details of the spirit beast tribe. In his efforts to draw closer to Fea, he had often used knowledge of the tribe's customs as an excuse to engage her in conversation. Feigning ignorance, he asked, What troubles you, Captain Liuan? Is there something wrong with my name? Captain Liuan, shaken from his reverie, hastily waved his hands. That I have wronged you and Ona by doubting your identity. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness. As he spoke, he made to kneel again, but Li Xian caught him. There is no sin in ignorance, and my identity is rather special and not widely known. How could I blame my loyal subjects for this? His complexion turned pale, his body trembling involuntarily as he fought against the pain coursing through him. He knelt before Li Xian. Ona has offended the prince. I beseech you, do not punish others for her transgressions. With that, she dissipated her armor, grasped her lance, and suppressing the lance's resistance, aimed it at her abdomen. Closing her eyes, she awaited death, only to find the lance seized by someone. Opening her eyes, she beheld a face as angelic as a celestial being, smiling warmly at her. Li Xian took the lance, resting it upon Ona's shoulder, tapping it lightly twice. What an opportunity this is from this day forth. You shall serve as my guardian knight, laboring for me to atone for your actions. Seeing the gratitude and honor etched on Ona's face, he reveled in the moment, thinking, now she must thank me. Ona accepted the knight's lance with both hands, her expression grave as she swore, I shall wield this as my blade, severing all chains for your highness. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate. Captain Liuan observed this scene with a sense of relief. This prince was truly benevolent. Yet he could not fathom why the king had not made his identity public. Could it be that he was a bastard child? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly dismissed the notion from his mind. Outside, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, but a soldier clad in armor appeared. Reporting to Captain Leland, "Good day, Captain. The prisoners have been secured, but they do not seem to be members of a cult," the soldier reported. He cast furtive glances at Li Xian, filled with curiosity. "Ahem." Liuwen coughed twice, stating, "I understand that I will personally go and check in a moment, that if there are truly no issues, we shall detain them for a while longer before releasing them, as you command." Without waiting for the guard to depart, Li Xian strode over, leaving Aona behind, that he mused that perhaps it would be better to give them an opportunity to redeem themselves. Having recently noticed significant water accumulation on the streets, he proposed that they be punished by cleaning the sewers for a day as a warning. Li Xian silently scoffed at the situation. Fortunately, he was present, for otherwise, the opposing side could have imprisoned other players, turning it into a single-player game, facing the entire cult alone. Such a notion was absurd to contemplate, let alone execute. Liuwen expressed surprise. "Your Highness, you truly possess a benevolent heart that I in that case. Let them clean the sewers for a day. Issue the order." The guard bowed, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Your Highness," within the prison, a place that was once desolate now buzzed with activity. "What on earth? Why is the difficulty level so high this time?" exclaimed one player. "All level 2, and even some level 3. Oh no, are we destined to fail again?" Lamented another. "Ladies, it has come to this. Can we not panic? Humph, we must persevere. Does Lord Gongliang have a plan?" The mention of Gongliang silenced all players, their eyes fixed eagerly on the figure seated on the bed. Gongliang opened his eyes, calmly stating, "No worries, soon I will use a special item to increase the Lord's favor and have them release us." His words sent ripples of excitement through the players as their spirits were rekindled. As expected of Gongliang, he has every item imaginable. "Brother, you are amazing. So powerful, Lord Gongliang. Is this truly the might of Lord Gongliang?" Incredible clang. A guard knocked on the iron door and bellowed, "Silence." Instantly, the prison fell silent. The guard nodded in satisfaction. "In a moment, a distinguished figure will arrive that if you dare to offend him, beware of your heads." After warning the players, the guard hurried to the prison door, preparing to receive the unknown prince. Once he left, the players' spirits reignited, and they burst into a flurry of discussions. "Wow, that was quick. Brother, you truly spared no expense. I have no way to repay you, so what? Can you stop being so dramatic? Lord, you're amazing. This efficiency is unreal." Hearing the players' praises, Gongliang's smile became somewhat stiff, his eyes flashing with surprise. He hadn't even initiated contact yet. Trusting in the item, he dismissed these thoughts and graciously accepted their flattery. "Haha, you all flatter me. I merely did what I ought to that moment." The prison door swung open with a loud clang that a line of guards entered, standing resolutely with their long spears, their expressions grave and their gazes piercing. Then, amidst the expectant stares, a man clad in a golden robe and wearing a mask entered, accompanied by a man and a woman. The guards shouted in unison, "Welcome, Your Highness." Their voices resonated, causing Li Xian's ears to ache. He raised a hand to signal for silence and led Liuwen and Aona onward. The players were momentarily speechless at the sight, especially upon seeing Liuwen, gasping at the presence of a level 4 bodyguard. They dared not breathe, fearing they might provoke a display of power. Li Xian surveyed the players, glanced at Aona, and nodded. Aona clasped her fists and stepped forward, declaring, "Today, in the presence of His Highness Prince Alans, I shall pardon your crimes, considering you are first-time offenders. You are to clean the sewers for a day as punishment." Seeing the crowd fall silent, she felt a twinge of discontent, her gaze heavy with pressure as she scanned the faces before her. Why are you not thanking His Highness?" Chapter 62. The shadows of the sewers, the players transformed into mindless sycophants. The radiance of His Highness is truly blinding, leaving me somewhat dazed. Please forgive me. Your Highness. Oh, Your Highness. Like a beacon of light illuminating my remaining days, I truly hope to remain by your side. With such a benevolent heir as His Highness, the Empire is destined for even greater prosperity. His Highness's noble demeanor is simply majestic. Yuejing echoed the flattery, though a hint of suspicion flickered in her eyes. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Gongliang's face twitched slightly as he gazed at Li Xian in disbelief. Where did this person come from? I paid a hefty sum to unlock a special advanced dungeon and bought a trove of intel, Yet none mentioned him. Li Xian found amusement in the players' antics. They were quite the talents that he turned to Lieluan, who nodded in acknowledgement, admonishing, "Quiet. We must now collect cleaning supplies that I hope you do not create further chaos." Otherwise, he paused, letting out a cold snort, his formidable aura bearing down on the players. Seeing their expressions turn serious, Lieluan felt a sense of satisfaction that he turned to Li Xian, saying, "Your Highness, everything has been handled. The Lord's Manor has sent for us several times. We should proceed." Li Xian nodded and walked toward the main door. With Lieluan and Aona hastily following to him, the Lord was a crucial ally. He could not afford to neglect such a figure, who needed to maintain stability in the Lord's Manor. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to see him long ago. Li Xian boarded a carriage pulled by several exotic beasts, heading toward the Lord's Manor in the inner city. At the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere left the surrounding guards and maids holding their breaths. Gina, feeling perplexed, muttered to himself, "Why hasn't His Highness arrived yet?" A twinge of fear gripped him. Could it be that his incessant pleas for help had caused the prince to harbor ill feelings toward him? A guard rushed in, reporting to Gina, "Lord, His Highness is arriving shortly." Gina was overjoyed. "Excellent. Quickly prepare everyone." A voice called from the entrance, "Ha, Lord Gina. You are too courteous. A simpler affair will suffice, for I am not fond of extravagance." Li Xian entered, smiling at Gina. Gina gazed at Li Xian in surprise, hastening to greet him. "At last, Your Highness has come. I have awaited your arrival." Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "It seems you have something to request." "Lord Gina, feel free to speak." Gina cast a frustrated glance at Li Xian. "Your Highness jests. Are you not here for that matter?" Li Xian was taken aback. "What on earth?" Yet years of theatrical experience allowed him to maintain an air of composure as he sat in a nearby chair. Noticing Lieluan and Aona wore equally bewildered expressions, which relieved him. "Then, Lord, please recount the entire situation from the beginning. We are allies." Though hesitant, Gina realized that if he did not speak now, he would be in dire straits when the storm broke. He set aside any confidentiality protocols. After all, a prince's word held little weight against a broken promise. Gaining courage, he continued, "There has been a slight issue with the city's protective array, allowing some rather formidable cultists to infiltrate. Currently, I have no idea where they are." Hearing this, Lieluan was dumbfounded. The man had sent him to capture cultists, and this was the result. Were they to capture or deliver? Gritting his teeth, Lieluan glared at Gina. "Lord, how significant is this slight issue?" Gina stammered for quite some time, refusing to clarify. Lieluan, watching his demeanor, asked with a tremor in his voice, "Do not tell me it has completely collapsed." Under Lieluan's desperate gaze, Gina silently nodded. Now, Li Xian could no longer remain composed. He had relied on the Lord to manipulate the city's formations to obliterate the cultists, and now he was being told the system was down. Was there no way to repair it? Gina grimaced. "I have exhausted every possible solution. Truly, there is nothing more I can do, which is why I sent out the plea for help." That Li Xian felt all eyes turned toward him. A chill running down his spine. What on earth was happening? "We beseech Your Highness to intervene." After a long silence, Aona was the first to break, bowing to Li Xian, her eyes filled with desperation. The others followed suit. After all, Li Xian was the prince of the Spirit Empire, and it was only normal for him to possess a few powerful guardian beasts, right? Now, Li Xian was drenched in cold sweat. He had truly not anticipated such chaos in this dilapidated city. Though he felt panic rising within, he maintained an expression of control. Li Xian summoned a ball of golden flames, the warmth soothing the anxious hearts around him. Lieluan exhaled deeply. "Thank goodness for Your Highness. Otherwise, we would have truly met our demise." He shot a glare at Gina, who looked relieved. "Before they could bask in their relief for long," Li Xian lamented. "Unfortunately, I have been unable to contact one of my guardians recently, which is why I concealed my identity." This statement, the players' hearts plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. The Lyran people were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide as saucers, each one seemingly more perplexed than the last. Gina chuckled awkwardly. "Your Highness, please refrain from such jesting." That Li Xian shot him a disgruntled glare. "Am I jesting with you? Your Highness, I could venture to The Hague for assistance, to summon my master." Observing the resolute demeanor of Ona, Li Xian felt reassured that this guardian knight was indeed a worthy apprentice. In the sewers, Yu Jing struggled to extricate his foot from the mire, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse, his complaints spilling forth incessantly. This is nothing but filth. What kind of subterranean race could possibly thrive here? A nearby player retorted, "Is this your first time in a dungeon? It's been said that this is merely a side quest. Do you really expect easy points?" In the distance, a guard admonished the two for their idle chatter. "Hurry up! Do you wish to remain trapped here?" Yu Jing muttered under his breath. "That wretched creature, too afraid of the stench and filth, has us toiling away." With a fierce thrust, he drove his shovel deep into the wall. Boom! The wall crumbled, revealing a vast passageway. Chapter 63. Ice Heart, Jade Liquid. By Ling's breakthrough, within the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere was vibrant, as a group of elegantly dressed women showcased their dance skills, eager to stand out amidst the crowd. Li Xian gazed at the dancers, their fiery eyes nearly devouring him. He could not help but reflect on the decline of societal morals. If they were this forward in broad daylight, he could only imagine the antics of the night. Just as he contemplated summoning someone for a late-night critique, Liren hurried over, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Your Highness, there has been an incident in the sewers. I must trouble you to take a look." Li Xian blinked, bewildered. "The sewers? What sewers?" Stifling the urge to facepalm, Liren reminded him, "Did you not send those oddly dressed individuals to cleanse the sewers?" Realization dawned on Li Xian. Oh, what has happened to them? Yet his gaze remained fixed on the dancers, unconcerned about the sewers' evaluation. After all, he had single-handedly tackled the main quest. After a lifetime of battles, was he not entitled to some enjoyment? The music played on. The dance continued. Liren quickly positioned himself before Li Xian, inwardly cursing Gina's ancestors for leading the prince astray. With a heavy heart, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, there are numerous alien creatures in the sewers. There is an overwhelming presence beneath. Likely of the 6th tier." As he spoke, his voice trembled, fearing they had stumbled upon a nest of cultists. Yet how could they combat a 6th tier? Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. What nonsense, a 6th tier. If we cannot defeat it, we might as well await our doom. "Your Highness, I have brought you something," Gina said, a mischievous grin on his face, brandishing a vial of luminous liquid. Li Xian rose to accept the Ice Heart, Jade Liquid, shaking it gently. "Did Dio not provoke them too much? Let us strategize after I conclude my meditation." Liren was astounded. The prince had never previously consumed the Ice Heart. Jade Liquid? Just how formidable was his innate talent, allowing him to forge a contract with a beast 2 tiers higher? Gina, noticing his friend's astonished expression, nudged him playfully, surprised. This is the prodigy even the royal family wishes to conceal. As they regarded Li Xian's retreating figure, Gina was taken aback to learn that he had never utilized the Ice Heart. After all, he knew Li Xian possessed a 3rd-tier beast, that if he had not relied on the Ice Heart to artificially elevate his tier. Just how terrifying was his inherent potential? In that moment, he finally comprehended why Li Xian's reputation was not more pronounced. Such a prodigy would surely attract the ire of any cult, and as long as he survived. Ascending to the 9th tier would not be a distant dream. That Liren's expression grew serious. "We must ensure the prince remains undisclosed. You must lead him away." Gina remained silent, his eyes filled with sorrow. A 6th tier. Even with reinforcements from The Hague, it would likely be futile. In the secret chamber, Li Xian gazed at the jade vial, uncapping it and consuming its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, an indescribable chill exploded within his mind, spreading throughout his body, clenching his teeth. Li Xian sat cross-legged, directing his internal energy to refine it. As time passed, frost began to gather on his form, delicate white crystals forming in his hair. After an indeterminate period, a gentle breeze stirred around him, the frost dissipating, and his tightly shut eyes flew open. In an instant, a tempest raged, wreaking havoc in the chamber. Name, Li Xian. Player ID, 167349. Class, Beastmaster. Level, 10, 2168 2000. Strength, 611. Constitution, 131. Agility, 191. Spirit, 6628. Health, 240. Energy, 1040. Black crystal points, minus 330,336. Locked. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, NA. Equipment, NA. Upon reopening the long forgotten panel, Li Xian noticed a remarkable increase of 25 points in his spirit attribute. A grin broke across his face as he summoned Bai Ling. Sit still now. No fidgeting, as he gently held Bai Ling's head to deter her from nuzzling him. He retrieved a wind-source stone from his backpack. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with fervor at the sight of the stone. Had Li Xian not been holding her back, she would have lunged at it. Li Xian, noticing her eager demeanor, threatened, "If you don't behave, I'll let A.O. Xuan undergo her transformation first." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling promptly complied, sitting obediently on the ground, her head tilted as she gazed at Li Xian. "Ow!" Li Xian rolled his eyes and continued to pull out other materials, activating the system. Wind from Tiger. 1 wind source stone can enhance. Tiger Sha. 10 3rd-tier alien Shi. 1 wailing soulgrass. Can enhance. Bloodthirsty Fury. 53rd-tier bloodstones. 10 raging mouth flowers. Can enhance. Yes, yes, yes. After confirming thrice, the materials fused into Bai Ling's body, erupting in a dazzling display of light in the sewers. Lizard-headed humanoid monsters surged from the openings, barking like dogs. Boom. A fiery orb detonated around them. Yu Jing watched as his points soared, a grin stretching across his face. Other players shared his enthusiasm, relentlessly slaughtering the lizard-headed creatures. In stark contrast to the players' optimism, Liren's expression darkened, nearly stormy. Hours had passed, yet the numbers of these creatures showed no signs of dwindling, and they exhibited an unusual ferocity. Speculation about the creature lurking below grew. While the lizard-headed creatures were weak, their sheer numbers and fearless charge quickly overwhelmed some overzealous melee players, leading to their demise by sheer numbers. Damn it. Is this an endless slaughter? Where is the big shot? Publican, you lend us a hand. Damn it, where has that bastard disappeared to? He vanished long ago. Damn, I wasted my time on him. That scoundrel, sister, are you finally done holding back? As Yu Jing lost his grip. A mana potion slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground as the lizard-headed creatures charged at him. With a grim smile, he braced for impact. Suddenly, a flash of flame erupted beside him, sending the surrounding lizard-headed creatures flying. Liren clapped Yu Jing on the shoulder. Well done. Leave the rest to me. Drawing a spear from the ground, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, weaving through the battlefield and systematically reaping the lives of the lizard-headed foes. As Yu Jing observed Liren's lone stand against the horde, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Where had the guards disappeared to? Chapter 64. The foolish ants. Before the 4th-tier Liren, these weak 1st-tier creatures were as easy to slay as cutting grass. Players in the rear, recovering their stamina, gawked in awe. This feels like a CG animation. Could someone from X explain if there are conditions for him to act? I don't know. Don't ask, or I'll knock you out. Stop pestering us about X. Come on, let me show you something. You know I just like to boast. While other players reveled in their optimism, Yu Jing sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Just as everyone speculated about Liren's conditions for engagement, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths below, shaking them to their cores. Under Liren's unrestrained slaughter, the master of this army could no longer remain idle. With that roar, the air thickened, stifling their breath. Players stood frozen, bewildered. What divine being was this? Meanwhile, the lizard-headed creature's eyes turned crimson, their pupils elongating as they emitted frenzied howls. Liren swiftly withdrew, leaping into the throng, gazing into the inky darkness of the cavernous entrance ahead. Thud! A tremor coursed through the ground, the violent shaking causing the dog-headed men and a multitude of players to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed through the sewer, sending debris flying and transforming the dog-headed men into a gruesome display of blood and flesh. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal dragon, its body enveloped in earthy yellow scales, opened its gaping maw, eyes brimming with savagery. Such audacity to obstruct! It bellowed at a radiant light emanated from its abdomen, followed by a breath of orange-yellow flame, streaking forth like a meteor towards Leela. Howl! A blood-red blade of wind surged forward, slicing through the fiery breath with unrelenting speed, hurtling towards the dragon that a flicker of disdain crossed the dragon's eyes as its right claw moved like lightning, crushing the wind blade effortlessly that a jolt of pain surged through. And the dragon gazed in disbelief at its claw, where scales shattered and blood, glimmering like gold, flowed forth. Such a surprise. It seems you seldom endure pain. Li Xian, riding on Bai Ling, appeared before the crowd, scrutinizing the data of the dragon ahead. Supreme Dragon, level 5th tier advanced, evaluation, tell it a cold joke. Perhaps it will be amused enough to grant you a swift end. Sighing in relief at the 5th tier status. He thought to himself that a 6th tier would indeed spell arduous battles. The dragon roared in fury. Foolish ants, submit beneath the wings of Evases. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred a deluge of muck, obscuring the vision of Li Xian and his companions, and lunged forward with ferocity. Liluan, visibly anxious, hurriedly shielded Li Xian, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must not take such risks. Allow me to hold the rear. Loyalty is a knight's virtue. Yet alas, your strength is insufficient to safeguard the prince." A chilling female voice echoed, sending a shiver down Liluan's spine. A woman, standing upon a blue ice bird, appeared before them, alongside Gina. Gina chuckled, "Just watch closely." The ice bird flapped its wings, unleashing a visible wave of cold that froze the muck mid-air. Evases, taken aback by the trio, involuntarily slowed its pace. However, while it hesitated, Li Xian and his companions did not. Li Xian commanded Bai Ling, "Deal with it." Bai Ling roared, various energies intertwining, coalescing into a dark red wave of light that shot towards the dragon. The dragon attempted to evade, only to find itself encircled by the remaining two. One on each side. Boom! Waves of energy detonated at the sight, and had it not been for Li Xian instructing Bai Ling to protect the others, perhaps all but Liluan would have been reduced to ashes. Liluan gazed at Bai Ling in utter astonishment, not only shocked by its advancement to the 4th tier intermediate, but also by the fact that Bai Ling had grasped the principles of combat. It could be said that Bai Ling's attack was the most formidable among them, for despite the other two being 5th tier, they struggled to inflict damage on the dragon, merely serving to distract it while Bai Ling delivered the assault. Evases felt immensely frustrated. Having been rudely awakened from slumber, it now faced assault. Damnable creatures! You will perish! Evases sought to withstand their attacks and eliminate the weakest among them. Bai Ling Gina flickered into action, clapping her hands, and a scroll unfurled, releasing a torrent of water that obstructed the dragon's path. The ice bird emitted a beam of white light, instantly freezing the water and ensnaring the dragon in midair. The woman urged, "Do not stand there foolishly. Quickly, seal it away." "Understood. I am already doing it." The scroll behind Gina resonated with an overwhelming force, drawing the despairing dragon within. Gina presented the scroll to Li Xian. "Your Highness, I have not failed in my duty. How shall we deal with this beast?" Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Handle it as you see fit. By the way, where is Ona gone?" He regarded the woman with curiosity. "Good day, Your Highness. Aeolina extends her greetings on behalf of the Solar family. My apprentice should be nearing the royal capital shortly." Aeolina's eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion, for she had never heard of any Prince Aurans. Ona had been lured to the royal capital under the pretense of seeking aid, all the while investigating this prince. Even though Li Xian maintained a composed demeanor, the astonishment simmered beneath the surface, making it difficult for her to discern any flaws. Liluan, incensed by the situation, confronted Aeolina. "What do you mean by that?" Gina hastily intervened, positioning herself between the two. "Let us all calm down," bowing his head. Unwilling to meet the gazes of Liluan and Li Xian, he appeared guilty that Liluan's anger flared, casting a glare at Gina, exclaiming, "Ah, so you think the same. Your Highness, we must depart." With that, he shook off Gina's hand, intent on escorting Li Xian away, though deep down, he suspected that Li Xian's identity was indeed questionable. After all, such a gifted prince, yet with no whispers of his existence, was rather peculiar to his surprise. However, Li Xian refused. "No need. The innocent shall remain pure. It is only natural for you all to harbor doubts about my identity. After all, an eminent figure appearing out of thin air is difficult for anyone to accept." Gina regarded Aeolina with skepticism, wondering if she was being deceived again. This prince displayed no signs of panic. Aeolina, caught off guard, hesitated. "Then I ask that your Highness remains within my sight during this interval." Li Xian halted Liluan, who was on the verge of venting his frustration, and calmly stated, "No problem." "Now, shall we attend to other matters?" Chapter 65. The Female Ghost. Have I violated heavenly law? The nighttime curfew in Haijiao City was non-existent today. A group moved purposefully down the street, searching for the whereabouts of cultists. Yu Jing observed a familiar silhouette ahead, and the voice sounded strikingly similar, had it not been for the fact that the figure was a prince. He might have suspected it was the heroic Chun Ping. Are you interested in that person? Yu Jing shot a glare at his companion, too lazy to engage in conversation. Looks like it's truly a win for us. Indeed, that useless Gong Liang Yu is utterly unreliable, lamented another. What a pity. If that person were an NPC, I would have seized him. The players bantered as they followed Li Xian, searching from house to house and occasionally uncovering a few cultists. Up ahead, Li Xian furrowed his brow. Are they unwilling to divulge anything? Liluan and the others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Then let us eliminate them, allowing those aberrations to roam free. We must scour the entire city swiftly. Li Xian felt a mounting pressure. After capturing so many, they were all tight-lipped, refusing to reveal anything, which hampered his progress that he looked towards the players scattering about, now relying on them to deliver a surprise. For if reinforcements arrived from the royal capital, the situation could escalate dramatically. Woo, for the first time, we have NPC assistance for a quest. This is incredible. Stay vigilant. If anything arises, signal immediately. We cannot afford to falter now. Two players scoured for clues, when suddenly they heard a series of knocks on a door ahead. Exchanging glances, they stealthily approached at the narrow, silent alley. A peculiar figure stood, limbs stiff like a marionette, gently tapping on a wooden door. We're in luck. The NPC offers high-tier materials. Have you decided which one to choose? Curious as to why the figure remained silent, the excited player paid little mind to such details and leaned in closer. The space before the door was empty. The female ghost had vanished without a trace. What the? Where did she go? Qi Lin rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating, his expression contorted in disbelief. Your indifference makes me want to vomit. This is emotional abuse. Qi Lin jested with his companion, only to realize that he was utterly alone, a chill gripping his heart. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed behind him, and the air grew thick with a metallic scent that Qi Lin's body froze, immobilized as if pressed against ice, his ears filled with a chilling whisper. Are you searching for me? Qi Lin turned his eyes, catching a glimpse of a massive, ghostly visage hovering close, its mouth filled with jagged red teeth, saliva dripping like blood, revealing the very female ghost he had just seen, now clutching the lifeless head of his vanished companion. Gina observed the seemingly idle Li Xian ahead, stealthily approaching. With a mischievous gleam in her eyes, she winked at him. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian initially intended to rebuke her, but softened at the thought of those eager for progress. His expression hardened. Today, I shall make an exception. Let us proceed. Liluan, overwhelmed by disbelief, covered his face in exasperation. Aolina bit her lip, her eyes flickering as she pondered her thoughts. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of the group. Let us go. Li Xian's eyes lit up, rushing towards the source of the sound. Finally, he had anticipated this moment. Indeed, casting a wide net proved effective. The scream not only attracted Li Xian and his companions, but summoned players and guards from all directions. In an instant, rooftops and streets teemed with rushing figures that the call useful. Night is her domain. The female ghost has long wreaked havoc in this region, possessing an intimate understanding of the local military deployments. To her, the agonized screams of her victims are merely an appetizer before the main course. I arrived first. You really do run fast. Is it truly a female ghost? What about the Death Knight? Shouldn't we put on a show? Not even sparing such an ugly creature. The ghost, momentarily bewildered, gazed at the sudden influx of players critiquing her, only to realize they were merely a horde of first-tier novices. A grin split her face, stretching to the roots of her ears, revealing a set of dense red teeth. Thank the heavens for their generous gift. Her form dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling blood, scattering in all directions. Yet the players remained unperturbed, donning expressions akin to casual onlookers. It seems you truly do not regard me with any seriousness. Like a silver dragon unfurling its scroll, a radiant light enveloped the players, obscuring the blood, which evaporated in an instant, leaving only a few drops fleeing along the ground. Bang! A blazing knight's lance descended from the heavens, sending shards of stone flying and sparks igniting amidst the dust. Amidst the wails, the ghost revealed her true form, the knight's lance piercing through her abdomen, her eyes wide with shock, resembling brass bells, as she beheld the nearly full assembly of the guard and two fifth-tier powerhouses. Plunging into contemplation, it appears I have taken the lead this time, a rugged male voice proclaimed, tinged with pride. Gina rolled her eyes, retorting with irritation, "You're merely reaping the benefits." Before Xuan could counter, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, shaking the heavens. Howl, Belan, enveloped in a tempest, gracefully landed above the street. Xuan, fist clenched, struck Belan's head. "I told you not to wail like a ghost at night, yet you refuse to listen, don't you?" Howl, Belan responded in a pitiful whisper. Gina hurried over. "Your Highness, please adjudicate. Whose contribution is greater?" Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Each of them was reliable on their own, yet together they behaved like children. He gazed at the female ghost, disappointment etched on his face. "I thought you were a cultist. Turns out you're just a ghost. Kill her. She is of no use." These words. Xuan was ready to unleash his weapon and reduce the ghost to ashes. The ghost, perceiving that everyone was awaiting Xuan's lead, hastily cried out, "I have information. Spare me. I am still of use. I know the location of their lair." Xuan turned to Xuan, awaiting his command. "Oh, is that so? Speak, and I shall let you go." Xuan replied, a note of surprise in his voice that he had not anticipated that this ghost might prove useful. Chapter 66. Gongliangyu. This is a sure thing. In the outskirts of Haijiao City, on a farm, a man with flowing green hair observed the conflicted figure in black robes before him, chuckling lightly as he continued to persuade him. "Even the envoy has agreed to cooperate with me. What hesitation remains for you, Bishop Eve?" Eve cast a cold glance at him, her voice gravelly as she replied, "I will certainly obey the envoy's orders, but how I execute them is my own decision. There is no need for you to fret." "Very well, I shall await your triumphant return." The man, accompanied by two servants, passed through the encirclement of cultists, making his way toward a building on the farm. "My lord, are we truly to heed the young upstart's words?" one servant inquired. "Indeed, who is this Gongliangyu? I've never even heard of him. Should I test him?" "Enough, since they have the envoy's mandate, there must be no issue. I will consult with His Holiness the Pope. Let him decide." With that, Eve dismissed the cultists and made her way alone to a circular, spherical statue, kneeling in reverent prayer. Dark star above. Soon, the sphere began to glow, and a figure was projected from within. "Eve, what news do you bring?" In a room, Gongliangyu sat on his bed, a strange smile on his face as he gazed at a dull jade pendant in his hand. "Once I offer up all of Haijiao City, I shall receive that esteemed one's gift. My dear brother, I hope that when we meet again, you remain as serene as ever." Speaking of the other party, Gongliangyu ground his teeth in fury. A flame of unnameable anger igniting within him, he abruptly pulled two statuesque figures, akin to Barbie dolls, from beside his bed. Observing their bashful demeanor, a glint of lewd desire flickered in his eyes. Before he could act, the figure standing by the window could no longer contain himself. "You truly seem starved." Gongliangyu recoiled in shock, eyes wide as he turned to the man at the window. "Who are you?" The man, cloaked in black, bore an amused smile as he scrutinized Gongliangyu. "A dark star above, this filthy world ought to be destroyed sooner rather than later." Regaining his composure, Gongliangyu fumed with embarrassment. Tearing open a magic scroll, in an instant, dazzling lightning enveloped the man, crackling with sound. The man, unfazed, introduced himself. "Feli, a rather unremarkable candidate for deity status. Now, can we converse properly?" Gongliangyu, stunned, could only stare in silence. Feli, noticing this, smiled slightly as a formidable power surged from him, pressing down on the three in the room, making it difficult for them to breathe. "Do you believe me now?" Gongliangyu nodded weakly, pleading with his gaze. "Why are you silent?" Feli inquired with a hint of mockery, genuinely curious as to why Gongliangyu had fallen silent. "Calm down." After Gongliangyu managed to utter those three words with great effort, the oppressive aura finally subsided. Observing Gongliangyu slumped on the bed, Feli reproached him. "Why didn't you mention such matters earlier?" Gongliangyu cursed inwardly, yet forced a smile of appeasement. "I was momentarily stunned by your power and forgot my words." "Have you truly reached the 6th tier?" As he spoke, Gongliangyu gazed at him with a hint of expectation. "Indeed." Under the radiance of my Lord's divine glory, I have long attained the 6th tier. Of course, this also owes to my Gongliang. You feigned an expression of worship, delight blooming within him. With this individual in Haijiao City, they were as good as invincible. Meanwhile, Li Xian and the others had finally arrived. Observing the silent farm ahead, an inexplicable sense of unease settled in Li Xian. As if something ominous was about to unfold, he glanced at the ghost, who turned her head with a hopeful expression. Your Highness, I have brought you here. May I leave now? Li Xian smiled knowingly. Of course, no problem at all. Please go ahead. The ghost's heart sank at his expression, and she hurriedly drifted away. Aoliana furrowed her brow. Your Highness, you are far too lenient. Gina quickly intervened. Hold on. Haven't you noticed that Leolin the Knight is absent? Sure enough, from the jungle behind came a thunderous explosion, flames soaring into the sky. Leolin strolled towards them, declaring, Aoliana, you are still far too presumptuous. Umph. Aoliana scoffed, unwilling to exchange another word with him. Had they perhaps been involved? Gina, catching wind of this, eagerly chimed in, Of course. Ever since, 2 fierce gazes fell upon him, prompting Gina to cover his mouth, mimicking a gesture to silence himself. It seems our guests are quite comfortable. A man clad in a bishop's robe slowly emerged, his staff topped with a spherical orb. Emanating ominous energy from all directions, a throng of individuals appeared, encircling Li Xian and his companions. However, their strength was merely 5th-tier elite, and the group felt no fear whatsoever. That is this the leader of the cult. Quick, let us proceed. What is there to discuss? A teammate who often rushes into danger was far too familiar with this kind of scenario, but he probably had never experienced the wrath of an NPC overlord. Acting like a foolish dragon, the players chatted amongst themselves, maintaining a semblance of vigilance, planning to retreat to the back to enjoy the show once the battle commenced, allowing the NPC overlords to rack up their KDA. After all, they were all equally inexperienced, so the rewards wouldn't be disproportionately diminished. Eve's expression darkened as she waved her staff, causing the ground to tremble violently. The earth beneath them rose, protruding rocks resembling a terrestrial dragon leaping from the earth to strike at the crowd. Meanwhile, the Dark Star cultists chanted strange incantations, their shadows breaking free from their bodies, lunging at the group like a pack of ravenous sharks. Aoliana, already seething with rage, swung her longsword, conjuring waves of pale blue, sword energy to obliterate the encroaching shadows. The ice bird above her dove straight for the earthen dragon, its claws expanding to enormous sizes, aiming to crush it. Seeing this, Eve let out a cold laugh, waving her staff as the earthen dragon swiftly altered its trajectory, evading the ice bird's assault and turning sharply to smash down upon Aoliana. Aoliana spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Eve, realizing that the latter could inflict damage upon her own master through her summoned beast. Chapter 67. The Terror of the 6th Tier. The shadows attacked Aoliana with bloodthirsty fervor. Boom! The crimson flames erupted before the throng, forcing them to retreat. You still enjoy putting on a brave front, Leolin remarked with evident displeasure as he gazed at his counterpart. Can we engage in flirtation after the battle is over? I can hardly bear it any longer. Gina, maneuvering the scroll, tirelessly defended against Eve's onslaught. He was struggling to withstand the pressure, particularly as he was already several levels behind. Ack! Hiss! 2 colossal figures materialized before Li Xian. Having severely wounded Aoliana at the onset, they found themselves at a disadvantage. If you continue to hold back now, you might as well bury yourself underground. Xuan stared, somewhat dazed, at the now 4th tier Bai Ling, her expression lost in thought. Xuan, go deal with those minor foes. Bai Ling, disrupt that bishop, but be cautious. Upon hearing Li Xian's command, Xuan felt a growing unease, yet she promptly obeyed the order. The battlefield descended into chaos, with skills flying in all directions. Damn. Yujing cursed as he beheld the approaching magical sphere. Greeting the opponent's family. Hiss. A streak of cold light struck afterwards, freezing the surrounding Dark Star cultists into blocks of ice. Yujing's eyes widened in astonishment at the rampaging giant serpent before him. Was this not the tamed beast of their city's little king? With Xuan's involvement, the pressure on the players significantly lessened, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Did I ask this Li Xian's tamed beast? What did you say? Call him King Li. How audacious. How dare you address my idol so casually? King Li, why don't you come out and show yourself? Can you keep it down, you annoying person? Not only had they noticed, but Gong Liangyu, who was watching from a distance, was also drenched in sweat. With a trembling voice, he explained to Fei Li, that person possesses a 7th-tier tamed beast. Gong Liangyu felt a sudden urge to abandon the dark side. Inwardly cursing Li Xian, why are you so formidable, yet hiding away? Would it not be better for everyone to swiftly clear the dungeon together? However, Fei Li gazed at Li Xian with wide-eyed intensity. Her voice trembling, did I ask that true? Gong Liangyu swallowed hard, slowly nodding in affirmation. Fei Li then shot off like a cannonball, creating a massive crater where she once stood. Gong Liangyu, nearly buried alive, was left dumbfounded. Has another person gone mad? It was already stated that there was a 7th-tier powerhouse, yet they still sought to throw themselves into danger. Nevertheless, he dared not continue watching, fearing bloodshed would splatter upon him, and he hastily took 2 golden Barbies and fled. On the battlefield, the fighting gradually subsided, and all eyes were fixed on the few individuals at the center. Liuwen regarded Eve, who seemed to have surrendered, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph! Why have you begun to give in? Li Xian furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. It was as if an unseen force was observing him. Regrettably, he could not pinpoint its source, but he concluded that the matter would be resolved once he eliminated the opposition. Bai Ling, take him down, ack! With a tiger's roar, a visible crimson whirlwind engulfed Eve. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a voice laced with provocation echoed through the bloodstorm. Rip! The wind, imbued with the laws of the elements, was torn asunder by a single hand. Vanishing into the air, stood a man bearing a strange smile, his gaze burning with intensity, fixated on Li Xian as though he had never encountered a woman in his life and had suddenly stumbled upon a rare beauty. Fei Li addressed the crowd with a slight tremor in her voice. I am Fei Li, the one who will take your lives today. Upon concluding her words, an overwhelming force erupted from her being, causing all present to feel an immense pressure, forcing weaker players and guards to the ground. Unable to move, Li Xian's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, cursing inwardly. Why is there a 6th tier here? The countenance of Liuwen and the others turned grave, gazing at the opponent with a sense of despair. There truly was a 6th tier powerhouse. However, the attitude of Li Xian and the players underwent a complete turnaround, lounging on the ground with carefree smiles, leaving the guards perplexed. And aren't you afraid? Why fear a situation that is guaranteed to win? Exactly. Just watch as King Li effortlessly handles this trash. The bets are on. How long do you think the boss can last against King Li? 3 seconds. No more. You look down on him, right? I bet 10 seconds. Come on, boss, I've got faith in you. Hearing the player's banner, the guards' confidence soared. Although they had no clue who King Li was, the calmness of these individuals indicated that he must possess great power, prompting them to quietly observe the battlefield. After waiting for some time, Fei Li, growing impatient, questioned Li Xian. Why haven't you summoned that 7th-tier powerhouse yet? Are you looking down on me? Li Xian stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing that the opponent had been posturing all this time just to provoke him in a summoning koan. With a disdainful snort, he replied, that formidable being does not engage lightly. Should you wish to contend with a powerhouse, then you must first face its challenge. He cast a glance at Gina, urging him to release that foolish dragon to take a beating so they could seize the opportunity to flee. After Li Xian's subtle hints, Gina finally grasped the situation and began to act ostentatiously. Since you wish to challenge a powerhouse, I shall grant you that opportunity. With a swift motion, the scroll unfurled, and a gigantic dragon burst forth, letting out a thunderous roar. Foolish ants, Avases shall teach you the meaning of cruelty. As Fei Li beheld the foolish dragon, a fierce flame ignited within her, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seems I have underestimated you. With a slight bend of her legs, she leaped into the air, crashing down upon the dragon's head with a resounding slap, sending it crashing to the ground. Roar. Avases let out a lamenting cry, casting a fearful glance at Fei Li. Human, I bear no grudge against you. I wish to avoid this senseless battle. Avases wobbled in flight. Fei Li spoke in a chilling tone, flying so slowly. Allow me to assist you on your way. Boom. Countless black lines erupted from her body, plunging anyone who beheld them into despair. Fei's aura surged to its zenith. The moon above darkened to an inky black, shrouding all in an enveloping darkness. As Li Xian and the others made their escape, the area ahead suddenly turned pitch black, followed by a deafening crash. Dust swirled that a dragon, drenched in blood, appeared before the group. Is it now possible to summon that being? In midair, Fei gazed coldly at the despairing crowd. Chapter 68 Gong Lianyu. Did I win? How did I lose again? 1 hour earlier, in the capital, amidst the bustling streets, a figure stood out, appearing somewhat out of place amidst the surroundings, as if everything were remarkably novel. Wow! Is this the princess's residence? It's truly magnificent. Aona marveled at the grand estate before her. Astonished, disinterested in her cultural studies, she found herself at a loss for words, simply exclaiming a loud compliment, which drew snickers from passers-by. The guard stationed at the entrance watched Aona's embarrassing display, their faces flushed as they suppressed their laughter. Meanwhile, Aona remained oblivious, unfazed by the mockery, having grown accustomed to being called out in class. How could she fear this? Aona stepped forward to the guard, producing an envelope from her pocket and handing it over. Please deliver this to Her Highness the Princess. I, representing the Orient family, come to pay a visit. The guard silently opened the letter to inspect its contents, confirming its validity before placing it into the mailbox behind him. Witnessing this, Aona was taken aback. Why not deliver it directly to Her Highness? Why go through this process? The guard replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Many wish to see Your Highness. If everyone could just stroll in, she would have no time for anything else but to meet you all. Aona, feeling agitated, attempted to explain. I truly have urgent matters to discuss. Another guard, noticing Aona's escalating agitation, issued a loud warning. Madam, please do not cause a disturbance here. Seeing her request go unheeded, Aona shouted in the street. I, representing His Highness Aaron, seek an audience with Her Highness Fi. Can you hear me? Princess Fi. With her declaration, not only did the guards freeze in shock, but the entire street turned to gawk at Aona. Their expressions akin to onlookers at a spectacle. Arrest her. Take her to the tribunal. Do I need to say it? I've tolerated her long enough. How dare she sully the king's name? Just as a confrontation seemed imminent. The heavy doors creaked open. Enough. A youthful yet authoritative voice rang out from the entrance. A girl adorned with a dark green crown and a red gown stood at the threshold, bringing the farce to a halt. Fa scrutinized Aona. Do you have any tokens? Aona, momentarily dumbfounded, was at a loss. Having been sent by her teacher, she had no such tokens and appeared flustered. The nearby guards chuckled derisively, yet out of respect for Fia, they refrained from exposing Aona. Fia frowned, evidently displeased. So you have no proof, correct? She turned to leave it. A glimmer of realization sparked in Aona's eyes as she shouted. The princess said she loves to eat fire spider legs, and that she secretly indulges in them. The guards could no longer contain themselves. Enough. Princess Fia is terrified of such things. How could she possibly consume them? Another guard remained silent, summoning all his protective gear in preparation to deliver a formidable blow to the insolent individual before him. Fia trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. How did you know? At that moment, the entire street stood in stunned disbelief. In the outskirts of Cape City, before the farm, Li Xian gazed at the floating Fei. His lips twitching slightly as he inwardly grumbled. Is this creature truly that monstrous? A nearly 6th-tier dragon should be able to withstand a 7th-tier beating for a while, yet it seems to falter in the presence of the opponent. With a sheepish grin, Li Xian hesitantly suggested, perhaps we could reschedule for another day, as that esteemed 7th-tier figure has gone on vacation. What greeted him in response was an incredibly swift black line. White Ling, sensing the sudden attack through the principles of wind, swiftly shoved Li Xian aside. Bang! Stones flew in all directions, leaving the surrounding players dazed and confused. Li Xian stared at the unfathomable pit. Swallowing hard, Fei coldly regarded him, issuing her final ultimatum. Either summon or perish. Witnessing this scene, the players began to speculate. This must be the legendary Li Tuong. Take him down, summon him. Indeed, how can he be so arrogant? Can you tolerate this, Li Tianwang? If you win, I am yours. What nonsense is this at such a critical moment? Li Tianwang, deal with him. Listening to the players' cheers, Li Xian felt an overwhelming bitterness, if he could summon. Would he not do so? Yet, faced with the imminent danger, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and give it a try. He raised his right hand high, a brilliant golden flame appearing, casting a warm light that enveloped him. Feli, hovering in the sky, felt a surge of tension as she gazed at the flame. Her fighting spirit ignited. As the crowd awaited in eager anticipation, time stretched on. Yet nothing occurred that I in the distance. Gong Liangyu, using an observation tool, fell into contemplation. Could it be that what he said was true? He cannot summon. Aha, have I actually won? The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The crowd awkwardly watching Li Xian. Feli took a deep breath. Very well. I admire your courage. Are you prepared to pay the price? With that, the black line surrounding Feli detached, intertwining and rising like a peculiar tree. Under the shadow of the black moonlight, it took on a haunting beauty as dark specks descended from above, resembling snowflakes. No matter how the crowd resisted, the descent of the dark specks could not be slowed. Liuan gazed at Oliena, his mouth slightly agape, wanting to speak, when suddenly, everything in the sky seemed to fade like a mirage, torn to shreds. Feli looked on in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. Impossible. How can she descend again? Did the divine messengers not seal that void? The power of demigods is beyond your comprehension. A colossal hand, obscuring the sky, descended and grasped Feli, vanishing without a trace to Li Xian slumped to the ground. Releasing a sigh of relief, his heart racing with fear that she might have sought him out for trouble. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he murmured, "Thank goodness, it's all over." "No, not yet. Can you tell me who you truly are?" A familiar voice echoed in his ears, though it had taken on a somewhat juvenile tone that Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just then, another voice chimed in. "Indeed, I too am quite curious. From where did you learn our clan's secret arts?" In an instant, beads of sweat poured from Li Xian's forehead, cascading like a waterfall. Chapter 69. Your return has been revoked. Li Xian stiffly turned his head. Two stunningly beautiful women stood beside him, that a miniature version of Fia crossed her arms, her face scrutinizing, her eyes feigning seriousness while betraying a flicker of curiosity. Defeating a boss should have been a joyous occasion. Yet Li Xian felt more miserable than if he had perished. As the players regained their composure and observed the scene, they began to murmur loudly, "In no way. Is this a case of mistaken identity?" Mistaken identity? Haven't you heard the rumors? Bro, spill the details. Rumor has it that Li Tianwang is an extraterrestrial. Perhaps this is his home. I know this. My friend said he was sent here as an infant. As the tales grew increasingly outrageous, some claimed to have witnessed it all in person. Li Xian, feeling the weight of their absurdity, exclaimed, "Enough! I am a pure-blooded being of Blue Star." He silently added, "A physically pure human." Now, have you thought of an excuse? Fia glared at Li Xian with dissatisfaction, feeling quite perturbed that he bore no resemblance to her, making her journey here feel futile. When Fia learned of Li Xian's situation, she was overjoyed, nearly bursting into applause, as she despised dealing with various trivial matters. She eagerly pulled her ancestor along to verify the situation. If it were true, she would be liberated from her plight. Only to find it was all a deception. The fox-eared elder sister, observing the fuming Fia, could not resist playfully ruffling her hair, provoking Fia's embarrassment, who retaliated by chasing after her, swinging her petite fists. Watching the lively scene unfold, Li Xian pondered an excuse when suddenly a reminder popped up. Main quest completed, Li Xian felt a surge of joy. He frantically clicked yes. A white light enveloped him. And just as he thought he had escaped, the light was suddenly distorted by an unseen force, vanishing into thin air. Li Xian fell from midair, landing awkwardly, and offered an awkward smile to the fox-eared elder sister. "If I said I was born with the ability to leave, would that suffice? If that were the case, you would have to remain here and chat with me for a few more days." The fox-eared elder sister, seemingly indifferent, turned her attention back to teasing Fia in her arms. That Li Xian, noticing the glimmer of mischief in her eyes, slowly revealed something that made everyone shudder. That a roar erupted from the farm. "You lie." Fia glared at Li Xian, her small eyes filled with fury, as if she wished to leap forward and take a bite out of him. The fox-eared elder sister suppressed her laughter, continuing to tease Fia. "How do you speak to a future prince? Was this not your own choice?" Infuriated, Fia squirmed in her grasp, struggling to break free. From a distance, Gina discreetly gave Li Xian a thumbs up. Li Xian, glancing at the somewhat believing crowd, secretly exhaled in relief. He had managed to dodge the bullet in an instant. The world around them darkened, as if everything had come to a standstill. Speak of everything you know. The fox-eared elder sister gently placed Fia on the grass, her tone icy as she inquired. Did I not just say everything? Li Xian feigned ignorance, scratching his head as if genuinely perplexed by her question. With a cold snort, the fox-eared elder sister unleashed a terrifying pressure, forcing Li Xian to the ground, unable to stand upright. Your words are riddled with flaws that if I were still present, the Spirit Empire would not have encountered any issues. Speak, how did you deceive Fia? Li Xian, feeling helpless, could only recount the events from start to finish. Noticing her expression growing darker, he weakly stated, "This is truly all I know." The fox-eared elder sister looked up at the sky, her gaze wandering, then sighed. "It seems they truly cannot tolerate me." Lowering her gaze to Li Xian, a peculiar silver rune appeared in her palm, which she tossed towards him. "Keep this safe. Do not lose it. If what you say is true, this may be your only means of escaping calamity." Seeing her seriousness, Li Xian could only accept the mysterious object that he would not say anything further. "Otherwise, you know the consequences." The fox-eared elder sister narrowed her eyes, threatening him that Li Xian hastily performed a salute. "You know me. I am always tight-lipped." "Wait." Li Xian quickly stopped her. Noticing her displeased expression, he explained, "I am being blocked by a 6th-tier powerhouse. I fear I cannot deliver this." The fox-eared elder sister shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes narrowing ominously as a silver hair appeared in her palm. "Is there anything else?" Taking the hair. Hearing her extreme impatience, Li Xian quickly shook his head. "This time, there truly is nothing else." "Humph." With that cold snort, the surroundings regained their former colors, and time resumed its flow. She transformed into a beam of white light. Vanishing from the spot, in a stark white room, Li Xian materialized. S-rank evaluation. Reward, 20,000 black crystal points. Special advancement ticket. Main quest, Purify the Filth. Quest reward, Successful advancement. Side quest, The Whale of Midnight. Quest reward, Random class equipment. Side quest, The Rat in the Sewers. Detected player 167349 has exceeded completion. Quest reward, 400,000 black crystal points. Next instance cooldown 72H. Complete within 30 days after cooldown. Otherwise deduct 1,000 black crystal points. No. Li Xian stared at the rather daunting number, swallowing hard. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. A total of 400,000 black crystal points. Before he could revel in his joy, the system notification chimed again, and a peculiar stone suddenly appeared before him, radiating a luminous glow. Detected player 167349, carrying a potential stone. Detected player 167,349's main quest completion rate is S. Awakening talent. Awakening complete. Gained special talent. Beastmaster armament. Chapter 70. The nouveau riche Li Xian gazed at the introduction of his new talent, unable to suppress a loud exclamation. "What the heck? This is downright outrageous. Talent. Beastmaster armament. Transform your beast into equipment worn on your body. Gaining all its skills and attributes, 1.25 times the total attributes of the beast. Lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 24 hours, reducing cooldown by 600 seconds for each additional fusion." Staring at this terrifying talent sent Li Xian into deep contemplation. Indeed, only a shoddy game would possess such occupational balance. In reality, he was trapped in a blind spot. Even a typical Beastmaster, upon awakening this talent, would only experience a fleeting surge in power, as the attributes of the beast and equipment would counterbalance each other, resulting in the loss of a formidable beast. For Beastmasters, who already had a limited number of beasts, it could even be deemed a negative skill. Yet for Li Xian, this skill was different, that he inherently possessed 2 additional beast slots, coupled with the superior levels of his beasts, which made this skill undergo a qualitative transformation in his hands. Furthermore, the cultivation methods of the Spirit Beast clan allowed him to directly transform into a humanoid bulldozer, rampaging through everything. After calming his emotions, Li Xian proceeded to inspect the remaining 2 items. The special ticket resembled a pale golden card, emblazoned with the image of a gift box. Miscellaneous. Special advancement ticket. Function. Unlock special advancement instance. Evaluation. Unlock a new world. How intriguing. A gleaming silver serpent ring materialized in Li Xian's hand, shaped like a silver snake with its head and tail connected, biting its own tail. Class equipment. Blessing of the Ouroboros. Equipment level. Increases with level. Wearing requirements. None. Equipment effect. Transforms your beast into its future form. Lasting 0.5 hours, limited to once per instance, no cooldown. Evaluation. Entrusting another self. If the previous item had elicited surprise, this one made Li Xian's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Due to the existence of the system, all of Li Xian's future beasts would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. With this item, it was truly a mindless mechanical descent into divinity, suppressing everything in instances. After regaining his composure, Li Xian took stock of the high-tier materials that had dropped from the coastal city, initially intending to hand them over to the unscrupulous merchant, but paused mid-air. A glimmer of amusement crossed his face. As if he had thought of something entertaining, he transformed into a streak of white light, leaving his exclusive room. The once bustling integrity forging workshop stood silent today, its doors firmly shut, devoid of even a notice of absence, leaving numerous new and old customers perplexed as to why the usually diligent owner seemed to have vanished. Cheng-Chi, with reddened eyes and disheveled golden hair, resembling a bird's nest, sat quietly, staring blankly at the text messages on his phone, perusing a notification brimming with grim news that ding-dong. Another message appeared on his phone. Black-hearted worm. I know you're hurting right now, but given the circumstances, you must accept it. What do you think about the matter we discussed? Cheng-Chi's eyes glazed over, showing no sign of movement, as he remained dazedly frozen in place. More messages flooded in, followed by a moment of silence before another ring sounded. A persistent voice emerged that "My dear brother, what have you decided? If you agree to withdraw from the air contest, I will provide you with an endless supply of money. I could even hand over my treasure pavilion to you. What do you say?" Cheng-Chi, with a hoarse voice, confronted the other party. "Is that all you care about? Or do you truly have no feelings like a beast?" As he spoke, he abruptly stood, his eyes welling with rage as he shouted. You could interpret it that way, so tell me your choice." The voice on the other end turned icy, tinged with anger. "If that's the case, then we have nothing more to discuss. Let us see who prevails." After Cheng-Chi finished speaking, he hung up the phone, collapsing back into his seat, gripping his hair tightly, his expression teetering on the brink of despair. Ding, ding, ding. Yet another barrage of notifications sounded, inciting Cheng-Chi's fury, and he answered the call, shrieking in desperation. "Tell me, what do you want?" At the shop entrance, Li Xian hastily moved his phone away from his ear, waiting for the other party to finish venting before calmly stating, "Open the door. It's me." Creaking sounds echoed as the roll-up door lifted, revealing a slightly fatigued figure at the threshold. Cheng-Chi, with his eyelashes drooping, concealed his reddened eyes. "Spit it out. I'm not in the mood today. If you have something important, say it quickly. If not, get lost." Li Xian quickly stepped in front of him, patting his shoulder. "What's wrong?" "Another meltdown. Come on, say something nice and I'll give you something good." Cheng-Chi swatted Li Xian's hand away, irritation evident as he replied, "I need high-tier materials to break through my skill limits. Do you have any? I need materials above 5th tier." With that, he walked inside, preparing to inventory all his equipment to sell for high-tier materials, aiming to break through his skill limitations. "What's with your condescending attitude?" Li Xian, seeing Cheng-Chi attempting to leave, was quite incensed. He hurriedly followed, blocking his path and pulling out a 5th-tier high-tier material from his backpack. Watching the shock spread across Cheng-Chi's face, Li Xian smirked. "Call me brotherly, and this will be your reward." As he spoke, he weighed the blue crystal in his hands. Cheng-Chi's eyes nearly bulged out as he rushed forward, snatching the crystal and inspecting it carefully, finally exhaling in relief when he confirmed it was intact. "Where did you get this?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident in his tone. "What? Aren't you a local? Don't you know the worth of Li Tianwang?" Cheng-Chi rolled his eyes, continuing to organize the items on the counter. Grumbling, "You're just in time. Are you moving to a new place with me?" Taken aback by this revelation, Li Xian asked, "You've struck it rich. You're actually changing shops? Where's the new place?" Upon hearing this, Cheng-Chi's hands froze, and he shook his head in resignation, self-deprecatingly stating, "What new shop? I'm planning to close down." Under Li Xian's persistent questioning, Cheng-Chi reluctantly divulged the situation. Chapter 71. Why aren't you laughing? Do you not like to smile? What the heck is this really happening? Just after a talent dies, he is already eyeing the inheritance. This special class transfer book cannot be given away, no matter what. Li Xian slammed the counter in frustration, feeling his blood pressure rising significantly. Cheng Qi shook his head helplessly, surrendering to despair. Just a week. How can I gather enough materials for practice? I can only pawn this shop and go toe-to-toe. As he spoke, there was a spark of determination in Cheng Qi's eyes, suddenly interrupted by a clattering noise. Just as he pondered what Li Xian was up to, a mountain of materials of various grades piled up, resembling a small mountain of gold. Cheng Qi stared at the priceless heap of materials, swallowing hard. Did you rob the player association? This is no joke. Observing Cheng Qi's astonished expression, Li Xian scoffed. Is that all? This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my wealth. Theoretically, Li Xian's statement held true, as he had indeed gathered high-tier materials from around the coastal city in his backpack. However, he did not possess such influence. It was the fox-eared lady who, hearing that FIA could sustain her clan, felt a pang of sympathy and traveled across several cities to gather materials, rewarding Li Xian with a small portion to prevent him from slacking off. Resulting in the current scene. Cheng Qi, fighting the urge to glance at the pile of materials, repeatedly confirmed with Li Xian, "Is this really yours? You're not taking it back, right? Then I'll take it." Seeing Cheng Qi's mother-hen-like protectiveness, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle that I in the treasure pavilion. Cheng Su lay comfortably in a rocking chair, leisurely swaying back and forth, deftly rubbing 2 thunderstones in his hands, which sparked with crackling electricity, that he glanced sideways at his guard, Su Li, and teased, "My foolish brother has been holed up in his forge these days, hasn't he?" Cheng Su tightened his grip, causing the thunderstones to emit a creaking sound before bursting with a loud pop. His eyes were filled with animosity, as if he harbored significant grievances against Cheng Qi. "Cheng Yi, something terrible has happened." A rather disheveled man rushed in, his expression fraught with panic as he halted in front of Cheng Su. He initially intended to say more, but recoiled under Cheng Su's furious gaze. Observing Chun Ping's demeanor, Cheng Su snorted coldly, "Speak, Li Xian. If it's a battle, I might fear him slightly, but in terms of forging, not only my foolish brother, but even my ill-fated elder brother can't match me." Cheng Su rose, smoothing the creases of his robe as he strode towards the door. "Let us go. I am eager to see what surprise my foolish brother has prepared for me." The Forging Association stood out distinctly from other buildings, resembling a colossal furnace from a distance that IT was perpetually sweltering inside, resulting in a scarcity of visitors. Yet today, it bustled with activity and excitement. "Old Zhang, do you think they will win? Do you want the truth or a lie? What nonsense is this? Of course, I want the truth. The truth is, it's pointless to watch. That kid will win with his head." Old Zhang crossed his arms, scoffing at the notion. While he acknowledged the opponent's decency as a person, he doubted their ability to forge. Many players shared Old Zhang's perspective, though out of respect for Li Xian, they refrained from outright mockery. After all, this group of thrill-seekers relished finding amusement to alleviate their own pressures. With his remarkable attributes, Li Xian overheard every word around him and continuously relayed the conversations to Cheng Qi. "If you don't speak, will you perish?" Cheng Qi gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, Li Xian pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed." Cheng Qi, though angered, felt the tension in his heart dissipate entirely. "Thanks, I will definitely win this time." "Is that so? After not seeing you for days, your bravado has certainly grown." The crowd parted as Cheng Su approached, his demeanor haughty as he regarded Cheng Qi and Li Xian. His gaze lingered on Li Xian for a moment, a flicker of caution crossing his face that he raised a hand towards Li Xian in a mock salute, smiling, "Of course. If King Li were to intervene, I would humbly concede that he intended to retreat strategically, sealing the path for Cheng Qi to deny his loss. Few young prodigies would adhere to decorum." Cheng Su sought to elevate Li Xian, hoping to maintain neutrality and prevent outside interference. Little did he know. Today he would encounter someone who defied convention. Upon hearing this, an initially passive Li Xian smiled warmly at Cheng Su. "Really? Then I shall interfere. You should concede immediately." This left Cheng Su utterly flustered. As if someone had grasped his throat, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a word. The bystanders began to jeer, urging Cheng Su to forfeit. Yet he staunchly refused, remaining silent for a moment, as if in a stupor. Avoiding any mention of the recent events, with a flushed face, he turned to Cheng Qi. "All right, Let us begin. Don't waste any more time. Li Xian, however, was unwilling to let him off easily, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to acknowledge your loss?" Cheng Qi grasped Li Xian's arm, gently shaking his head, his expression resolute. "Leave the rest to me." The two positioned themselves before the furnace, retrieving their materials and laying them out methodically. After a series of resounding clangs, they completed their respective creations. Cheng Su gazed at the exquisite fourth-tier sword in his hand, unable to suppress his smugness, and declared loudly, Today I've surpassed myself, crafting a sword with full attributes." Hearing the gasps of admiration from those around him, a smirk crept onto his lips. "What are you so infatuated with? Are you unaware that you've already lost?" At this, Cheng Su swiftly turned to examine Cheng Qi's weapon, his expression shifting to one of shock that Li Xian, observing Cheng Su's bewildered countenance, joked, "What's wrong? Have you lost your smile? Do you dislike laughing?" Chapter 72. Turbulent Undercurrents, Li Xian's Rapid Ascension. "How is this possible? How could you forge a fifth-tier weapon?" Cheng Su screamed in desperation, his bloodshot eyes resembling a wraith escaping from hell. Gazing at the short blade in Cheng Qi's hand, shimmering with starlight, a hallmark of fifth-tier equipment, Cheng Qi extended his right hand, coldly questioning, "What does this have to do with you? Now, hand over that class transfer certificate." "You." Cheng Su's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to lose to the brother he had always looked down upon. This duel was intended to teach Cheng Qi a lesson, to trample him underfoot, yet he found himself ensnared in a trap of his own making. Li Xian, observing the rapid color changes on Cheng Su's face, mocked, "What's the matter? Did you think performing a talent would suffice for your loss? Do you want me to personally collect?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves, eyeing Cheng Su with ill intent, as if contemplating where to strike first. Before Li Xian could act, Cheng Su flung a peculiar rune, shooting Cheng Qi a furious glare before turning to leave. "Let us go." With two lackeys in tow, he exited amidst the derisive jeers of the players. Cheng Qi shot him a cold snort, stowing away the class transfer item, and earnestly clasped his fists towards Li Xian. "I can't express my gratitude adequately. Consider those items as borrowed from a brother. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to ask." That Li Xian rolled his eyes, exasperated. "What are you being polite for? Just call me when you need something." With that, he transformed into a beam of white light, resuming his quest for advancement. Chen Ping observed Cheng Su ahead, lost in thought, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly approached. Intercepting him, staring at the once sycophantic lackey who now dared to meet his gaze, Cheng Su's anger surged. His eyes, sharp as knives, swept over Chen Ping as he coldly remarked, "It seems I have truly fallen from grace." Chen Ping, wearing a peculiar expression, quietly inquired, "Do you desire power that surpasses that of special classes?" Cheng Su narrowed his eyes at him, delivering a sarcastic retort, "It appears I have underestimated the world. Speak, which formidable faction stands behind you? Follow me, and you shall find out," Chen Ping replied, leading him away, disregarding Su Li's attempts to intervene. Noticing Cheng Su silently trailing him, Chen Ping chuckled, guiding him through the streets. Soon, they arrived at a potion workshop, where after exchanging a series of covert signals with the shopkeeper, an underground passage gradually revealed itself. Chen Ping, observing Cheng Su's astonishment, gestured invitingly, "After you." Cheng Su snorted, not hesitating to step inside. Following the dark, narrow passage downward, they soon reached an exit. Cheng Su gasped upon seeing the altar before him, exclaiming, "You are one of the Dark Star members?" Turning back, he saw Chen Ping alongside an elderly man clad in clerical robes, prompting him to take a few steps back in fright. "There's no need to be tense. We are on the same side." Cheng Su quickly interrupted, "I don't recall ever joining a cult." With that, he produced a series of disposable items from his backpack, preparing for a desperate struggle. He far smiled slyly. "Do you not harbor hatred towards Li Xian? If so, you may leave. We will not obstruct you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Su fell silent, contemplating the multiple times Li Xian had thwarted his plans, his anger boiling over. Were it not for Li Xian, Cheng Qi might have already succumbed to his machinations. "What do you want me to do?" He Far's face lit up with a radiant smile. In the stark white room, a sudden flash of light heralded the appearance of a striking young man, who collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. his fingers tapping at something in the void that Li Xian gazed at the ornate interface before him, feeling that all the grueling effort of the past days had finally borne fruit. Name: Li Xian. Player ID: 167349. Class: Beastmaster. Level: 20,1310,000. Strength: 6. Vitality: 30. Dexterity: 19. Mentality: 11,626. Health: 130. Energy: 14. 20. Black crystal points: 30. Free attribute points: 0. However, upon seeing his vitality, strength, and dexterity attributes, a tinge of embarrassment crept onto Li Xian's face, for without the enhancement of first-tier equipment, his shortcomings were glaringly evident that in pursuit of evolving Xuan, he had allocated all his attribute points to mental prowess. Gazing at the ethereal attributes before him, Li Xian summoned Xuan, and Bai Ling, a roar erupted from Bai Ling as she landed, a sound of sheer exhilaration. These past few days had been utterly stifling for her, as Li Xian had consistently sent Xuan into battle, neglecting her entirely. With this thought, Bai Ling fixed Li Xian with a mournful gaze, as if accusing him of favoritism. Hiss! Xuan reprimanded Bai Ling, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. This little cat was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to vie for affection in her presence. How utterly disrespectful! Observing Xuan's furious demeanor, Bai Ling's large feline face flickered with a hint of mockery, continuing to provoke her. Oh, do you truly think I am still the same as before? The era of the masters has changed. Hearing Bai Ling's taunts, Xuan's temper flared. How dare this little cat speak to her in such a manner? A surge of chilling energy coursed through her, preparing for a confrontation. Bai Ling, refusing to back down, unleashed her formidable fourth-tier intermediate aura, suppressing Xuan's presence. Oh, is that all you've got? You're not impressive at all. Li Xian covered his face and shouted. Bai Ling, be quiet. I haven't said anything about you. Xuan. The two beasts glared defiantly at each other, turning their heads away, each unwilling to concede. However, Xuan's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Bai Ling, who had always lagged behind her, had now surpassed her by such a margin. This thought stirred unease within her, but in the next moment, her mood brightened. Xuan, come here. I'll grant you a boon. As Li Xian activated his enhancements, he beckoned to the sulking Xuan. Ice Breath, 10 Frost Flowers, 1/3 tier Ice Crystal Core, can be upgraded. Extreme Cold Body, 10 Cold Frost Jades, 1 Unmelting Ice Block, can be upgraded. Ice Storm, 10 Kite Grass, 1/3 tier Storm Core, 1/3 tier Ice Crystal Core, can be upgraded. Enhanced Stealth, 10 Wraith Grass, 1/3 tier Shadow Core, can be upgraded. Chapter 73. Xuan. Where is that arrogance of yours? Li Xian's words struck Bai Ling like a thunderclap. The tiger, who had been grooming itself, paused in shock. Had she just offended Xuan, and now Li Xian was granting her enhancements? Was he deliberately putting her at a disadvantage? With a stiffened neck, she glanced at Xuan, who was radiating a chilling aura, brimming with lethal intent that in the next moment, materials began to levitate, swirling around Xuan, transforming into beams of white light that fused into her form, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Hiss! In an instant, she ascended from the 3rd tier to intermediate 4th tier, reaching her level cap. Name: Xuan. Species: Elite Ice Python. Potential: 4th tier intermediate. Level: 4th tier intermediate. Strength: 40. Vitality: 53. Agility: 49. Mentality: 116. Health: 1530. Energy: 2116. Elite template. Health and energy increased by 1000. Skills: Ice Breath Enhanced LV10. Enhanced Stealth Enhanced LV7. Ice Storm Enhanced LV3. Extreme Cold Body Enhanced LV3. Ice Breath Enhanced. The Ice Python exhales a blast of cold, freezing the target and dealing current mentality 10 damage. Cooldown 1s. Consumes 80 energy. Can be upgraded. Extreme Cold Body Enhanced. The Ice Python can continuously store cold energy, which can erupt under special circumstances, temporarily boosting all its attributes, up to 40. After use, it will enter a fatigue period. Currently can enhance 40. No cooldown. Fatigue lasts 24h. Ice Storm Enhanced. After a brief charge, the Ice Python summons a terrifying ice vortex, with a chance to freeze the opponent. Dealing current mentality 15 damage per second, will persist as long as the eye of the storm remains intact. Cooldown 10s. Consumes 200 energy. Can be upgraded. Enhanced stealth. The ice python conceals itself in shadows, reducing its presence. If undetected, its next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit, accompanied by double energy consumption from shadow power. Currently consumes 100 points. Can be upgraded. Li Xian gazed in awe at Ao Shuang's transform skills and attributes. Compared to Bai Ling's abilities, Ao Shuang excelled in rapid cooldowns and high damage. Though she lacked any particularly outstanding features, her overall prowess was formidable, which was precisely why Li Xian had chosen to enhance her immediately after leveling up. Potential upgrade. Ice Breath reaches level 10. Extreme Cold Body reaches level 3. Ice Storm reaches level 3. Enhanced Stealth reaches level 6. Comprehend the transformation into a dragon. Can upgrade to commander level. Level cap increases by 3 tiers, however. Upon reading the notification before him, Li Xian felt a twinge of frustration. Transforming into a dragon had been attempted numerous times, yet Ao Shuang simply could not grasp it. Nevertheless, Li Xian did not dwell on it. In the short term, he could not provide further enhancements to either Ao Shuang or Bai Ling with their newfound 4th-tier intermediate capabilities. They would suffice until the next advancement dungeon opened, .as for any potential dangers. Li Xian planned to summon his future self with his equipment, then don his armor to become a masked superhero, ready to unleash his wrath upon any challengers that in this state. He was confident that he could contend even with a 6th-tier earthly monarch, let alone a 7th-tier celestial powerhouse. As Li Xian pondered how to hasten Ao Shuang's comprehension of transformation into a dragon. Ao Shuang, feeling the immense energy surging within her, involuntarily narrowed her fearsome serpent eyes. Startling Bai Ling, who was observing from the shadows. Hiss. Come. Shall we practice? Turning to Bai Ling, Ao Shuang's eyes gleamed with ferocity, her crimson tongue flicking out, exuding an overwhelming pressure. With a low, menacing hiss, Ao Shuang began to glide toward Bai Ling. Oh, come on, do you really think it's still the same as before? In the next instant, the two beasts collided, unleashing a wave of potent energy that erupted throughout the room. Boom! With a resounding crash. Li Xian's vision brightened. In the following moment, an overwhelming force hurled him against the wall. What the heck? Li Xian felt as though his bones were about to shatter. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the two beasts, who feigned innocence before him. All right, so you both wish to rebel? The two beasts trembled, watching as Li Xian poured a potion into his mouth, slowly rising with a fierce expression directed at them. After a brief scuffle, Li Xian vanished from the room. In a hidden base, his phone buzzed once more in his pocket. This incited an even greater fury within Xia. His fists clenched, cracking ominously. Yet he still answered. Can you not wait a moment longer? Or are you so eager to meet my lord? The voice on the other end seemed all too familiar with Xia's temperament, patiently listening as he vented. Once Xia calmed down and fell silent, the voice finally spoke. The divine envoy has issued a decree. I implore you, Envoy Xia, to reconsider. Do not make my task difficult that we have already waited many days. If you cannot provide a specific time, I will have no choice but to report to the esteemed divine envoy. Xia spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Fine, I understand. I will wait one last day. Just one more day. Then I shall await the arrival of Envoy Xia, came the reply. Xia hung up abruptly, roaring in fury. Damnable creature. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten me? He hurled his phone to the ground, trampling it with force, as if it were the skull of his adversary, crushing the specially designed device into the earth, which continued to emit a faint glow. However, this did not fully assuage Xia's anger. Just as he prepared to venture into the wilderness to find some unfortunate bystanders to offer to the god of evolution, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and Li Xian's figure materialized before him. This scene caused Xia to halt, akin to a famished old bachelor encountering an unparalleled beauty. Let me see, is this the wretched little mouse? Hiding for so long, finally deigned to show your face. Li Xian blinked in confusion, asking, Who are you? Chapter 74. Have you not eaten? Staring at Li Xian's bewildered expression, Xia felt utterly unhinged. The prey he had painstakingly awaited seemed to disregard him entirely, an affront to his very being. Xia's face contorted with rage. All right. I shall ensure you remember me today. An ominous aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Suddenly, Xia began to tremble violently, as if splitting apart, and identical clones emerged from his body. The presence of these duplicates was formidable, rivaling that of the original. In unison, the Legion of Xia declared, "Remember the name of your slayer, Xia." He unleashed an energy net woven from crimson threads, enveloping Li Xian in a torrential wave that Li Xian, observing Xia's frantic actions, calmly summoned his two beasts. Who? The moment Bai Ling appeared, the air around her crackled with wild winds. The tempest, infused with the principles of wind, barely managed to slow the advance of the blood net. Whoosh! Another powerful gust arose, intermingled with shards of ice, spiraling upwards. Two vastly different hurricanes did not cancel each other out. Instead, they merged into one. With a thunderous crash, the tempest collided violently with the blood web, exploding into a blood-blue firework. How could this be possible? Chiyu exclaimed in astonishment at the scene before him. The beast's evolution was happening so swiftly. It seemed I was destined to eliminate a genius today. Before his eyes, a large group of Chiya began to fuse together, growing stronger with each combination. Li Xian observed the fervor with which his opponent was fighting and arrogantly declared, "Is that so? Then let me entertain you." He made a peculiar gesture. White Spirit and Ao Xuan shimmered with radiant light, continuously shrinking and entangling with one another, transforming into a complete suit of armor, which Li Xian then consumed that a blue and white ice-armored figure stood firm, exuding a terrifying aura. Li Xian, reveling in this delightful surge of power, beckoned to the somewhat dazed Chiya. "Come, let me see how brave you truly are." Chiya gazed at Li Xian in bewilderment, the power coalescing within him threatening to dissipate. "Arrogance. Today I will show you what it means to be the king of this world." With a single punch unleashed, the wails of the damned echoed around him, and the surroundings instantly morphed into a scene reminiscent of the abyss, rivers of blood flowing and corpses strewn about. In Li Xian's eyes, the fist transformed into a surging crimson river, a colossal wave crashing towards him, locking onto the entire underground base. For a moment, escape seemed impossible. Beneath his mask, Li Xian grinned and shouted, "Come at me." To everyone's surprise, he advanced rather than retreating. With his feet planted firmly, he seemed as if he had taken root, bracing against the force of his opponent's power, his left hand spread open, slightly raised while his right hand clenched tightly, swinging forward with fierce intensity. His body became like a longbow, his punch akin to a sharp arrow. "It barely hurt. Did you forget to eat? Come, try my punch." Chiya, witnessing Li Xian's stance, hurriedly assumed a defensive position, only to realize that nothing had transpired. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, mocking Li Xian. "What's this? Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Li Xian did not bother explaining. Instead, he slowly retracted his fist and placed a finger to his lips. "Listen, the wind has risen." As Li Xian spoke those words, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. No longer flowing. It felt as though an invisible beast was closing in on Chiya from all directions. Terrified, Chiya scanned his surroundings, sensing the pressure emanating from every angle, yet failing to pinpoint the source of this power. A sharp pain surged through him, and upon looking down, he was horrified to see his body disintegrating. It was as if he were turning to dust, particles scattering in the wind. "No, this is impossible." He reached out desperately to grasp the disintegrating particles, but rather than stopping the process, his body crumbled faster. Ultimately, he was reduced to a pile of ashes, vanishing into the air. Addressing the space where his opponent had just been, Li Xian spoke as if explaining, "This is the true application of the law of wind, pervasive and unyielding." White Spirit observed Li Xian, who remained in his striking pose, feeling a bit uneasy. Ever since his talent had awakened, he had become increasingly overzealous, relishing in his display. Suddenly, a bright light flickered beneath him, and White Spirit looked down to see a peculiar, elongated object trembling and emitting a strange, buzzing sound. "Roar?" He called out to Li Xian, urging him to come and examine this curious item. "Move aside. You're taking up too much space. Have you been eating too much lately?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian hurried over, pushed White Spirit aside, and playfully teased his fragile psyche. He glanced down at the faded screen that read "Zone Waste" in large characters and lightly tapped the answer button with his toe. A chilling voice emanating from it. Plans have changed. A full-scale assault will commence soon. The divine envoy is about to descend. Chia, do not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, the voice paused, as if it had detected something amiss. Coldly questioning, you are not Chia. Who are you? Seeing that no information could be extracted, Li Xian swiftly kicked a handful of dirt over the area, covering it and stamping it down. Done. By the way, where did that large female demon go? Li Xian suddenly remembered the female demon he had sent to scout ahead, who had yet to be reborn, possibly lingering in some corner, clinging to life. This valuable labor force was worth the effort to seek out. In a concealed base, a robed man stared at the disconnected phone, seething with rage, roaring in frustration. Damn it, that fool. How many times must I tell him before he listens? The nearby individuals, terrified, buried their heads in their chests, afraid that this pent-up anger would be unleashed upon them. Go, activate all our hidden forces. We cannot delay any longer. The man's command. The others exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. Watching their retreating figures, his eyes blazed like a raging inferno, a massive shadow forming beneath his feet. Chapter 75. I leveled up, but you still want me to work for you? In the underground base of the evolutionist cult, navigating through a narrow path, a man and his beast arrived at a grand door that Li Xian approached confidently, first gently knocking on it, then taking a stance and pushing against it. As time passed, his face turned crimson, yet the door remained immovable. Staring at the unyielding door, Li Xian felt a surge of frustration. When had he ever suffered such an embarrassment? White Spirit approached with graceful feline steps. Strolling leisurely to Li Xian's side, roar, step back and watch me. Once Li Xian moved away, the ground beneath White Spirit began to tremble, as if boiling. In an instant, her form vanished, followed by a resounding crash. Dust swirling everywhere, shrouding White Spirit in a cloud. A smile crept across Li Xian's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. How dare this door humiliate him? It was asking for its demise. Roar. A startled tiger's roar erupted from the dust. As the dust settled, Li Xian gazed at the pristine giant door, which showed no signs of damage, not even a scratch. His eyes widened in disbelief at this sight. It was known that White Spirit now wielded the power of the laws. Although still youthful, she could deliver a devastating blow to anything without such power. The fact that this door could withstand her assault meant it possessed the protection of the laws. Before Li Xian could ponder further, a blood-red mist began to rise around them, wails echoing as if vengeful spirits were demanding souls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Instead of fear, Li Xian felt exhilarated, gleefully observing the mist, even reaching out to touch it. Looking around, he found no sign of that familiar silhouette, shaking his head. Really, 3 days without discipline, and you think you're invincible? White Spirit. It seems your long-held wish may come true. Just hang on. And you can handle the rest. Whoosh. A breeze stirred in the previously windless passage, growing stronger with each passing moment. Soon, it transformed into a tempest capable of lifting a person skyward, dispersing the mist and revealing a somewhat dazed female ghost. This ghost, if not for her feet hovering above the ground and her terrifying claws, resembled a classical beauty in a red dress. Li Xian's gaze roamed freely over her form, muttering in amazement. Not bad. You've got a new skin. I almost didn't recognize you. The demon queen's eyes were clouded, as if she had lost her self-awareness, floating in a daze. Yet regardless of her confusion, White Spirit was not fooled. With a fierce roar, she shot forth like a beam of white light, obliterating her opponent. White Spirit appeared somewhat bewildered, looking around at the dissipating mist and innocently howling at Li Xian. Roar. It's not my fault. She was too fragile. In the next moment, the dispersing mist swiftly coalesced, enveloping White Spirit in a sphere. The demon queen's figure reappeared, a triumphant smile adorning her face as she covered her mouth. Chuckling softly, didn't see this coming, did you? I've reached the 4th tier, and from now on, you are my slave. Let me think about what tasks I should assign you. I'm still trying to play these meaningless tricks? But what can you do? In an instant, the demon queen's face shifted from red to purple, then to green, awkwardly smiling at White Spirit. I must clarify. This is a misunderstanding. You all must believe me. I was just being manipulated. It was not my intention. Turning to Li Xian, who remained indifferent, she then noticed White Spirit glaring at her. The flame of rage ignited within her, and she shouted, "You bully me when I haven't leveled up. And now that I have, you still intend to bully me. Am I to level up for nothing?" With a puff, her form transformed into a swirling mist, expanding until she became a massive crimson tiger. Larger than White Spirit, bearing her fangs and claws, roaring with feeble strength. Roar. A thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated through the air, creating rippling waves as if a bone-scraping knife were incessantly carving away at the flesh of the crimson behemoth, tearing it into shreds that a mist of blood wafted towards the door, seeking to flee. Yet it was too slow. The White Spirit, having comprehended the principles of wind, was swifter. In an instant, the White Spirit, like a wraith, appeared before the creature's only escape route, opening its maw wide and inhaling deeply, preparing to teach a lesson in the art of brutally punishing a drowning dog. The small cloud of mist trembled in fear. Just as the Demon Queen sensed her impending doom, the voice of Li Xian resonated like a heavenly melody. All right, that should suffice. Before the Demon Queen could bask in the warmth of gratitude, Li Xian's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed once more. After all, if she were to be slain, how could they proceed? Who knew how long they would have to wait for her resurrection? My master is wise and mighty. The evolution cult is but a heap of decayed bones, and the Dark Star is merely a yapping pup, while that tower of annihilation. It is scarcely worth mentioning that Li Xian squinted as he listened to the Demon Queen's flattery, realizing that despite the courtesies extended by players and townsfolk alike, none were as forthcoming as she did. He raised a hand, signaling her to be silent, and gazed at the imposing door. Let us conclude for today. Go and open that door. I am most curious to see what treasures lie beyond. The Demon Queen hesitated, toying with her fingers, seemingly reluctant. Do you need the assistance of the White Spirit? Li Xian threatened coldly. Observing the Demon Queen's resistance, upon hearing his words, the White Spirit became eager, having struck too hard previously and craving a more thorough engagement this time. The Demon Queen, sensing the malice emanating from the White Spirit, helplessly explained to Li Xian, "That place is truly off-limits." Chapter 76. The source of chaos. The Demon Queen lowered her head, her expression shifting as if harboring a great terror within. Ignoring her theatrical display, Li Xian rolled his eyes and retorted, "If you continue to speak in riddles, I will genuinely be angered." The Demon Queen, undeterred by Li Xian's dismissal, gradually floated towards the door, chattering incessantly in an attempt to dissuade him. "If you enter, you will become a sworn enemy of the evolution cult. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider." Li Xian retrieved an item from his bag, manipulating it in his hands and occasionally squeezing it tightly. The Demon Queen fell silent, disappearing into the door. Moments later, the doorframe creaked, retreating into the walls. As the door swung open, a chilling wind, reeking of blood, swept forth, revealing a pool of blood that seemed to be boiling. The crimson liquid bubbling and roiling. At the bottom of the blood pool, obscured by a thicket of bones, lay a massive egg, its pockmarked surface adorned with tendril-like appendages that writhed menacingly within the sanguine depths. Observing Li Xian's grave demeanor, the Demon Queen reluctantly began to recount the origins of the egg. "This is the sacrificial rite of the evolution cult. The so-called blood of aberration is merely a means by which this monster enhances the flavor of its sustenance. Were it not for my unique nature, I too would likely have become its prey." As she spoke, despair etched across her face, for she had once believed the blood of aberration to be a remarkable treasure. In the past, within the ghostly cavern, she had often sought excuses to slay a few demonesses for a feast, hoping to strengthen her evolutionary seed. Little did she know, this act merely seasoned her flesh to render it more palatable for the forthcoming monstrosity. Li Xian, resting his chin upon one hand, scrutinized the egg, noticing it rapidly contracting as the blood pool began to clear. Addressing the Demon Queen, who wore a mask of fear, he remarked, "It is not too late to become food. It seems the creature is about to be born." "What? That is impossible!" The Demon Queen shrieked in disbelief, her gaze fixed on the blood pool. The water level continued to diminish, the egg inflating as if filled with air, a rhythmic thumping echoing like distant thunder. The Demon Queen transformed into a dense mist, darting towards the ceiling, disregarding Qi Yu's orders, desperate to escape this accursed place. With a resounding crash, her vaporous form collided with an invisible wall of wind. The demon queen battered against the barrier, undeterred by the obliteration of her form. Driven solely by the instinct to flee, Xuan observed the now frenzied demon queen. Do not rush away. Are you not curious what this creature will look like? The demon queen, in her desperation, shouted, I do not wish to die alongside you. If anyone is to perish, let it be you. Do not drag me down with you. With a sharp crack, the sound of a shell breaking resonated, causing the demon queen to tremble uncontrollably. Her curses directed at Xuan. A nauseating wail erupted as a slime-like monster materialized, its flabby body adorned with numerous grotesque heads, while its lower half was covered in tentacles the size of a child's arms, each festooned with grotesque, eyeball-like nodules. The mere sight of this creature evoked a visceral discomfort, further exacerbated by the terrifying aura it exuded. Xuan shot a glare at the demon queen. Once I have dealt with this beast, I will turn my attention to you. Raising his hand, he summoned Xuan as well. Initially, the demon queen had been somewhat dismissive, but upon witnessing that Xuan was also at the 4th tier, a flicker of hope ignited within her, suggesting that victory was not entirely out of reach. That Xuan, ever the ruthless combatant, unleashed a blast of icy breath upon arrival, freezing the creature solid with a resounding crash. As the howling winds and chilling ambience coalesced around Xuan, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. That a thunderous roar echoed, a command that summoned the winds to converge rapidly. That I end the astonished gazes of both the demon queen and the creature. A tempest of blue and green swirled violently, shredding the monster into fragments. How is this possible? The demon queen, regaining her composure, gasped in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. So, you eagerly anticipate my downfall? Xuan's voice dripped with malice, a hint of frost lacing his tone. The demon queen's heart sank at his displeasure, and she hastily sought to change the subject. Perhaps we should retreat. While the 5th tier is inconsequential, the aberration is a 6th-tier threat. Her tone was earnestly sincere, casting aside her previous tirades. Resembling a dutiful vassal, Xuan quietly retrieved the tome he had acquired from Chia and tossed it onto the ground, silently watching the demon queen as if awaiting her next excuse. Upon seeing the book, the demon queen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What? You killed that aberration? How is that possible? Before the demon queen could grasp the situation, she was abruptly yanked from the air, landing at Xuan's feet. Feeling the constraints upon her, she beheld Xuan warming up in place and broke into a cold sweat. I was truly under the control of that monster. Those words were not my true intentions, my lord. You know I am a loyal subject. What awaited her, however, was a sharp blow from Xuan. After a brief scuffle, Xuan informed Zhang Kongping and the others of the evolution cult's significant movements, cautioning them to remain vigilant. That he then set off with the White Spirit towards the domain of the Spirit Clan in Tianhai City, within the Player Association. Damn it, can't these cultists behave themselves? Zhang Kongping, visibly displeased, raised the alert level and proceeded to the conference room, intending to report the matter upwards. After all, he was uncertain whether this significant movement was localized to the province, nationwide, or even global. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, hastily convening a high-level meeting for Tianshui province. Figures filled the seats, though the one in the main position was notably absent, leaving Zhang Kongping feeling somewhat disheartened. A neighboring president teased him. What's wrong, President Zhang? Have you unearthed another hidden dragon? This remark drew the attention of many, as the name of Xuan had become quite renowned. A first-tier player commanding 2 third-tier beasts rendered him nearly a low-tier overlord, overshadowing the local talents and leaving them with little opportunity to shine. Zhang Kongping slowly shook his head, gravely recounting Xuan's words. This matter is of great importance. Please do not squander our chance for action. A catastrophe could ensue. Before Zhang Kongping could finish, a voice interjected. So, President Zhang has no evidence. Just hearsay. You expect us to escalate to a high alert. Chapter 77. Unafraid of retaliation. Hearing this, Zhang Kongping swiftly turned, reprimanding, Wang Mu, now is not the time for personal grievances. That if you truly wish to settle the score, we can arrange a duel another day. Wang Mu scoffed at Zhang Kongping's words, dismissing them with disdain. You think a second-tier issue requires us to initiate the highest level of alert? President Zhang, do you not find that amusing? This statement sparked a flurry of debate among the other skeptical presidents. After all, no matter how gifted Li Xian might be, no matter the brilliance of his future accomplishments, he was still merely a second-tier player. Even with two third-tier beasts as allies, what could he truly accomplish? The other party is not even a junior. If they can resolve the issue, why can't the person present? Everyone began to persuade Zhang Kongping not to overreact. President Zhang, as President Wang mentioned, this matter requires careful deliberation. We mustn't rush to conclusions. Indeed, regardless of how splendid Li Xian's future may be, he is merely at the second tier now. Perhaps the youth lacks an understanding of the gravity of the situation and has exaggerated a bit. So there is no need to be so tense. Young people often care about face. If it were a seventh-tier individual intervening, then we would truly need to be cautious that in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Kongping. Awaiting his response, while it was true that Li Xian resolved the issue himself, suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhang Kongping. Chen Zhao, seated nearby, stood up and clasped his fist towards the crowd. President Zhang. I too was hasty. I hope everyone can forgive me. Zhang Kongping looked at his friend in astonishment, fully aware that Li Xian possessed extraordinary combat abilities. Why then did he choose to act in such a manner? If an apology is necessary, it would be more beneficial to teach us how to manage the guild. That would be great, President Xuan. Please share your insights. The crowd grew eager, urging Chen Zhao to provide some substantial content. At that moment, a feeble voice chimed in. Since there is no major issue, I shall take my leave. Wang Mu concluded and exited promptly, leaving the others feeling somewhat awkward. The once cheerful conference room now bore an exceptionally heavy atmosphere. Just as everyone contemplated finding an excuse to leave, Chen Ping spoke up once more. Though I am unaware of the circumstances our young king has encountered, I hope everyone will pay a little more attention. After all, he may very well be the successor in the future. Moreover, I have interacted with Li Xian frequently. He is quite decent, albeit the youth is somewhat concerned with appearances and tends to bring up past grievances. The implication was clear. Should he choose to revisit old grievances, do not blame me for not giving prior warning. The crowd exchanged glances, genuinely unaware of Li Xian's character, knowing only of his exceptional talent. Nothing more. Thank you, President Xuan, for your timely reminder. How could you, Zhang Kongping, conceal such matters? If it weren't for President Xuan's reminder, you would have almost led us to ruin. Thank you, President Xuan, for your reminder, President Zhang. We must find an opportunity to gather offline in the future. One by one, they hurriedly logged off, fearful of falling behind and being noted by the future leader. Zhang Kongping observed the drastic shift in the demeanor of those present. Feeling both amused and exasperated as he teased Chen Zhao, it seems President Xuan has indeed devised a clever strategy to maintain order. I, Zhang, a mere rustic, have unintentionally become the villain while trying to be sincere. Chen Zhao, with a sense of pride, stroked his beard. I wouldn't call it a clever strategy. I merely exercised a bit of common sense, unlike certain individuals who would dare to disclose such matters. As he continued, his tone grew increasingly reproachful. Hearing the censure, Zhang Kongping's anger was swiftly quelled, and he weakly defended himself. Wasn't I acting in the interest of the nation? After all, who among us is not a pillar of their respective cities? Including Wang Mu? Chen Zhao shot him a fierce glare. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Once a secret is revealed, it is no longer a secret, just because they do not speak up. Does that mean we cannot speak of it? At this point, Chen Zhao's expression shifted to one of discomfort, as if recalling some painful past. As for Wang Mu, I shall ask old Wu to make a trip. It seems I must trouble him. With that, Chen Zhao vanished from his seat, leaving Zhang Kongping in a state of frustration, alone in the now-empty conference room. In Minhai City, the Player Association. Such absurdity. How dare he convene a meeting to discuss matters of utmost caution? Truly mindless. Wang Mu sat solemnly in the conference room, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on a particular seat, a flicker of indignation in his eyes. Had the other party possessed even a semblance of intelligence back then, Han Fei would not have met such a grim fate. He had even been forced to betray the organization. As Han Fei was his mentor, Wang Mu owed much of his current success to his guidance. Compounded by Wang Mu's own status as a war orphan, to him, Han Fei was akin to an elder brother, and although Wang Mu understood that Zhang Kongping's actions were unintentional, he could not forgive him, often confronting him during meetings. The last discussion regarding the hidden dragon was somewhat tolerable, as he refrained from interrupting. But this time, to create such a ruckus over a single word, Wang Mu would not let it slide. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Mu furrowed his brow, puzzled. It was unusual for someone to knock without special circumstances that a surge of alarm coursed through him. Could it be that the fool's claims were true? Come in, he called, his tone tinged with urgency. With a hum, the mechanical door slid open, and a man in uniform entered, saluting Wang Mu. Greetings, President. Wang Mu waved his hand dismissively. How many times must I say it? No need for such formality. Just state your business. He cast a glance at the empty seat beside him, feigning indifference while keeping a watchful eye on the newcomer, wary of any urgent reports. President, there is someone outside who knows you. They say it is urgent. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu silently breathed a sigh of relief, nearly convinced that disaster was imminent. Tell him I'm unwell and will visit another day. Understood. However, he insisted I give you this. The man produced a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Wang Mu. Upon seeing this, Wang Mu's brows knitted together, and he glared at the man, reprimanding. How many times have I said that you shouldn't accept gifts? Even if you don't receive it, you must not accept it. How do I usually educate you? The man, blushing from the reprimand, stammered defensively, but he specifically asked me to show it to you. Wang Mu's irritation flared further. Having already been unsettled by Zhang Kongping's reminiscence, it seemed his subordinate was now adding fuel to the fire. See, he clearly intends to use you to deliver a gift. I must see what kind of item has so enchanted you. He snatched the jade pendant from the man's hand, and upon inspecting the engravings, he was struck dumb, as if thunderstruck. Chapter 78. Suspected return of an old friend. Glimmering eyes of Fia, gazing at the engraving on the jade pendant. Wang Mu's heart raced, and he grasped the man's shoulders. Quickly, take me to see that person. To his surprise, the man burst into laughter, a hint of mischief in his gaze. After so long, you can't even recognize my voice? Amidst Wang Mu's astonished expression, the man removed his disguise, revealing a face etched in Wang Mu's memory. Wang Mu stepped back, his expression tense, voice trembling. Brother Han. Han Fei regarded Wang Mu with a grin, pulling him close and patting his shoulder with feigned nostalgia. Good lad, I heard you became president, and I found it hard to believe until now. Indeed, it seems true, and you carry quite the air. Is it so difficult for others to meet you? As a fifth-tier professional, you can still claim to be unwell. How shameless. Hearing that familiar voice and feeling the warmth on his shoulder, Wang Mu finally accepted this was no dream. Joy bubbled within him as he jested. Of course. Look at how dashing I am now. Come, let us go drink. We haven't seen each other in years. We must not leave until we are intoxicated. He reached to pull Han Fei along, only to find him standing still, a smile on his face. Drinking can wait. I have some urgent matters to discuss with you first that we can reminisce later. Yet, there was no hint of subtlety in Han Fei's demeanor. His insistence forced Wang Mu to confront the reality of the traitor's identity. The once decisive Wang Mu seemed to have had his spine broken. His voice hoarse as he asked, Can you tell me why? Han Fei shook his head with a smile, extending his hand. Hand over your authority key. Do not make this difficult for me. I would prefer not to fight you. Wang Mu let out a bitter laugh, his gaze hardening as he replied coldly, Since my brother remains obstinate, do not blame me for taking decisive action. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Han Fei watched the empty room and approached a nearby chair. Speaking into the air, all your skills were taught by me. How could you possibly be my opponent? Before he could finish, a glimmer of cold light erupted from the air, piercing Han Fei's body. In that moment of impact, Wang Mu sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the figure before him was but an illusion. A chill ran down his spine as searing pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw a bloodied arm protruding from his body. Struggling to turn his head, he whispered the word traitor before closing his eyes forever. Li Xian gazed uneasily at the encampment of the Spirit Clan not far ahead. He felt a wave of trepidation wash over him at the thought of encountering Fia, especially since he had been coerced into divulging some of her minor secrets before his departure. Although it was young Fia who had pressed him for answers, her attitude had been one of such hostility that it felt as if she would tear him to shreds. Big brother, why are you staying out here instead of going in? Mela's voice chimed from behind him. Li Xian's eyes brightened. It was the perfect opportunity for her to scout the area. After all, she was his trusted spy. Isn't this my most beloved Melu, Fia? What are you doing here? Turning to face Melu and the formidable Fia beside her, Li Xian's smile abruptly faded, his expression freezing in place. Noticing Li Xian's reaction, Fia appeared bewildered. What's wrong? It's perfectly normal for me to be here. Suddenly struck by a thought, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, crossing her arms defensively over her chest and regarding Li Xian with suspicion. I warn you, don't let your imagination run wild. Those were merely jesting remarks from others. If you take them seriously, beware of my wrath. Mela chimed in. Exactly. Big Brother hasn't even presented a betrothal gift. How could Her Highness possibly agree to anything? Fuming, Fia stepped forward and pinched Mela's cheek, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Their banter allowed Li Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the game would not interfere with reality, and he felt reassured. His prior anxieties dissipated, and he resumed his usual cheerful demeanor. Teasing Melu, he feigned surprise. How did you know I was here to present a betrothal gift? This statement caused Fia's heart to skip a beat, and she loosened her grip, allowing Melu to escape. The little girl quickly hid behind Li Xian, clutching his thigh and looking up at him with curious eyes. So, how much have you prepared? If it's insufficient, it would be an affront to the royal family. With a mock-serious expression, she attempted to present herself as a little adult. Shut up, Melu, Fia hissed through clenched teeth. Unfazed, Melu giggled mischievously, tugging at Li Xian's pan-leg. As long as your betrothal gift is substantial enough, I'll share a little secret about Princess Fia. Li Xian's eyes sparkled at this prospect. He had been grappling with how to appropriately present resources to Fia, and he promptly began extracting an array of rare materials from his backpack, piling them high. Fia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gestured dismissively. Children speak without thinking. You mustn't take them seriously. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the heap of materials, occasionally swallowing hard. Although Melu was unaware of the material's true value, she nonetheless dove in, exclaiming, Wow! Big Brother, are you really some sort of wealthy heir? Otherwise, how could you possess all these treasures? Li Xian swiftly approached Fia, chuckling lightly, that if you know children speak without thinking, then what do you have to worry about? This is merely my contribution to the clan. Surely no one is thinking otherwise. Fia's face flushed crimson, akin to a steam engine, as she lowered her head, muttering in a small voice, How could that be? I wasn't thinking anything of the sort, and thank you. Noticing that both of them were ignoring her, Melu pouted and shouted, Big Brother, Sister Fia has been mentioning you quite a lot these days. She just won't admit it. This statement cast an odd pall over the atmosphere, as a brooding aura emanated from Fia. Her expression darkening significantly. Alarmed, Li Xian quietly retreated, ignoring Melu's pleading gaze that a heart-wrenching wail erupted across the plains. Chapter 79. The mystery in the city Minhai City, once a tranquil desert expanse, was now bustling with activity. A well-equipped team of players was breaking through a horde of monsters. At the forefront stood a young man wielding a long sword, his white attire stained crimson as he cleaved through several attacking creatures. His expression grim as he surveyed the dense throng of foes ahead. Damn it! Why are there so many monsters? Boom! Flames erupted, and the acrid scent of charred meat wafted across the battlefield, creating a brief respite as a gap appeared in the monstrous horde, allowing the group to breathe. Enough complaining! Hurry up! I'm running low on mana, shouted a petite girl clad in a robe, her staff illuminating periodically as it unleashed deadly bursts of energy. Upon hearing her, the young man fell silent, focusing on carving a path forward. With everyone's concerted effort, they swiftly broke through to as they looked back at the now invisible monsters. The group took a moment to regroup. Captain, let us rest in a nearby city. I feel like I'm about to sprout insects. Meng Ting shot a glare at him, tapping the young man with her staff, causing him to yelp in pain. You re such a winner. We're only an hour away from Minhai City. Let us rest for a bit and then head out. Her words brightened the weary group, given that Meng Ting was the only third-tier player. Not only their leader, but also the strongest member. The team was essentially under her command, that of course, she treated them well, which was a key reason they willingly followed her on missions. Captain is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. With such strength, I wonder who will end up benefiting from her in the future. Meng Ting waved her hands dismissively, feigning modesty, though inwardly, she felt a sense of pride, that if only I were a bit taller, I'd be perfect. At this remark, Meng Ting's expression darkened, her eyes blazing. That's Su Jiao. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Before Meng Ting could reprimand him further, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! The sound rumbled like thunder as several gigantic monsters erupted from the earth. Their grotesque forms were so hideous that even the seasoned team members found it difficult to discern their origins. Elite Fusion Beast, level. High Tier 3 evaluation, a perfect creation. Meng Ting stared at the data before her. Cold sweat trickling down her back, her energy nearly depleted. Just when they thought they were done for, a ferocious cry of an eagle rang out from above. Need assistance, everyone. In the sky, Li Xian sat atop Blackwing. His usual smile replaced by urgency as he urged the creature to fly faster. Can we move any quicker? Crying out in dismay, he realized that Blackwing was already at full speed. Last night, he received a call from Zhang Kongping, informing him that communication with Minhai City had suddenly been cut off. Even a 6-tier powerhouse sent to investigate had not returned, prompting them to reach out to him for help. Li Xian felt a surge of frustration. He had warned them several times about this issue, whether it was the previous aberrant blood or the subsequent offensive from the evolution cult. Why had they not taken it seriously? However, now that the situation had escalated, he had reaped many benefits from the player association and felt it was time to contribute in return. Moreover, Zhang Kongping had promised him numerous rewards, which would alleviate any concerns regarding Bai Ling and A.O. Shuang's next skill evolution. Thanks to Blackwing's incredible speed, Li Xian soon arrived at Minhai City, that he surveyed the bustling city below, filled with throngs of people, yet a sense of unease crept into his heart. Blackwing, let us descend for a closer look. As they descended, onlookers scattered in fear, worried about being snatched away by a fearsome beast. Hey, stop. Large beasts are not permitted to land in the city, a man in uniform shouted, brandishing a glowing rifle. Before he could take further action, a figure descended from the sky with a thud, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Xian brushed off the dust from his attire and waved at the wary man. I am not a bad guy, just stopping to rest. Could you point me toward the player association? The man scrutinized Li Xian, as if assessing whether he was a wanted fugitive. After a thorough examination, he found nothing amiss. Follow me. Li Xian's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the crowd on the street, feeling a strange sensation he could not quite articulate. Haha, no need for President Wang to see me off. I seem to be making a fuss over nothing. Li Xian smiled broadly at Wang Mu, who pretended to be angry. Nonsense. Li the hero traveling such a distance is a rare friendship. If I didn't tee of pressing matters, I would have loved to keep you company for a candlelit chat, but I find the scenery in Minhai City delightful and was thinking of staying a few more days. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Of course. You're most welcome. Why not stay at my place? I'll have my aunt whip up some extra dishes for you. Li Xian chuckled. No need. I have matters to attend to in Tianhai City. Perhaps another time. With that, he whistled, and Blackwing swooped down to carry him away into the distance. As he vanished into the horizon, Wang Mu turned to the guard beside him, his expression uneasy. Are you planning to keep him here? The guard lowered his head, remaining silent. Humph, how utterly absurd. The other party can ruthlessly eliminate even a 6th-tier envoy, let alone someone like you, who has just entered the 6th tier. The guard raised his head, veins bulging on his forehead, as if something were writhing beneath his skin. I even captured a 6th-tier individual. The voices were somewhat overlapped, and upon closer inspection, it was astonishing to see that the entire estate's inhabitants were reciting the same phrase in unison. However, Li Xian was different. He was entangled with the remnants of the Beastmasters and Spirit Clan. Who knows how many high-tier Beastmasters lurk behind them? We only need to cope with the situation. After all, we are nearly prepared. It is time to cast our net. At this point, his face flushed, and his body trembled slightly with suppressed anticipation. Chapter 80. What a troublesome male companion. On the back of the eagle, Li Xian bore an expression of concern. The information provided by Wang Mu sharply contrasted with what Zhang Kongping had said. Although the other party's behavioral habits, including their mannerisms while speaking, aligned perfectly, the most crucial point was that the individual did not belittle Zhang Kongping. Prior to this, Zhang Kongping had repeatedly warned him not to take the other party's words to heart. Yet the person appeared exceedingly familiar with Zhang Kongping that he took out his phone to contact Zhang Kongping, briefly explaining the earlier situation. Fine, if they can't come, I'll think of another way. It's no trouble. It's something I ought to do. Li Xian hung up, feeling vexed as he pondered where to find suitable individuals to assist in the exploration that it was impossible for him to go alone, as he would be easily recognized, which would likely alert the enemy. Having already raised their vigilance, if he were to repeat the act, he feared they might resort to desperate measures, leading to an all-out conflict. The consequences would be dire, for he had come to rescue and investigate. If it were merely a matter of battling, he could have directly dispatched Xuan's future self, eliminating all these complications. Nevertheless, at this juncture, he had no choice but to take desperate measures, planning to find a player team to infiltrate the city and conduct investigations covertly, that he leaned towards He and instructed. Let us scout ahead for a bit and see if there are any player teams around. However, Xuan was soon dizzy from the twists and turns made by He. There were no signs of players. Not even a single hair. Yet, observing the densely packed monsters below, he could understand. After all, in such circumstances, those who dared to venture out were either reckless or possessed some skills. Normal individuals would hardly dare to leave the city. Just as Xuan was about to give up, a sudden burst of brilliant flames erupted in the distance, resembling a guiding lighthouse, instantly illuminating his path. Quickly, let us move closer, Xuan exclaimed joyfully, urging He onward. In no time, they arrived above a group of players besieged by monsters, facing perilous circumstances. He, save them. He swooped low, and an invisible gale akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe reaped the lives of the monsters. The players, witnessing the sudden demise of the creatures, halted their actions, staring dumbfounded at the immense black eagle and the handsome middle-aged man upon its back. Meng Ting gazed at the divine figure descending from the heavens, feeling a strange sensation swell within her, transforming her usual bold demeanor. Thank you, esteemed senior, for once again coming to our aid. I haven't yet had the pleasure of knowing your name. Her voice was soft and melodious, almost enchanting that Xuan, momentarily flustered by her tone and demeanor, chuckled awkwardly. Please, just call me It's fate that we meet here amidst such monstrous chaos. Why not band together for mutual support? Before anyone else could respond, Meng Ting readily agreed. Then I shall trouble you, brother He. She turned to her stunned teammates, anxious that their foolishness would jeopardize her plans. Why are you all just standing there? Come over and familiarize yourselves with the esteemed senior. Her smile was laced with a hint of menace, as if warning everyone to think carefully before acting. I am Nietao. Thank you for your assistance today. Brother He, a tall man wielding a shield and a sword, smiled at Xuan. I am Zheng Qing, deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. Brother He, should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. A taciturn man dressed in a white priest's robe stood quietly behind them. Had he not spoken, Xuan might not have even noticed him. Upon seeing him, Xuan's eyes lit up. This man was a ready-made assistant. An assassin with such a low profile was far more reliable than embarking on this investigation alone. Meng Ting cast a fiery glance at Su Jiaosu, who appeared unwilling, her patience wearing thin. This fellow was clearly seeking trouble. Before she could reprimand him, Xuan suddenly appeared before her, causing her heart to flutter. Brother He, I've just exhausted all my mana. Could your beast assist me in recovering? Xuan tossed a mana potion to her. Here, replenish yourself first. He approached the bewildered Su Jiaosu, eagerly grasping his hand. Brother, I need your help with something significant. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Su Jiaosu onto Hei's back. All right, let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, Hei took flight, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Meng Ting, in disbelief, crushed the potion in her hand. Am I not even as good as a man? She thought, glaring resentfully at the soaring black eagle that Su Jiaosu, eyeing Xuan warily, spoke with a hint of trepidation. I am a straight man. I do not engage in those sorts of frivolous matters. Xuan rolled his eyes, revealing his true identity. Su Jiaosu was taken aback, recognizing the face that frequently graced the news. Li Tianwang? Keep it low-key. I have urgent matters requiring your assistance, which may entail some danger. The Su Jiaosu resolutely patted his chest. No problem. Li Tianwang, just give your orders. Xuan laid out the entire situation, handing Su Jiaosu a communicator that if you accept, contact me immediately if you sense anything amiss. I will arrive within a minute. He pointed to the clouds above. Meng Ting looked at the departing Xuan and, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked Su Jiaosu, so the esteemed senior left without leaving any contact information. Su Jiao, holding the somewhat cumbersome communicator, nodded softly. Then let us go. We should head into the city to rest for a few days. With that, they set off towards the distant city, observing the jubilant expressions of his companions. Su Jiao's face remained impassive, yet a touch of anxiety brewed within him, gazing at the city ahead. It loomed like a monstrous beast, its gaping maw eager for unsuspecting prey. However, out of trust in Li Xian and the seriousness of the situation, he continued silently towards the city as night fell. The city's lights shone unabashedly, illuminating the dim streets where a shadow darted among them, evading the occasional passerby, as if in search of something. Su Jiao furrowed his brow. The screams had clearly emanated from this area. Yet he could find no trace of their source. Just as he felt at a loss, a conversation suddenly broke out ahead. Chapter 81. The Underworld Creatures. A.O. Xuan's future self. Su Jiao quickly concealed himself in the shadows, eavesdropping on the exchange. That wretched creature, relying on his high skill compatibility, dares to challenge the esteemed bishop. What can you do? The bishop has no means to deal with him, at least not now. Hurry and get these individuals to the conversion chamber. We cannot afford any slip-ups. Stop with your nonsense. Look at your pitiful demeanor. Do you truly see yourself as the other's dog? Do not forget we are here to monitor him. Fine, I'm a dog. Are you still going to do this? If this impacts the bishop's chance, I need not elaborate on the consequences. The two exchanged barbs as they carried a container, from which faint cries and whimpers emanated. Watching them gradually recede, Su Jiao hesitated for a moment, choosing not to inform Li Xian, but instead quietly followed. He trailed them until they reached a hidden corner of the city. The number of people around gradually increased, yet they all ignored the two lugging the container, as if it were a common sight. That Su Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. Although those individuals appeared normal, an indescribable sense of dissonance lingered. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all repeating their actions and dialogues like dutiful actors striving to fulfill their roles. That Su Jiao remained silent, continuing to follow, until he saw them enter a dark building. He stealthily slipped into the shadows, navigating through the ventilation system, but soon lost his sense of direction in the labyrinthine ducts. He could only keep moving, seeking any glimmer of clues. After much effort, he finally stumbled upon some leads. Ahead, a vent emitted an eerie red glow, accompanied by chilling sounds and unsettling noises. That Su Jiao crept closer, peering through the vent to observe the horrifying scene unfolding within. That on the walls, reminiscent of flesh, gaped wide mouths that opened and closed incessantly, from which emerged numerous blood-red tendrils that dragged individuals from their containers, inserting themselves into their navels. Soon, these tendrils began to emit a luminous glow from their roots, as if implanting something within. Before long, those who had been implanted staggered out of the room, moving toward an unknown destination. After much hesitation, Su Gong decided to follow, for his infiltration had thus far proceeded rather smoothly, and he had familiarized himself with the building's layout. Even if escape was not possible, he could at least engage the enemy and delay until Li Xian's arrival. However, as he delved deeper, a sense of unease began to creep over him, as if he were being watched by an unseen presence. That Su Gong glanced around, indecisive, and silently activated the signal device hidden within his pocket. The little mouse is quite alert, he mused, but I am curious. Do you all have such an affinity for ventilation ducts? This jest echoed like thunder, leaving Su Gong momentarily flustered. Before he could flee, a sudden explosion erupted behind him, followed by a massive burst of flames. What the hell are you laughing at? Your entire family are rodents. Just clean up your mouth. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Gong's heart sank. Why were they here? He hurried over to see Ming Ting and her companions confronting a middle-aged man, surrounded by shadows teeming with figures that encircled them. Spotting a figure stealthily approaching the rear, where Su Jiao stood, he shouted, "Be careful, someone is behind you." The others were startled, causing the figure to retreat in surprise. Han Fei, gazing at the assassin concealed within the ventilation duct, chuckled lightly. Really? Why is your curiosity so insatiable? As his words fell, terrifying tendrils, akin to the undead, lunged toward the group. Han Fei raised his hand, gathering a gray light in his palm, which struck Su Gong, who had been hiding in the shadows. With the force of lightning, mice should scurry and survive in hiding, not play the hero. Do you understand? Just as Han Fei prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a fireball exploded behind him. What the hell are you shouting about? You fool! He was momentarily stunned, then burst into a furious rage. Damn ants! I will show you what the wrath of a king looks like. His aura surged like a calamity, descending upon the earth, instilling a sense of despair. Han Fei retrieved the signal device from his pocket, sending a distress signal to Li Xian. Yet over a minute had passed without any sign of arrival. You aren't waiting for him to save you, are you? You would do better to fend for yourselves. Perhaps that person has already fled. Han Fei observed the astonishment on their faces, speaking with palpable excitement that a chilling wind swept through the building, encasing the citizens surrounding them in frost, rendering them immobile. The tendrils, too, were frozen into ice sculptures, shattering upon contact with the ground. Han Fei gazed incredulously at the scene unfolding before him, horrified. How is this possible? Why has an unknown domain-level powerhouse appeared? As he watched the icy grip envelop his body, he was firmly frozen, then exploded into a flurry of snowflakes. The rooftop was torn asunder, revealing an unseen creature in the sky. Adorned with antlers and sleek, silver-scaled skin, its limbs ending in sharp claws, with golden vertical pupils, it surveyed everyone present, seemingly confirming something to do not be alarmed. I will transport you away. Please, do not move recklessly. Otherwise, if you fall, I shall not be responsible. A voice resonated from above the dragon's head. Before anyone could react, a gust of cold wind enveloped them, whisking them far away. Su Gong, curious, inquired, "How did you know?" Looking at Meng Ting from a distance. A companion replied, "With you being such a closed book, everything is written on your face. We were worried you might get into trouble, so we followed discreetly." Seeing the confusion on their faces, he silently raised his phone, revealing a real-time location share, with Su Gong as the sender. Meanwhile, in the building, Li Xian threatened the creature hiding underground. "Are you not coming out? Do you want me to drag you out?" After a moment of silence, there was no response, causing Li Xian to lose face. With a cold huff, Xuan understood the cue. Her eyes glimmered with blue light as she accumulated terrifying energy aimed at the building's foundation. With a thunderous crash, a blue beam surged like a celestial river toward the ground. A wretched howl erupted as an unknown creature slowly emerged from the depths. Chapter 82. What if I had another? The grotesque creature, akin to a mound of rotting flesh, melded with the building, resembling a bound spirit, unleashed a thunderous roar toward Li Xian, then astonishingly spoke. "Isn't slaying one of my avatars enough? Must we engage in mutual destruction?" Li Xian replied calmly, "The fish will certainly perish, but the net shall remain intact. Xuan, deal with him. Otherwise that bothersome old man will catch up." Xuan nodded, letting out a low growl as radiant light surged from within her, her form expanding dramatically. Not only did her size increase, but her aura also deepened, becoming unfathomable. The creature felt as if it were a fish on a cutting board, utterly at the mercy of its opponent. Not only was resistance futile, but even speaking became an arduous task. Xuan raised her forepaw, and the wind stirred. Despite autumn's warmth, a flurry of snowflakes began to fall, heavy as lead. Each flake descended like a weighty burden, pinning the creature down, turning the entire city into a realm of ice and snow. Just as Xuan prepared to eliminate her foe, a figure charged forward fearlessly. "Stop, or I shall ensure this body accompanies me to the grave." Upon hearing that voice, Li Xian's smile vanished. This so-called ally was proving to be quite the hindrance. Failing to assist in any meaningful way, they had only entangled themselves, leaving him bound and wary of inadvertently killing the creature. Gazing at the white-haired elder clad in traditional garb, who pressed a hand to his chest, Li Xian observed a strange energy swirling beneath his skin. With a playful smirk, he asked, "What makes you think I would hesitate for an unknown individual?" In an instant, the elder's expression darkened ominously, his palm brimming with energy. That if that is the case, then let this old man take the first step. Yet he discovered that the energy within him was inexplicably frozen. As if trapped, watching the astonishment etched on the elder's face, Li Xian smugly remarked, "Did you not know that villains often perish from excessive monologue? Did you truly believe this snow could only suppress the physical?" He caught a drifting snowflake, inspecting it in his palm. "All right, dispose of him." Xuan's dragon claws tapped lightly, making a fist, causing the snowflakes enveloping the creature to voraciously consume its very essence. The once pristine white snow transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling dazzling red crystals. Observing the creature's unblinking gaze, Li Xian smirked, allowing Xuan to carry him downward. Yet after taking only a few steps, he halted, turning to the side. It seems this city is truly a sieve. With every sort of person present, that a series of applause echoed, as a man clad in white ecclesiastical robes emerged, accompanied by a motley crew of creatures. Indeed, seeing is believing. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and witnessing it today is quite enlightening. I am Dion, currently serving as a district bishop in the Evolution Church. Might I inquire if you, Lord Li Xian, would be interested in joining us? Dion wore a confident expression. For Li Xian had unleashed high-tier powers several times within the past 2 days. Whether it was the king level or the recently encountered domain level powerhouse, that it was unlikely that another such entity would emerge in such a short span. Contemplating this, he found it hard to suppress a chuckle. King-level beasts were not as common as cabbages. What do you say? If you join us, a wealth of resources will be at your disposal, far superior to your previous arrangements. Even Han Fei joined us, did he not? Observing Li Xian's indifference, Dion continued to persuade him that Li Xian scratched his ear, exasperatedly replying, "So, have you finished your spiel? If so, it's time for you to leave." Hearing this, Dion's expression soured, akin to swallowing a few flies. "Umph. I hope you can maintain that arrogance." A horde of creatures surged forward. Li Xian regarded the menacing beast with amusement. "What makes you think I have no trump cards left?" A transparent magical array materialized beneath his feet, sending the approaching creatures flying. With a flash of white light, a massive tiger appeared in its place. Upon recognizing the form of Bai Ling, Dion exhaled in relief. Taunting, "Is this fourth-tier beast your only reliance?" With a stomp, the previously second- and third-tier creatures surged with newfound strength, all transforming into fourth-tier entities that I had initially hoped to witness the flustered expression on Li Xian's face, only to find him observing coolly, akin to a clown in a circus. The performance is concluded, hasn't it? Now, it is my turn. Raising my right hand, the serpent ring on my index finger gleamed brilliantly. Bai Ling's fur grew denser and paler, as though it had endured the trials of time, exuding an air of a seasoned general. The tiger's paw gently touched the ground, and with a soft breeze, the monsters that stood in my way seemed like marionettes with their strings cut, frozen in place. Gazing at the pale tiger before me, Diane was filled with trepidation, murmuring, "This is impossible. How can this be? It was clearly a fourth-tier Beastmaster. How can it transform into an eighth-tier sacred domain powerhouse?" Bai Ling continued to advance slowly, as if the Grim Reaper were passing through, leaving behind a trail of obliterated monsters. Watching Bai Ling draw near, Diane gritted her teeth and declared, "You have forced my hand." She produced a peculiar core and consumed it, her skin cracking to reveal flesh beneath. Strangely, her blood was a light green hue. The foul stench of her blood was acrid, causing Li Xian to frown involuntarily, sensing that something sinister was afoot. "Bai Ling, eliminate her swiftly. We cannot afford to waste time." A surge of murderous intent emanated from Bai Ling, transforming the surroundings into a hellish landscape, where countless Rakshasas soared through the sky, and dismembered spirits crawled towards Diane, emitting bone-chilling howls. Like a parade of malevolent spirits, the fiends encircled Diane, forming a sphere that relentlessly gnawed at her corporeal form. Yet, even amidst this chaos, Li Xian's heart remained taut, for Diane's aura continued to escalate, as if something ominous were preparing to descend upon the mortal realm. Boom! Amidst the smoke, Diane was reduced to mere bones. Yet she stood, tilting her head to scrutinize Li Xian. "I at you, who has thwarted my grand plan of descent." Chapter 83, Confronting the God of Evolution, the Return of the Fox-Eared Lady. Upon witnessing the skeletal figure, Li Xian felt a wave of dismay wash over him. It was said that a descent above the king level required a medium and vast resources. Yet here, the adversary had simply descended with a snap of her fingers. Was this some jest? Though his mind was rife with complaints, he felt little fear. After all, even if she had descended, it was not her true self, and he did not regard her as a significant threat. That an 8th-tier sacred domain being was the true embodiment of invincibility in the mortal realm. Li Xian retorted directly, if I were to say otherwise. Would you believe me? If not, why ask at all? The god of evolution adjusted its tilted skull and regarded Li Xian gravely, stating, "To blaspheme against the divine is a grave offense." Li Xian looked upon the unremarkable skeletal frame with disdain. So what? In tandem with Li Xian's words, Bai Ling let out a fierce roar, albeit her expression was somewhat unnatural, for beneath the skeleton lay an overwhelming aura that instilled fear within her. Yet, bolstered by her future self, she felt confident, believing victory was within reach. Considering the adversary was merely inhabiting a shell, her strength likely diminished to a fraction. The god of evolution scratched its head and lightly tapped its skull. In an instant, an essence utterly distinct from the domain erupted forth, a wild and sacred aura enveloping the space that in the distance. Countless beasts charged forth, stirring up clouds of dust, while various creatures in the sky displayed their graceful dances. Seemingly welcoming a distant guest, Li Xian swallowed hard, feeling the oppressive heat in the air and the scorching yellow sand beneath him. Gazing at the vivid throng of beasts, it seemed he had truly ventured in a perilous territory. Meanwhile, Bai Ling fared even worse. Due to the domain clash, she was pinned to the ground by the god of evolution's divine realm, unable to move. Frantically, she howled, glaring furiously at the god of evolution. However, the god made no further moves, choosing instead to tease Li Xian that "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Expecting Li Xian to feel awkward, the reality was quite the opposite. He donned a sycophantic smile, saying, "I was merely jesting with you. It should not be taken to heart. Moreover, I have long admired your greatness, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune to behold your divine presence today." The god of evolution shook its head slightly. "There is no need. Today will suffice." Raising its right hand, a terrifying force surged forth, pulling Li Xian closer. He had intended to curse, to vent his grievances before his demise, in the next moment, amidst the beast-laden sky. A pair of emotionless eyes appeared. "Grant me this favor, and let this matter rest, shall we?" The god of evolution looked up in surprise at those eyes. "You are still wounded. To engage in battle with you would be unjust." With that, it waved its hand, unceremoniously casting Li Xian down, and swiftly retreated. As the divine realm dissipated, Li Xian rubbed his backside and waved at the sky. "Many thanks for the timely rescue, Fox Sister." In the next instant, a colossal hand descended, grasping both Li Xian and Bai Ling, vanishing into the clouds. Not far from the battlefield, an old man peered out, astonished by the unfolding events. Could this lad truly be one of the Beast Spirit clan? Had even that demigod intervened personally? In a flurry, he retrieved his phone, inquiring Zhang Kongping about the entire situation. Far from the battlefield, Meng Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" "That elder is Li Xian." Su Gong nodded silently, observing her face pale as she murmured an affirmative. Meng Ting's complexion turned a shade of green. That was an 8th-tier powerhouse, the strongest combatant in the entire Water Blue Star. Why did this person appear utterly unfazed, as if devoid of emotion? While she couldn't fathom why Li Xian possessed an 8th-tier beast, it did not detract from her growing admiration for him. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Ting, and she gazed mischievously at Su Gong's bulging chest. Rubbing her hands together, she asked Su Gong, "How do you think I treat you on a daily basis?" Su Gong clutched his communicator tightly, shaking his head at Meng Ting. "No way." This response irked Meng Ting, prompting her to command others, "Hold him down." In the president's office of the Player Association in Tianhai City, Zhang Kongping spoke earnestly. "I understand now. Li Xian's identity is undoubtedly legitimate. Rest assured, Old Wu. I can guarantee this. If you don't believe me, I'll wager my head on it." After appeasing Old Wu, Zhang Kongping could not help but pump his fist in excitement. He genuinely had not anticipated that Li Xian's so-called transcendent power over his peers would be an 8th-tier sacred domain. Sacred domain powerhouses were rare, even globally, and could be considered top-tier entities, capable of reigning over the fate of nations. Not only did Li Xian possess one, but two. How could he not be exhilarated? Yet, with the matter resolved, it was time to alert the others, normally stoic. He now beamed with joy, waiting patiently for others to log in. Soon, everyone was online, expressing their gratitude to Zhang Kongping and Qin Zhao. "Thank you, President Zhang, for your assistance last time, but seeing you so jubilant. Could there be good news?" "Indeed. Old Zhang, do tell us," Feigning modesty, Zhang Kongping waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is merely that our Tian Shui has produced a sacred domain powerhouse, and fortuitously, it is from Tianhai. His revelation stunned everyone, leaving them exchanging incredulous glances. Old Zhang, are you pulling our leg? Yes. While we are not disbelieving, it seems Tianhai doesn't even have a king-level presence. Does it? President Zhang, if the pressure is too great, feel free to seek our assistance. There is no need to bear it alone. Zhang Kongping, infuriated, retorted, when did I ever spout nonsense? If you don't believe me, ask old Chun. He swiftly shifted the blame to Chen Zhao, who shot him a glare. This matter is indeed true. President Zhang is not jesting. With Chen Zhao's endorsement, Zhang Kongping wore a smug expression, relishing the attention. The others were left grinding their teeth in frustration. But faced with an inconspicuous sacred domain powerhouse, they couldn't help but entertain the idea of luring him to their city. After all, they were all from the same province. Reluctantly, they fawned over Zhang Kongping's inflated ego, allowing him to bask in the praise. Listening to the flattery, Zhang Kongping deliberately cleared his throat, as though preparing to reveal something significant. Initially intending to keep a few secrets, he was compelled to divulge the truth upon seeing the eager expressions around him. Actually, this person is someone you all know well. It's Li Xian. Upon this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. Chapter 84. The truth behind the destruction of Dalker Star and the possibility of altering the timeline. What? This is impossible. Could it be that a certain someone is backing Li Xian? Indeed, that person is precisely at the king level. In that case, our Tian Shui province possesses two sacred domain powerhouses simultaneously. Just wait until the otherworldly gates open. We could monopolize all high-tier resources, especially those old fools from neighboring provinces. I've tolerated them for far too long. Gazing at the scene before him, Chen Zhao could not help but douse the enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Let us not forget that the individual currently striving for the 9th-tier demigod status may not even appear when the foreign realm opens next year. Yet his words did little to extinguish the fervor of the crowd, and he could only exchange a resigned glance with Zhang Kongping before shaking his head in defeat. Wow, is this your divine realm? Truly magnificent, Li Xian exclaimed, captivated by the breathtaking sight. The immaculate palace stood majestically atop the mountain, shrouded in ethereal mists akin to a celestial abode. Rays of resplendent light streamed from the open portals, cascading through the sky like a flowing river. Li Xian lifted his hand to pop a bubble resembling a small television, and with a resounding pop, his mind was flooded with an array of peculiar memories, including trivial tidbits about the postpartum care of rainforest pigs. His head throbbed, overwhelmed, as if forcibly inundated with knowledge. Observing Li Xian's pained expression, the fox-eared maiden sighed in exasperation. If you wish to avoid a mental explosion, perhaps you should refrain from using your hands. What is this thing? How did you come by it? She inquired, playfully toying with a talisman stone in her hands, her curiosity tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet he could only recount the events as they transpired, understanding that she had saved his life and was not one to be easily deceived. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The fox-eared maiden furrowed her brow, only to quickly relax, her gaze becoming oddly intense, causing Li Xian to feel a shiver run down his spine. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he felt increasingly uneasy and could only muster the courage to ask, "Is there a problem?" She gently shook her head, her eyes dimming. "Are you aware of the past of the old star?" Seeing the confusion etched across Li Xian's face, she sighed heavily and began to narrate. Since the laws of Darkle Star have become increasingly active, an unknown cult has emerged, like an unshakable plague. Their threat has escalated from being rare at Tier 3 to an abundance of holy realms. Ultimately, in a climactic battle, the evil god allied with over 10 holy realms against me. Yet alas, we were outnumbered and outmatched. After slaying several foes, I was left exhausted and defeated, barely clinging to life here. Li Xian's lips twitched. It was becoming clear why the god of evolution had fled so hastily. This ancestor was indeed formidable, while the gap between holy realms and demigods was significant. With a demigod bearing the brunt of the pressure, the impact was not to be underestimated. After all, holy realms were merely those who had yet to elevate their domains into divine realms. Yet they were still formidable contenders. Thus, not only did the enemy manage to escape with their kin, but they had also dispatched several holy realms. He suspected that had the enemy not been preoccupied with protecting their own, they might have been entirely wiped out. However, if they were so strong, then why was Fia enduring such hardship? Pondering this, Li Xian found himself perplexed. The fox-eared maiden seemed to read his thoughts. For these years, I have been trapped in the realm of demigods, unable to condense my divine essence, and have suffered grievous wounds that have rendered me almost blind. After speaking, the imposing aura surrounding her gradually dissipated, revealing a frail figure, her body marred by countless cracks. Integrating the talisman stone into her being, the fissures on her skin faded slightly, and a hint of color returned to her complexion. However, I have one more request. I wonder if you would oblige. Speak freely. There is no need for such formality. After all, I am a loyal servant of the spirit-wielding clan. I hope you can take this and return once more to the former Darkle Star, delivering it to my past self, so she may alter this unfortunate fate. With that, she extracted the talisman stone that had just merged with her body. The it gleamed even more brilliantly than before, radiating a blinding silver light. Li Xian looked down, no longer gazing at the dazzling stone, only to discover that her body resembled shattered porcelain, that he couldn't help but feel a surge of alarm. Is this truly worth it? It might just be a false world. The fox-eared maiden chuckled softly, placing the talisman into Li Xian's hands before casting it out of the divine realm. That a liberating voice resonated within Li Xian's mind. In this world, what is deemed worthy or unworthy is irrelevant. As long as you follow your heart, you may pursue it. This applies to people and matters alike. Listening to this voice, although Li Xian could not fully comprehend its meaning, he accepted it, recognizing that this was her choice. One he had no right to interfere with, he felt a pang of admiration for her nonchalance. Truly, she was a being of an exalted caliber, possessing a mindset he found difficult to emulate. In the next moment, however, his awe faded. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert, the wind swirling with golden sands, rendering Li Xian momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, where have I been cast? He pulled out his phone, tapping it repeatedly, only to see the 5 words, "Not on server," leaving him utterly bewildered. Alas, shouting yielded no results. The sky remained overcast, devoid of any silver light. Li Xian pondered his next course of action. Considering whether to toss his shoes to determine his path, a thunderous rumble erupted from the ground beneath him. The earth trembled violently, causing him to sway unsteadily. Hearing the distant sounds of battle, a smirk crept onto his lips. The guide had finally arrived. He summoned Bai Ling, leaping on her back and racing towards the fray. Before long, he encountered a motley crew of individuals clad in bizarre attire, babbling in an unintelligible tongue as they surrounded a caravan of camels. They were split into 2 factions. One donned shabby clothing and wrapped their heads in scarves, resembling desert bandits, yet their finely crafted weapons belied their guise. The other group appeared to be a typical merchant caravan, yet their formidable combat prowess and seamless teamwork hinted at a level of training. Li Xian surveyed the chaotic brawl below, patting Bai Ling's head. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, bolstered by the power of the laws, stunning the combatants below into a stupor as they gazed up at Li Xian in bewilderment. Your fighting is futile. You cannot kill anyone this way, he bellowed. Chapter 85. Li Xian's journey in the land of Asan come. Let us join the fray. Bai Ling leaped into the midst of the battlefield, sending a shockwave that propelled everything around them into the air. Li Xian scrutinized the day's combatants, noting their towel-wrapped heads and scruffy faces, and furrowed his brow. Is this the land of Asan? Does anyone here understand the summer language? A youthful voice emerged from a nearby camel cart. I do. The response was halting, laced with a hint of curry aroma. You see, I am merely defending myself. They initiated the attack. You must testify on my behalf, as skills were about to be unleashed upon Li Xian. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Be careful, someone from the cart exclaimed, unable to contain their fear. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, and the impending skills dissipated into nothingness. The leader of the bandits, taken aback, let out a startled cry before bolting away, causing a frenzy as the remaining bandits scattered like frightened birds, leaving behind a few who had not reacted in time. Turning to Ash, watching the panicked bandits flee, an elder nearby appeared displeased, stumbling through his clumsy summer language. Why did you let them escape? Silence. Hurts. "Do not be rude." From the camel cart emerged a young girl clad in opulent garments. Her cherubic face bearing an authority beyond her years. Hertz, upon seeing her, intended to bow, but was halted by her gaze, leaving him awkwardly smiling. The young girl, with an apologetic expression, said, "He is not very articulate. Please do not take offense that my name is Eileen. What do you go by, brave warrior?" Li Xian's eyes roamed over her form, landing on the pendant around her neck, and he felt a jolt of alarm. The softly glowing pendant, resembling a miniature sun, was a rare material of Tier 7, the heart of Earth flame. This artifact was a veritable treasure, capable of gradually enhancing all attributes except for mental prowess. Thus immensely valuable and crucial for Li Xian to rectify his shortcomings. Had it not been for his moral compass, he might have seized the opportunity to play the role of a bandit. Li Xian silently noted the elder's name, waving his hand dismissively. "And no need to worry. Such trivial matters do not concern me. Just call me Chinqiu Adadio. You know how long it takes to get to the Summer Kingdom?" Eileen smiled softly. "How fortunate. We are headed to Pulu City, where there happens to be an international transport company. Then I shall impose upon you." Li Xian, unceremoniously, strutted over to a camel cart and reclined within. Ironically, it happened to be Hertz's cart that Li Xian observed the old man squished among others, his face contorted in discomfort, in front of him. Li Xian nonchalantly turned over and adjusted to a more comfortable position. Much to the elder's irritation, "Let's part ways here. Farewell." He had no desire to be entangled with those who valued life's pleasures while fleeing for their lives, who knew what troubles they carried. Such matters were best avoided. However, his attention was soon captivated by the street performers, from the man skillfully flipping pancakes in a frying pan to the flutist dancing with snakes, leaving passers-by breathless. Alternatively, there was that extraordinary group of 18 arhats on motorcycles, which left Li Xian utterly astounded. Before long, he arrived at an impressively adorned edifice that bore a striking resemblance to a fighter jet soaring skyward, its peculiar shape evoking a sense of wonder. Gazing at this unusual architecture, Li Xian could not help but exclaim, "Is this what professionalism looks like?" Inside the building, under the meticulous guidance of the staff, he managed to complete the rather simplistic process of obtaining a ticket. However, after enduring a lengthy queue to purchase his ticket, he was dismayed to learn that the itinerary had been cancelled. Facing the apologetic receptionist, Li Xian felt a surge of frustration. Listening to the incomprehensible chatter of the staff, he finally grasped the significance of mastering a foreign language. With a resigned demeanor, he turned to leave, only to be suddenly accosted by an individual who obstructed his path. The person was clad in layers, exuding an air of secrecy, and approached Li Xian with a hushed tone, inquiring, "Are you still planning to go to Xia country?" Just 3,000 black crystal points. Taken aback by this outrageous offer, Li Xian retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Here, it only costs 300, and you want to charge me 3,000? The individual, seemingly unfazed by Li Xian's outburst, explained, "We're all from the same hometown. I wouldn't dream of deceiving you. These are just the fees for various arrangements. Otherwise, how could we possibly cross the border? Given the current situation, you must understand that if you're short on cash, we also offer loan services, a comprehensive package guaranteed to satisfy." With that, he produced a contract, waving it in front of Li Xian. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. It was as if they were offering a full suite of illegal services. He had no envy for their profits, so he simply replied, "No need. Let us go." The man chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Wait a moment. Let me check if there's anyone else. After all, I can't make much profit from just you." Li Xian rolled his eyes, realizing that all illicit taxi drivers shared the same mindset, only departing when their vehicle was full. Fortunately, the man was not overly greedy. After rounding up a few stragglers, they promptly set off. As they twisted and turned through the streets, they soon arrived at a secluded alley, stopping in front of an old and, "We'll spend the night here. We leave in the morning." He announced that Li Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. This individual truly had a knack for exploiting customers, a veritable commercial genius. However, with no other options, he begrudgingly paid the exorbitant lodging fee, which was double that of accommodations in the city center. Creak. What on earth? Why is this door so flimsy? Li Xian stared at the half-destroyed wooden door, momentarily dumbfounded. Quietly retreating from the room, he resolved to request a different one. After all, he couldn't sleep soundly at night with an open door. Just as he stepped outside, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood wafting through the hallway. His eyes sharpened as he turned to the end of the corridor, where a previously sealed window now stood ajar, letting in a chilling breeze. Chapter 86. What are you, a foul fish or rotten shrimp? In the room at the corridor's end, a young girl huddled in a wardrobe, covering her mouth in fear of attracting the monster next door. Tears welled in her eyes, and her once rosy cheeks had drained of color, leaving her pallid with dread. Terrified, she could not comprehend why her secret excursion had led her to this nightmarish situation, trapped in a foreign land and pursued by a monster. It felt as though fate had conspired against her. Suddenly, the acrid scent of blood permeated the room, as if something had entered. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, awaiting the arrival of death, murmuring, "I promise I won't sneak out again." Clomp, clomp, heavy footsteps echoed outside the door, devoid of any attempt at stealth. Then, with a resounding crash, the door splintered into fragments, sending dust cascading through the air. Both occupants in the room jolted in shock. "Really? Playing such games in the dead of night? Do you not regard us as human?" Observing the bewildered monster before him, Xuan flexed his swollen wrist. This had been careless. The wooden door had indeed been of subpar quality. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the creature standing before him. It towered at about 1.5 meters, its inky form seamlessly blending into the darkness. Its skull resembled an oversized soup spoon, and a sleek body was accompanied by a sharp tail. The monster regarded Xuan, but upon realizing he posed little threat, it swiftly disappeared. "Did I in such a hurry to meet your maker? Are we?" A beam of light materialized before Xuan, and before the brilliance faded, a stout tiger paw emerged, pinning the creature to the ground. Watching the monster thrash and emit anguished cries, Xuan felt a pang of sympathy and instructed by Ling to send it away. Glancing toward the swaying wardrobe, he called out, "Enough hiding. That thing is already dead." Without waiting to see if the girl heard him, he and Bai Ling made their way outside, as he still needed to discuss his room situation with the owner. He understood the importance of safeguarding himself while traveling. Descending the staircase, he found the front desk eerily deserted. What on earth is happening? Is the room quality so poor that the owner fled to avoid complaints? "Owner, I'm here to change rooms," Xuan muttered to himself as he approached the counter to retrieve a new key. To his surprise, the counter resembled a scene of robbery, with keys and bills strewn across the floor. And the cabinet had been dislodged. Gazing at the chaos, Xuan sighed in exasperation. "It seems there will be no restful sleep for me tonight." "Bai Ling, can you find any useful clues?" Bai Ling sniffed the air, discerning the residual scents, but sadly reported that there was only one presence remaining. Shaking her head, she communicated, "Owo." Nothing to be found. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out above them. "Run! Up!" Xuan mounted Bai Ling, who accelerated down the corridor as if swept away by a gust of autumn wind. That a girl in casual attire, clutching a backpack, was frantically fleeing from several monsters. Upon seeing Xuan, her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. "Help! Oh, great one! More of those ghastly creatures are coming!" Before she could finish her plea, Bai Ling's eyes glimmered, and an invisible breeze swept past her, just as she pondered why Xuan had yet to take action. She realized there was complete silence behind her, save for the sound of her own footsteps. That Xuan paid no heed to her astonishment, teasing her, "It seems you are quite popular with the monsters. They returned for an encore so soon." The girl felt embarrassed, halting her movements, fidgeting with her fingers as she stammered, "I didn't ask for this. They've been chasing me since yesterday. And it just won't stop." Her voice was tinged with frustration. Yesterday, Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. However, with thoughts of departing the next day, he decided it was not worth his concern. Just as he contemplated enlisting her as a human alarm system for a good night's sleep, a commotion erupted above, as if someone were racing across the roof. Damn it! An uncontainable anger surged within Xuan. Was everyone going mad in the dead of night? Not only could they not sleep peacefully, but they also dared to disturb his slumber. After advising the girl to stay put, he and Bai Ling burst through the window, eager to uncover the source of this nocturnal disturbance. Before long, he spotted two figures locked in a fierce struggle, their blows echoing like a blacksmith's hammer. As Xuan approached, he felt a jolt of surprise. The two combatants quickly separated, each taking a stance. One of them, upon recognizing Xuan, exclaimed with delight, "Quickly, Lend me your strength to capture this traitor." With that, he removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. Hertz de Li Xian couldn't help but smirk. "Whether he is a traitor is of no concern to me. But if you two continue this brawl, I might just lose my patience." He intended to refrain from aiding either party, letting them fight it out. Whichever one emerged victorious would be his target, for neither was particularly virtuous. Hertz, incensed by Li Xian's words, opened his mouth to retort, but his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Look out behind you. Quickly dodge. Isn't it better to just stay alive? I've already said I want to get involved." With a thunderous roar, the assailant disintegrated into a cloud of ash before Hertz's astonished gaze. Witnessing this, Hertz felt a pang of discomfort. The adversary he had grappled with moments ago was dispatched with ease by Li Xian, as if he were merely a fledgling chick. Hertz, now humbled, bowed sincerely to Li Xian. "Thank you, noble sir, for your timely intervention. However, I must implore you to assist me once more, for I am in desperate need of your help. Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely once the task is complete. It seems, sir, that you may find it difficult to leave this city. The lockdown is not merely a precaution against the risks of departure. It is the actions of a treacherous usurper who intends to use this nation as a stepping stone to deliver it to the malevolent deity." Li Xian paused, his thoughts racing. Oh, it was the risk of departure that had been alluded to earlier. However, upon hearing the words of his counterpart, he could not help but chuckle slightly, mocking. "So, what is it that you wish to convey? Is merely collaborating with you sufficient? And who exactly are you, a mere stinking fish or rotten shrimp?" Chapter 87. Once again, Tim D's dark star. Li Xian's words were devoid of warmth, shattering the other party's claims into fragments. It was certain that the other party had considerable stature. After all, who would flaunt a seventh-tier treasure so ostentatiously? Yet, this also indicated that the adversaries of the other party were formidable as well. The mere act of blocking a multinational company's shipping route spoke volumes about their exceptional nature. Regarding the so-called cult, Li Xian merely smiled and remained silent. Since his awakening, he had encountered them numerous times. They were nothing more than a skin disease that had never posed a real threat. The other party had their dark gods, but did he not possess powerful allies in a true confrontation? Who could say who would prevail? Hertz gazed at Li Xian's retreating figure, his fists clenched, struggling to contain his fury. "My lord, are you aware of the existence of the other world? There lies a treasure trove belonging to my lady, containing a wealth of high-tier equipment and resources that if you are willing to lend your strength, you may select whatever you desire from the trove. Consider this token as a greeting." As he spoke, a pendant materialized in his hand, the very heart of earth flame that Li Xian yearned for. Hearing this, Li Xian felt a headache coming on, cursing inwardly. "Could you not have offered this earlier? Do I not care for my dignity?" After a prolonged internal struggle lasting 3 seconds, Li Xian ultimately succumbed to the allure of vile gold. He grasped Hertz's bewildered hands and solemnly declared, "Leave this matter to me. There shall be no issue. However, prior to that, I must trouble you to recount the events in their entirety, since the disappearance of their ancestors a few years ago. The nation had been engulfed in turmoil, as if someone were stirring discord from behind. The king had flitted about in desperation, ultimately falling victim to the machinations of cultists, suffering grave injuries before meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. Just before his demise, he had bequeathed a will, which had sown the seeds of calamity. At this point, Hertz's face was etched with sorrow, as if he had lost a father. The Grand Prince was meant to ascend the throne. But who could have anticipated that the beast, Cole, would dare to forge a will, fratricide in his rise to power? He even dispatched assassins to hunt down the Grand Prince's sole heir, seeking to eradicate them entirely. With that said, Hertz could no longer feign composure, gripping Li Xian's hand tightly, his gaze fervent. "Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the path of man, for I have encountered you, one who has grasped the laws even before the arrival of the king. You are precisely what is needed to thwart those treacherous ministers. If you could merely delay that 6th-tier lackey for a moment, allowing the princess to activate her bloodline inheritance, those treacherous ministers would be reduced to ashes." The more Li Xian listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Inwardly mocking, no wonder the other party is so generous. They want someone to confront a king of the mortal realm directly. Were it not for my strength, this might indeed be a life-or-death proposition. However, Knowing one's own capabilities, he understood that with a higher task level, the rewards must also be commensurately substantial, affecting an appearance of reluctance. He replied, "My strength is still inadequate. I fear I cannot undertake this. You should seek someone more capable." This startled Hertz, who quickly promised Li Xian further benefits, divulging nearly everything he knew. For after all, possessing this information without being able to utilize it was akin to having nothing that he did not hold back, sharing a plethora of details that be why the way. "What is the name of that cultist?" Li Xian inquired nonchalantly, pondering how to utilize the resources once they were secured. Hertz pondered deeply for a moment before responding tentatively, "I believe it's something like Dark Star." Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The other party was indeed a workhorse, having spread from other worlds to their own, and now even abroad. Is there an issue with that name? Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. "There is no problem at all. Let us proceed directly to the lair of Dark Star and rescue the individuals first." As they began to move, Li Xian noticed Hertz standing there in a daze that a sense of foreboding washed over him as he asked uneasily, "You don't mean to tell me you don't know where they are?" Hertz silently nodded. "But the princess and others are aware. We can only wait for them to send a signal." Li Xian was at a loss for words, suddenly sensing he had forgotten something crucial. "Not good," he exclaimed, mounting Bai Ling and racing towards the lodging that if it truly was the work of Dark Star. What could their motive be for abducting individuals? Confronting them head-on was not his style. Since that girl could serve as a guide, he decided to take the initiative and end this tiresome farce sooner rather than later. With that thought, a peculiar smile crept onto Li Xian's face. "You enjoy being a workhorse? Then I shall give you plenty of opportunities." Of course, all of this hinged on the survival of that girl. Otherwise, all would be for naught. Bang! Bai Ling crashed through the house, startling the girl into a dazed state, standing rigid as if in military posture. "Big shot. Is there something you need?" the girl timidly asked Li Xian. Shrinking her head, Li Xian patted Bai Ling, instructing her to crouch down, and stepped off the beast. Looking at the somewhat fearful girl, he asked, "Do you wish for revenge? If so, lead the way." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, Big Shot? You're so kind. Those ghastly things have been pursuing me since yesterday. It's been truly bothersome. If they hadn't appeared when there were fewer people around, I might have already vanished without a trace." Observing the girl prattling on, Li Xian quickly interrupted. "Let us discuss serious matters. We can chat about the details along the way." Through the girl's detailed account, Li Xian learned of the entire situation. She had inadvertently stumbled into an abandoned laboratory, where she had noticed signs of biological activity. This piqued Leia's curiosity, prompting her to investigate further, and she indeed uncovered some clues, following the trail to a hidden location. However, due to the eerie and sinister nature of the place, she had hesitated to delve deeper, merely capturing a photograph before fleeing. Who would have thought she would be pursued that very night? Had she not had the wits to run to a nightclub, she would likely have met her demise. "Show me that photograph, Here it is." Leia produced a small DSLR camera from her bag and handed it to Li Xian. As Li Xian took the camera, he frowned, feeling a strange familiarity with the person in the photo. In the image, a man wielding a hammer stood beside a forge, surrounded by several crucifixes on which individuals were bound. Resembling a grotesque fusion of human and monster, their upper bodies retained a human form, while their lower has morphed into the very creatures that had just attacked. Chapter 88. Dark Star. Once again, Team D is Li Xian, in the dead of night, at a long-abandoned campsite. Muffled groans of agony occasionally pierced the stillness. Gazing towards the flickering flames in the valley ahead, Li Xian turned to Leia, advising, as per usual, "Remain here and do not move." Leia nodded obediently. "I will ensure the task is completed." Waiting for the Big Shot to unleash his chaos, Li Xian rose quietly, conjuring Xuan and the Lady of the Wraith from around a corner. The two figures, one large and one small, materialized before him. Li Xian gently patted Xuan's body and amiably instructed, "Find a place to hide. Just ensure no one escapes." Xuan nodded her massive serpent head and melted into the shadows. The remaining Lady of the Wraith, dutifully fixated on Li Xian, awaited his command. She had assumed this would spare her from his ire, but alas, she was too naive. Li Xian shot her an exasperated glare and snapped, "Why are you still staring at me? Do you expect me to scout ahead?" Observing her expression of suppressed indignation, He felt a flicker of guilt, but it was quickly extinguished, offending the master and expecting to live a comfortable life. It was essential to instill a sense of loyalty through rigorous discipline. The Lady of the Wraith dared not utter a word, silently surveying her surroundings and drifting forward into the darkness. As they delved deeper, numerous hidden sentries emerged along the way, all swiftly dealt with by the elusive Lady of the Wraith. Not a single alarm was raised. They likely didn't even comprehend how they met their end. In the presence of a fourth-tier Lady of the Wraith, this dark star base resembled a songstress partially veiled, inviting to be plucked at will. Soon, the scene captured by Leia's stealthy photography came into view for Xuan. Beside a bright furnace stood several crucifixes binding half-human, half-monster figures that a man clad in gray attire wielded a hammer in his right hand and a dark iron rod in his left, the top of which bore a bulbous cup that he poured the boiling liquid from the cup over the crucifix, the liquid spreading along the patterns of the structure, sizzling as it made contact with the bound figures. The man hammered quickly against their bodies, causing the liquid to seep into the monsters, rapidly erasing their human forms as they transformed further into monstrosities that Xuan observed the diligent figure by the forge. His eyes widened in astonishment at the rare golden hair. It was none other than Su, the second brother of Chi. Just as he pondered why the man was present here and entangled with Dark Star, Su suddenly halted his work and spoke coolly. "Since you are here, why hide?" Xuan was taken aback. The man had sensed his presence from such a distance, casting a glance at the Lady of the Wraith, whom he had assured would remain undetected. His eyes brimmed with amusement. Before he could even utter a word to confront the female Demon King, a voice echoed from a short distance ahead. "Why the lack of welcome?" The haughty voice emerged from the shadows to one side. An elderly man, adorned in luxurious garments and embellished with rare ornaments, strode forth from the darkness, seemingly devoid of any embarrassment for having been caught eavesdropping. As though he were meant to be there, the old man seized the initiative. "I merely came to see if our collaboration could proceed, so why the need for such wariness, my lord?" Su, amused by the audacity of the other, turned and tossed the iron rod he held onto the ground, sending sparks flying that cast eerie shadows across his face. "That if you continue to disregard the rules, your master might have to send someone else to discuss our partnership." Hearing Su's words laced with murderous intent, the old man's brow furrowed involuntarily, that he hesitated, wanting to respond, but upon witnessing the other's restless demeanor, he swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips and stormed away in anger. Once he had distanced himself from Su, he began to utter threats. "Humph, you had better hurry." The old man gaped at Xuan, taken aback. Who is this person? With a face full of wariness, he attempted to retreat, only to find his feet suspended in midair, a searing pain piercing his chest. Looking down, he saw a ghastly hand that had impaled him. He was flung into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground, devoid of life. The female Demon King emerged slowly from behind him, her hands dripping with crimson blood. Xuan stepped out from behind a stone, greeting the motionless Su. "What is the matter?" Not even a word for an old friend. Noticing a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction on Su's face, Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed the other had undergone a significant transformation. Su's eyes brimmed with malice as he screamed in despair. "Must you haunt me so relentlessly? Every time I am on the verge of success, you show up. Your shadow is everywhere. Are you determined to keep your gaze fixed upon me? If you wish for my demise, it won't come easily." With that, he slammed his hammer onto the ground, sending a shockwave rippling through the canyon. In an instant, the valley erupted with the sounds of monsters breaking free from the earth, their crimson eyes flickering to life in the desolate camp. Observing the monsters surrounding him, Su felt a surge of pride. "What will you do now? Shall you summon your guardian to intervene? Yet, I believe I heard he is currently in dire straits. So, what will you do? Relying solely on your fourth-tier beast will not suffice to fend off my army." Looking at Xuan, a glimmer of delight flashed through his murderous gaze, eager to discern any signs of fear on the other's face. Raising his hand, a transparent magical array formed before him, and with a flash of white light, the colossal figure of Bai Ling appeared on the battlefield. Roar. The fearsome roar of a tiger, and the aura emanating from it startled Su, prompting him to scoff derisively. "Truly impressive, but no matter how gifted you are, You shall meet your end here. Charge! The monsters, on all fours, lunged at him like ferocious hounds. Witnessing the scene before him, Li Xian shook his head in disappointment, exclaiming, "I thought you could present me with something spectacular. Is this all there is? Bai Ling, let us make this quick." Gently patting Bai Ling's head, he stepped back towards the female demon king, completely indifferent to the monsters behind him. As Chung Su prepared to speak, he suddenly felt the air grow thick, a fleeting sensation of suffocation enveloping him. The wind had risen that a gentle breeze caressed the scene, reducing the panicked monsters to mere ashes that dissipated into the air. Observing this spectacle, Chung Su erupted in a manic laughter, exclaiming, "The power of the laws! What a splendid display of the power of the laws!" Shortly thereafter, his body, like the monsters, turned to dust and was whisked away by the wind. Chapter 89. Winning means nothing when home is lost. Li Xian surveyed the pitiful figures before him, neither fully human nor ghostly, realizing they had lost all sense of self, reduced to mindless howling. With a deep sigh, he gestured to the female demon king to do it. "There's no saving them." The female demon king's hand descended. The torment came to an end, reflecting on the horrifying number of monsters he had just encountered. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at how the Dark Stars truly embodied a world-destroying organization that wreaked havoc across the galaxies, that a moment's inattention could lead to a massacre that if left unchecked. The fate of everyone in this city would surely be to become monsters. Suddenly, a roar erupted behind him, and a furry face loomed into view. Roar. Bai Ling leaned in, eager to see if Li Xian had been frightened, but was met with a punch to the head, causing its small face to droop in dismay. Li Xian, eyeing the theatrics of Bai Ling, rolled his eyes. "Enough of this. Keep it up, and I might actually hit you." Bai Ling, startled, quickly composed itself, reverting to its imposing demeanor. Li Xian, unconcerned with the theatrics, asked, "Have you found anything?" Bai Ling shook its head. Roar. "Nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Could this not be their stronghold? Logically, this should be a significant base for them. Even if it wasn't their lair, it would be close enough. How could there be no information regarding Dark Stars collaborating here? Troubled by the predicament, he realized that in his eagerness to show off, he had neglected to leave a survivor, leaving him in an awkward position. "Let us go. This is all your fault for being so ruthless." Li Xian shot Bai Ling a fierce glare as he moved forward. Bai Ling, looking innocent, lowered its head pitifully, feeling unjustly blamed, as it was the other who had insisted on a swift resolution. Could a Beastmaster truly treat their beast in such a manner? Spotting a wisp of smoke on the ground, Bai Ling raised its head and glared at the female demon king. Roar. "You didn't even warn me. I'll remember this grievance." The female demon king looked perplexed. What did this have to do with her? Why was she being implicated? However, as a captive, she dared not voice her thoughts and could only silently swallow her anger. Seeing a stone on the ground, she kicked it away in frustration. With the force of a fourth-tier creature, the stone struck the wall like a cannonball, creating a thunderous sound and scattering debris. Startled, Li Xian turned to chastise the female demon king, but suddenly noticed a hidden passage in the mountainside had opened wide. His expression shifted dramatically from fierce to affable. "I'm pleased to see you demonstrating such intellectual depth. It reflects well on my guidance. Bai Ling, you should think more as well." "Did you hear that?" He casually scolded Bai Ling, who had been watching from the sidelines, as his irritation had reached its peak. In a good mood, Li Xian entered the cave, leaving the female demon king trembling in the presence of an irked Bai Ling. The female demon king forced a smile. "That was an accident. I can't possibly compare to you." Just as Bai Ling contemplated whether to sneakily strike the female demon king, Li Xian's voice rang out. "What are you lingering for? Hurry up and come in." Hearing his urgency, Bai Ling dashed inside, anxious not to betray its secret thoughts, as it cared deeply about Li Xian's opinion of it. In the pitch-black cave, "Don't crowd. Let me go first." Li Xian struggled to push forward, but Bai Ling blocked his path entirely, leaving them both stuck. The female demon king tirelessly expanded the cave entrance. Li Xian finally managed to escape. "I'm finally out," he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground as he surveyed the incompletely constructed secret base. Aside from a large altar and a finished statue, there was nothing else. Gazing at the statue, which resembled a massive black pearl for a head, Li Xian marveled, I never expected the Dark Star's idol to be so peculiar. Actually resembling a planetary head. Found it. The female Demon King called out excitedly from a distance. She rushed over, clutching a box filled with secret envelopes for communication, that Xuan opened a few and began to peruse them. Astonished to find that they contained all the correspondence. Truly, they preserved every piece of evidence, fearing their counterpart might deny the truth. Haven Tide. However, now all this had fallen into his hands, which also meant he could avoid the embarrassment of facing a horde of ancient monsters seeking vengeance. Although Li Xian was aware that there were hardly any ancient beings in the country that could pose a threat to him, even if they could defeat him, it would be quite troublesome that it was better to seal off this avenue for them, preventing any potential complications that could leave him in a precarious position. Let us go. Today you've earned your redemption. From now on, you shall be a law-abiding citizen. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ling was visibly dissatisfied and promptly turned the base upside down before chasing after him. In the capital of the Asen country, Baku's, within the imposing royal palace adorned with intricate carvings, two figures remained in the grand hall despite the morning court session having concluded. One man, draped in a white robe with a red towel wrapped around his head, sat solemnly upon the throne, fixating intently on the cloaked figure before him. Cardinal Heifa, there is no need to rush into matters. Once my bothersome niece and elder brother unite, I will naturally allow you to preach here officially for the present moment. Even if I were to acquiesce, those individuals would undoubtedly refuse to comply. Surely the bishop can comprehend the depths of my distress, cannot he? His tone is utterly dismissive, showing no desire to even feign engagement, exuding an air of unassailable confidence. Upon hearing this, Heifa, filled with indignation, threatened vehemently. If you are unafraid of a catastrophic downfall, then let His Highness Cole attempt it and see for himself. With that, he spun on his heel and stormed away, as if he had suffered a grave affront. Cole observed the retreating figure with disdain, curling his lip in contempt. A wretched cur dares to negotiate terms with me. In a narrow alley outside the palace, Heifa's fury vanished as if nothing had transpired. He entered a modest dwelling and descended into the basement, donning a peculiar smile. Gazing at the map adorning the wall, Heifa proclaimed with pride, "Do they truly believe I require their consent? I have wasted many years as a bishop for nothing." The map displayed the territory of the country of A, oddly marked with numerous black patterns that nearly enveloped the entire nation. I eagerly await the day of sacrifice. I am unable to suppress my anticipation for the expression of shock upon your face. Heifa's fervor was palpable, his mind racing with exhilaration. Yet he swiftly concealed his excitement, retrieving a statue from his pocket and muttering to himself. However, appearances must be maintained. Otherwise, that fool might genuinely begin to suspect something, that he began to manipulate the statue, preparing to contact Chung Su to have the chest of props delivered. Yet, after a prolonged wait, nothing occurred. In a flurry, he reached out to another individual, instructing them to cease any captures. There was no longer a home to return to, as dawn broke, tearing apart the veil of night. The desolate city regained its vitality, the dim corners untouched by sunlight. A shadowy figure crept through the intricate streets. After confirming he was not being followed, he hastened toward a residential building. Knocking out a series of coded signals, the door creaked open, and the man quickly stepped into the courtyard. Once spacious, the courtyard was now cramped with people. At the forefront stood a small girl with an air of authority. The man bowed before her. "Princess Eileen, that individual has truly vanished without a trace, and my subordinates have uncovered clues left by Elder Hertz." He produced Hertz's token from his pocket and respectfully presented it. An elderly woman accepted the token, examining it closely before nodding in confirmation to Eileen. A flicker of surprise crossed Eileen's eyes. After all, she believed Hertz to be deceased, and given his prolonged absence, he should have been eliminated by the cultists. The sudden emergence of a lead prompted suspicion. Had he perhaps defected? Princess Eileen, this may very well be a trap set by him. A woman of notable standing shook her head at Eileen. With one voice, the others urged Eileen not to undertake any foolish actions or attempt to contact Hertz. Upon hearing these words, Eileen's expression turned frigid, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the assembly, none daring to meet her eyes, eliciting a derisive laugh from her. It seemed they were all paralyzed by fear. Regardless of Hertz's abandonment of his influential position, Who among them possessed the means to escape the royal capital in his absence? Tell me, who? If you all are frightened, you might as well bind me and present me to that traitor. Perhaps I can exchange myself for a position of power. Faced with Eileen's furious outburst, the assembly hastily prostrated themselves, their eyes reflecting a mix of terror and fervor, as if they perceived the shadow of a king within her. Under Eileen's insistence, the remaining two fourth-tier powerhouses were reluctantly dispatched to accompany her. Li Xian sat at the tea table, rolling his eyes in exasperation. If you wish, you can simply wait at the door. That would spare the window from damage. Haifa took no heed of Li Xian's words, stubbornly leaning out the window, scanning the crowd in search of a familiar figure. Wonderful. The princess is indeed unharmed. Haifa intended to pull Li Xian into a celebration, yet upon noticing his disinterest, he could only offer an awkward smile, his face betraying an excitement he could not suppress. After a brief interval, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by an unintelligible utterance. As Li Xian observed Haifa prepare to exchange signals with the person outside, he felt a wave of frustration and swiftly interjected, pulling Haifa aside, glaring at him. I wonder where you learned this absurd sense of ceremony. With a sudden motion, he flung the door open, startling the three individuals at the entrance. After assessing their startled expressions, Li Xian stepped aside. Come in. Why linger at the threshold? One of the newcomers, covering a flat chest with one hand, bowed slightly toward Li Xian, but he immediately supported her. No need for such formalities. Princess Eileen smiled sweetly, her youthful face revealing a charm beyond her years. Since we are so fortunate to meet, allow me to gift you this. With a flick of her wrist, a delicate jade pendant appeared in her palm. Li Xian, initially somewhat impatient, broke into a radiant smile upon seeing the pendant. How could I possibly accept this? In a flash, he snatched the rare fifth-tier material and tucked it away. This left Haifa, who had been observing from the sidelines in agony, as he hastily explained his collaboration with Li Xian to Eileen. Upon hearing this, Eileen's face momentarily reflected pain, yet she forced a smile. No matter. She gritted her teeth, wishing to pull Haifa aside for a private discussion regarding his thoughts, questioning whether Li Xian was truly worth such a price. Eileen's gaze drifted to the familiar figure at the door, fear flickering in her eyes, her body trembling involuntarily. Why was he here? Could it be that Hertz had indeed betrayed her? Yet, seeing Hertz's bewildered expression only intensified her panic. Could it be that Li Xian had sold her out? As she spiraled into confusion, the figure at the door halted. With a resounding crash, the door shattered into fragments that a middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood at the threshold, quietly surveying the occupants of the room with a predatory expression. What is this? Aren't you all inside? Then why has no one opened the door? Li Xian surveyed the disarray within the room, his voice low and heavy. Do you know who opened this door? The middle-aged man, with a mocking glint in his eye, feigned innocence. Who might that be? Two magical formations arose in place, and two colossal figures materialized beside Li Xian. He slowly lifted his gaze. I hope you can still find humor in this shortly. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Bai Ling and A.O. Xuan transformed into a suit of armor, enveloping Li Xian. The middle-aged man could not suppress a laugh at this sight. Someone has truly awakened such a worthless talent. What use is that? Merely prolonging your demise. Eileen and the others were engulfed in despair. They had initially hoped Li Xian's beast would engage the opponent, but now he had simply turned them into gear. While the doubling of attributes and perfect inheritance of laws was impressive, the proficiency of skills would not be as potent as that of the beasts, at best halved. That it was inconceivable that Li Xian's beasts not only advanced swiftly, but also possessed particularly high skill proficiency. The group felt their spirits plummet, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a chilling wave of frozen thought swept through the air, intertwined with the howl of a tempest, pervading the room. Eileen's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the figure before her, its silhouette magnifying in her mind, akin to a towering peak overshadowing the sky. The middle-aged man found himself immobilized by this overwhelming force, gazing at Li Xian in terror. This was impossible. How could this be happening? Why? Chapter 91. The Cornered Second Prince. The calm before the storm, the middle-aged man frantically unleashed the power of the laws he once took pride in. Yet all was in vain. Bai Xuan and Bai Ling had repeatedly demonstrated their foresight. And the sanctum itself was woven from the power of laws. Thus their mastery and understanding were unparalleled. They may not rival the 7th-tier monarchs, but a mere 6th-tier who had just grasped the power of laws was no match for them. The icy winds howled, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man was first encased in ice, then shattered by the frigid gales, transforming into sparkling ice crystals that dispersed into the air. Observing the astonishment reflected in their eyes, Li Xian could not help but feel a surge of pride. Now they understood what true power entailed, did they not? Though internally elated, he maintained an air of nonchalance. As if these feats were trivial matters. Haifa clicked his tongue in awe. I never realized you possessed such capability. Having spent time with Li Xian, he had gleaned some understanding of his character. Yet the more he knew, the less he wished to flatter him, lest it fuel Li Xian's pride that he as expected. Upon hearing Haifa's remark, a hint of embarrassment flitted across Li Xian's face, his eyes narrowing into daggers aimed at Haifa, nearly succumbing to the urge to deliver a punch. Haifa, refrain from disrespecting Lord Li Xian. Apologize at once. Eileen shot Haifa a stern glare, her tone laced with evident ire. However, Hertz let out a resigned sigh. I have been discourteous, and I implore your forgiveness. That Li Xian gazed at Hertz, whose face was etched with indignation, and provocatively remarked, why such a perfunctory response? Are you perhaps unwilling to concede? Infuriated, Hertz glared, but under the piercing gaze of Eileen, he could only continue to apologize. That it is I, Hertz, who has been remiss, and I hope you will show mercy and spare me. That Li Xian felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him and nodded in approval. It is merely a misunderstanding. I do not take offense. After a series of courteous flattery, the group finally reconvened and discovered the long dusty entrance to the treasure vault. That Li Xian surveyed the cramped basement. Is this truly the location of the treasure? Have you made a mistake? He felt as though he had been deceived in a romantic online encounter. There was no glimmering treasure in sight. And even if there were, it would surely be scant in quantity. His heart sank at the thought of how he would negotiate for more if he found the situation unsatisfactory. Hertz, uninterested in Li Xian's musings, busied himself nearby. Through his diligent efforts, blue lights flickered to life on the ground, coalescing into a massive magical array. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the floor beneath them shook violently. In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished from the basement. Good heavens! Li Xian exclaimed at the sight before him. That a great sun hung overhead, devoid of warmth, while golden flowers bloomed abundantly across the landscape, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. After surveying his surroundings, Li Xian realized there was no treasure to be found, and Eileen had also vanished from sight. Hertz, shrinking back, feebly explained, "Allow me to clarify." Seeing Hertz's demeanor, Li Xian understood that he had been taken advantage of. I am all ears. You had better explain this thoroughly, as he felt the chilling aura of malice. Hertz rubbed his arms nervously and began to recount the entire situation to Li Xian. In the palace of Bacchus, Cole stood before the throne, panting heavily as he glared at Hefar, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fear gripped him as he contemplated the implications of the word's 7th tier. King level, it felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Had he known that his dear niece possessed such fortune, he would have risked everything to keep her in the capital, rather than allow her to leave for the sake of pride. Yet Hefar appeared unfazed. What is your current consideration, Your Highness? If you grant your consent, I assure you that within days, I shall capture that individual. His piercing gaze compelled Cole to provide a definitive answer. Noticing Cole's hesitation, he performed a dismissive bow. Then I shall not intrude further, especially since Li Xian wields a 7th-tier beast. Who knows when he might storm the palace? Since you refuse, perhaps we should abandon our collaboration, he declared, turning to leave with deliberate slowness, each heavy step causing Cole immense distress. Enough. I agree to those terms, but this time, there must be no failures. Hefar paused, his tone icy. Naturally, I have dealt with him before. He has thwarted my endeavors on numerous occasions. With that, he continued his stride toward the palace exit, unable to suppress his delight that he had long forgotten the matter of the 6th-tier death. After all, this was his chance to gain divine favor. The demise of a 6th-tier envoy mattered little. He could settle old scores with that insufferable Li Xian later. As for Cole, he could remain blissfully ignorant. For the latter had conveniently spared him much effort. In a small border town of the Asin nation, the once mighty ruler of a province now knelt half-crouched, a gaping wound in his abdomen. His eyes wide with horror as he gazed upon the envoy before him. "Are you a cultist? How do you possess the royal insignia?" Hefar chuckled darkly, relishing the moment. "Why not inquire with your former king? He might just enlighten you." As realization dawned upon the man, he murmured, "Impossible. He could never commit such an act." "Who knows?" Hefar replied. "Now, it is time to depart." With a resounding crash, Hefar emerged from the room, holding the man's severed head aloft, addressing the revelers below. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold what I present." His visage twisted into a grotesque grin, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty specter. Panic ensued among the crowd as they uttered their final cries, one by one succumbing to Hefar's blade. After hours of carnage, not a single living soul remained in the town, save for Hefar. "Haha, is this the might of a king level? Truly splendid." Hefar reveled in the intoxicating power coursing through him. Recalling the long-desired force of the laws, his gaze fixed upon a distant point, he suddenly surged forth. Chapter 92. Re-entering the advancement's secret realm. So, this is merely a legacy secret realm, devoid of any true treasure. "Is it?" Li Xian remarked with a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with menace. "Indeed. How dare you treat me as a mere beggar, expecting me to undertake such arduous tasks for a 7th-tier rare material?" Hertz swallowed hard, forcing a sheepish grin. "It was a moment of desperation. I assure you that if you must seek accountability, direct it solely at me. They remain unaware of this matter." With that, he craned his neck, closing his eyes in a display of submission, as if inviting whatever fate awaited him. Seeing Hertz's audacity, Li Xian chose not to linger on the matter with the elderly man. Just as the cooldown for the secret realm expired, he shot a glare at Hertz and vanished in an instant. Just as he anticipated a direct teleportation, an unexpected prompt echoed in his mind. Detecting that player 167,349 possesses a special advancement ticket. "Do you wish to activate it?" Without hesitation, Li Xian selected yes. Detecting that player 167349 has previously participated in a special advancement dungeon. Do you wish to continue with this dungeon? Upon witnessing this, Li Xian understood that the so-called special dungeon referred to his acquaintance's home, Darkest Star. After confirming, a flood of system tasks inundated his mind. "You have entered a special advancement dungeon. Main quest, Shadow of the Kingdom. Quest objective, locate a mark of the Dark God. Quest penalty, lose 1 level. Quest reward, successful advancement. Side quest, screening, quest objective, eliminate cultists. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, 100 points for 2nd tier, 500 points for 3rd tier, 5,000 points for 4th tier, and special rewards for 5th tier and above, up to a maximum of 200,000 points. Side quest, The Precarious Ember. Quest objective, save the spirit race. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, earn 500 points for each saved spirit race individual, capped at 10 million. Detecting that player 167349 is a cleanup specialist. Initiating special task. Special task, Shattered Homeland. Quest objective, save Darkest Star. Reward, 1 permission level. Gazing at the daunting tasks before him, Li Xian felt a weight settle in his heart. Although he had long been aware of Darkest Star's impending destruction at the hands of the Dark Star, witnessing it manifest before him was still a bitter pill to swallow. "Are you from Xia country?" An Asin youth excitedly approached Li Xian. That he nodded, his eyes scanning the crowd, which was filled with people from the Asin nation. Fortunately, this was somewhat of a home ground for him, and he could leverage his connections. Having little interest in engaging with the chattering players, he made his way out. The Asin youth was left bewildered but paid it no mind. After all, it was his first time in such a wondrous secret realm, and he animatedly conversed with nearby players, oblivious to the lurking dangers encroaching upon them. Among the throng, a pair of eyes discreetly followed Li Xian's departing figure. Hastily averting their gaze, fearful of being discovered, Li Xian navigated the familiar paths to the Lord's manor, confidently following a guard inside. His unperturbed demeanor relieved the escort, who sighed in quiet relief. "The Lord is currently preoccupied. Please wait in the reception room for a moment." After leaving Li Xian in the reception area, the guard hurried off to inform the Lord. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered, scrutinizing Li Xian intently. "Who might you be?" Li Xian casually produced the rune given to him by the fox-eared lady. Upon seeing the rune, Aksu immediately bowed. "What orders do you have, envoy?" Observing Aksu's promptness, Li Xian stepped forward to assist him up. "I require the Lord to initiate the highest state of alert." Aksu's expression faltered. Might the envoy elaborate on the reasons for such a request? Realizing the situation, Li Xian laid out the impending events. Yet Aksu still struggled to accept the gravity of the situation. However, under Li Xian's firm insistence, the highest alert command was dispatched to the royal capital. Aksu gazed at the dispatched letter, his face a mask of anguish. "Messenger, how could those heretics possibly pose a threat to the ancestor? Are you not being overly cautious?" Li Xian, weary of explaining himself, commanded, "Mobilize all armed forces in the city. We must uncover the heretics hidden here, even if it means turning the city upside down." Observing Aksu's unyielding demeanor, Li Xian felt compelled to exert further pressure, which finally prompted Aksu to set off, though suspicion still clouded his eyes. Li Xian was acutely aware of Aksu's doubts regarding his identity. However, indulging those concerns would only waste precious time, that he had no knowledge of when the cataclysmic disaster would begin, so every fleeting moment must be seized to compress time costs, thereby granting this precarious planet a slender chance of survival. Most crucially, the fox-eared lady had yet to make her presence known. One must remember that the entity of the main world could sense the existence of the talismans even while grievously injured. And now, in her prime, it was implausible that she had encountered no troubles. Given that she had previously single-handedly confronted all of Dark Star, it was clear she could do so again. It was a matter of king against king, general against general. If he could eliminate numerous heretics, perhaps in the final battle, the future incarnations of the two beasts could intervene, and this cataclysmic ordeal might indeed witness a turning point as dusk descended. The city lord fulfilled Li Xian's request, activating all armed forces to seek out leads on the so-called heretics. What was initially expected to be a farce took an unexpected turn. Aksu's face turned ashen as he perused the report. His voice trembling, "Is this truly genuine?" The guards, intimidated by Aksu's murderous gaze, nodded slowly. At that moment, it seemed as if Aksu's very backbone had been wrenched from him, his posture becoming slightly stooped as he forced out a bitter laugh. It appeared he had grossly overestimated himself, questioning the commands of the messenger. He hoped for the messenger's forgiveness. Li Xian waved a hand dismissively. "That is all in the past. Our immediate priority is to swiftly locate the heretic stronghold and eradicate them. As for those peculiar individuals, do not dwell on them too much. As long as they do not instigate trouble, consider them non-existent. They may even provide us with an unexpected surprise." That a smile graced Li Xian's face. Yet within him, a chilling void resided. Clearly, before his departure, he had instructed Faya to eradicate the heretics, yet those heretics had managed to amass such a scale. This indicated significant internal flaws. There were indeed villains within the populace. This was also why Li Xian refrained from heading to the royal capital. If they could deceive Faya, how could they not deceive another? Chapter 93. No need. I will deliver myself. Misa scanned the surrounding guards, astonished, and remarked to her companion, "Uka, this is the first time an NPC has assisted us in completing a task." "Indeed, it is rather rare," replied the man named Uka, a knowing glint in his eyes. "By the way, do you know where the most intriguing place here is?" Misa looked at her friend in exasperation. "Could you cease with your nonsensical thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Uka, incensed, turned and walked away. "That if you won't go, I shall go alone." With a slight smile, Uka wandered through the city, ensuring he was not being followed before stepping into an underground tavern. The cacophony of noise assailed him as he confidently ordered a drink. Engaging in flirtation with a serving girl, after negotiating a price, they slipped away to a storeroom amidst the crowd's whistles. Once inside the storeroom, Uka swiftly masked his lecherous expression. "That I am a member from another star realm. Here is my credential." After presenting his proof, the serving girl, upon confirming its authenticity, knocked on the door, revealing a shimmering wall. "Follow me." As they passed through the ethereal wall, a grand statue materialized before them, surrounded by worshippers kneeling in prayer. The serving girl gazed at the scene with fervor, hands clasped to her face. "You arrived just in time. Soon, you shall witness a divine miracle. Praise Dark Star." Uka first bowed before the statue, then with a serious expression declared, I have come for this very matter, for a blasphemer possessing 6-tier strength has also descended. He may disrupt our ritual that at his words, the serving girl stifled a laugh. Intending to explain, when suddenly fervent prayers erupted before them. Dark star shall extinguish all celestial bodies. That supreme radiance shall illuminate the cosmos. A man clad in a robe held a scripture, a smile gracing his face. Tell me, where is this blasphemer? His tone was frigid, laced with murderous intent. Boom! The ground quaked violently, and suddenly, the tavern above was uprooted, a booming voice echoing from above. Someone seeking me. No need. I shall deliver myself. Li Xian peered down at the bewildered Uka below, amusement bubbling within him. Did he not realize that surveillance existed in other realms? He roamed the city without caution, and his anti-surveillance awareness was commendable. Li Xian could not help but commend him while watching the footage. He then shouted to the heavens, Aksu, it's all in your hands now. The sky darkened, ominous clouds rolling in as terrifying lightning descended. Morphing into golden serpents, the robed man looked upward, shaking his head in disbelief that I cannot fathom why they are so eager for death. With a flash, he vanished, thick black mist enveloping the sky, swallowing the lightning and spreading towards Li Xian and his group. Uka, witnessing this scene, was overjoyed. Could it be that a celestial envoy of the king's level has arrived? The serving girl nodded, her demeanor triumphant. That I told you, a divine miracle would soon manifest. The two gazed upward, eagerly anticipating the black mist to rend Li Xian and his companions to shreds. Unfortunately, their expectations would be dashed. The robed man gazed at Li Xian in horror, exclaiming, "This is impossible," ignoring the fate of his subordinates. He transformed into a stream of light, fleeing into the distance. Now you choose to run. Do you not think it's too late? As Li Xian spoke, the robed man emitted a chilling scream, vanishing into thin air. In the incredulous gazes of the crowd, a magnificent white-furred tiger appeared beside Li Xian, its oppressive aura rendering the onlookers breathless. This is a being of the sacred domain. This cannot be. Why is there a sacred domain being here? O great dark star, may your divine wrath descend to save your devout followers. Heretics, you shall be thoroughly purified by dark star. Listening to the heretical chants below, Li Xian shook his head and said to the nearby Bai Ling, "Eliminate them. They're too far gone to be saved." Suddenly, the sky darkened, the remnants of the heretics dissolving into powder, drifting upward and casting eerie black glimmers, sending chills down spines. The crowd collectively gazed skyward, sensing that something terrifying was about to descend upon the world. While others may have been unfamiliar, Li Xian recognized it at once. It was precisely the precursor to the descent of a deity, just as he had encountered in the real world. Yet he harbored doubts. If the fox-eared lady could not intervene, how could this entity? Or was it that his arrival had caused strange changes in this world, diverting its historical trajectory? Contemplating this, Li Xian could not help but furrow his brow. However, in the face of the impending descent, he felt powerless, hoping only for the timely arrival of the fox-eared lady. Just as in the main world, addressing the guards who stood wide-eyed, he commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Go evacuate the crowd." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the guards found their resolve and immediately began to follow his orders. As for the players, they had long since fled at the first sign of trouble. They might not possess much skill, but their ability to escape was unparalleled. Li Xian gazed up at the oppressive black clouds, licking his lips. "Let us see if the divine can bleed." As he spoke, he raised his hand, summoning Xuan. Hiss. When did I transform? Xuan looked at the sky, her eyes flashing with anxiety. It was her first encounter with such a formidable foe. Li Xian gently patted Xuan. "There's no need to rush. When the time comes, we shall take a gamble and see if my talent can provide an extra boost." Though he spoke lightly, within him, a tension akin to a tightly strung harp string resonated. Finally, a figure began to coalesce from the black mist, and as Li Xian scrutinized their appearance, he felt as if his gaze had been siphoned away, leaving him momentarily entranced. "Are you ready, Xuan?" At his words, Xuan lightly nodded, her pale, golden eyes glinting with ferocity. Hiss. "It can begin." Li Xian raised his hand, a brilliant light erupting to envelop Xuan, her form beginning to transform as 4 claws sprouted from her abdomen.